Chapter 141. Luo Zime has always known that Gu Xiaowei is waiting for a mysterious woman, a savior who can lead her out of the sea of suffering. At first, when Gu Xiaowei described the image of the woman to her, Luo Zime did not believe it. The woman was described as mysterious, powerful and independent, which was particularly incredible in the Doomsday era. Luo Zime once thought that Gu Xiaowei was just hallucinating. But the light in Gu Xiaowei's eyes did not seem false. There was indeed a mysterious girl who sincerely wanted to help her get rid of Su Tianlu. This made Luo Zime also have a strong interest and curiosity in the mysterious girl. However, the Doomsday has lasted for a long time, and the figure of the girl has never appeared. This obviously means that the girl will not come to this free base, and may have found a new place to live somewhere else. Gu Xiaowei nodded eagerly, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Well, I believe I will meet her again. I have a strong intuition. Gu Xiaowei knew that the girl was looking for a missing female relative, so she would not stay in one base for too long. If her relatives have not been found, she will certainly run around looking for them. If her relatives are in this free base, then Gu Xiaowei has a great chance of meeting her again. That is why she is so sure. In the past 6 months, Gu Xiaowei has been thinking about the mysterious woman she met in a hotel, and what she said before she left. Every time she thinks of it, Gu Xiaowei's eyes will unconsciously well up with tears. In today's world, everyone seems to be indifferent, cruel and selfish. Putting aside the fact that no one knows Su Tianlu's true identity, even if someone knows, they will not offend the devil for her. And that girl is the only one who really wants to lend a hand, and her help is pure and without any additional conditions. Although they have been together for a short time, Gu Xiaowei doesn't even know the other person's name, but she feels a strong warmth. However, because of her cowardice, she lost the only chance of liberation, and did not grasp the only light. If there is a chance to meet her again, Gu Xiaowei will ask for help without hesitation. Luo Zime sighed again, as if she had something else to say, but Yin Heng's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting their conversation. The zombies outside have dispersed, everyone can come out. As the heavy door slowly opened, the crowd began to file out carefully. Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei looked at each other, stopped talking, and followed the crowd out. Outside was a ruin. The silent atmosphere made people feel uneasy, and the sky was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, which seemed extremely weird. Not far away, several broken vehicles were lying on the roadside, and the food found in the vehicles was scattered all over the ground, trampled to pieces by the zombies. Fortunately, there was still some food left in everyone's backpack, otherwise their efforts today would be wasted. Faced with this desolate scene, everyone was eager to leave this place as soon as possible. But there was no intact car nearby, and if they wanted to leave, they could only wait for rescue to arrive. They stretched their necks and looked anxiously at the end of the road, but the vehicles from the base did not appear for a long time, and their anxiety gradually increased. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound was heard on a wall in the ruins, breaking the dead silence. Everyone raised their heads alertly, and looked around nervously. When they saw the situation clearly, they couldn't help but tremble with fear. What is that? What the hell is this monster? No! Run! Oh no, high-level mutant zombies. The crowd screamed in fear. I saw several transparent figures climbing and moving quickly on the wall. They were like ghosts, silent and silent. Everyone had never seen this kind of zombie before. These zombies had bald heads without a single hair, long tongues hanging outside, and their bodies were so transparent that they almost merged with the air. They showed amazing climbing ability, and their limbs were equipped with suction cups, which could quickly shuttle on any vertical surface. Under the light and shadow, their bald heads reflected an unsettling light, and the long tongues were like snakes, constantly retracting and shrinking, as if ready to attack at any time. What's even more frightening is that these zombies seem to have the ability to be invisible. Some are completely transparent, while others are barely visible. When they are still, they are almost impossible to be discovered. With a sharp roar, the bald zombies launched a fierce attack. Their tongues cut through the air like sharp blades and shot towards the crowd. At the same time, the water-like mist released from their bodies also spread rapidly. This mist-like transparent liquid is extremely corrosive, and can quickly dissolve any object it touches. Faced with the crazy attack of the zombies, the crowd instantly fell into chaos and fled in panic. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the chaotic crowd. An unfortunate victim was violently caught by the long tongue, and the barbed tip of the tongue was tightly wrapped around his neck. The man struggled desperately, but in vain. His face quickly turned red, and his bloodshot eyes widened, almost bursting out of his eye sockets. In just a moment, his head was cruelly torn off, and blood mist splattered everywhere. The long tongue rolled the head back, and the zombie reached out to grab it, ruthlessly peeled off the hair and face, and then gnawed it frantically. Ah! The bloody smell stimulated the zombie to scream excitedly. And some unfortunate people were contaminated by the strong acid in the air, and their bodies were instantly corroded cleanly, leaving no bones, only a pool of blood. The screams of terror echoed in the ruins one after another. Faced with this horrifying scene, everyone screamed and fled in all directions, taking snake-like movements to try to avoid the deadly attacks of the zombies. These zombies were not only weird, but also powerful, which made everyone feel desperate. The most powerful zombies they had encountered before were only level 3 hunter zombies, and these were obviously above level 4. Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei were also shuttling between the half-collapsed buildings. Facing such high-level zombies, they had no power to resist. Any resistance seemed futile. Only people with the same level of abilities could compete with them, and bullets were completely ineffective against them. The only survival strategy for ordinary people was to hide, wait for rescue, and stay away from them. Gu Xiaowei felt a little speechless. She finally had a chance to come out once, but she was attacked by zombies, and high-level zombies one after another. This kind of luck is really bad. There were constant screams and excited roars of zombies all around. In a short period of time, more than 20 people had died. Just when everyone was desperate, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from a distance. That sound was like dawn, making everyone ecstatic instantly. Everyone, get in the car! Hurry up! With the rapid brake sound of the car, 3 or 4 men with guns jumped out of the car. They fired fiercely at the besieged zombies, and shouted loudly at the terrified crowd. Great, Brother Tian is here too. Needless to say, he must be here to pick up his wife. What a good man. Don't say it, let's go! Su Tianlu was one of the men who got off the car. The crowd rushed to the car as if they were pushed by the tide, as if they would miss the chance to escape if they were one step slower. They were like a group of beasts forced into a desperate situation, scrambling to climb into the car. The scene quickly became chaotic, and even a small-scale stampede occurred. In a flash, all the seats in the van and SUV were taken. Those who failed to get on the bus looked desperate, and could only turn around and run to the last truck, hoping to get a place to escape. Su Tianlu locked onto Gu Xiaowei in the chaos, ignored her struggle, grabbed her hand, and ran towards the truck. Gu Xiaowei's other hand tightly grasped Luo Zime, and the three of them formed a line and struggled to get through the crowded crowd. Zombies knew the survivors' fear and intention to escape, and they let out a deafening roar, and the cruel light of predators flashed in their scarlet bloodthirsty eyes. They moved quickly on the wall like ghosts, their claws tearing the air, and their attacks became more and more fierce. In just a few breaths, several lives disappeared in their hands. Several gunmen looked terrified. They realized that bullets were ineffective against these monsters, so they quickly put away their weapons, got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared forward, regardless of whether there were still people behind them who failed to get on the car. At the critical moment, when the car started, Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei successfully got on the car. But there were still 3 people who didn't have time to get on the car, and they could only watch the car go away. Then, the zombies pounced on the unfortunate 3 people like wolves and tigers. Before they could scream, they tore the 3 people into bloody pieces. In the blood mist, the zombies looked like they were enjoying it, but they didn't intend to stop. They raised their heads, their scarlet eyes locked on the distant vehicle, made a piercing cry, and then rushed forward at an astonishing speed, chasing the truck closely. The survivors on the last truck saw this scene, and in fear, they screamed and squeezed in. The vehicle was bumpy on the broken road, and the large number of people in the car made it very crowded, causing the car body to shake violently. Gu Xiaowei and Luo Zime stood on the edge of the car. With every bump of the car, their bodies shook uncontrollably, and their heels were unstable, as if they could be thrown out of the car at any time. At this moment, a pair of eyes full of resentment stared at Luo Zime's back, and the malice revealed in the eyes was chilling. The owner of the eyes approached silently, then suddenly stretched out his hands, and pushed Luo Zime's back with all his strength. This push came too suddenly. Without warning, Luo Zime lost her balance in an instant, and was ruthlessly pushed out of the car. Chapter 142. Luo Zime felt a violent force suddenly attacking from behind, and her body rushed forward like a kite with a broken string. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly tried to grab something, but there was no support point where her hands could reach. Her body quickly flew out of the car, and with a dull crash, Luo Zime fell heavily on the hard ground. In the dust, she rolled several times, trying to reduce the impact of the collision. Finally, Luo Zime stopped. She raised her head, her eyes were cold as ice, and she stared at Qi Ming's sinister face that was distorted by the conspiracy. Gu Xiaowei witnessed all this, and her face lost color in an instant. She shouted in panic, "No, Zimei!" She instinctively rushed forward and wanted to reach out to pull Luo Zimei back to the car, but Su Tianlu hugged her tightly, making Gu Xiaowei unable to move. "Let me go! Stop the car! Tell them to stop the car! Go save her!" Gu Xiaowei looked at the zombies approaching behind Luo Zimei, tears welling up like a spring, anxiously struggling in Su Tianliu's arms. Su Tianliu's hand did not relax at all, his face was expressionless, and his tone was cold and hard. "Stop the car, and you will die, don't mess around." She fell down by herself. This is her life. The other people in the car also showed indifference. At this critical moment of life and death, compared with their own lives, the lives of others seemed insignificant. Gu Xiaowei's eyes were blurred with tears, and she kept shaking her head. She turned her head and glared at Qi Ming, shouting angrily. It was obviously this crazy woman who pushed her out of the car. "Are you all blind?" The people around turned their heads and avoided their eyes. What if they saw it? Do you still expect them to stand up and uphold justice? Luo Zimei was obviously beyond help, so why should they offend the man behind Qi Ming? It was a thankless job. Gu Xiaowei looked around at the cold faces around her. Her whole body was cold, and her heart sank to the bottom. Qi Ming's eyes flashed with resentment, and her tone was sarcastic. She couldn't stand steadily. "How can you blame me? Don't bite me randomly. I think that vixen deserved it." "Shut up. You are the one who deserves to die. You are simply a vicious woman." Gu Xiaowei was so angry that she really wanted to take out a knife and kill the woman in front of her. Qi Ming just crossed her arms, her nose turned up, and her face was full of arrogance and disdain. Su Tianlu hugged Gu Xiaowei tightly, who wanted to rush forward, with dissatisfaction in his eyes. He spoke in a low, threatening tone, and warned Gu Xiaowei sternly, "Control your emotions, don't go crazy and cause trouble. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Su Tianlu knew in his heart that he couldn't offend Qi Ming's mistresses because of Gu Xiaowei. He was at a critical moment in the fight for the third in command of the base, and he needed everyone's support. He must not let this woman, who lost control of her emotions, ruin his long-term plan. In fact, Su Tianlu had secretly coveted Luo Zimei for a long time, but because of Luo Zimei's special relationship with the deputy base, he had been suppressing his instinctive desires and did not dare to take action. Now Luo Zimei's death makes Su Tianlu feel a little regretful, but he can't do anything about it. In the Doomsday, survival is the only rule. Those who can't survive can't blame others for being ruthless. After all, this is the elimination mechanism of the Doomsday, which is both cruel and realistic. The voice of Su Tianlu in her ear was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, which made Gu Xiaowei shiver, and the hairs on her body stood up immediately. She felt desperate. Seeing Luo Zimei's figure becoming increasingly blurred, her heart felt cold, and she called out with sobs, "Zimei! Zimei!" Luo Zimei stopped chasing the vehicle, knowing that the vehicle would not stop for her. She turned her head to look at the zombies chasing her, and without any hesitation, she ran to the center of the town at the fastest speed. Luo Zimei knew that she would only have a chance of survival if she hid in a complete and solid building, otherwise she would die. Luo Zimei's steps were hurried, hitting the ground, her breathing became heavy, and cold sweat dripped from her body. Feeling the zombies getting closer and closer, she was full of resentment. She still had many things to do, and her hatred had not been avenged. How could Luo Zimei accept such a humiliating end to her life? The resentment made her eyes red. At the same time, on the top of a tall building, two figures were particularly eye-catching in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Sister, why are those zombies transparent?" Jiang Zheng looked at the transparent zombies running in the ruins in the distance curiously, looked up puzzledly, and asked Jiang Jinli beside him. Jiang Jinli raised her eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This should be a 5th-level zombie. Jiang Jinli and Jiang Zheng were originally wandering aimlessly in the town, but they didn't expect to encounter a large-scale zombie tide. After cleaning up some mutant zombies, she took Jiang Zheng to the roof. After all, Jiang Jinli didn't have time to clean up such a large group of ordinary zombies. I originally planned to wait until the zombie tide passed before going down, but unexpectedly, the two accidentally found traces of 5th-level zombies on the roof. Jiang Zheng's eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "Sister, Crystal Core, you can finally upgrade." Jiang Zheng has blind admiration and absolute trust in Jiang Jinli. In her heart, her sister is invincible. Now that Jiang Jinli can find the crystal core to upgrade, Jiang Zheng is happier than anyone else. Jiang Jinli's mood also became cheerful. She squinted her eyes and looked into the distance through the edge of the roof. Zombies are chasing a woman. Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. She didn't know how these 5th-level zombies would attack. Just thinking of the disgusting long tongue, she couldn't help but frown. She lowered her head and said to Jiang Zheng, "Let's go." Jiang Zheng immediately raised his hand to hug her waist, and the two disappeared on the roof in an instant. Luo Zime's heart was beating wildly, her throat was dry as fire, and every breath became difficult. Her physical strength had reached the limit. Behind her, the zombies were extremely excited and seemed to enjoy this game of chasing prey. They jumped between the walls, and their scarlet tongues shot out from their mouths like sharp arrows from time to time, trying to capture Luo Zime. Luo Zime kept changing directions while running, trying to get rid of the zombies, who were chasing her relentlessly. Sometimes she would rush into the building. But those shabby doors could not withstand the corrosive liquid attacks of the zombies, and her escape route was blocked again and again. Despair surged in her heart. Luo Zime knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she would end her life here today. A sharp roar sounded, and the zombies instantly accelerated, and Luo Zime was completely surrounded in an instant. She stopped, panting, and looked around at the ugly zombies. They were either standing upside down on the wall or hanging in the air, with scarlet eyes and sharp teeth flashing fiercely, as if ready to tear Luo Zime into pieces at any time. Luo Zime suddenly chuckled, and the laughter echoed in the quiet town, which seemed extremely strange and sad. She sorted out her clothes in an orderly manner, combed her messy hair, and then sat against the wall with a calm attitude. Luo Zime lowered her head, her eyes curved into an arc, and a faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She murmured to herself, "Alas, I will die, but it's a pity that this way of dying is too ungraceful and damaging to my image." It was even more tragic than being torn apart by 5 horses. After a moment, she raised her eyelids and glanced at the excited zombies around her, with a disdainful tone. "I know you beasts understand. I have no ability to escape, and I have nothing to say if I am killed by you. Give me a quick death." After speaking, Luo Zime sighed, with complex emotions in her eyes, then tilted her head back, leaned against the cold wall, and slowly closed her eyes. The zombies exchanged glances with each other, opened their bloody mouths, and let out hoarse and terrifying laughter. They were surprised at Luo Zime's courage and sense of urgency, so they decided to give her a quick death. Zombies let out an excited scream, stretched out their slimy tongues, and prepared to attack at the same time and tear Luo Zime into pieces. At this critical moment, a cold female voice suddenly exploded in their minds. "To be honest, your way of attack is really disgusting." Chapter 143. All the zombies were shocked, and instantly retracted their long scarlet tongues and entered a state of alert. Their bald heads turned around, trying to find the source of the sound. When they saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appearing not far away, they immediately let out a tearing scream. The moment they came into contact with Jiang Jinli's cold eyes, the zombies felt unprecedented fear, and a chill rushed from their backs to their foreheads. This human made them feel too dangerous. The oppressive aura and the sudden voice in their minds clearly told them that this woman was definitely not simple. The zombies let out a piercing roar again, and without any hesitation, they turned around and fled at an astonishing speed. Although these zombies have lost their humanity, their instinct for survival makes them choose to escape when they feel deadly danger. After all, they have just upgraded and don't want to die so easily. Jiang Jinli sneered with disdain in her eyes. The crystal cores in the brains of these zombies are the materials for her upgrade. How could she let them escape? Jiang Jinli disappeared instantly and chased in the direction where the zombies were running away. Luo Zime waited for a long time, but only heard the zombies screaming, but did not see them approaching to attack, which confused her, and she could not help but open her eyes. She was stunned. There was nothing around her, and the traces of the zombies had disappeared without a trace. In her sight, there was only a little girl holding a long sword and wearing black clothes, standing alone in the open space, looking into the distance. Luo Zime immediately stood up and slowly walked towards the little girl, her heart full of surprise. The little girl seemed young, but her cool appearance made her admire. Luo Zime walked to Jiang Zheng and slowly said, "Little sister, I want to ask." But Jiang Zheng quickly made a silent gesture and interrupted her words. Jiang Zheng looked up at Luo Zime, then turned his head and looked into the distance. "Let's talk later. Let's watch my sister fight first." Luo Zime followed Jiang Zheng's line of sight, and the scene in front of her made her pupils shrink suddenly. In this broken city ruins, between the wreckage of high-rise buildings, a slender figure flickered like a ghost. She shuttled lightly and quickly between the ruins, as if she was the soul of this ruin, perfectly integrated with it. The black long knife in her hand shone with cold light, which contrasted with her erratic figure. It was dazzling. Every time the knife was swung down, it accurately harvested the lives of zombies. Those zombies that originally made people feel terrified were now like dogs that had lost their homes, running around, trying their best to escape from this massacre. This woman's strength is so terrifying. Luo Zime looked at the scene in shock, and lowered her head to confirm with Jiang Zheng, "Is this your sister?" Jiang Zheng nodded, her eyes always following Jiang Jinli's figure, and said proudly, "Yes, my sister." Not only is she her sister, but also a strong person she looks up to, and a guiding light in her life. Luo Zime cast her eyes into the distance again, and her heartbeat gradually accelerated. She knew that this was not out of fear, but excitement. She had never seen such a powerful and mysterious person, and this person was a woman. As a woman, Luo Zime felt an unprecedented sense of pride. In today's Doomsday, excellent and powerful women are really rare, at least in Luo Zime's experience, there has never been one. Although Luo Zime was reluctant to admit it, the reality was that women were in a very difficult situation in this new world. No matter which force it was almost dominated by men, who used their natural physiological advantages to constantly oppress women. This phenomenon was particularly evident in the free base, which was almost a microcosm of a patriarchal society, with oppression and injustice everywhere. Women were in a low position, and had a hard life. Now, she was fortunate enough to meet such a powerful woman, which gave Luo Zime great hope, and made her believe that in the future, women could also carve out a world of their own. Luo Zime was eager to meet this woman, and even wanted to see her true face with her own eyes. Jiang Jinli solved these zombies at a very fast speed, and every time he chopped them with his knife, it was as clean and neat as flowing water. It had to be admitted that the 5th level zombies were indeed unique. Their attack power was extremely powerful. Not only could they be transparent and invisible, but they could also spray poison and corrosive liquids. Moreover, as the zombies evolved, their appearance was gradually improving. They were no longer rotten. Except for the eyes, the facial features were getting closer and closer to humans. However, that long tongue still makes people feel sick. As she got the crystal cores one by one, Jiang Jinli was filled with joy. After tonight, her ability will definitely break through to the 6th level. After confirming that there were no missing crystal cores, she walked towards Jiang Zheng. Many years later, Luo Zime still clearly remembered her first encounter with Jiang Jinli, and the surprise she brought. In the ruins, broken bricks and twisted soil were scattered all over the ground, and the wind whistled, passing through the ruins, making bursts of sobs. The sky was gloomy, and the storm was coming. In this dim light, Jiang Jinli walked slowly and powerfully with a long knife in hand. Every step was on the dust of time, with an irresistible force. She was graceful, as tall as a lone pine, and her dark eyes seemed to be able to see through all the nothingness. When Jiang Jinli stopped beside Luo Zime still stared at her in a daze. "Sister." Jiang Zheng's eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Jinli touched her head, and then turned his gaze to Luo Zime. Luo Zime smiled with her lips curled, and a classic line flashed in her mind, and suddenly a sentence popped up. "I can't repay the grace of saving my life. It seems that I can only promise you my body." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Zime was stunned, and then she realized what she said. She covered her mouth and laughed like a silver bell, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Luo Zime tilted her head, blinked her charming eyes, and teased, "Young lady, do you need it?" Jiang Jinli was a little stunned by Luo Zime's sudden frankness and enthusiasm. This was the first time in her life that she met such a frank and bold woman. Luo Zime's voice has a unique hoarse texture. It is not charming, but like the wind in the desert, low and magnetic, which sounds comfortable and even a little intoxicating. Looking at Luo Zime with a smile on her face, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, thinking that this woman's personality is very interesting. She responded with the same teasing tone, "It's just a little effort. As for the promise of your body, that's not necessary." Jiang Jinli then asked, "Are you from the free base?" This is not difficult to guess. After all, there are only forces from the free base around this town. Luo Zime's expression became serious, and she smiled and said, "That's right. My name is Luo Zime. Thank you for saving me." Jiang Jinli couldn't help but carefully look at Luo Zime standing in front of her. Her wheat-colored skin is delicate and elastic, exuding a healthy luster. She is plump and well-proportioned. She has a charming face, a beautiful forehead and eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes as clear as autumn water. A small mole at the end of her eye, like the brightest star in the night sky, adds a bit of unique charm to her, and there is an indescribable charm. When talking to her, her eyes are flowing, as if they can speak, full of enthusiasm and vitality. As the name suggests, this is a charming woman, born with beauty, and a real beauty. Jiang Jinli retracted her gaze, and began to think carefully in her heart. The traces of the 5th-level zombies appeared in this town, which means that there is a high probability that the energy fruit is hidden nearby. She decided to go and find out. So, Jiang Jinli looked at Luo Zime and asked again, "Where did you encounter those 5th-level zombies?" Although Luo Zime didn't understand her intention, she didn't hesitate and quickly answered, "It was at an inconspicuous intersection in the town. They suddenly appeared after the zombies passed by." Without waiting for Jiang Jinli to explain further, Luo Zime asked directly, "Why are you asking this? Are you going there?" Jiang Jinli nodded to confirm. Luo Zime smiled and walked in front, saying as she walked, "Please follow me, I will take you there." Jiang Jinli and Jiang Zheng followed behind. After a while, the three arrived at the place where the 5th-level zombies appeared. The corpses and mottled bloodstains lying on the ground silently told the previous tragic situation. Jiang Jinli looked around and finally locked his eyes on a dense forest on the distant mountain on the right, with a smile on his face. As expected, there were fruits there. She turned to Luo Zime and said, "Thank you for leading the way. I plan to go into the mountains and say goodbye now." Chapter 144. Seeing her leaving, Luo Zime stepped forward and said hurriedly, "Wait, you should go to find the fruit, right? Can I go with you?" Since the beginning of the apocalypse, Luo Zime's luck has not been very good, and she has never seen that kind of magical and rare supernatural fruit. The reason why she frequently goes out for adventures is also to hope to find a fruit to awaken her supernatural power. But unfortunately, luck did not come to Luo Zime. Now that she has the opportunity to see it with her own eyes, she naturally does not want to miss it. Although Luo Zime has no other specialties, she has a very accurate eye for people. Although Jiang Jinli in front of her is mysterious and powerful, he is a person with a bottom line, giving her an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Therefore, Luo Zime dared to muster up the courage to make this request. Jiang Jinli glanced at Luo Zime and did not refuse. She had a good impression of Luo Zime and thought that this woman looked very pleasing to the eye. Jiang Jinli said nothing more, holding Jiang Zheng with one hand and Luo Zime with the other, and the three of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. Luo Zime felt a slender hand suddenly grasp her waist, and before she could react, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. She sometimes stepped on hard rocks, sometimes jumped on the swaying treetops, and continued to move towards the mountains. Her figure was as light as nothing, as if she was flying in space, and the breeze brushed her cheeks. Luo Zime widened her eyes, with an incredible expression on her face. She then held Jiang Jinli's hand, turned her head and looked at her, and smiled excitedly. "It feels like flying, so interesting, you are so awesome." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Zime giggled. Her voice was light, happy, and slightly hoarse, like a gust of tipsy wind, lingering in Jiang Jinli's ears. Luo Zime's face flushed slightly, her eyes sparkled, and she said to Jiang Jinli again, "I have never experienced this kind of freedom in my life. Thank you so much, you are so likable." Jiang Jinli's arms gave people an unparalleled sense of security. Luo Zime had seen countless people, but it was indeed the first time she had met someone like Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli listened to Luo Zime's enthusiastic words, pursed her lips slightly, and was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond at all. Luo Zime's laughter was pleasant to the ears, and she seemed to be born to laugh. Jiang Jinli sped up, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, the three of them came to the top of a tall and lush mutant tree. They looked down from a high place, and their vision suddenly became clear. "This tree is so beautiful. Is that green one the supernatural fruit? It's amazing." Luo Zime looked at the trees below that were as hot as flames, and her heart was shocked. This scene was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Especially the small and delicate green fruit on the tree, which is particularly eye-catching. "Yes, that is the supernatural fruit," Jiang Jinli replied. Around the tree, several 5th-level zombies were falling asleep, and a group of mutant beasts were wandering around. "Wait for me here," Jiang Jinli said, and rushed down like an arrow. Luo Zime and Jiang Zheng held the tree trunk tightly, staring at the bottom. Luo Zime looked at Jiang Jinli's ghostly figure and the strength she showed by easily killing the 5th level zombies, full of admiration. How she wished she could live like that freely and powerfully. Instead of being forced to smile every day and please that disgusting man like now, living a life on thin ice. It seems that the plan needs to be accelerated. Luo Zime knew that the girl's strength must be far superior to that man, and killing him should be easy. But they just met today, how can she have the nerve to ask for help? Besides, she can't afford any reward. Thinking of this, Luo Zime couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, the leaves shook, and Jiang Jinli's figure appeared in front of them again. Luo Zime shouted in surprise. So fast. Well, let's go back. Jiang Jinli acted quickly, and took the two of them to the town below again. After a while, they returned to the road to the town. Girl, I'm so happy to meet you. Can you tell me your name? Luo Zime asked with a smile after she stood firm. Jiang Jinli also did not refuse, and smiled lightly. My name is Jiang Jinli. Seeing her response, Luo Zime's eyebrows curved, her smile became stronger, and she seemed very happy. Jiang Jinli suddenly remembered something and asked Luo Zime, how much do you know about the population size of the free base? Luo Zime's eyes lit up, and she smiled. You asked the right person this question. One of my jobs in the base is to be responsible for population management and statistics. She further asked, are you asking this because you are looking for someone? If so, tell me, I will definitely help you find it. Luo Zime herself has certain management skills, which is why she can stay with Cheng Biao and be reused. Jiang Jinli raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect such a coincidence. This saved her a lot of time looking for it. I'm looking for my sister, her name is Jiang Shuman. Then please help me check if there is this person in the base. Luo Zime seemed confident and said with a smile, don't worry, leave this to me. Jiang Jinli asked, can you give me news tomorrow? Of course. Luo Zime agreed very straightforwardly. In this free base with a population of less than 10,000, it is not difficult for her to find a specific person. Jiang Jinli said again, then I trouble you, I will go to the base to find you tomorrow morning. After that, she took out a car from the space, and put it in front of Luo Zime. Since you are alone and don't have a car, and it's getting late, just drive this car back. Luo Zime looked at the sudden vehicle, her eyes slightly widened, and she was stunned for a moment. A warm current quietly surged in her heart. Luo Zime was worrying about how to return to the base. It is almost impossible to find an intact vehicle in this ruin. Don't even expect the base to send someone to pick it up. In that place where all kinds of people are mixed, there are false feelings everywhere, and no one can rely on. But here in Jiang Jinli, whom she just met, she felt a trace of long-lost kindness and care. Luo Zime turned her head to look at Jiang Jinli. Her eyes were full of emotions, her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't find the right words to express her gratitude. She no longer stuck to etiquette, and directly expressed her emotions and feelings with actions. Luo Zime walked up, gently hugged Jiang Jinli, and whispered in her ear, thank you so much. Jiang Jinli did not avoid the hug. She understood that this was Luo Zime's way of expressing her emotions. After a while, Luo Zime let go of her, and turned to get into the car. Her eyes were slightly red. She looked up at Jiang Jinli again, with a gentle smile on her lips, then I go first. Remember to come find me tomorrow. Her tone was soft, like rippling water. Goodbye. She did not forget to send a flying kiss to Jiang Jinli, then chuckled and started the car and drove away. Only the crisp laughter like a silver bell was left, echoing in the silent air. Jiang Zheng had been observing silently, and finally couldn't help but say, Sister, she is really enthusiastic. Jiang Jinli felt the same way. Shin Qingxi's coldness, Qilu's restraint, Su Ruinju's obedience, each of them has their own unique personality. But Jiang Jinli did meet a woman as straightforward and enthusiastic as Luo Zime for the first time, giving people a refreshing feeling. Jiang Jinli retracted his gaze, let's go. The two of them turned around and headed towards the center of the town. Thanks to Luo Zime's help, Jiang Jinli was able to avoid a lot of unnecessary searches. Tomorrow, she plans to make a simple tour and sense the base first, and then go to Luo Zime to confirm whether her sister is really here. If she is not in the free base, they will set off immediately and go to Yongzhou. Chapter 145. Luo Zime held the steering wheel, and sped along the main road leading to Dongyuan. Her mood was as ups and downs as this bumpy road. Today's experience can be said to be from the abyss of despair to an unexpected surprise. Everything changed so quickly that it seemed like riding an exciting roller coaster. What comforted her most was that she met an extraordinary woman like Jiang Jinli, which made her very happy. Luo Zime's mouth unconsciously curled up a sneer, thinking to herself, today she survived by chance, but the ruthless Ji Ming had to die. As the tension gradually eased, Luo Zime suddenly felt a strong wave of fatigue and hunger. She realized that she had not eaten since she hurriedly ate something in the morning, and she had been running for her life all day. Now her physical strength is close to the limit. Fortunately, Luo Zime is very familiar with this route, which is relatively safe, and the base is not far ahead. Otherwise, if she encountered zombies again on the way, she was really not sure if she would have the strength to fight. Just as Luo Zime was concentrating on driving, she accidentally caught a glimpse of a black bag on the co-pilot seat. She had been focusing on the road conditions before, and had not noticed the bag at all. Driven by curiosity, Luo Zime picked up the bag with one hand and opened it. The things inside made her stunned instantly. The vehicle slowly stopped by the roadside. Luo Zime stared at the water and food in the bag, her eyes moist, and her heart was mixed with mixed feelings. She tore open a bag of bread and ate it slowly, tears sliding down her cheeks. She choked and said to herself, I am so lucky today. How can I meet such a good fairy? It's so rare. Luo Zime couldn't express in words how she felt when she saw the food. It was like a dying person suddenly got the nectar of life. Jiang Jinli's attentiveness and thoughtfulness moved Luo Zime deeply. In this doomsday, how could there be such a warm and powerful person? She quickly finished a few bags of bread and drank a bottle of water. The feeling of being full made her feel much more comfortable. Luo Zime rested her forehead on the steering wheel, closed her eyes, and sighed deeply. Then she wiped her tears, sat up straight, restarted the engine, and accelerated towards the base. In the ruins of Dongyuan City, a new base stood tall in a relatively remote area with high terrain. Surrounded by an abandoned industrial area and a cluster of mutant plants, it formed a natural external protection barrier. The main structure of the base is solid, built of heavy iron blocks and concrete, and the towering walls guard the tranquility inside. The walls are covered with dense barbed wire and alarm devices, and high towers stand on the four corners of the base. The guards are always alert, observing the surrounding movements through telescopes from time to time. The entrance to the base is a steel door, and men in simple uniforms are patrolling at the door. The entire base is simple and rough, without too much decoration, giving people a sense of simplicity. This is the Freedom Base, established by the two brothers Cheng Xiao and Cheng Biao. Before the Doomsday, the two of them already had a certain amount of power, and a group of followers. After the Doomsday, the two brothers unexpectedly awakened their superpowers and developed strong ambitions. They quickly occupied this strategic location and began to gradually expand their power. At first, there were not many people. But Cheng Xiao's awakened ice ability was particularly valuable in a hot environment, so the base quickly attracted many people to join. Correspondingly, Cheng Biao's wood ability allowed him to grow food even on dry land. The abilities of these two people complemented each other and greatly promoted the development of the base. As a result, the population size expanded rapidly, reaching more than 8,000, and it continued to grow every day. However, due to the rough personalities of the two brothers and the lack of effective management measures, the order of the free base seemed a bit chaotic. In addition, the personnel composition in the base was complex, and bloody fights occurred from time to time. But as long as these things did not affect the interests of the two brothers, they usually did not interfere too much. Because the purpose of their establishment of the base was not to create a peaceful and democratic community, but to satisfy their own desires and ambitions. As long as they were willing to support the two brothers, no matter what their identity was before the end of the world, they could join. As the population increased, the two brothers collected more and more crystal cores. Their abilities had climbed to the 5th level, becoming the most powerful existence in the base. Cheng Xiao is ruthless and steady. As the base expands, his ambition grows. While he is busy expanding the base, he sends people to look for supernatural fruits. At the same time, he keeps sending people to the north to try to find a large base to establish a cooperative relationship. After several months of continuous efforts, Cheng Xiao successfully made contact with a large base with tens of thousands of people. The base is called Hope Base, which was created by two major family groups. It is rich in materials, has many supernatural people, and is very powerful. The cooperation will be carried out in the near future. Hearing that the eldest daughter of the Tang family will come in person, this news makes Cheng Xiao excited. If the cooperation is successful, his base will usher in great development. These days, Cheng Xiao has been busy preparing food, cleaning the room, and making full preparations for the arrival of the eldest daughter. At this moment, A group of survivors who escaped from the town gathered in the wide square of the free base. They were tired and panicked. They thought they could have a good rest after arriving at the base, but they never thought that the emergency assembly order of the deputy base commander broke their extravagant hopes. They didn't even have a chance to breathe. Chung Biao is famous in the base for his toughness, lust, and occasional brutality. At this time, he was standing at the front of the crowd. His sturdy and strong body gave people a sense of oppression, and under his broad forehead, a pair of cruel eyes scanned the crowd in front of him. Chung Biao suppressed his anger in his voice, almost roaring and questioning, "Didn't you hear it? Answer me, why did Zimei fall off the car?" He and his elder brother Chung Shao jointly manage the base. His elder brother is responsible for expansion and diplomacy, while he is responsible for internal management. Chung Biao knows that he is not a management talent, but in this case, he has no choice. Although the base has a large population, most of them are ordinary people, and cannot bear the heavy responsibility. Even if some people have management ability, they are superpowers themselves and have certain power. Chung Biao dare not trust them, let alone risk handing over the management of the base to them. Just when Chung Biao was overwhelmed, Luo Zimei volunteered. After a few days of trial, her performance made Chung Biao very satisfied. Luo Zimei's identity is innocent, and her ability is outstanding. She has no special ability, and no power background in the base. She is almost the ideal choice for Chung Biao, a trustworthy assistant. Chung Biao did not hesitate, and directly arranged Luo Zimei to be his secretary to assist him in handling various chores in the base, while he continued to enjoy his free life. Luo Zimei's business ability is very outstanding. She handles everything in an orderly manner, which makes Chung Biao very happy. He told all this to his eldest brother Chung Shao, but received a serious warning. Let him be careful of Luo Zimei, because his eldest brother thought Luo Zimei might have some intentions. But Chung Biao didn't care. He thought his eldest brother was too cautious. There was nothing between him and Luo Zimei, so what purpose could she have? Besides, Chung Biao was a superpower. How could he be afraid of a weak woman? As time went on, Luo Zimei frequently went in and out of Chung Biao's residence and office, which made everyone in the base mistakenly believe that there was an improper relationship between the two of them. Luo Zimei didn't care about it, and Chung Biao was even more happy. He wished he could really be involved with Luo Zimei. Chung Biao hinted to Luo Zimei many times, hoping that she could become his woman. But Luo Zimei always cleverly avoided his hints, making Chung Biao confused. Luo Zimei was like an attractive flower, swaying in front of him every day, making Chung Biao feel itchy, but unable to touch. Chung Biao's patience was gradually exhausted. He planned to take Luo Zimei for himself tonight regardless of everything, even if he had to force her. Chung Biao thought. Once he got Luo Zimei's body, she would completely compromise and belong to him completely. Every time he thought of Luo Zimei's attractive figure, Chung Biao's heart was filled with endless desire. But fate played the cruelest joke on Chung Biao before he could take action. Luo Zimei was dead. This news was like a heavy hammer, shattering Chung Biao's fantasy. How could he not be angry? Chapter 146. Chung Biao's questioning echoed in the crowd. The survivors looked confused and exchanged confused glances. Most of them knew nothing about Luo Zimei's experience. Deputy Base Commander, we were all sitting in the first two cars, and had no idea what happened in the truck behind. One person spoke cautiously, with fear on his face, for fear of angering Chung Biao. Yes, yes. Others echoed, eager to distance themselves from the matter. Those who knew the truth chose to remain silent. They shrank their necks, trying to make themselves less conspicuous in the crowd, and dared not face Chung Biao's sharp eyes. They knew that they were weak, and if they talked too much, they might suffer an accident. Chung Biao's face became more and more gloomy, and his eyes were like knives, scanning everyone present one by one. When his eyes were fixed on the woman in Su Tianliu's arms, his eyes froze instantly. Chung Biao sneered and said sarcastically, Su Tianliu, what are you doing? Are you afraid that someone will snatch your wife away in broad daylight? Su Tianliu smiled awkwardly, took out a hand to push his gold-rimmed glasses, and explained, That's not right. It's just that my wife is a little dizzy, I just supported her. Being watched by everyone, Su Tianliu couldn't hold Gu Xiaowei anymore, so he had to let her go. Gu Xiaowei broke free from his arms, gasping for breath. Obviously, Su Tianliu had been holding her head tightly to prevent her from saying something she shouldn't say. Now, Gu Xiaowei couldn't care less. When she thought of Luo Zimei's misfortune, she felt unbearable pain. It was Qi Ming. It was Qi Ming who pushed Zimei out of the car. Gu Xiaowei cried with hatred. Really? Chung Biao's eyes swept over Gu Xiaowei's weak and slender body, and a trace of barely perceptible greed flashed across his eyes. From the moment Gu Xiaowei entered the base, she attracted Cheng Biao's attention. Her weakness and charm made Cheng Biao's heart waver. Unfortunately, she was already someone else's wife. Cheng Biao was not yet at the point of snatching someone else's wife, so he could only suppress his desire. Everyone said that Cheng Biao was lustful, but he was not interested in all women. He only had a special liking for those women who were both weak and charming, such as Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei in front of him. As for women like Qi Ming who took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, and were scheming, they could not arouse Cheng Biao's interest at all. It's really her. I saw Qi Ming push Zime out of the car with my own eyes. She is a cruel and vicious woman, Gu Xiaowei said confidently. Cheng Biao's face darkened, and he looked a little fierce, and his eyes turned to the direction where Qi Ming was. Qi Ming tried her best to reduce her presence in the crowd, and tried to avoid everyone's attention. But Gu Xiaowei's words made Qi Ming feel ominous. When Cheng Biao's eyes locked on her, she couldn't help but feel a chill. Qi Ming stared at Gu Xiaowei, with resentment in her eyes. You are slandering me. What evidence do you have to prove that it was me? She turned to Cheng Biao, and argued eagerly, Deputy Base Commander, Gu Xiaowei, and I have never been on good terms. She is taking revenge for personal gain. Why didn't anyone see it, but she saw it alone? Don't you think it's strange? As she spoke, Qi Ming's eyes were already filled with tears, and her voice became choked. I am a weak woman, helpless in this base, and I can only survive with your protection, the Deputy Base Commander. Please be careful, and don't let that woman's false accusation succeed. She cried very suppressedly. The pitiful look moved the people around her. The two men watching from a distance saw this, and immediately stepped forward, supported Qi Ming, and said to Cheng Biao seriously, Deputy Base Commander, such unfounded accusations cannot be believed. Another man immediately echoed, Yes, this is obviously her slander. These two men were both ambiguous objects of Qi Ming. Seeing her so pitiful, they naturally couldn't help but stand up to defend her. Gu Xiaowei was so excited by Qi Ming's acting skills that her face turned red, and her body trembled slightly. Just when she wanted to say something, Su Tianlu grabbed her and pinched Gu Xiaowei secretly to stop her from continuing. Su Tianlu then turned his gaze to the two men with unfriendly faces and apologized. My wife has been under a lot of mental stress recently, and has been talking nonsense. I am really sorry that I have not been able to take good care of her. Su Tianlu knew very well that these people in front of him were all people with supernatural powers, and were not people who could be easily provoked. Gu Xiaowei's accusation may have brought unnecessary trouble to himself. Su Tianlu thought to himself that this woman seemed to be itching again, and really deserved to be dealt with. A trace of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. The two men saw that Su Tianlu knew how to advance and retreat so well, so they shifted their attention and refocused their sight on Cheng Biao. Cheng Biao looked at Qi Ming with murderous intent in his eyes, but when he saw the two men beside her, he suppressed this impulse in his heart. Cheng Biao knew that what Gu Xiaowei said was probably true, and Qi Ming was probably the real murderer who pushed Luo Zime out of the car. But he couldn't act rashly. First of all, Luo Zime was already dead, and killing Qi Ming would be useless. Secondly, it was obviously not a wise move to offend these superpowers for a dead person. Besides, Cheng Biao did not have solid evidence, and killing people indiscriminately was not in line with the code of conduct of a regular base. In addition, the base was currently expanding, and new members joined every day. Cheng Biao didn't want to deter survivors from the base because of his brutal behavior. Thinking of this, Cheng Biao could only swallow his anger and snorted coldly. When he was about to turn around and leave, a guard ran over in a hurry and announced loudly, Deputy Base Commander, Miss Lu is back. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shocking everyone. The crowd immediately boiled, and everyone's eyes were focused in the same direction. When they saw the woman walking towards them with a smile on her face and an elegant figure, they all gasped. How could it be possible that an ordinary woman with no special powers could escape from the sharp teeth of a group of 5th-level zombies? They never believed that the zombies would have mercy on her and let her go, but Luo Zime did come back alive. All this seemed extremely strange. Qi Ming, in particular, stared at Luo Zime with wide eyes and an incredible look on her face, feeling anxious. She was full of doubts. Why is this vixen still alive? How did she escape from the siege of so many 5th-level zombies? It's over. Everything is over. Luo Zime is cruel and ruthless. If she didn't die, then I might be in big trouble. Qi Ming's legs were weak with fear, and cold sweat on her back. She subconsciously reached out to grab the two men around her for support, but saw that they quickly stepped back. Seeing Qi Ming's terrified look, everyone with a discerning eye realized that the truth was revealed. This was clearly a conspiracy against Luo Zime, but Luo Zime was lucky to survive. The facts were in front of them, and the two of them dared not defend Qi Ming anymore. After all, Luo Zime was the woman of the deputy base commander, and they didn't need to offend Cheng Biao, the person in power, for Qi Ming. Qi Ming grabbed nothing with both hands, and endless despair surged in her heart, and her eyes were full of self-mockery. These were the men she had always relied on, a group of cowardly cowards. Gu Xiaowei came back to her senses from the shock, and a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face. She eagerly broke free from Su Tianliu's big hand and rushed to Luo Zime. As soon as she reached Luo Zime, Gu Xiaowei hugged her tightly, choking with tears in her eyes. Zime. Thank God you are okay, it's so good, so good. Luo Zime gently patted Gu Xiaowei's shoulder, with a slight smile on her lips. I won't thank the heavens and the earth, I will only thank the little fairy. When she thought of Jiang Jinli, Luo Zime's eyebrows were full of gentle smiles. Chapter 147. Gu Xiaowei let go of Luo Zime and frowned slightly, obviously confused by Luo Zime's words, but she didn't delve into it. The important thing is that Luo Zime came back alive, which made Gu Xiaowei feel relieved and extremely happy. Luo Zime looked at Gu Xiaowei and smiled mischievously. Don't worry, I'm fine. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and her eyes passed through Gu Xiaowei's shoulders and swept coldly in the direction of Qi Ming. However, someone is destined to pay the price for his actions. Luo Zime's words were full of unquestionable determination. After she finished speaking, she walked straight to the crowd, and Gu Xiaowei followed behind her. Luo Zime was not dead. In addition to Gu Xiaowei, Cheng Biao was naturally the most excited. He immediately strode forward and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It's you, Zime, who can survive like this? Cheng Biao was also curious about how Luo Zime survived the attack of the 5th level zombie. Even for himself, facing the 5th level zombies, the chance of survival is slim. But Cheng Biao's rough personality prevented him from delving into the details too much. For him, as long as people are alive, that's enough. When Cheng Biao thought of the plan for tonight, he couldn't suppress his inner expectations and excitement. His hand unconsciously raised, wanting to hug Luo Zime in front of everyone. But Luo Zime cleverly avoided it. She looked up at Cheng Biao, with a smile on her lips, and raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked, Deputy Base Commander, someone wants my life, and now I want to seek justice, should it be? No problem. Cheng Biao put down his hand, not embarrassed, and smiled again. Of course, there is no rule prohibiting revenge in the free base. As long as there is evidence, revenge is naturally justified. Luo Zime walked straight towards Qi Ming. Seeing this, the crowd quickly dispersed, leaving a large open space, leaving Qi Ming alone standing in the middle, looking pale. Every step Luo Zime took seemed to be stepping on Qi Ming's heart, and the dark cloud of death locked her tightly, making it difficult to breathe. Fear drove Qi Ming to turn around and flee instinctively, but the guards were standing all around, surrounding her, and her way was completely blocked. Helplessly, Qi Ming had to turn around and face the increasingly approaching Luo Zime again, pulling out the knife behind her and holding it tightly in her hand. Her lips trembled constantly, and her voice was filled with tears, almost begging, No. Miss Luo, I know I was wrong, I'm sorry, please spare my life. Qi Ming said anxiously, I won't dare to do it again, please spare me. I will leave the base immediately and disappear from your sight forever, I promise. Luo Zime stopped not far from her, playing with a short knife in her hand. Hearing Qi Ming's plea for mercy, she sneered and mocked, Oh! You're giving in now? I thought you had the guts to kill me, but this is it? Luo Zime's smile became more and more obvious. What a pity, I'm not only the vixen you said, but also a vicious woman. Qi Ming's face turned pale, and she screamed in horror, No! She turned to the crowd around her for help. This crazy woman wants to kill me. Who will save me, please? But everyone chose to watch indifferently, unmoved. Qi Ming felt a chill in his heart and shouted angrily, Are you just going to watch me get killed? Do you have any conscience at all? She anxiously searched the crowd, hoping to find someone to help her, but everyone avoided her gaze indifferently. Finally, Qi Ming looked to Su Tianlu for help. With the last ray of hope, she cried and begged, Brother Tian. Since we have known each other for so long, please save me. Su Tianlu felt disgusted when she called his name. Despite this, he still pretended to push his glasses, put on a righteous attitude, and began to blame, Qi Ming, you really went too far this time. It is reasonable for others to take revenge now. You should take care of yourself. After Su Tianlu finished speaking, he turned his eyes to the side and stopped looking at her, completely cutting off Qi Ming's only remaining hope of survival. Qi Ming's eyes gradually dimmed. She knew that no one would help her. The only way out was to defeat Luo Zime and kill her. Thinking of this, she looked at Luo Zime and roared loudly, "I will never die. If I have to die, it will be you, vixen. I will kill you." Qi Ming's expression revealed madness and determination. She held the knife tightly in her hand and rushed towards Luo Zime without hesitation. Luo Zime seemed calm. She drew her knife and faced Qi Ming's fierce attack. Luo Zime dodged flexibly and easily avoided the attack. After the destruction of the Doomsday, the survivors have more or less learned some survival skills. Although Qi Ming's skills are not weak, she is still slightly inferior to Luo Zime. After only a few rounds of fighting, Luo Zime found Qi Ming's flaw. She quickly made a move, and the tip of the knife scratched Qi Ming's arm, and the blood immediately dyed the sleeve red. Qi Ming endured the severe pain, screamed shrilly, and her attacks became chaotic. Luo Zime sneered. Her eyes were murderous. Taking advantage of Qi Ming's distraction, she quickly approached and slashed at Qi Ming's neck without hesitation. A cold knife flashed, and Luo Zime's cruel and smiling words came into Qi Ming's ears. "It seems that you will die first." The severe pain swept through Qi Ming's body in an instant, and blood gushed out of her neck like a spring. Luo Zime did not dodge or evade, but stood in front of Qi Ming, letting the blood splash all over her body and face. But she didn't care, but laughed. She smiled with her eyes bent, saying, "Ah, look, you're going to die. I told you a long time ago not to mess with me. It must hurt. Look at the blood spraying, tut-tut, so pitiful. Be more careful in your next life." Luo Zime's bloody and crazy appearance made people around her gasp and exclaim one after another. Cheng Biao stared at Luo Zime, who was like a bloody Shura. He was stunned for a moment, and then a fanatical light emerged in his eyes. Qi Ming's pupils dilated. She dropped the knife and tightly covered her bleeding neck with both hands. Blood flowed out from between her fingers, staining the ground red. Qi Ming's face was distorted, staring at Luo Zime, and said in horror, "You are the real poisonous woman." Before she finished speaking, her body lost strength and fell straight back, making a dull sound and stirring up dust. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with her eyes open. Luo Zime raised her hand to wipe the warm liquid off her face, then lowered her eyes to glance at the blood in her hand, and smiled charmingly. "Haha, there's so much blood, my clothes are all stained, and I have to take a shower. It's so annoying." Her eyebrows were smiling, her eyes were sparkling, and the mole at the corner of her eye made her look more lively. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence, only Luo Zime's laughter echoed, which seemed weird and creepy in this bloody scene. Everyone took a step back, looking at Luo Zime, who was covered in blood but still laughing, and they couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. In this Doomsday, they need to guard not only against powerful superpowers, but also cruel and ruthless lunatics like Luo Zime. Gu Xiaowei walked to Luo Zime fearlessly, took out a tissue, raised her hand, and gently wiped the blood off her face. Luo Zime looked at her happily. Gu Xiaowei wiped patiently until Luo Zime's face was clean again. Then, she held Luo Zime's hands and wiped each finger carefully. Su Tianliu's face was so gloomy that he almost dripped water. He had never seen Gu Xiaowei treat him so gently. "I really don't know who is her man." Su Tianlu turned to look at Luo Zime, and a hint of coldness filled his heart. This woman is too dangerous. With a thorn in her smile, she is simply a cold-blooded crazy woman. Su Tianlu secretly thanked himself for having nothing to do with her, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Gu Xiaowei didn't know the complaints in the perverted man's heart. After wiping the blood off Luo Zime's hands, she said to her helplessly, "It's too dirty. Some places can't be wiped clean. Go take a shower and change clothes." Luo Zime also felt disgusted by the sticky feeling. She nodded and whispered to Gu Xiaowei, "Okay, then I go back to my room first." After that, she turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Cheng Biao's hoarse voice sounded, "Zime, remember to come find me later." Luo Zime stopped and glanced at Cheng Biao. With a smile on her lips, "I take a shower, and then go to your office." Cheng Biao's eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, Okay, come quickly." He admired Luo Zime's courage and charm more and more, and he wanted to get her urgently. Luo Zime saw Cheng Biao's undisguised desire, and her eyes showed deep disgust, but she turned and left without saying much. Chapter 148. Gu Xiaowei watched Luo Zime leave, and before she could react, she was suddenly grabbed by Su Tianliu's strong hand. Her body suddenly leaned forward, almost falling, and then she was half dragged and half pulled forward. She raised her eyes and stared at Su Tianliu's back, her eyes burning with deep resentment that could not be concealed. The crowd around saw that Luo Zime had disappeared from their sight, and the tense atmosphere finally eased. They all whispered and dispersed. Cheng Biao glanced coldly at the lifeless body on the ground, signaled to the guards around him, and then turned and strode towards the office. The guards walked up expressionlessly, with professional indifference, and quickly and skillfully cleaned the body with tools. In just a moment, the originally bustling place became empty. Only blood stains were left on the ground, quietly telling what had just happened. Because of working for Cheng Biao, Luo Zime was assigned to a small single room. Although the environment was simple, thanks to Cheng Biao's special care, she could still enjoy a relatively sufficient water source and clean her body every day. Luo Zime returned to her room, hurriedly washed off her fatigue and blood, and changed into clean clothes. She knew in her heart that Cheng Biao's patience was running out bit by bit. If Cheng Biao decided to take tough measures, Luo Zime knew that she would have nowhere to escape. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh softly, and now she could only act according to circumstances. After finishing the tidying up, Luo Zime walked towards the office. Pushing open the office door, a tall and oppressive figure came towards her, accompanied by the strong smell of sweat and body odor on the man. Luo Zime was startled and twisted her waist nimbly to avoid Cheng Biao's embrace. She turned her head and met Cheng Biao's lustful eyes, feeling uneasy. Cheng Biao felt a little regretful for hugging nothing. He quickly closed the door, turned around and stared at Luo Zime with burning eyes, slowly approached, bloodshot eyes, and said in a rough voice, "Zime, you know, I really like you, so don't reject me again." Cheng Biao tried to impress her with material things. "As long as you follow me, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory, and I can provide you with any resources." Luo Zime's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she stepped back step by step. The sticky sight made her body covered with goosebumps and nausea. But Luo Zime remained calm on the surface, even with a hint of smile. She covered her lips lightly, and said with a sweet smile, "Like me? How true are the sweet words of you men. You are just fickle people who like new things and get tired of old ones." After a moment, she stopped laughing, with a bit of sadness in her eyes, and said in a low tone, "If you really get me, I'm afraid you won't cherish me anymore. At that time, I will be alone. How should I deal with myself?" Cheng Biao's face flushed, and he shook his head eagerly to deny. "Absolutely not, don't worry, I will treat you well, believe me." As soon as the voice fell, Cheng Biao finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards Luo Zime. Luo Zime was startled and subconsciously turned around to escape, but this time, she failed to escape. Cheng Biao hugged her waist tightly from behind, and the hot and unpleasant breath lingered in Luo Zime's ears. His tone was sticky and full of desire as he said, "Zime, stop playing hard to get with me. My patience is limited. Today, I must have you. You can't escape. Instead of forcing me to use force, you might as well be more self-conscious." Cheng Biao leaned his head on Luo Zime's shoulder, closed his eyes, and sniffed the fragrance of her body intoxicatedly. The desire in his heart burned like a raging fire, and it was difficult to contain it. Luo Zime's voluptuous figure made Cheng Biao love her even more. His arms tightened involuntarily. Luo Zime's whole body was tense, and her face was extremely ugly. The pair of hands like iron clamps tightly clamped around her waist, making her almost breathless. Cheng Biao's hot breath was disgusting, and smelled like countless ants crawling on Luo Zime's skin. Making every pore of her body resist, her hair stood up, and the strong nausea almost made Luo Zime vomit. But Luo Zime knew that she was no match for Cheng Biao, and she couldn't fight him head-on. She could only pretend to be calm and stabilize his emotions first. Luo Zime exhaled, lowered her head, and slowly adjusted her breathing, resisting the extreme discomfort and urge to vomit. Then, she gently stroked Cheng Biao's arm with her fingertips, and her tone was as gentle as possible. "Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say no. Let me go first. Hurry up, you heard me." Her ending tone was deliberately prolonged, and her voice was soft and coquettish. Cheng Biao felt his whole body tremble. Even his scalp felt numb and itchy, and his breathing became heavier. This woman is really a fairy. Finally, Cheng Biao loosened his tightly embraced hands, and was eager to pull up Luo Zime's arm and walk into the inner room together. Luo Zime cleverly avoided his rude hands, and turned to face Cheng Biao. She gently touched her hair, and showed a spring breeze-like smile, which seemed to melt people's hearts. "Why are you so eager in broad daylight? Aren't you ashamed?" Chung Biao's eyes were red and full of desire, and he said eagerly, "How long do we have to wait? Zimei, please, give it to me quickly." Luo Zimei's eyebrows curved and she smiled like a blooming flower. "At least we have to wait until the evening. I will give myself to you obediently." She poked Chung Biao's chest gently with her fingertips, and her voice was sweet. "Can I?" After saying that, Luo Zimei raised her charming eyes with stars and sea, and looked straight at Chung Biao. The enchanting eyes were so beautiful that people were intoxicated. Chung Biao was fascinated by this beauty, staring at her blankly, and was speechless for a while. After a while, Chung Biao finally came back to his senses, nodded repeatedly, and laughed wildly. "Okay, okay. Then it's settled. I wait for you in the room tonight." "Zimei, you're really going to kill me." Chung Biao suddenly opened his arms, pouted his thick lips slightly, approached Luo Zimei, tried to kiss her, and said in a longing voice, "Come on, Zimei, let me kiss you first." Looking at the disgusting lips gradually approaching, Luo Zimei's face suddenly changed, extremely disgusted, and the murderous intent in her eyes could hardly be concealed. She turned around in a hurry, twisted her waist and dodged, quickly adjusted her mood, turned back to look at Chung Biao, and said in a delicate voice, "No, you are too hot, like a stove. I don't want to stay in your arms. Everything will be discussed after taking a shower tonight." Luo Zimei couldn't stand it anymore, and now she just wanted to leave here and take a breath. She said nothing more, and immediately walked to the information rack, picked up a few rosters of the base, and then turned to Chung Biao and said, "I still have work to register, so I go back first. I come find you in the evening." Chung Biao was not surprised that she took the roster. After all, Luo Zimei had always been in charge of the population registration work at the base. Many people died in the base today, and their names needed to be crossed off the roster. Chung Biao walked to the desk and sat down, looking up at her, and smiled evilly. "Why don't you register here?" Luo Zimei rolled her eyes at him. "You ask even though you know the answer." After hearing this, Chung Biao touched his chin and laughed. Luo Zimei didn't want to stay for another second, so she opened the door and walked out. As soon as the office door was closed, Luo Zimei immediately put away her smile, and the disgust and hatred in her eyes almost condensed into ice. Her face was gloomy, and she hurried back to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Luo Zimei immediately closed the door, picked up a wet towel, and wiped her neck vigorously until her neck turned red. Then, she slid down to the ground weakly against the wall, and fear spread from the bottom of her heart. Luo Zimei hugged her knees tightly, lowered her head and said nothing. Her eyes instantly turned red, tears quietly slid down her cheeks, and she whispered, "I can't do it at all." In order to take revenge, Luo Zimei had made up her mind to do whatever it took, even disregarding her innocence. But when it really came to this, she found that she couldn't do it at all, which was even more painful than killing her directly. She felt deeply disgusted with the touch of men, and the nausea made her unbearable. Especially after meeting a powerful woman like Jiang Jinli today, Luo Zimei felt even more that she couldn't accomplish this. Thinking of Jiang Jinli, Luo Zimei raised her head, wiped away her tears, stood up against the wall, walked to the table with the roster, sat down, and began to read it carefully. On the other side, Su Tianliu's residence. Due to Su Tianliu's identity as a superpower and his relationship with Gu Xiaowei, they were also assigned a small room. In the dark room, Gu Xiaowei was lying on the ground, tears streaming down her face and shaking. Su Tianlu sat on the chair in front of Gu Xiaowei, his face full of excitement, his voice cold and chilly. "How is it? It hurts. This is the end of your disobedience." Su Tianliu's eyes flashed with undisguised malice and madness, and he repeated the words he had said many times in a perverted way. "Don't even think about escaping from my palm for the rest of your life. Without my permission, you don't even have the right to die." Gu Xiaowei opened her bloodshot eyes, and suddenly laughed, saying sarcastically, "Su Tianlu, you are so pathetic." Su Tianlu narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and was about to speak, when suddenly, Gu Xiaowei, who was lying on the ground, stood up abruptly, pulled out the knife behind him, and stabbed Su Tianlu with a crazy look on his face. Su Tianlu was not surprised at all, as such scenes happened every day. He did not dodge, but slowly activated his supernatural power. In a moment, a faint golden light appeared around Su Tianliu's body. At this moment, the tip of the knife touched Su Tianliu's body, making a sound of metal friction, and even sparks flew from the junction of the blade and the body. Su Tianlu grabbed Gu Xiaowei's wrist, grinning with pride. "Ha ha ha, what a stupid woman. You know you can't kill me, but you still repeat this action every day. Don't you feel tired?" Chapter 149. Gu Xiaowei's eyes were bloodshot. She was furious, staring at Su Tianlu, and shouted unwillingly, "Things like you who are worse than animals can awaken superpowers. God is really unfair." Su Tianlu's face was gloomy. He pushed his glasses, then snatched the knife from Gu Xiaowei's hand and slapped her hard. "Woman who doesn't know how to live or die." Gu Xiaowei was slapped to the ground, and her pale cheeks quickly became red and swollen. But her eyes were firm. Without any fear, her dark eyes were full of resentment, staring at Su Tianlu. Seeing Gu Xiaowei so disobedient, Su Tianlu couldn't help but get even more angry. He took out a thin needle from his pocket, raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and slowly approached Gu Xiaowei. The tip of the needle flashed a cold light in the dim room, just like Gu Xiaowei's heart at the moment. Dong! 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 In this depressing and tense atmosphere, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the abuse that was about to happen in the room. Several men's rough voices came from outside the door. "Boss! Brother Tian, what are you doing? We have something to report. Open the door." Su Tianlu snorted, put away the needle unhappily, walked to Gu Xiaowei, and dragged her into the small room next door, and locked it immediately. Su Tianlu adjusted his collar, then walked over slowly, and opened the door. Outside the door stood Huang Shan and his loyal supporters. Su Tianlu smiled gently. "My wife is not feeling well. I just coaxed her to sleep. What's the matter with you?" When they heard him mention his wife, everyone at the door showed disdain and disgust. Half a year has passed, and Brother Tian has always taken Gu Xiaowei with him, taking care of her life meticulously, and never leaving her. But the woman not only didn't appreciate it at all, but also always put on a cold face. "It's really puzzling. What does Brother Tian like about her?" Hearing Su Tianlu's question, someone responded, "Brother Tian, several superpowers have agreed to join your camp." Su Tianlu's eyes lit up, turned around and closed the door, and then walked out. "That's great. Let's go, take me to see them." Everyone followed in unison. The room suddenly fell into silence. Gu Xiaowei lay on her back on the narrow bed in the small room, her hands clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, leaving a series of eye-catching red marks. Her eyes were dull. She stared straight at the ceiling. Suddenly she laughed, and the laughter seemed very strange in this silent space. After a while, the laughter gradually turned into sobbing, and tears slid down from the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. At this time, on the other side of the town, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if it would rain heavily at any time. Shen Qingxi, Qi Luo and Su Ranju, with stern faces, were confronting a group of uninvited guests. Earlier, the three of them had collected a large number of crystal cores. Seeing that it was getting dark, they prepared to return to the designated location to meet Jiang Jinli. They walked and talked, in a good mood. Suddenly, a group of men with weapons rushed out without warning and blocked their way. The originally relaxed and happy atmosphere became tense because of the appearance of these uninvited guests. This group of people were wearing uniform red short-sleeved clothes, and their muscular lines were more burly under the outline of the clothes. They were arrogant, their steps were neat, and the team was in order. The most eye-catching thing was that their faces were clean and ruddy, and they were the neatest team they met along the way. Apparently, there are even water-based supernatural people in their team. Looking at the overall appearance of these people, they don't look like desperate robbers. I don't know what their purpose is. Shen Qingxi's eyes were as cold as ice, and she asked directly, "What do you mean by blocking our way?" One of the men stared at Shen Qingxi with an arrogant tone. "Unquestionable, you are lucky, our eldest lady likes you, you can join our team. So please come with us." This arrogant statement was like a boulder falling into the water, stirring up waves. Shen Qingxi and the other two were stunned for a moment, and looked at each other, all feeling incredible. What kind of ridiculous statement is this? Shen Qingxi looked indifferent and asked uncertainly, "Join? Are you interested in me?" "Yes, I only want you." The man glanced at her, his nose turned up, and his words were commanding. "Please be sensible, don't waste time. Follow us quickly, don't keep the young lady waiting." Shen Qingxi was so angry at his attitude that she almost laughed out loud. What did that so-called young lady really think she was? She raised her eyes and looked around, but all she could see were post-apocalyptic ruins and piles of wreckage from high-rise buildings. Even if there was a pair of eyes secretly spying, it would be impossible to find the other party's whereabouts. Shen Qingxi retracted her gaze, and didn't want to waste any more time. If they refused to give way, then there was only one way, which was to take action. She didn't care about the size of the power behind this group of people, because as long as Jiang Jinli was there, she would have endless courage and fearlessness. Shen Qingxi looked at the man opposite again, Murderous intent was clearly revealed in her eyes. Who do you think you are? You really don't know what you are talking about. Get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the road. Another man was furious when he heard this and shouted, You are so ungrateful. It is your blessing to be favored by the young lady. Other men also spoke up, and the scene became chaotic for a while. That's right, follow us. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. You are a blind girl. Before Shinchingsi could speak again, Su Runju spoke first. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she was furious. What young lady? We don't care. Why should Sister Chingsi go with you? I think you have a tumor in your brain and are seriously ill, or you are just a group of psychopaths. After the Doomsday, all kinds of weird people and weird things emerged one after another, and Su Runju was also enlightened. Chilua swept the man opposite with disgust, clenched the weapon in her hand, and shouted in a murderous manner, Get out, otherwise die. The man showed disdain on his face, and was about to speak sarcastically, but was interrupted by Shinchingsi's cold voice, Go, kill these beasts. Before she finished speaking, Shinchingsi quickly drew her bow and arrow, and the arrow cut through the air, with a deadly whistle, and went straight to the man opposite. The man was defenseless, and had no way to avoid it. With a shrill scream, the arrow instantly pierced through his eyes and head. The eyeball was shattered, and the red veins were shot out, hanging bloody on the tip of the arrow, swaying slightly with the wind. Shinchingsi did not stop moving. Under the stimulation of her supernatural power, she was like a ghost, quickly shuttled around, and kept shooting arrows, each arrow accurately locked on the man, and was extremely deadly. At the same time, Chilua and Su Runju also launched an attack. They showed disgust and murderous intent on their faces, and wielded their weapons mercilessly. The men came back to their senses, their eyes were bloodshot, and they immediately used various superpowers, brandished weapons, and roared to fight back. They always thought highly of themselves. They had never met such cold women who would fight at the slightest disagreement. And there were 3 of them at once, which was completely beyond their cognition. In a flash, the two sides were in a fierce battle. Shinchingsi was responsible for long-range attacks. With the blessing of superpowers, her arrows were so powerful that the men could not defend themselves. Su Runju fought in close combat with a giant axe. Her superpowers were activated, her perception was sharp, and her speed was as fast as a phantom. She shuttled around the men quickly and made cruel cuts. Chilua attacked alternately from far and near. She sometimes used a short knife for close combat, and sometimes threw flying knives for long-range attacks. With each knife stroke, the man's body rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 of them experienced many dangers while following Jiang Jinli, constantly honing themselves. Not only do they have to fight zombies, but they also have to fight against all kinds of mutant plants and animals. They have been through hundreds of battles. In addition to the fighting skills that Jiang Jinli taught them from time to time, their strength is no longer what it used to be. Although the men have superpowers, most of them are just for show, and their superpowers are low. They can only deal with some zombies at most on weekdays. They have never encountered such a cruel woman, and have never experienced the hard training of the outside world. The winner is decided immediately after comparing the two. Soon, wailing sounds were heard from the ruins, and corpses were lying on the road. In the dilapidated building not far away, a pair of sinister eyes stared at the melee scene below through a telescope. Seeing the men gradually lose, Tang Haifu angrily threw away the telescope. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she let out a furious roar. They are all a bunch of trash. Her eyes were fierce and violent, like a hungry beast, emitting bursts of coldness. She gnashed her teeth and said, How dare that woman reject me? She is so shameless. I have never failed to get anyone I like. Chapter 150. Tang Haifu turned around suddenly, her eyes, like black holes, staring at the group of men in red behind her. She looked crazy and ordered, All of you come and catch that woman for me, otherwise I. But considering the strength of the 3 women, she changed her tone, and looked at the 2 old men who looked like housekeepers beside her. Uncle Wang, Uncle Chen, you 2 should go. The 2 old men looked at each other, with helpless smiles on their faces, trying to persuade her. Miss, forget it, they are extraordinary and look not simple. Let's not cause trouble. Tang Haifu was furious and roared loudly. No, I must get her. Don't forget my identity. In this Doomsday, whoever dares to offend me, I will make him live a life worse than death. The 2 old men looked at Tang Haifu's hideous face, and knelt down helplessly. An old man, with tears in his eyes, advised again, Miss, we are not in the base now. This is the South. If you really provoke a strong man who should not be provoked, we are afraid that we can't protect you. Please think twice before you act. Another old man also sincerely requested, "Yes, miss, let's not cause trouble, I beg you." Tang Haifu smiled contemptuously. What a big joke, there is not even a decent base in the south. What strong people can there be? If there is really an ignorant fool, I will ask Grandpa to kill his whole family. As she said, she kicked the two old men with a dark and cold look in her eyes. Don't forget, you are just two dogs of my grandfather. Grandpa said that this time, everything will be under my command. What, do you want to disobey my orders now? The two old men were kicked to the ground by her, and bitterness and powerlessness surged in their hearts. They dedicated their lives to the Tang family, and they never left even when the Doomsday came. But now, they suffered unprecedented insults in front of this young lady. They came from the Hope Base in the north. The purpose of this trip was to discuss cooperation with the free base in Dongyuan City in the south. At first, they did not take the free base seriously. After all, compared with their own base, the free base seemed insignificant. But they did intend to understand the distribution of power in the south, and lay the foundation for expanding the power of the base to the south in the future. For this reason, the two sides reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. For such formal affairs, usually, a strong leader will lead professional negotiators to the south. But Tang Haifu felt bored in the base. When she heard that there was an opportunity to go to the south, she begged Mr. Tang to become the leader and go out to sea. Mr. Tang had no choice but to agree. Considering the possible dangers on the road, he sent a large number of supernatural beings and guards to accompany and protect. Even the two old men were sent to the southbound team. So, the team of hundreds of people set out from the Hope Base in a mighty manner. The Tang family in the north was already a powerful family before the Doomsday. After the Doomsday, they quickly established a base with huge resources and manpower. Coincidentally, there was another base established by the Shin family near the base. After negotiations between the two sides, they finally decided to merge. The two bases joined forces to form a large family power base headed by the Tang family and followed by the Shin family, named Hope Base. Tang Haifu, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, grew up in doting. She was willful, arrogant, and her personality gradually became distorted. After adulthood, she became cruel and tyrannical, extravagant, and as venomous as a snake. She indulged in sensual pleasures all day long and did not make progress. Anyone who angered her would be cruelly tortured and would rather die than live. But the Tang family did not think that there was anything wrong with Tang Haifu's behavior. Instead, they thought it was a privilege that the upper class should have. They were confident that they could make up for Tang Haifu's evil deeds. This unconditional indulgence made Tang Haifu even more tyrannical. Before the Doomsday came, she even caused a death because of a whim. After the Doomsday broke out, Tang Haifu was even more unscrupulous and worse. No matter when and where, as long as she met men and women she liked, Tang Haifu would forcibly abduct them, abuse and torture them, and finally kill them cruelly after she got tired of them. That's right, Tang Haifu's hobbies are very different. She eats both men and women, and doesn't care about meat or vegetables. She especially prefers those with cold personalities. Tang Haifu's greatest pleasure is to observe those indifferent faces, which gradually become colored by her torture. This perverted sense of satisfaction makes Tang Haifu never tired of it, as if she is addicted to drugs and can't extricate herself. On the way to the south, more than a dozen beautiful men and women have been tortured to death by Tang Haifu. Today, they just arrived in this town and plan to take a short rest and enter the free base early tomorrow morning to discuss cooperation. At this time, Tang Haifu stood by the window and accidentally saw the short-haired woman below with a telescope. Then her eyes lit up, and she was very excited. She immediately sent people to intercept them. But judging from the appearance and temperament of the three women, they were obviously not ordinary people, and there was probably a team behind them. Coupled with the strange abilities of the three people, the speculation of the two old men was further confirmed. Despite this, Tang Haifu not only did not listen to the advice, but now she wanted to send the two of them to do this kind of robber-like kidnapping. This really made them embarrassed. But they dared not disobey. Thinking of this, the two sighed. One of the old men thought for a moment, and finally chose to compromise. "Miss, we agree. But there is a condition. Once we start, you must drive to the free base overnight. Once they start, it means that they have a feud with the other party. No matter how strong the other party is, entering the base is undoubtedly the safest choice. If there is no power and strong people behind the three women, there is no need to worry too much. As for the short-haired woman, let the young lady have fun. If the other side really has a strong person that they can't deal with, and they still insist on it, they can always use the entire base as a protective barrier and shelter. No matter how powerful the other side is, it will be difficult to match the power of the entire base. The old man is not worried that the base will not protect him. After all, Cheng Xiao wants to cooperate with the Tang family, and he will definitely not dare to let the eldest lady encounter an accident. Otherwise, if the eldest lady really has something wrong, this free base can't bear the anger of the Tang family. Tang Haifu was annoyed when she heard the old man's words, but she could only agree, because only they could catch the short-haired woman. Tang Haifu has played with many men and women, but she has never met a woman with a unique temperament like Shen Qingxi. Whether it was the tall figure or the cold face, they all touched Tang Haifu's heart, making her excited. Shen Qingxi, she was determined to get her. Thinking of this, Tang Haifu had to compromise and said impatiently, Okay, I promise, as soon as you leave, I will immediately set off to the base. Is that okay? Her tone was cruel, and she emphasized again, But you must catch that woman, otherwise, bring her head to see me. The two old men looked at each other, feeling bitter, and replied, Yes. They stood up, walked to the window, and their supernatural power surged, and they disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Tang Haifu curled her scarlet lips and laughed low. Let's go. Miss, what about her? A strong man pointed carefully in the direction of the corner and asked. In the corner, a beautiful and thin woman hugged her knees, curled up into a ball, and looked terrified. After hearing this, Tang Haifu's eyes, like a venomous snake, suddenly cast towards the corner, and she suddenly raised her hand. A stream of water emerged from her fingertips, quickly condensed into a water rope, and shot towards the woman. Before the woman could scream, she was strangled by the water rope. Feeling suffocated, she grabbed with both hands and struggled desperately, but it was in vain. The rope tightened, and in a moment, the woman's eyes widened and she suffocated to death. What else can I do? Kill her. TSK, I'm tired of playing, it's boring. Tang Haifu retracted her gaze, and said slowly, her face as cold as a snake. Now that a new prey is about to be caught, Tang Haifu naturally thinks that the woman is extremely boring. The surrounding red-clothed strong men looked at each other, and there was fear in their eyes. Yesterday, Tang Haifu was still holding the woman with a smile on his face, but only one day later, he killed her mercilessly without any mercy. This is Tang Haifu, a heartless, cruel, and perverted crazy woman. After that, everyone packed up their things and followed Tang Haifu to go downstairs. The battle in the ruins below was in its final stages. Most of the men had been killed or injured, and only a few were left. With the last scream, all the men died. Shen Qingxi and the other two had been fighting for a long time. At this moment, their breath was a little rapid, and their foreheads were covered with sweat. But before they could catch their breath, two vigorous old men suddenly appeared in the pile of corpses. The three of them were startled and alert again. Their intuition told them that these two old men were not easy to deal with, and their strength was far beyond theirs. The two old men saw the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, looked at each other, and were horrified. But they could no longer turn back, so they just shouted to Shen Qingxi in a deep voice, Little girl, follow us obediently. As soon as they finished speaking, the two raised their claws and pounced on Shen Qingxi. The three men immediately grasped their weapons and stepped forward to prepare for a counterattack. But in the blink of an eye, the space twisted and deformed, and Shen Qingxi and the two old men disappeared instantly. Chapter 151. Seeing this, Qilua and Su Ranju were stunned, and then immediately looked around. Their sights were locked on the three figures moving in the distance at the same time, and they chased after them without delay. But they were too slow, and after a few steps, the three figures turned into black spots in the distance, and finally disappeared from their sight. Qilua's face was as dark as water, and she cursed coldly, You two old shameless people. Su Ruinju's eyes immediately turned red, and she grabbed Qilua's sleeves tightly, crying and saying, Sister Qilua, Sister Qingxi was captured. What should I do? What should I do? Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said anxiously, Yes, Sister Li, hurry up, tell Sister Li. Qilua held Su Ruinju's shoulders, and comforted her. Don't worry, with Jin Li here, it will be fine, I will contact her. Qilua did not delay, and immediately concentrated her mental power, and called Jiang Jinli, with a mental link in her mind. Some time ago, Jiang Jinli established a spiritual connection with several of them, mainly for the convenience of communication. To use this spiritual connection, one must be clear-minded and focused. Soon, Jiang Jinli's lazy voice sounded in Qilua's mind. What's the matter? Jiang Jinli's voice seemed to have the magic of soothing people's hearts. Qilua's anxiety and uneasiness were instantly soothed, and her heartbeat returned to calm. Qilua simply explained the situation in a slightly hoarse tone. Sorry, I'm useless. Qingxi was taken away. The other side suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Jiang Jinli's low voice sounded again. You wait for me where you are. After speaking, there was no sound. Qilua exhaled deeply and said to Su Runju, Don't worry, she will be here soon. Su Runju nodded, then bent down and picked up the bow and arrow that Qingxi had left behind. The two of them stayed silent and waited quietly. As the night gradually fell, the surrounding scenery began to blur, and a gloomy atmosphere spread. At this moment, the figures of Jiang Jinli and Jiang Zheng appeared in front of them like ghosts. The two immediately went forward. As soon as Su Runju saw Jiang Jinli, the grievances in her heart surged like a flood. She pursed her lips tightly, almost crying, and complained in a sobbing voice, Sisterly, it was two bad old men who took Sister Qingxi away. Qilua added, They disappeared suddenly, and there was no time to prepare. Jiang Jinli looked around, her face gloomy, and judged in a cold voice, that was space movement, and those two old men must be space ability users. She took the bow and arrow handed over by Su Runju, put it properly into the space, and the anger in her eyes began to surge. Jiang Jinli was trying to establish a spiritual connection with Qingxi, but she felt an invisible barrier that prevented her from reaching the other person's consciousness. Obviously, Qingxi was trapped by a powerful spatial energy, which seemed to be higher than Qingxi. Otherwise, she would not be unable to escape. But even so, Jiang Jinli could still sense the direction of Qingxi. She quickly took out a car from the space and said to Qilua and Su Runju, Get in the car and chase after them. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jinli had already taken the lead in the driver's seat, and the other three followed closely in the car. With Jiang Jinli by her side, Su Runju's mood was obviously much more relaxed, and the anxiety and tension were swept away. She turned her head and asked curiously, Sisterly, where did they escape to? Jiang Jinli's movements were neat and tidy. She started the engine, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow from a bow. She calmly replied, It went to the Far East. If I'm not mistaken, their destination should be the free base. Jiang Jinli originally planned to enter the base to find her sister tomorrow morning, but now it seems that she not only needs to act overnight, but may also set off a bloody storm in the base. Those who dare to offend her must pay a cruel price. Jiang Jinli then had time to ask the two about the situation. What happened? Tell me the truth. Su Runju immediately narrated the incident in an orderly manner. After listening, Jiang Jinli raised his eyebrows slightly, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Red-clothed strong man? Miss? Why did she take Qingxi away? Su Runju said indignantly, I don't know. They keep saying that they want Sister Qingxi to join their team, but I think they must have other purposes. These people act strangely, just like a group of robbers. Jiang Jinli also didn't think that the miss really appreciated Qingxi's ability. This method of plunder is no different from the evildoer she killed in Anqing. The only difference is gender. But no matter what the reason is, no matter what the identity and background of the young lady is, from the moment she developed malice toward Qingxi, she was already a dead person. Her own people will never be allowed to be touched or hurt by anyone, especially Qingxi. The group rushed to the free base overnight, obviously seeking asylum, which shows that they have some connection with the free base. But Jiang Jinli didn't care. No matter who stood in her way, she would eliminate them mercilessly. If the people of the free base dare to obstruct, she doesn't mind slaughtering thousands of people in the entire base. Jiang Jinli suddenly stopped the car, turned to Qilua and said, Qilua, you drive. I need to break through to the 6th level. Su Runju was shocked and excited, and asked in disbelief, Sisterly, are you going to break through? Have you found enough crystal cores? Jiang Jinli replied, Yes. Okay, then you break through quickly. Qilua was also happy for Jiang Jinli. The two quickly exchanged positions. It was late at night. Qilua turned on the headlights, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards Dongyuan. Jiang Jinli absorbed the energy of the crystal core while looking through the car window at the blurred scenery outside the window that was rapidly receding. Her eyes were deep and indifferent, and there was a cold killing intent in her eyes. There was no moon tonight. The sky was covered by thick dark clouds, and a heavy sense of oppression filled the air. On both sides of the gate of the Freedom Base, 2 searchlights lit up, piercing the darkness and illuminating the surrounding scene. The personnel on the sentry tower nervously scanned the surroundings, their faces full of vigilance. Suddenly, a gust of wind came without warning, like an angry beast wreaking havoc on the earth. The wind roared, rolling up dust and debris, forming violent whirlpools. The big trees swayed in the wind, the branches danced wildly, and made sharp whistles in the air. The buildings were crumbling under the ravages of the wind, the windows were broken, the tiles were flying, as if they would collapse at any time. The lights in the base swayed in the wind and rain, flickering, and the light and dark were intertwined. The survivors ran out of the door one after another, looked up at the sky, and showed joy on their faces. They shouted excitedly, "It's windy. Is it going to rain? The heat is finally over." "That's great." Everyone cheered, thinking they had finally survived the heat and had water. But when the rain poured down, everyone's smile suddenly disappeared, because they found that this was not ordinary clear rain, but the strange black rain before the Doomsday. After the previous black rain, the zombies advanced, followed by the heat. It was obvious that after this rain, another disaster was waiting for them. The joy in everyone's eyes was immediately replaced by panic and anxiety. The heavy rain poured down from the sky like a cursed liquid, as if to dye the whole world with this ominous color. The rapid black raindrops, like dense bullets, hit the ground, splashing pieces of black water. The rain quickly gathered into a small river, rushing and washing everything on the ground, making the already broken earth even more messy. The wind was howling, and the rain was pouring. The two intertwined, and the whole Doomsday seemed to be trembling. In this violent storm, the iron roof of the base was hit by the rain, and it was noisy. It was as if there were thousands of drums beating at the same time. The rain flowed down the rubble, forming black waterfalls, rendering the scene in the base even more terrifying. At this time, in the base director's office, Tang Haifu sat proudly in the main seat, crossed her legs, and her face revealed arrogance and disdain. The two old men stood silently on both sides of her, bowing their heads and not speaking. There were several main managers of the base standing below. Tang Haifu's eyes swept over them, and fell directly on the tall, dark-skinned, bearded man in the middle. He was the base director Chung Xiao. Tang Haifu was a little impatient and asked again, "How have you considered it? Why are you hesitating? Go and execute the order quickly. This lady has limited patience." Chapter 152. Chung Xiao raised his head to meet Tang Haifu's gaze. With a hint of flattery in his tone, "Miss Tang, are you sure there are only a few women on the other side?" Tang Haifu's sudden visit caught Chung Xiao off guard, and even made his welcome ceremony meaningless. Tang Haifu's first order was to strengthen the patrol and guard of the base gate, and clearly stated that if a female team tried to enter the base in the next 2 days, they would be eliminated without hesitation. At first, Chung Xiao was confused by Tang Haifu's behavior. Until he saw the tied-up short-haired woman, he suddenly realized it. Tang Haifu actually robbed women from other teams. The methods and hobbies of this young lady really opened Chung Xiao's eyes. But if he agreed to Tang Haifu's request, the base would become a bandit's nest, which was also the reason why Chung Xiao was hesitant. Tang Haifu suddenly slammed the table and angrily rebuked, "Even if there are more than a few women, what can it do? You manage such a large base. Are you afraid of a scattered team? With such courage, you still want to cooperate with my grandfather? It's just a foolish dream." Tang Haifu planned to discuss the cooperation tomorrow and return to the north with the woman the day after tomorrow. But thinking back to what the two old men said, Tang Haifu became worried again, considering that they still have to stay in the base for 2 days. If the leader of the short-haired woman really finds the base and forcefully demands that she release the people, the situation will become very tricky. Although Tang Haifu disdains the strength of others, and has no doubt about the strength of the two old men, she still needs to take precautions. Guarding the gate is a key step. In Tang Haifu's view, Chung Xiao and his base members are perfect shields. It's a waste not to use it. It was the first time that Chung Xiao saw such an arrogant woman, and disgust flashed in his eyes. But he didn't show it on the surface, and instead put on a flattering smile and replied, "Miss Tang, please calm down. Killing a few women is easy for us. I promise, I promise." In this case, Chung Xiao naturally chose to stand on Tang Haifu's side, obey her orders, and ensure that Tang Haifu would not have any accidents in his base. As for those few lone foreign women, just kill them. After hearing this, Tang Haifu showed satisfaction on her face, raised her red lips, and said proudly, "That's right. Don't worry, I will ensure the success of the cooperation between the bases, and I will also speak well of you in front of my grandfather." Chung Xiao was delighted and quickly bowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Tang." Tang Haifu further reminded, "Remember, among the group of women, one has a scar on her face, which is easy to identify." Chung Xiao immediately replied, "Don't worry, I understand." He stood up and said respectfully, The room and dinner have been prepared for the big and small. I'm ready. Please go eat first. I go arrange the defense of the base. Very good. Tang Haifu stood up and asked the two old men, where did you lock the beauty? Is she tied tightly? The old man answered confidently, don't worry, miss. She is trapped by the overlapping space between the two of us and will never escape. I'm waiting for you in the room now. Tang Haifu couldn't wait any longer. She laughed and said, that's good. Let's go eat first. After that, she led a group of people to the dining table. Miss, have a good meal. Cheng Xiao smiled, bent down and watched Tang Haifu go until she disappeared from his sight. Then he straightened up and put away his smile. Then, he walked quickly to the door and coldly ordered the guard. From now on, the base gate will be under martial law immediately. Once the scarred woman and her team are found, they will be killed without mercy. The guard took the order and left. Cheng Xiao continued to walk out, and at the same time did not forget to ask the guard beside him, where is the deputy base commander? Today, Cheng Biao has not been seen all day, and I don't know where he went to have fun again. Cheng Xiao is very troubled by his brother's reckless and lustful problems. The guard replied, the deputy base commander is in his room, but... He paused, and then said, I seem to have seen Miss Luo go in before. Hearing this, Cheng Xiao stopped, his face became gloomy, and an ominous premonition quietly rose from his heart. Luo Zimei's charming figure kept appearing in his mind. Cheng Xiao always felt that Luo Zimei's smile to Cheng Biao was a little insincere, and even had a hint of hidden dagger. He had reminded Cheng Biao to be careful many times, but the boy was completely bewitched by beauty, and would not listen to any advice. On weekdays, the two did not have too many intimate actions, and Cheng Xiao was busy with work, so he did not interfere much. Now that he knew that the two were actually alone in the same room, Cheng Xiao felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He sighed, immediately quickened his pace, and walked towards Cheng Biao's room. Cheng Biao was naked, leaning against the head of the bed, covering his chest with his hands, and breathing heavily. He stared at Luo Zimei, who was holding a sharp knife, with disbelief on his face, and roared, you stinky woman, you dared to drug me. Who gave you the courage? Cheng Biao felt extremely weak and dizzy. When Luo Zimei entered the room, Cheng Biao was eager to take off his clothes and wanted to carry her to bed. Unexpectedly, Luo Zimei dodged cleverly, and then took out a bottle of wine from behind, saying that she wanted to drink to cheer herself up. Cheng Biao had no doubts about this, and his mind was completely fascinated by Luo Zimei's beauty. He had only one thought in his mind, that is, to get this seductive fairy. Cheng Biao was completely unprepared, because he really couldn't think of any reason why Luo Zimei wanted to harm him. Under Luo Zimei's instigation, Cheng Biao drank the whole bottle of wine unknowingly. After drinking, he realized that something was wrong. The weakness and exhaustion of the body were not the state of drunkenness. Cheng Biao immediately became alert and quickly retreated to the head of the bed, trying to keep a distance from her. And Luo Zimei no longer pretended, put away her smile, and directly showed the knife, and the deep murderous intent and disgust in her eyes were no longer hidden. Although Cheng Biao is a superpower, the large dose of toxic drug still made his body unable to bear it. Although he didn't die, the impact was obvious. It takes time for the body to detoxify itself, and what he lacks most now is time. This woman obviously won't give him a chance to recover his strength. Luo Zimei is determined to kill him. Cheng Biao felt that the effect of the drug was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't help cursing in his heart. He didn't know how much medicine this crazy woman had given him. He looked at Luo Zimei, confused, and asked with gritted teeth, why? I have never offended you. Why do you want to kill me? You are simply unreasonable. Luo Zimei's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, the tip of the knife in his hand flashed with cold light, and without any hesitation, he rushed towards Cheng Biao. Cheng Biao saw the tip of the knife approaching, his pupils shrank, and he barely supported his weak body, and tried to roll to the other side of the bed. But Luo Zimei's movements were faster, and she found the right time, and stabbed Cheng Biao's back without hesitation. The tip of the knife sank deeply into the flesh, and blood immediately gushed out. Ah! The severe pain from behind made Cheng Biao's face twisted, and he howled wildly. He tried to activate his superpowers, but his mind was chaotic, and he couldn't concentrate at all. The superpowers actually failed. Cheng Biao struggled to crawl from the bed to the ground, stumbling towards the door, while shouting for help, help, help. But there was silence all around. No response. Cheng Biao then remembered that in order to avoid being disturbed by others for the good things tonight, he had already asked everyone to stay away from this place. Moreover, the door was locked by this crazy woman. In addition, His residence was relatively remote, and unless someone came here specifically, no one would hear the movement here. In this desperate situation, Chung Biao could only choose to face it. He turned his head and looked at Luo Zime, who was approaching step by step, with cold sweat on his forehead. He dodged and begged for mercy. Zime, listen to me. Can you calm down first? We can discuss anything. If you don't want to give yourself to me, I promise not to force it, and I won't harass you again in the future. After hearing this, Luo Zime showed a sneer and finally said, I only want your life. After that, she rushed towards Chung Biao again. Chung Biao fell to the ground weakly, looking at Luo Zime's attack, his face pale, and he shouted in horror, No! Just when Chung Biao thought he was about to die, a loud noise broke the blockade of the door, followed by Chung Zhao's furious roar. Dare to hurt my brother, you are really looking for death. When Chung Biao heard this voice, he instantly turned from despair to surprise. Brother! Chung Zhao crossed the room at a very fast speed and stood in front of Chung Biao. He drew out his weapon and swung at Luo Zime's knife. The two knives collided, sparks flew. Luo Zime's face was fierce, and she rushed forward again with her knife. Chung Zhao also shouted angrily, holding a weapon to meet him, and the two immediately fell into a fierce close combat. Luo Zime relied on her agility to constantly avoid Chung Zhao's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. For a while, the two fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Chapter 153. Chung Zhao became more and more frightened as he fought, and he had never expected that Luo Zime's skills would be so amazing. He soon realized that Luo Zime must have hidden her strength on weekdays, and had obviously made sufficient preparations for this moment. Chung Zhao no longer hesitated, and immediately activated his supernatural power, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to solidify in an instant, the temperature dropped sharply, and the water molecules began to condense into ice crystals. Chung Zhao waved his hands quickly, and with the movement, streams of icy air gushed out from his palms, and quickly condensed into countless sharp ice knives in the air. These ice knives were crystal clear. The blades were covered with cold white air, as if they could cut everything. The ice knife shot towards Luo Zime like a rainstorm, with a biting cold and fierce attack, and went straight to Luo Zime's body. Each ice knife was like a deadly arrow, piercing the air and making a sharp whistling sound. Luo Zime's heart tightened. She knew that once Chung Zhao used his superpowers, her death would be imminent. She despised Chung Zhao for using his superpowers so quickly. He was such a useless man. Luo Zime kept turning over to dodge, but there were so many ice blades that she was soon cut and bleeding, and her clothes were quickly soaked. Helplessly, Luo Zime could only protect her vital parts and let the ice blades cut her body. When the ice blades finally stopped, Luo Zime's body was already bloody, with severe pain all over her body, and her muscles trembling unconsciously. She staggered a few steps and slowly sat down against the wall, feeling both unwilling and resentful. Luo Zime didn't understand why Chung Biao, that beast, was so lucky. It was only a little bit away from killing him, but Chung Zhao showed up again. Why can't this beast die? Luo Zime looked up at the complacent Chung Zhao, laughed weakly, and said disdainfully, Bah! You coward, what's the ability to win by superpowers? Disgusting. Chung Zhao's veins popped up, and he shouted angrily, Shameless crazy woman. Since you are eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and prepared to attack again. Brother, wait a minute. Let me ask her a few questions, and then it won't be too late to kill her. Chung Biao grabbed Chung Zhao and stopped him. After hearing this, Chung Zhao was no longer anxious, put away his superpowers, and stood aside. Chung Biao first bandaged the wound simply, then sat on the chair, stared at Luo Zime sinisterly, and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha! Are you disappointed that you didn't kill me? That means I'm not destined to die. Tell me the reason why you want to kill me, and I let you die more easily. Luo Zime didn't want to waste words with Chung Biao. Although tonight's action was full of uncertainty, the chance of success was not low. She had planned to take Gu Xiaowei and flee to the town overnight once the plan was successful. And find Jiang Jinli, bring her the news of Jiang Shuman, and ask if she can join her team. Luo Zime sincerely yearns for the strong and warm Jiang Jinli, and is eager to follow her. In fact, Luo Zime could have waited until Chung Biao fell asleep before taking action, but every cell in her body was resisting. Every time she had the idea of handing over her body, the powerful figure of Jiang Jinli would appear in her mind. This made Luo Zime immediately interrupt her unbearable thoughts. The reason why they acted so quickly tonight might be due to the influence of Jiang Jinli. Just when she was about to succeed, Cheng Jiao's sudden appearance shattered Luo Zime's plan, and all her ideas came to nothing. Even her life was in danger. Luo Zime looked sad, sighed faintly, and was full of regret. Cheng Biao shouted and urged, "Hurry up, or I will slowly torture you to death." Luo Zime sneered and was about to respond sarcastically, but she accidentally caught a glimpse of the window next to her that was shaking in the wind and rain. She instantly saw a glimmer of hope. Luo Zime moved quietly, slowly sat up, and began to accumulate strength, while responding to Cheng Biao's words, looking for a chance to escape. She looked straight at Cheng Biao and said coldly, "Why kill you? Don't you understand? The evil things you did, a beast like you will naturally not remember." Luo Zime's eyes were instantly filled with bloodthirsty hatred, her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed loudly, "You raped my sister to death, tell me whether I should take revenge. You beast, you deserve to be cut into pieces." Hearing this, Cheng Biao and Cheng Xiao looked at each other, and were both shocked. Cheng Biao snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "What nonsense! How come I didn't know you had a sister? Even if you did, I don't remember any of the women in the base dying." His disdain was even worse, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I think you, a crazy woman, are clearly mentally disturbed and talking nonsense." Luo Zime looked painful, staring at Cheng Biao fiercely, and said word by word, "Before the end of the world, that mute girl, she is my sister, Luo Ziru." She cursed. "How about it? Do you remember it? You beast, you are worse than an animal, tell me, should you die?" Cheng Biao was startled. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Mute girl." He frowned, thinking. After a moment, a figure with pear blossoms in the rain and willows in the wind suddenly appeared in his mind, and he immediately realized it. Cheng Biao looked at Luo Zime carefully, touched his chin, and then laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, so that mute is your sister? It's been so long since the Doomsday, I have long forgotten the appearance of that woman. Now think about it, you two really look alike." It was not long after the Doomsday. Cheng Biao and his brothers hid in an abandoned building on the way to escape, where they met another group of survivors. Among the group, there was a mute girl. Her temperament and beauty were particularly outstanding. Cheng Biao was deeply attracted to her at first sight, and the evil thoughts in his heart were like a prairie fire, which could not be stopped. Seeing that the woman was alone, and the team around her was uneven, Cheng Biao's desire was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He ignored the woman's struggle and resistance and dragged her into the room to violate her. The people around him all watched coldly, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. What a pity, the woman's body was too fragile. Cheng Biao retracted his thoughts, laughed grimly, and said cruelly to Luo Zime, "TSK, what a pity, your sister is too weak. I only played with her twice and she died. However, that figure made me feel like I was in heaven and dying." Luo Zime's eyes were red, and her whole body was shaking with anger. Her voice was hoarse with grief and anger. "You inhuman thing. As long as I have a breath left, I swear to chop you into meat paste." At that time, when Luo Zime finally found her long-lost sister in the abandoned house, the scene before her became her eternal nightmare. The body of her younger sister had already decayed, lying naked on the cold ground. Her death was so lonely, and without dignity. That scene made Luo Zime feel that the whole world was collapsing, and her heart was instantly filled with unprecedented hatred and despair. She vowed to avenge her younger sister, no matter who the opponent was. However, when Luo Zime finally found her enemy Cheng Biao, he was no longer the ordinary person he was at the beginning. Not only did he become a superpower, he also began to build his own power base. Luo Zime knew that everything was too late, and blindly rushing up to take revenge would only lead to death. She could only choose to lurk, sneak into the base, gradually approach Cheng Biao, win his trust, and then wait for an opportunity to kill him. For this, Luo Zime endured for a full 6 months. Cheng Biao didn't care about Luo Zime's pain and threats, but provoked her even more. "Do you know how desperate your sister was before she died? She begged me to let her live, but her pitiful appearance only made me more crazy." Cheng Biao's words were like a sharp blade, cutting Luo Zime's heart. Luo Zime's pain was beyond measure. She held her head tightly with her bloody hands, tears and blood intertwined. "Shut up! Shut up!" Seeing Luo Zime in such pain, Cheng Biao's laughter suddenly stopped, and a rare respect flashed in his eyes. He raised his mouth and said coldly, "I really admire you. You can endure for so long in front of me, your enemy. Staying with me every day, forcing a smile, is it hard for you?" Cheng Biao really admired Luo Zime's endurance and perseverance, but at the same time he also knew that such a dangerous woman who always wanted his life must not be left. Cheng Biao decided not to delay any longer. But before he could speak, Cheng Xiao, who was watching from the side, said first, "Enough, there is no need to say too much to her. Kill her quickly, so as not to cause more trouble." At this moment, a loud sound of glass breaking interrupted Cheng Xiao's words, followed by a dull sound of an object falling to the ground. The two brothers looked at each other, with unbelievable expressions in their eyes. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Luo Zimei still had the strength to escape. Cheng Xiao immediately rushed to the window, braved the heavy rain, stretched his neck and looked out. The night was dark, and the rain was pouring. Even on such a night, Cheng Xiao could clearly see a stumbling figure, running towards the gate of the base with all his strength. Chapter 154. Cheng Xiao's eyes were fixed on Luo Zimei's figure going away, and he cursed in his heart. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. Cheng Biao sat on the chair, anxiously looking at Cheng Xiao's back, and urged, "Brother, go after her. Don't let her escape, she is too dangerous." Cheng Xiao retracted his gaze, turned around, and said to Cheng Biao expressionlessly, "Don't worry, she is seriously injured and is already at the end of her strength. It is a good thing to let her run out of the base. It is always cleaner and neater to deal with her outside than inside the base." In Cheng Xiao's view, Luo Zimei is already a fish on the chopping board, and he will never let such a hidden danger continue to exist. Luo Zimei left the base on her own, which saved Cheng Xiao a lot of trouble. After all, if he attacked her in the base, there would be many people around, which would inevitably cause all kinds of suspicion and anxiety, and dealing with the body would definitely add unnecessary troubles. Once out of the base, the situation would be very different. As night fell and heavy rain poured down, even if they didn't chase her, Luo Zimei would not survive. It was only a matter of time before she died of excessive blood loss. But in order to ensure that everything was safe, Cheng Xiao decided to send people to chase her. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiao walked to the door and whispered to the two guards, "Bring Luo Zimei's head back to me, otherwise you don't have to come back." "Understood." The two guards responded solemnly. They heard everything outside, and naturally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Without delay, the two went downstairs immediately, quickly gathered a dozen strong men, rushed into the rain together, and headed straight for the base gate. They saw the gatekeeper preparing to close the gate and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute." Then he asked the guard, "Did Luo Zimei just go out from here?" Although the guard was surprised, he still answered truthfully, "Yes, Miss Luo just left not long ago." Everyone in the base knew the relationship between Luo Zimei and the deputy base commander. Although it was quite unusual for her to go out in the rain at night, no one dared to ask more questions, let alone stop her. The two guards glared at the guard and scolded, "Idiot." A dozen people rushed out of the base without hesitation and chased after him. The guard shrugged, adjusted his raincoat, and showed a blank expression on his face, but he didn't say much and closed the door directly. It was increasingly difficult for him to understand the intention of the base commander. On such a dark rainy night, not only did he send more patrols, but he also had to encircle and suppress the scarred woman and her accomplices. The guard rolled his eyes at the night sky and cursed in his heart, saying that this world was crazy and people were also going crazy. The night was dark, and the rain was pouring, as if even the sky was venting its anger. The accumulated water on the road was splashed by the raindrops, forming a turbulent stream. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, briefly illuminating the dark world and bringing a moment of light. Luo Zimei was running at full speed in the wind and rain. Her long hair was soaked by the rain, clinging to her neck, mixed with blood, and slid to the ground together, making a dripping sound. The blood and rain dyed her clothes red and soaked them, clinging to her body, outlining her beautiful figure. Luo Zimei had no time to take care of the vehicles in the garage. Being able to escape from the base was already a blessing in disguise. She didn't know where she should run to, knowing that running aimlessly like this would only make her fall faster due to blood loss. But the instinct of survival made Luo Zimei unable to stop. She felt powerless, desperate, and angry for not being able to complete revenge. Just in front chase. A flash of lightning flashed, accompanied by the man's shouts and hurried footsteps. Luo Zimei heard the voice and smiled bitterly. The two brothers really thought highly of her by sending so many people to hunt her down. Luo Zimei did not hesitate and turned to get into the dense bushes beside the road. Fortunately, this area has not been occupied by mutant zombies, otherwise her actions would be tantamount to walking into a trap. With her remaining strength, Luo Zimei ran as hard as she could along the edge of the woods. Lightning flashed across the sky continuously, illuminating the dark earth as bright as day. adding a touch of weirdness to the silent jungle in this doomsday wasteland. At this moment, two beams of headlights suddenly lit up under the night sky in the distance. The light was like the most dazzling star in the night sky, tearing apart the tranquility of the rainy night. It looked particularly abrupt. Two beams of light penetrated the dense rain curtain and illuminated the road ahead. Luozime and the men who were chasing after her were all startled. Who would drive to such a remote place in the middle of the night? Luozime paused, her hands on her knees, her heart pounding, her breathing rapid. Rain slid down her eyelashes, she raised her eyelids, and looked straight at the approaching car. A strong desire to survive surged in her heart, and her intuition told Luozime that the person in the car might be her only life-saving straw. With this last glimmer of hope, Luozime's pace suddenly accelerated, and she began to run towards the car desperately. Seeing this, the men exchanged glances, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. They immediately accelerated and chased after her. At this moment, in the RV, as the base approached, Su Runyu and Jianggang's faces became more and more solemn. They silently sorted out their equipment and prepared for the upcoming battle. Murderous intent surged in their eyes. Everyone knew that the Freedom Base would turn into a bloody battlefield tonight. Jiang Jinli seemed unusually calm. She folded her arms and stared at the night outside the car window expressionlessly. She had successfully advanced to the 6th level. The feeling was indescribable. She only felt that her body was filled with surging spiritual power. She thought to herself that this base could be used as a trial field for her new power. At this moment, Jiang Jinli's eyes caught a trace of movement in the dense forest in front of her left, and her eyes suddenly focused. She squinted her eyes slightly to sense for a moment, and whispered to herself, "Why is it her?" Her voice was clearly audible in the quiet car, and several people looked at her in confusion. Su Runju spoke first. "Sister Li, who did you see?" "An interesting woman." Jiang Jinli said to Qilua, "Stop the car, you wait for me in the car, I go and see." Qilua immediately stopped the car, and the wheels made a light sound on the slippery road. Jiang Jinli's figure quickly disappeared from the car, and the next second, she had quietly appeared in the depths of the dense forest. At this time, Luozime was surrounded by men who were panting, with hideous faces, and shouted viciously, "Stinky woman, you run fast, you are not tired but we are." Rain mixed with muddy water slid down their faces, forming dirty traces. Luozime was exhausted, her face was very pale, and her eyes became dim. She sighed weakly, and the excessive blood loss made her dizzy and her legs weak. Helplessly, Luozime had to lean against the big tree behind her, slowly sat down, then lowered her head and remained silent. The rain slapped Luozime mercilessly, her hair was completely wet, and stuck to her cheeks randomly, looking miserable. The men roared, raised the machetes in their hands, and chopped down Luozime's head without hesitation. But at this moment, their movements suddenly froze, and their eyes widened. Then, a series of deafening explosions suddenly sounded, and the bloody smell quickly spread in the humid air. The men didn't even feel the pain before their heads exploded, and their bodies fell powerlessly into the mud. The bright red liquid was quickly washed away by the rain, as if nothing had happened. Luozime slowly raised her head at the sound, and her heavy eyelids also lifted. When she finally focused her sight on the figure coming towards her, she couldn't help but be stunned. Jiang Jinli walked towards her in the rain, with powerful steps, like a lighthouse in a storm, bringing a trace of peace. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around her, and the rain automatically avoided around her, as if it was in awe of Jiang Jinli's existence. This magical scene was shocking. Jiang Jinli stood in front of Luozime and asked calmly, "Luozime, what's wrong with you?" Luozime narrowed her eyes and looked up. She noticed that Jiang Jinli's cold and resolute face actually revealed a trace of imperceptible tenderness and concern. Luozime's nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. She leaned against the cold tree trunk, her eyes fixed on Jiang Jinli. Suddenly, Luozime laughed. Her laughter was as clear as the cry of a nightingale, penetrating the rain curtain and echoing in the empty night. "It's really a ghost. I can meet you at this time. Are you really a fairy who fell from the sky?" Jiang Jinli looked at her quietly. Luozime's laughter was no longer as enthusiastic and cheerful as it was in the afternoon, but full of endless bitterness and pain. Luozime reached out to wipe the rain off her face, and giggled again. Her eyebrows were curved, and her tone was pretending to be relaxed. "You saved me again. It seems that I can't avoid it with my body, otherwise I really don't know how to repay you." As soon as the voice fell, her laughter stopped abruptly, and then tears came out without warning, and her pale face was full of sadness. Luozime slowly stretched out her hand, tightly grasped Jiang Jinli's trouser leg, looked up at her, tears in her eyes, choked with sobs. Save me. I don't want to die. I want to kill Cheng Biao with my own hands. I want revenge. I want revenge. Please save me, please. Chapter 155. Rain and tears intertwined on Luo Zimei's face, and her expression was extremely desolate. Jiang Jinli frowned slightly. She didn't like to see Luo Zimei showing such a painful expression. She preferred Luo Zimei's sunny, warm and generous appearance. Without any hesitation, Jiang Jinli squatted down, put Luo Zimei's arm on her shoulder, supported her waist, and helped her stand up. She turned her head to look at the stunned Luo Zimei, and whispered, "Okay, don't cry. I will take you back to the base, and let you kill your enemy with your own hands." From the moment Jiang Jinli touched Luo Zimei, the rain seemed to become gentle, and no longer invaded mercilessly. Just like Luo Zimei's heart, it was revitalized and resurrected. Luo Zimei felt Jiang Jinli's warmth, and the warmth spread from her arm to her whole body, making her feel a long-lost sense of peace. Jiang Jinli's words were like a spring breeze, blowing away the haze in her heart. Luo Zimei looked at Jiang Jinli steadily, tears blurring her vision, and choked up and said, You are so nice." Then, she burst into laughter and joked, "You are not really a little fairy." Jiang Jinli raised the corners of his mouth slightly and replied jokingly, "No, I am a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Let's go, I take you back to the car." Before the voice fell, the space around him suddenly fluctuated, and before Luo Zimei could react, she had already appeared in a warm and bright rear compartment of the RV. The three people in the front seat immediately turned around and looked at Luo Zimei with curiosity and concern. Luo Zimei tried her best to squeeze out a weak smile to show her friendliness. Jiang Jinli supported Luo Zimei and told Qilua in the front seat, "Keep driving." Qilua nodded, and the car started. Jiang Jinli pulled up the partition curtain in the car, separating the rear compartment from the front seat, creating a private space. Jiang Jinli helped Luo Zimei sit down, carefully checked her wounds, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no damage to the internal organs, just too much blood loss. You need to stop the bleeding first, and then change into clean clothes. After that, a large bathtub filled with warm water miraculously appeared in front of Luo Zimei. The water was clear, steaming, and wisps of white smoke were floating. Seeing this scene, Luo Zimei was stunned and surprised. Jiang Jinli explained to her, "This water has a healing effect. If you soak in it for a while, the wound will heal quickly." Considering that Luo Zimei had many wounds on her body, it would be too time-consuming to clean them one by one. This method can heal her injuries the fastest. With the improvement of Jiang Jinli's supernatural power, and the proficient use of spatial ability, the healing effect of the spatial spiritual spring has become more significant. Moreover, the spiritual spring water is inexhaustible. Jiang Jinli stood up and said, "You are still bleeding, don't delay. Go in and soak quickly, I go out first." However, before Jiang Jinli took a step, Luo Zimei's hand had already grabbed her sleeve tightly, preventing her from leaving. Jiang Jinli turned her head to look at Luo Zimei, with a questioning look in her eyes. Luo Zimei asked softly, "Don't leave, stay and accompany me, okay?" Jiang Jinli looked into her eyes. At this moment, Luo Zimei's eyes were filled with tears, and her body was wet, looking a little weak and pitiful. Jiang Jinli sighed softly, did not refuse, and sat down aside. Luo Zimei raised her lips, and took off her heavy clothes soaked by blood and rain in front of Jiang Jinli without any hesitation. Then, she stepped into the bathtub, and when her skin first touched the magical water, the wound on her leg healed quickly. Luo Zimei was surprised. She quickly sank her whole body into the water, and couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. This feeling was too comfortable. The warm current quickly spread from the wound to every cell in the body, and the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a magical power was nourishing her meridians and organs. The wonder in front of her made Luo Zimei unbelievable. Jiang Jinli was so generous that he gave her this precious water. Every drop was worth a fortune, not to mention a full bucket. Luo Zimei couldn't express her gratitude and sense of fulfillment in words. She just felt as if she was illuminated by the warm sunshine, and was extremely comfortable. She felt that she must have used up her luck for several lifetimes to meet Jiang Jinli twice in one day. Luo Zimei looked at Jiang Jinli with gratitude, opened her mouth, and wanted to say something, but found that Jiang Jinli's eyes had already avoided her, and turned to look out the car window calmly. This made Luo Zimei couldn't help laughing out loud, and she teased lightly, "What's the matter? I'm not shy, but you are embarrassed first? We are both women, What's the matter? Turn around and look at me. I still have something to say to you. Jiang Jinli was a little helpless. She was worried that Luo Zime would feel embarrassed, but she didn't expect that she didn't mind at all. She turned her head and looked at Luo Zime. The bathtub was filled with mist, and Luo Zime's wet hair was pressed against her cheeks and neck, and her skin was healthy and rosy under the warm water. Her shoulders and back were looming in the water, showing an elegant and charming curve. She put her hands on the edge of the bathtub, rested her head on the back of her hands, turned slightly to the side, revealing a charming profile, smiling like a flower. Luo Zime is very beautiful, especially now with this soft and charming look. Seeing Jiang Jinli looking at her, Luo Zime became happy. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Jiang Jinli. Thank you very much for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would really be dead tonight. I owe you a life. Jiang Jinli did not speak, but looked at Luo Zime with a gentle smile. Luo Zime was slightly stunned, and then she also showed a knowing smile. Curiosity drove Luo Zime to continue to inquire, why did you come to the base so late? Did something happen? Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed a sharp light, and his eyes instantly became cold as ice. She stared at the darkness outside the car and said in a deep voice, because someone was blind and provoked me, he hid in the free base, so I am going to take down the entire base. Seeing Jiang Jinli's momentum suddenly become intimidating, Luo Zime widened her eyes, and her heartbeat accelerated. She thought Jiang Jinli was simply handsome, and she couldn't help but get excited. Luo Zime immediately expressed her opinion, just right, count me in. She had no feelings for the free base, and she had never left, just to kill Cheng Biao, which had become her obsession. She was cold-blooded, and except for Gu Xiaowei, she didn't care about the life and death of others. Now Cheng Xiao had brought it upon himself and provoked Jiang Jinli, and his kingdom should end. Jiang Jinli turned his eyes to Luo Zime again, stood up, put a clean set of clothes aside, and said to her, then get ready, it's almost time. Okay. Luo Zime responded. With a splash, she stood up from the water and stepped out of the tub. Jiang Jinli looked away. He held his forehead helplessly. Luo Zime lowered her head and checked her body. She found that the wounds on her body had completely healed, and her whole body was full of energy, as if her strength was inexhaustible. Her eyes were slightly red, and her heart was sour. Then, Luo Zime put on her clothes, and was surprised to find that the size fit her perfectly. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, and tried to calm the surging emotions in her heart. At this time, Luo Zime suddenly remembered what Jiang Jinli asked her to find out. After sorting out her thoughts, she said, I have figured out what you asked me to find out. There is no name of your sister in the base's records. There was a hint of regret in her tone. Luo Zime knew that Jiang Jinli had been looking for Jiang Shuman for a long time, but now, he still had nothing. The feeling of loss must be as heavy as a mountain. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli's eyelashes trembled slightly. She lowered her eyes, hiding the emotions in her eyes, and remained silent for a long time. After a moment, she raised her head, her expression was normal, and she said to Luo Zime calmly, I know. Seeing her like this, Luo Zime felt soft in her heart and wanted to say something to comfort her, but Jiang Jinli spoke first. It doesn't matter, I have already prepared myself mentally. If there is no such thing in this base, then go to the next base to look for it. She firmly believed that her sister must be in Yongzhou. At this moment, the car slowly stopped. Su Ruinju's voice came from the front seat. Sisterly, we are at the base. Jiang Jinli quickly sorted everything out and said to Luo Zime, let's go. Luo Zime smiled, okay. The 5 people got out of the RV with weapons in hand. Jiang Jinli moved her mind and put the vehicle into the space. Afterwards, she added a layer of space isolation for the few people to ensure that they were not disturbed by rain and were not afraid of wind and rain. Then, they set foot on the rugged road leading to the high base. In the sky, lightning danced wildly in the dark like a silver python, and thunder roared. In this oppressive and tense atmosphere, the base patrol team noticed that the figures of the 5 women gradually became clear in the rain curtain, and they were steadily approaching the base. They were holding weapons, murderous, and outstanding in temperament. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. The most bizarre thing was that the 5 of them were not stained with a drop of rain, as if the heavy rain around them did not exist at all. This scene surprised everyone and immediately raised their vigilance. The patrol team reacted quickly, operating the headlights to accurately shine a strong beam of light on the 5 people, while raising their guns and shouting, Who are you? Tell me your name quickly. That shout caused all the guards at the gate of the base to turn their heads in unison. When they saw Chi Luo's figure clearly, they immediately showed horror on their faces. "Oh my god! It's that scarred woman, they are really here!" someone screamed. "Everyone get ready." With an order, all the guards quickly raised their weapons and aimed at Jiang Jinli and his group. Someone in the crowd recognized Luo Zime. Although they were confused about her betrayal, they realized that Luo Zime had stood on the opposite side when they saw her cold face. "In that case, let's kill them together." One of them shouted loudly, trying to intimidate with threats. "I advise you to be sensible and leave here quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Jiang Jinli stopped a few steps away from the entrance of the base. Hearing the guard's warning, a sneer rose at the corner of her mouth. The people who arrested her dared to be arrogant in front of her, which was simply seeking death. Jiang Jinli's face was gloomy, like the sky before a storm, and she said coldly, "Get out of the way, I can spare your lives." This was her last mercy. It was also their last chance. Chapter 156. The people on the other side ignored Jiang Jinli's warning and sneered in a nonchalant tone. "You are just a woman. You dare to speak so arrogantly. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame us for being ruthless. Everyone shoot and kill them." After the words fell, everyone's faces instantly became extremely fierce, and they pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullets poured down on Jiang Jinli and others like a rainstorm. Luo Zime was startled and hurriedly turned her head to look at Jiang Jinli. Seeing that she looked calm and motionless, the panic in her heart disappeared immediately. Just when everyone at the gate of the base thought that victory was in sight and was ready to laugh and celebrate, the next scene made them feel like they were falling into an ice cave and stunned. The bullets that should have been fatal suddenly stopped when they were about to hit the women, and then fell vertically, as if there was an invisible barrier protecting them. Everyone was horrified and increased the intensity of the attack without any prior agreement. But no matter how hard they tried, the invisible defense was still indestructible. This scene was extremely weird. Could there be a high-level superpower among them? Thinking of this possibility, they widened their eyes and stared at the five people, with an indescribable fear in their hearts. Jiang Jinli sneered. Her expression was indifferent, and her voice was as cold as ice. "You ignorant things, I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death." She gave a decisive order. "Dahua, listen to my order, flatten this base immediately." As soon as the voice fell, Dahua flew out from Jiang Jinli's arm, turned into a dazzling red light, and headed straight for the gate of the base. In an instant, a huge mutant vine suddenly appeared in the air. It was more than 10 meters long, like a raging python, rolling and twisting in the air, showing a ferocious appearance that made people panic. "Oh my god! How can it be so big? What is this?" Advanced mutant vine. "Oh my god! Oh no!" Everyone screamed. They looked up at the terrifying vine that was dancing constantly, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and they almost fell to the ground. The vine was blood-red all over, with hideous textures on the surface, and countless tentacles growing all over the body. And a huge bud bloomed at the top. With each twist of the tentacles, the flower slowly opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth, like a bloody mouth. The vine then let out a deafening roar. The sound was so loud that it almost shattered people's eardrums. Before everyone could react, the huge mouth suddenly opened and swallowed a guard standing in front of the gate. The guard disappeared into the terrifying giant mouth before he could even scream for help. "No! Monster! Hurry up and report to the base commander." They pulled the trigger frantically, but the bullets hit the behemoth, but it was like scratching an itch, causing no harm at all. Panic spread quickly among the crowd. They were terrified and tried their best to escape from this sudden disaster. But it was too late. With screams, the guards at the gate of the base fell one after another and became Dahua's food. Its giant mouth bit ruthlessly, and the chewing sound was terrifying and numbing. Blood dripped along the vines and quickly gathered into a pool of blood on the ground. Luo Zime looked up at Dahua and was stunned with fear. She never thought that Jiang Jinli actually had such a terrifying creature. Not only her, Qilua and the other three were also shocked and speechless. The Dahua they usually saw was a silly and cute little man. But now it showed such a terrifying aggressiveness that it was difficult to adapt to it for a while. The blood made Dahua even more violent. It opened its bloody mouth and roared. Then, it waved its tentacles and attacked the gate of the base frantically. Under the fierce attack of Dahua, the iron gate, the wall, and even the entire building structure collapsed in an instant. The lights in the base flickered in the shaking, reflecting the lightning outside, like a hellish scene. In just a moment, the main gate of the base disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli immediately called Xiaohua. Afterwards, she walked towards the base with an expressionless face, exuding a cold and frightening aura. Qilua and the others quickly recovered from their shock, holding their weapons tightly, and followed Jiang Jinli with stern expressions. As the gate collapsed, sharp alarms rang wildly inside the base, echoing in every corner, conveying panic. The members in the base were all shocked, and at a loss when they heard the alarm. They thought it was a zombie attack, so they picked up their weapons, rushed out of the room, and ran towards the gate. But before they got close to the gate, they saw the terrifying giant mutant plant in the rain, and everyone stopped immediately, shouting in fear. They were all ordinary people without superpowers, and had never witnessed such a huge mutant creature, at least a level 5 or above. Facing such a powerful enemy, they only felt despair. At this time, they saw several women of different shapes, and a mutant black dog slowly walking into the base. These women exuded the same cold murderous intent. It was obvious that they were the initiators of this destruction. What was puzzling was that such a powerful mutant plant would actually submit to humans. They didn't understand why these mysterious women attacked their base. Everyone was so scared that their teeth were trembling, and their hands trembled as they clenched their weapons, staring at Jiang Jinli and his group vigilantly and uneasily. Jiang Jinli's eyes swept across the dense crowd on the opposite side, and the violent emotions in her eyes surged. She ordered word by word, "All those who stand in the way, kill, no mercy." Her voice was cold and ruthless, and the murderous aura was overflowing, clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Kill! As soon as Jiang Jinli's voice fell, Qilua's face was gloomy, like a machine in killing mode, and she rushed into the crowd first. She was surrounded by black corrosive mist, and looked fierce. She exuded a strong killing intent, and her appearance was ferocious and terrifying. Su Ranju threw away her usual gentleness and rushed towards the crowd with an indifferent look, while her supernatural powers began to surge. A powerful force rolled and gathered in Su Ranju's blood. In an instant, her body twisted, expanded, and reshaped in an incredible way. In just a moment, Su Ranju completed the transformation, and her height soared to 4 or 5 meters. Her arms were strong and powerful, her muscles were bulging, full of explosive power, and her legs were as strong as iron towers. Fuck. What is this? A giant King Kong Barbie? Oh my god. This? A female King Kong? Why is this thing so weird? Is it still a human? Everyone in the base looked up and stared at the giant version of Su Ranju in a daze, unable to help but exclaim. They had never seen such a strange power before. It was obviously a cute face, but the body was so strong that it was terribly strong. This weird combination was so uncoordinated. It was an eye-opener before death. Su Ranju herself did not expect to become like this. She just silently prayed in her heart that she wanted to become more powerful, but she turned into such a huge and strong form. Luckily, her clothes naturally adapted to the drastic change in her body shape, avoiding the embarrassment of being torn. Otherwise, Su Ranju would probably be so ashamed to drill into the wall when she thought of the possibility of being naked. But now, she thinks this form is not bad, and her power is unprecedentedly abundant. Hearing the discussion below, Su Ranju's cheeks flushed with shame, and she said angrily, "What are you ignorant people yelling about? Can you speak? You are the toys, the things. I hate you so much." In anger, Su Ranju raised his huge fist and swung it at the crowd below. This punch was full of power and had destructive power. The man with a bad mouth was directly knocked away, like a kite with a broken string, drawing a tragic arc in the air, and finally disappeared outside the base in the distance. Su Ranju did not stop. She punched continuously, one punch to the left, one punch to the right, and each punch was not missed, and she could knock people away every time. "Dare to take Sister Qingxi away, a bunch of bad guys, I will beat you to death." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, with the tenderness of a girl, but it sounded extremely strange coming from that sturdy body. Suddenly, screams rang out in the vicinity, and people kept flying through the air at high speed like bullets, with whizzing sounds. Everyone tried their best to escape from this area, but how could Su Ranju let them go? She took steps to chase them, and every step made the ground tremble. She sometimes used fists, and sometimes used a big axe to slaughter indiscriminately. In a short time, corpses were lying all around. Jiang Zheng used his thin body and flexible tactics, plus his unpredictable shadow body ability, to shuttle through the crowd like a ghost, carrying out unexpected killings. Before everyone even had time to see Jiang Zheng's figure clearly, his neck had been cut off. Look at Da Hui. Its huge body was like a moving mountain, constantly waving its tentacles. Countless tentacles shot out at the same time, densely packed, and each one went straight into the heart of a person. This bloody scene made people's scalps tighten. Xiaohua was even more ferocious, with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse roar. Its tall and mighty body rushed towards the crowd like a sharp arrow, its claws and teeth turning into deadly weapons. Luo Zime was infected by the murderous atmosphere around her, and rushed towards Cheng Biao's room with red eyes. Anyone who tried to stop her was mercilessly killed. Everyone was harvesting lives cruelly, without any mercy for the people in the base. Screams and wails sounded one after another, and the painful screams penetrated the rain curtain and echoed in every corner. The blood dyed the ground red, and was quickly washed away by the rain. The base was full of blood, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. The scene was like hell on earth. Jiang Jinli watched all this coldly, without any fluctuations in his heart. In her opinion, whether these people came out to check out of curiosity or deliberately intercepted, as long as they dared to appear in front of her and block her way, they would only have one way to go, that is, death. Jiang Jinli retracted her sight, and turned to look at the tallest building in the distance. According to her perception, Xinqingxi was there. In an instant, she disappeared from the spot. At this time, in a hidden corner of the base, a group of people witnessed the massacre in front of them. They trembled all over and looked terrified. Base leader. It's over. We have offended a strong man. What should we do? One person trembled and asked Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao stared at the big flower in front of him, his face pale, and his heart dead. His base, the place where he poured countless efforts and ambitions, was now collapsing in front of him and turning into nothingness. Why? Why did all this happen? Cheng Xiao smiled bitterly. He deserved it, perhaps. From the moment he agreed to Tang Haifu, his life had entered the countdown. Cheng Xiao originally thought that even if those women had a team, they were just scattered soldiers, at most an ordinary wandering team of dozens of people. But he never expected that although they were few in number, they were all strong people with rare supernatural powers, and their cruelty was far beyond imagination. They were obviously just a few women, but their madness and cruelty far exceeded most men, which completely overturned Cheng Xiao's entire understanding of women. If he had known this would happen, how could Cheng Xiao dare to provoke them? And how could he agree to Tang Haifu's ridiculous request? Cheng Xiao knew that he was doomed this time. The vine had at least the power of the 5th level, not to mention its owner. He was really hurt by that crazy woman Tang Haifu. Oh, Tang Haifu! She has many masters around her, and there are 2 space power users. Even if he can't beat them, there is always hope of escape. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiao immediately stumbled to the building where Tang Haifu was. There will be his only chance of survival. In a luxurious room on the top floor, an old man stood beside Tang Haifu, pleading anxiously in a low voice, "Miss, I don't know what happened outside. They are fighting. The situation is very dangerous. We'd better leave as soon as possible." The screams outside made the old man's back cold, and goosebumps stood up. Tang Haifu, however, looked disdainful and laughed sarcastically. "It's just some rabble making trouble. There are thousands of people in the base. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, don't you still have me to protect you?" The old man was uneasy and wanted to say something, but Tang Haifu waved her hand impatiently and interrupted him. "Enough. Stop bothering me. My time is very precious. Even if I really want to leave, it will be tomorrow. Now, I have to do business, don't bother me." She turned around and ignored the old man, and walked straight to the direction of Xinqingxi. The old man sighed helplessly. The worry on his face became even worse. But he also knew that he could not change Tang Haifu's mind, so he could only look at the door vigilantly, ready to deal with possible crisis at any time. If an accident happened, he would immediately use his space ability to take the young lady away. Tang Haifu walked in front of Xinqingxi, with a malicious smile on his lips, and looked her up and down with a playful look. Chapter 157. Xinqingxi's hands were tied to the back of the chair with ropes, and she was wrapped in 2 layers of space ability restraints, which made her unable to move at all. Those 2 shameless old men were actually space ability users close to the 5th level. Facing such opponents, Xinqingxi was really powerless. When Tang Haifu's footsteps approached, Xinqingxi slowly raised her head and stared at her with murderous intent in her eyes. "You crazy woman, why do you insist on arresting me?" Since being tied up, Xinqingxi has been imprisoned in this room and knows nothing about the outside world. Xinqingxi didn't believe that this group of people arrested her because they valued her ability. This bandit-like behavior made her suspicious. It was not until Tang Haifu appeared that Xinqingxi realized that this was the arrogant and crazy lady in the mouths of those men. Tang Haifu's lips were painted with dark purple lipstick, which looked both charming and dangerous. The firm lines of her chin added a bit of cruelty to her face, which concealed an elusive malice. Hearing Shinxing's words, Tang Haifu let out a creepy laugh. There was a strange uneasiness in the laugh, which made Shinxing feel cold in her heart. Tang Haifu's eyes were greedy. She stretched out her hand and wanted to touch Shinxing's cheek, and whispered in a wicked voice, "Why catch you? Isn't it obvious? Because this lady has a crush on you." Shinxing turned her head abruptly, avoiding the dirty hand. Her pupils shrank, and her heart was shocked. Tang Haifu's eyes made Shinxing feel very familiar. It was the desire she had seen in the eyes of countless greedy men. But how is this possible? She looked at Tang Haifu in disbelief with full of surprise and disgust. "Are you crazy? You are a woman." Tang Haifu sneered at this and snorted coldly. "So what if you are a woman? Who stipulates that only men can indulge in beauty? As long as I, Tang Haifu, am willing, no one can escape from me, including you." After hearing this, Shinxing felt that her worldview was impacted by this absurd logic. This kind of speech was completely subversive to her. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner confusion and uneasiness. When Shinxing looked at Tang Haifu again, the previous surprise was gone from her face, replaced by disgust and resistance. Tang Haifu laughed wantonly. "Why, you hate it? That's because your cognition is too narrow. It's the end of the world now. Why bother about ethics? Enjoying the present is the most important thing. Just follow me. I make sure you have enough food and clothing." She added confidently with a little madness, "Besides, we are both water-based psychics. What else can this be but fate destined by heaven?" As a 4th-level peak water-based psychic, Tang Haifu thinks highly of herself, and thinks she is already one of the strongest in the end of the world. Tang Haifu suddenly put on a look of scrutinizing her prey, carefully looking at Shinxing, and then smiled with satisfaction. "So you are still a virgin. No wonder you react so strongly. Don't rush to reject me. Try it with me. Maybe you will find that you like it too." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Haifu reached out her hand again and touched Shinxing's cheek. Shinxing struggled violently and successfully avoided Tang Haifu's touch. She could no longer bear it and angrily scolded, "Try your big head, ghost, you shameless crazy woman." Shinxing's upbringing prevented her from uttering more vicious words, but at this moment her anger was beyond words. Since the end of the world, Shinxing had encountered such a tyrannical evil woman for the first time. Tang Haifu's behavior was no different from those ruffians. She couldn't imagine what kind of perverted family could cultivate such a psychopath. Shinxing couldn't help but scold again. "I feel sorry for your parents for giving birth to such a shameless thing like you. You make me feel sick." Tang Haifu didn't care about her insults, but noticed that a faint red blush of anger appeared on Shinxing's beautiful face. This angry look made her more charming and attractive. A dark light flashed in Tang Haifu's eyes, and her throat slid unconsciously. She no longer restrained herself, and suddenly became ruthless. This time, she stretched out her hand and pulled violently. The target was Shinxing's clothes. Tear. The sound of clothes tearing rang out in the empty room, which was particularly harsh. The old man beside heard the sound, and lowered his head in embarrassment. He couldn't bear to look at the atrocities of his own young lady. Shinxing lowered her eyes in a daze, and found that the clothes on her shoulders had been torn. She raised her head and looked at Tang Haifu's malicious eyes, her face full of disbelief, and her voice was hoarse. "You." Shinxing's throat was dry, the corners of her eyes gradually turned red, and panic surged in her heart. She knew Jiang Jinli would find her, but now she was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and she was afraid that she could not hold on for long. This woman was simply a shameless snake and scorpion robber. Shinxing had never thought that her innocence would fall into such a dangerous situation because of a woman. "No, this is absolutely not possible." Shinxing suddenly urged her supernatural power, and struggled with all her strength. But the space restraints on her body were like shackles, making it impossible for Shinxing to gather enough supernatural power, and unable to move at all. She felt unprecedented powerlessness. Tang Haifu laughed loudly when she saw her struggle. Just as she was about to take action again, suddenly, a loud knock came from the door, interrupting Tang Haifu's action. "Miss!" Another old man shouted in fear outside the door. Shinxing suddenly looked up at the door, with hope in her eyes. The old man and Tang Haifu also looked at the door immediately, and they felt uneasy. Before the two could answer the door, there was another loud noise outside. The door panel could not withstand the impact this time and collapsed with a loud bang, and dust filled the air. Another old man stood in front of the door, holding the door frame tightly with both hands, panting, pale and terrified. He stared at Tang Haifu with wide eyes, screaming sharply, "Miss! It's bad! Run! Run! Ah!" Before the old man finished speaking, he screamed, accompanied by a dazzling cold light. Bang! Then, his head suddenly fell to the ground with a dull sound. The old man's body still remained standing, the incision on his neck was smooth, the muscle texture was clearly visible, and blood was flowing. The room fell silent instantly. As the old man's head kept rolling on the floor, Tang Haifu finally came back to her senses from the shock and screamed piercingly. Jiang Jinli, who was outside the door, suddenly raised his foot and kicked the headless corpse blocking the door. The corpse flew into the room, and the blood left a shocking red line on the ground, and finally fell heavily at Tang Haifu's feet. She was so frightened by this sudden and terrifying scene that she sat on the ground and couldn't move. Uncle Chen was a person with abilities close to the 5th level, but he was killed so easily. Moreover, there were hundreds of people guarding downstairs. How could this be possible? Jiang Jinli walked into the room slowly with a black knife in his hand. His expression was cold, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his whole body exuded a strong aura. The other old man saw Jiang Jinli and reacted immediately. The fear made his eyes tear, and his soul fly away. He quickly ran to Tang Haifu, pulled her up, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Miss, let's go!" After that, the old man held Tang Haifu's hand tightly, ready to take her away. But to the despair of the old man, his ability was ineffective. The two were completely fixed in place, and unable to move. How could it be? The old man looked at Jiang Jinli with horror, and a chill suddenly came over him. Space blockade. This woman turned out to be a space ability user, and her level was even higher than his own. It's over. Everything is over. The old man quickly stood in front of Tang Haifu, staring at Jiang Jinli, and begged in a trembling voice, girl, please don't. Please have mercy and spare our lives." Tang Haifu's arrogance collapsed at this moment. She knew that she had caused an irreparable disaster. The blood on her face was gone, cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and she hid behind the old man trembling. These two old men were the most powerful people in the Hope base, but this woman could easily kill them. She was so powerful. For the first time in her life, Tang Haifu felt the feeling of despair. This feeling was really uncomfortable. She wanted to go home. She missed her grandfather. Seeing that Jiang Jinli did not respond, the old man was sweating profusely, and spoke again tremblingly. "We did something wrong. We will definitely give you a lot of compensation." He tried to use the base to put pressure on her again. "Our eldest lady is the only granddaughter of the head of the Northern Hope base. The head of the family dotes on our eldest lady, and I hope that the girl will let us go for the sake of the base." The old man thought that Jiang Jinli would be more or less cautious after reporting her family background. After all, no matter how powerful she was, she would not dare to easily become an enemy of a base with tens of thousands of people. But Jiang Jinli didn't care after hearing this, and instead sneered. She stopped looking at the two people, and turned her sight to the direction where Shinqingxi was. When she saw Shinqingxi with her shoulders exposed on the chair, Jiang Jinli's eyes were filled with hostility, her expression was grim, and her anger rushed straight into her heart. Her blade-like eyes suddenly turned to Tang Haifu and the other two, and she said coldly, "I want you all to die." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jinli's figure had already swayed, like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards the old man at an extremely fast speed. Amid the old man's heartbreaking screams, Jiang Jinli's knife flashed, and she chopped down mercilessly, with such force that the old man's body was split in two. Tang Haifu watched this scene with her pupils shrinking sharply. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, shook her head, and tears flowed down. Seeing Jiang Jinli approaching step by step, Tang Haifu's legs trembled, unable to control herself, and could only keep retreating, choking, "No, don't. You can't kill me. Once my grandfather knows that I'm in trouble, he will definitely avenge me." She burst into tears, "Woo-woo. My grandfather is really powerful. If you dare to offend my grandfather and our Tang family, he will make you live a life worse than death. Let me go!" Tang Haifu knew in her heart that it was undoubtedly futile to beg for mercy from this devil. She could only hope that mentioning the name of her grandfather might arouse the other party's fear, and win a glimmer of hope for herself. Jiang Jinli's face was gloomy, and her deep black eyes stared at Tang Haifu with disgust. She opened her lips coldly, her voice without a trace of warmth. "If anyone dares to touch me, let alone your grandfather, even if your great-grandfather crawls out of the grave, I will kill him without hesitation." "No!" Tang Haifu let out the last desperate roar of her life. Jiang Jinli suddenly raised the sharp blade in his hand, and with a fierce slash, cut off all 10 of Tang Haifu's fingers. Tang Haifu didn't even have time to scream, and Jiang Jinli's blade had already mercilessly cut across her neck. The knife fell, and blood splashed. Tang Haifu's head fell to the ground with a sound, her eyes wide open, blood oozing from the broken neck, and her body fell heavily to the ground. In the room, 3 corpses were lying, and blood dyed the vision red. The scene was shocking, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Jinli put the knife back into the sheath expressionlessly, turned around and walked toward Shinqingxi. Her violent emotions finally eased when her eyes touched Shinqingxi. Shinqingxi raised her head and looked directly at Jiang Jinli. Her mouth was tight, and her eyes were slightly red, looking a little aggrieved. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, opened his arms, and said helplessly, "Come here, do you want a hug?" Chapter 158. With tears in her eyes, Shinqingxi stood up suddenly, threw herself into Jiang Jinli's arms, and hugged her waist tightly. Jiang Jinli hugged her back gently, patted her back, and said softly with comfort, "It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here." Shinqingxi listened to her gentle tone, and her emotions were surging in her heart. She couldn't express it in words, so she could only hug her tighter. Her voice trembled slightly. "Jinli?" Jiang Jinli responded softly, "Yeah." In Jiang Jinli's arms, Shinqingxi's emotions gradually calmed down. Jiang Jinli stepped back a little, stared at Shinqingxi's face, raised his fingertips, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Let's go, there are still a few idiots to deal with." "Okay." Shinqingxi slowly released the hand holding her waist. Jiang Jinli's eyes then passed over Shinqingxi's shoulders, and he took out a set of clothes and handed it to her. "Change your clothes." Shinqingxi nodded obediently, took the clothes, and immediately took off the damaged clothes and changed into new ones. Jiang Jinli took out the bow and arrow from the space and handed it to her. "Take it." Shinqingxi held the bow and arrow tightly, put on the quiver, and when everything was ready, the two turned and walked towards the door together. But before they stepped out of the door, they suddenly saw a figure flashing by the door, accompanied by a terrified cry, "Oh my God! Miss Tang is dead!" Jiang Jinli walked out of the door, turned her head, and just caught the panic and quickly fleeing back in the corridor, and sneered. She put her arm around Shinqingxi's waist, and the two figures disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Cheng Xiao the next moment. Before Cheng Xiao screamed, Jiang Jinli grabbed his hair roughly. In the blink of an eye, the three disappeared without a trace in the building. The rain was like a waterfall, and the thunder was deafening. The lights of the base were swaying in the storm. Near the square, screams and howls were intertwined, and the massacre was still going on mercilessly, with corpses lying on the ground, limbs scattered, and blood gathering into streams. The scene was horrifying. This place has become a bloody slaughterhouse. Someone just poked his head out of the room, with a blank look on his face, and before he understood what happened, he was killed by Dahua in an instant. Once you step out of the door, you are on a road of no return. Others chose to close the door tightly and curl up in the house. Their heartbeats accelerated with the screams outside, and they dared not make any sound. In the night, the few people with superpowers were not willing to be outdone. They all used their own superpowers to try to resist the attack in order to seek a glimmer of hope. But facing this terrifying mutant plant, they desperately found that all resistance seemed so powerless. And those women showed amazing cruelty. One of the youngest girls, with her invisibility and deadly sword, was hard to guard against. She was so cruel at such a young age. There was also a strange-looking King Kong Barbie, with amazing strength and swift attacks. Facing her, everyone was powerless. Especially the cold-hearted woman, with a scar on her face. The black mist around her seemed to be a warning of death. Anyone who touched it would melt into blood in an instant. Many people did not understand why they encountered this fatal disaster until the last moment of their lives. Every time lightning flashed across the night sky, it illuminated their terrified and desperate faces. Just when they thought they were doomed, a low and slow female voice penetrated the rain curtain and went straight into their ears. "Stop for a moment." As this understated word fell gently, Dahua and Xiaohua immediately stopped their violent offensive and quickly retreated to the gate, cutting off everyone's escape route. At the same time, Qilua and the other two also stopped killing immediately. Su Ranju put away her supernatural power, her body twisted for a while, and shrank in the blink of an eye, returning to her original appearance. While taking out the crystal core to replenish energy, she rubbed her slightly sore arm, and asked Qilua beside her softly, "Sister Qilua, what I just... was it very ugly?" Su Ranju tried to save some of her image. Qilua curled her lips, and touched Su Ranju's head. "Not ugly at all, our Ranju is the cutest." Each of Su Ranju's changes has its own uniqueness, and that huge contrast is indeed very cute. Hee hee. That's good. Su Ranju smiled in relief. Then, the two stopped talking, returned to their expressionless state, and stood around the crowd, forming a simple but oppressive encirclement. The survivors of the base had their hearts beating like drums, and their breathing was coming one after another. They looked in the direction of the sound, and their eyes were focused on the three people in the central square. The base commander Cheng Xiao, who was once high and mighty, was now kneeling on the ground with his head down, like a stray dog, without dignity. This scene stunned everyone and shocked them. Then, everyone's attention shifted to the woman, with a cold expression and a strong aura. Jiang Jinli looked around, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. She suddenly grabbed Cheng Xiao's hair, and forced his head up to face the terrified crowd. She said coldly, "Your base leader is ungrateful and provoked me. Since you have joined his base, as his subordinates, you will naturally bear my anger. So, you are not wrong to suffer all this." As soon as the voice fell, the sharp blade in Jiang Jinli's hand chopped down mercilessly, and Cheng Xiao's head was cut off. Cheng Xiao let out a shrill wail, his body twitched violently for a few times, and then fell heavily in a pool of blood. Hiss! The surrounding crowd burst into terrified gasps and terrified screams. Jiang Jinli held Cheng Xiao's head, his face was frosty, and his eyes were ruthless. She raised her hand and smashed her head hard on the ground. Bang! With a dull bang, the head exploded under the impact. Brain and blood splashed everywhere, and instantly turned into a pile of mincemeat. Then, Jiang Jinli ordered everyone in a murderous and cold tone, "Submit to me, or die." The voice was full of unresistible majesty and cold murderous intent, echoing in the empty square. Every word was like a cold blade, deeply cutting into everyone's heart. Jiang Jinli's momentum was extremely terrifying at this moment, making people unable to look directly at him. Just one glance was enough to make the soul tremble. Everyone's body shook suddenly, and expressions of fear and terror appeared on their faces instantly. Without any hesitation, they hurriedly discarded their weapons, and knelt down in front of Jiang Jinli. The muddy ground was dented by their bodies. They put their hands on the ground and crawled on the ground, as if they were surrendering to an arrogant king. In a flash, except for Jiang Jinli and his group, who stood proudly like statues, everyone around them had knelt on the ground. Countless corpses were scattered around, creating a strange and solemn atmosphere. The air suddenly became silent, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, and the thunder that occasionally broke through the night sky. Xin Qingxi, Qilua and others were also deeply shocked by this scene. They all looked at Jiang Jinli. At this moment, her aura was fully open, majestic, and people unconsciously wanted to surrender. They all felt admiration and pride in their hearts. The heavy rain soaked every kneeling survivor. The rain slid down their drooping, frightened faces, and dripped onto the ground. Occasionally, a thunder exploded in the sky. In this deathly silence, voices begging for mercy began to sound. "Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Please forgive us." Jiang Jinli lowered her eyes. Her mood was gloomy. After a moment, she raised her eyes and coldly ordered everyone, "Go back to your room. Don't hang around in front of me. Before I leave, whoever dares to come out, I will kill him. Get out." Knowing that they had saved their lives, everyone was ecstatic, hurriedly thanked Jiang Jinli, and staggered to their feet. But before they could move their legs, Jiang Jinli's cold voice sounded again, with a strong warning, "Also, if you dare to hide a stranger in a red uniform in your room, I will make you live a life worse than death." Everyone bent down and answered respectfully, "Absolutely not." Everyone felt relieved and fled in all directions at the fastest speed. In just a few seconds, they returned to their respective rooms. The door was tightly closed, the lights went out, and the entire base fell into a dead silence. Only the corpses were left, lying quietly in the rain, becoming silent witnesses of this horrific massacre. Jiang Jinli raised her eyes, looked at Dahua, and called softly, "Dahua." Dahua's mouth opened, and its sturdy body shook slightly, then turned into a stream of light, and quickly flew towards Jiang Jinli. It slowly wrapped around her wrist, and finally restored its original shape of a red bracelet. Xiaohua seemed extremely excited after the massacre. It ran around and kept gnawing at the corpses on the ground. It let out a satisfied howl. Qilua and others walked to Jiang Jinli's side one after another. "Sister Qingxi, are you okay?" Su Ranju took Xin Qingxi's hand and asked with concern. Xin Qingxi rubbed her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Su Ranju breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Jiang Jinli and asked, "Sisterly, what should we do next?" Jiang Jinli looked around with sharp eyes, turned around and ordered a few people, "Search around again, to see if there are any remnants of the people brought by the crazy woman. We must clean them up." Chapter 159. Qilua and others immediately took action after hearing Jiang Jinli's order. They walked in different directions of the base, preparing to conduct a thorough search. Jiang Jinli had already used her space ability to seal off the entire base. No one could escape this area without her permission. The group of people were dressed in red, making them easy to identify. Most of them had been killed by Jiang Jinli, but there was no guarantee that there were no escapees. Therefore, she decided to search again to ensure that there was no mistake. Although the news of Tang Haifu's death would spread one day, this move would have limited effect, but it was worth it to buy one more day. In this way, it would take at least a month for the news of Tang Haifu's death to spread back to the north. This period of time was enough for Jiang Jinli to go to Yongzhou to find her sister and return to the space together. The next plan was to start building and expanding her own power. Jiang Jinli knew that what Crazy Tang said was not a lie. The place where her grandfather was must be a large base headed by the family. But so what? If someone dares to hurt someone she cares about, she will not hesitate to make enemies with the whole world, let alone a base of only tens of thousands of people. Although Jiang Jinli has no fear of the Hope base, she still plans to deal with this matter after her power grows stronger. She wants to give Shinqingxi and others more time to grow. When the time is right, Jiang Jinli will personally lead the team north to settle those disputes. At this time, Jiang Jinli suddenly noticed a movement in a direction, so he walked towards it, and there was still a tail to deal with. I don't know how Luo Zime is doing in the battle. Who? In a dark corner of the base, Cheng Biao's figure shuttled in the corridor in a panic, breathing heavily and rapidly. The bandages on his back and arms had broken, and the blood and rain mixed together, dyeing his entire back red, forming a shocking red spot. Luo Zime followed him closely, chasing him relentlessly. Her eyes were fierce, her face was ferocious, and she looked extremely crazy. The machete in her hand was cold and intimidating in the dim environment. Cheng Biao was desperate at the moment. The base had been breached by a mysterious person, with countless casualties, and his eldest brother's life and death was uncertain. And Luo Zime, this crazy woman, not only did not die by chance, but came to seek revenge again, and was so persistent. She was simply an unreasonable crazy woman. Cheng Biao's back injury had just been treated with medicine not long ago, and he had no chance to rest, and he was attacked by Luo Zime. There was no choice but to flee desperately. Although Cheng Biao could use his superpowers, the energy and physical strength he needed to use were too great. He wanted to escape from the base, but the sea of blood and corpses illuminated by lightning made Cheng Biao realize that there was no escape now. Since he was destined to die, he might as well drag Luo Zime to hell with him. With this thought, Cheng Biao suddenly stopped and turned to face Luo Zime. His face was distorted, fierce and crazy. Then, Cheng Biao shouted loudly, ignoring the severe pain in his body, and his superpowers in his body burst out instantly, with a strange green light flashing in his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to solidify at this moment, and a powerful energy gushed out of Cheng Biao's body. The ground under his feet began to shake, and countless plant roots broke out of the ground. They seemed alive, entwining themselves madly towards Luo Zime. These roots seemed weak, but they were actually very tough. They twisted and deformed flexibly in the air, as cunning as spirit snakes, trying to bind Luo Zime tightly. Seeing this, Luo Zime dodged swiftly, while waving her sword and fiercely slashing at the dense plant roots. Cheng Biao suddenly laughed crazily and roared at Luo Zime, "You crazy woman, I see how you can hide this time. Even if I die, I drag you down with me." Luo Zime did not respond, but stared at Cheng Biao through the plant roots, with hatred and murderous intent in her eyes. Cheng Biao got goosebumps from that look, but he still kept mocking, "Crazy woman, I'm a superpower, you can't kill me, and you can't even think of revenge until you die. I let you die with your eyes wide open." Cheng Biao's laughter suddenly stopped, and his words were abruptly interrupted by the scene in front of him. That incredible scene instantly shattered his confidence. Cheng Biao stared at the front with his eyes wide open, his lips opening and closing, but he couldn't say a word. The roots of the plants that had grown wildly at first now became soft like dead wood that had been drained of vitality. Then they shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a thin layer of powder, drifting away with the wind. Cheng Biao's heart sank suddenly, and a chill rose from his spine and rushed straight to his head. He tried to awaken his supernatural power again in a panic, but no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. The power that once made Cheng Biao proud seemed to be imprisoned in an invisible cage at this moment, and he could not break free no matter what. How could it be? How is this possible? Cheng Biao whispered to himself in disbelief. Luo Zime felt something in her heart. She quickly glanced around and finally her eyes were fixed on a familiar figure. Jiang Jinli was standing not far away. She crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and had a barely perceptible smile on her lips. A warm current surged in Luo Zimei's heart, with gratitude in her eyes, and then she showed Jiang Jinli a bright smile. Cheng Biao followed Luo Zimei's line of sight. When he saw Jiang Jinli clearly, his pupils shrank sharply, and the fear in his heart instantly swelled. Before Cheng Biao could say anything, Luo Zimei had already rushed over like a tiger, with extreme murderous intent in her eyes. Cheng Biao had no time to think about it, so he could only focus his attention on Luo Zimei again. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he roared wildly, raised the knife in his hand, and faced Luo Zimei's attack. The two figures quickly crossed in the dark night, the swords flashed in the air, and each knife contained a deadly threat. However, Cheng Biao's injuries made him obviously at a disadvantage in the battle. His movements were no longer as agile as usual, and every swing of the knife seemed powerless, slow and clumsy. In contrast, Luo Zimei was like a fearless madman. Her knife skills were fierce, and every move was fatal. She slashed at Cheng Biao desperately. Cheng Biao was desperate. He had always relied too much on his supernatural powers. Now that he had lost this power, he had almost no power to fight back against Luo Zimei's fierce melee. At this moment, Luo Zimei keenly captured Cheng Biao's flaw. The tip of her knife was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, accurately aiming at Cheng Biao's ribs. The action was as fast as lightning. Cheng Biao had no time to react. His ribs were broken by the blade and blood gushed out like a fountain. Cheng Biao screamed heartbreakingly. Luo Zimei did not stop. She took the opportunity to quietly approach Cheng Biao again. The knife flashed, and she decisively swung the knife down. Cheng Biao's body twitched violently, as if his strength was drained. His knees bent weakly, and he finally fell to the ground. His face flushed, and the veins on his forehead bulged, looking extremely painful. Go to hell! Luo Zimei shouted angrily. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she chopped at Cheng Biao's head. Cheng Biao howled unwillingly, and then fell straight down. His blood slowly flowed on the ground, his eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. The red light in Luo Zimei's eyes had not faded, and she swung the knife at Cheng Biao's body again, venting her long-suppressed anger and resentment. She didn't stand up slowly until Cheng Biao's body became bloody. Luo Zimei breathed rapidly, staring at Cheng Biao's body with complicated eyes, anger, relief, sadness and other emotions intertwined. Her hands were still trembling slightly, and her fingertips seemed to still have the warmth left by the blade when it cut Cheng Biao's neck. She felt an unprecedented emptiness and fatigue, as if all the strength in her body was drained at this moment. Xiru, I have avenged you. Xiru, don't worry about your sister, I will live with your will in the Doomsday. I listen to you very much, I smile every day, you should also leave with peace of mind. Luo Zimei whispered in a low voice, her voice trembling, almost inaudible. At this moment, a gentle and powerful hand gently patted Luo Zimei's shoulder, with a soothing movement. Luo Zimei turned her head, and met Jiang Jinli's calm and concerned eyes. Tears rolled in Luo Zimei's eyes, and soon overflowed from her eyes, slid down her cheeks, and dripped onto the ground. She lowered her head, and slowly leaned her forehead on Jiang Jinli's shoulder, holding her close tightly with both hands. Luo Zimei sobbed softly, choking with gratitude, thank you. Jiang Jinli not only saved her, but also healed her heart and gave her hope to live. She was grateful to fate for meeting Jiang Jinli. Chapter 160. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded, accompanied by lightning that pierced the night sky, instantly illuminating a house in the base, revealing a group of pale, terrified people inside. They were Su Tianlu and his gang. As soon as the alarm sounded, Su Tianlu immediately locked the door and hid in the house with his accomplices, not even daring to breathe. He was full of confusion and didn't know what happened, but Su Tianlu knew that this kind of alarm would only sound when the gate of the base was breached. It must be a strong enemy attack. Despite the presence of the base commander and thousands of people, Su Tianlu still felt that the current situation was unclear and was unwilling to take the risk of going out. He even thought darkly that even if a strong enemy came, it would be best to kill the two brothers Cheng Xiao and the leaders of other forces. In this way, he would have the opportunity to take over and become the new leader of the base. In Su Tianlu's view, as long as the house structure and most of the population of the base were preserved, even if it was severely damaged, it could be quickly restored and rebuilt. Su Tianlu had been listening to the noise outside the door. At this moment, there was no other sound outside except the sound of continuous rain. He was puzzled. Could the battle have ended? At this time, Wang Shan in the crowd spoke up, "Boss, the fighting outside seems to have stopped. How about I go and take a look?" Su Tianlu turned his head to look at his most loyal subordinate, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay, be careful." Wang Shan was quick and agile, and was the best person to get information. He was loyal and reliable, and Su Tianlu was very confident in him. Wang Shan nodded, walked around the crowd and walked to the door. He first carefully opened a gap in the door, and came forward to observe carefully. Seeing no unusual movement outside the door, he quickly dodged and sneaked away along the wall. After Wang Shan left, Su Tianlu quickly closed the door. He sat on the cold ground, his head lowered, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashing with calculation and ambition. At the same time, Gu Xiaowei sat opposite Su Tianlu, with her back pressed against the cold wall, her eyes constantly wandering between Su Tianlu and the closed door. She knew in her heart that the chaotic situation in the base was a great opportunity for her to escape. In any case, she had to try. Gu Xiaowei stared at the door, and moved her body carefully. Wang Shan bent down, and lowered his head at this moment, moving carefully along the wall. His small eyes scanned the surroundings alertly, his whole body tense, and every nerve was like a fully drawn bowstring. There was no sound around except the noise of heavy rain. This excessive silence made people feel uneasy. There was also no light nearby, only occasional lightning breaking through the night. Along the way, Wang Shan stepped on corpses from time to time, and each time he felt cold. He tried to knock on the doors along the way, hoping to find other survivors and understand what happened. However, the people behind the doors either remained silent and closed the doors, or spoke harshly to Wang Shan and refused to open the doors. Their voices were terrified, as if there was a desperate monster outside the door. Just then, Wang Shan suddenly noticed that there was a thin figure in front of him moving slowly in the rain, which was particularly conspicuous in this empty area. Wang Shan squinted his eyes and observed carefully. When he saw clearly that it was a little girl, an evil light flashed in his eyes. He felt hot in his heart and began to slowly approach the little girl. This little girl, whose family she didn't know, dared to go out alone on such a terrifying night. Wang Shan's malice began to swell, and he thought it was a godsend. Since Shirley's sister died unfortunately, he has suppressed his desire for a long time. In this crowded base, Wang Shan usually didn't dare to attack girls, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble to Su Tianlu. But now, the base is in chaos, and no one will notice his whereabouts. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Wang Shan quickened his pace. Jiang Zheng conducted a detailed search in this area, but still did not find any traces of Tang Haifu's men. She was about to return to the square to find her sister, when suddenly, a figure rushed out from the front and blocked her way. Jiang Zheng was unhappy. Her sister had clearly said that anyone who dared to go out at night would die, but there were still people who dared to take this risk. She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her, who was not afraid of death. The man looked to be in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and a rough appearance. His eyes were slightly moving around, revealing a cunning and disgusting look. What Jiang Zheng could not stand the most was the malicious light in the man's eyes. This instantly ignited the murderous intent in her heart. Having been in the black market for so long, Jiang Zheng had seen too many greedy eyes, and had long since detested them. At the same time, Wang Shan was also carefully looking at Jiang Zheng. Although she was petite, she looked tall and strong. She was wrapped in a black dress, and carried a long sword on her back, which made her look even more handsome. Although her face was immature, it had a delicate outline, like a carefully carved jade doll, and at the same time revealed a sense of determination. She was between a girl and a young lady. She exuded a unique temperament at a young age, which made Wang Shan fascinated. The light in Wang Shan's eyes became more and more fiery. He didn't expect that there was such a beauty hidden in the base, and he knew nothing about it before. Wang Shan's heartbeat accelerated and his throat became dry. Everything about Jiang Zheng perfectly touched his deep desire. In Wang Shan's distorted cognition, the cleanest and most harmless in the world were those young and innocent little girls. Their purity became the object of Wang Shan's morbid preference. Wang Shan hid this perverted hobby very deeply, and only Su Tianlu knew it. Since Shirley's death, his sister fell into Wang Shan's hands. But unfortunately, the girl was too fragile to withstand Wang Shan's brutality, and died in less than a month. Wang Shan said to Jiang Zheng in a hoarse voice, "Little sister, it's so dangerous to run outside alone. Come with me, uncle will take you home." His mind was already overwhelmed by desire, and he didn't notice the dry clothes on Jiang Zheng and the unusualness implied by the long sword. The more Huang Shan looked at Jiang Zheng, the more he felt that Jiang Zheng was to his taste. His blood was boiling in his body. Driven by desire, he stretched out his hand eagerly while speaking, trying to catch Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng's face was full of disgust and murderous intent. She didn't hesitate at all, and quickly drew the long sword from her back. With a flash of cold light, the long sword seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, and stabbed Huang Shan in an instant. Huang Shan was shocked. He never expected that this seemingly weak little girl actually had such sharp fangs. He instinctively dodged to the side, but the tip of the sword still left a deep wound on his arm. Huang Shan screamed in pain, and his previous desire was instantly extinguished by the pain. Huang Shan finally realized the fatal danger of this girl, and knew that if he didn't try his best, his life might really be explained here. His face showed a fierce look, and he was about to take out his weapon to fight back, but he was shocked to find that the girl had disappeared. Oh no, it was a superpower. It's over. Before Huang Shan could react, he felt severe pain in many parts of his body. He screamed repeatedly, his face was painful, and he was hideous. Jiang Zheng shuttled through the rain like a phantom, and every time he appeared, he was accompanied by a fatal sword light. As the wounds on his body increased, Huang Shan bled profusely, and his physical strength was quickly consumed. Jiang Zheng was like a ghost, and every attack was extremely accurate, leaving Huang Shan completely unprepared. Finally, Jiang Zheng flashed in front of Huang Shan, and stabbed his long sword upwards, piercing his throat straight through his brain. The tip of the sword pierced out from the top of his head, and his brain burst out in the rain. Huang Shan's eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. He opened his mouth and tried to make a sound, but his throat had been pierced by the sword, so he could only utter a faint moan. Oh! Huang Shan had never expected that one day he would die at the hands of the girl he thought was the most harmless. This ending was too ironic. After a while, he fell in the rain, his body twitched a few times, and then he was completely motionless. Jiang Zheng glanced at Huang Shan's body indifferently, his eyes calm. She shook the sword lightly, and the rain and blood on the sword body splashed everywhere. Then, Jiang Zheng smoothly put the sword back into the scabbard behind him, turned around and walked forward, gradually disappearing in the rain. Chapter 161. Jiang Jinli and Luo Zime walked side by side on the trail of the base. With the death of Cheng Biao, the threat of the free base has completely dissipated. Jiang Jinli had no intention of staying here for long. He planned to return to the RV to rest for a while, and then set off for Yongzhou when the morning light came out. Luo Zime took Jiang Jinli's arm and shook it gently. She whispered softly and coquettishly, "Just let me follow you, okay? Your great kindness is so great that I can give you my life." She continued to persuade with a gentle voice, "I am very obedient, loyal, and good at fighting. Just accept me and don't hesitate, okay?" Jiang Jinli smiled, a little embarrassed, and turned to look at Luo Zime, seeing that her eyes were clear and a little nervous. This is indeed Luo Zime's style. Even the way she asked to join is so unique. In fact, from the moment Jiang Jinli brought Luo Zime to the RV, she had already regarded Luo Zime as her own. Jiang Jinli admired Luo Zime's character, her desperate madness and ruthlessness. She believed that Luo Zime also knew what was going on, and her current request was just for a clear answer. Just as Jiang Jinli was about to respond, a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps suddenly came from the front. The two quickly exchanged glances, paused the conversation, and then walked out of the alley and came to the wide road. I saw a thin figure running wildly in the rain, struggling to move forward towards the gate of the base. As the figure gradually approached, the face became clearer. She passed by Jiang Jinli and Luo Zime at a very fast speed, looking straight ahead, seemingly not noticing them. But Luo Zime recognized her at a glance. It was Gu Xiaowei. In fact, one of the main reasons why Luo Zime wanted to join Jiang Jinli's team was to gain a certain status, so as to persuade Jiang Jinli to deal with the hypocrite Zhu Tianlu and rescue Gu Xiaowei. But unexpectedly, Gu Xiaowei escaped by herself. Luo Zime was confused and was about to call out, but she heard Jiang Jinli's voice first. "Gu Xiaowei?" Although the voice was not loud, it clearly penetrated the rain curtain and reached the ears of the woman, who was running quickly. Gu Xiaowei's footsteps suddenly stopped, her body stiffened, and stopped in the rain. Luo Zime turned her head and looked at Jiang Jinli in surprise, thinking to herself, how could she know Gu Xiaowei's name? Suddenly, Luo Zime thought of the mysterious woman who was willing to lend a hand to help mentioned by Gu Xiaowei. Could it be Jiang Jinli? This is too much of a coincidence. But Gu Xiaowei's trembling back undoubtedly provided an answer to this doubt. Gu Xiaowei stood there in shock. How could she forget Jiang Jinli's steady and calm voice? He was the first person who reached out to her in the dark. She even wondered if her desire was too strong, so she had auditory hallucinations. Gu Xiaowei turned around slowly, and when she saw the tall and indifferent woman standing in the rain not far away, she was stunned. Gu Xiaowei wiped the rain off her face vigorously. This was not a dream. She really appeared at the base. After such a long time, Jiang Jinli still remembered her name. And how could a coward like me deserve this care? Gu Xiaowei looked at Jiang Jinli steadily. Tears suddenly welled up, and endless sadness rose in her heart. She opened her mouth and wanted to say hello, but her throat was extremely dry, and she could only make a low whimper. Gu Xiaowei finally couldn't hold on anymore, bent down, supported her hands on her trembling knees, and lowered her head to sob. Big tears mixed with the rain and dripped on the ground together. Jiang Jinli took a step and walked straight to Gu Xiaowei and stopped. His eyes fell on her, and his brows frowned slightly. Jiang Jinli didn't expect to meet Gu Xiaowei again in this base. She always remembered this helpless woman, and now it seems that she still can't get rid of the control of that hypocrite. There is no doubt that the hypocrite has awakened his superpowers. Gu Xiaowei saw Jiang Jinli approaching, tried to straighten her body, and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "Girl, it's you, long time no see." Jiang Jinli responded calmly, "Yeah, long time no see." Gu Xiaowei in front of him looked thinner and more haggard at this moment compared to half a year ago. Her skin lost its luster due to long-term malnutrition and exposure to the wind and sun, becoming dry and rough, as if it had been ruthlessly carved by the years. But the brilliance in her eyes remained unchanged. That was a strong desire for freedom. Gu Xiaowei stared at Jiang Jinli's still calm eyes, and couldn't help but recall the words Jiang Jinli said to her half a year ago when he walked up to her. Although she knew that everything might be too late, she still wanted to make a different choice for the cowardly self in the past. Gu Xiaowei raised her hand, tightly grasped the hem of Jiang Jinli's clothes, choked and helplessly begged, "Please. Please help me kill Su Tianlu, that beast, please." She finally waited for Jiang Jinli. The soul finally broke free from the shackles that Su Tianlu had put on her, allowing her to respond to Jiang Jinli's help. This time, she would ask without hesitation, "Please help me." Jiang Jinli heard this and smiled. It must be said that Gu Xiaowei was very tenacious to be able to hold on for so long under Su Tianlu's torture. Gu Xiaowei looked at her with blurred vision, but Jiang Jinli's words made her heart fall to the bottom in an instant. "I won't help you kill Su Tianlu." Gu Xiaowei's face turned pale in an instant, and tears flowed more violently. She began to guess that it must be her cowardice in the past that made Jiang Jinli feel unhappy and disappointed. Luo Zime, who was standing aside, frowned and was a little confused when she heard Jiang Jinli's words. Since Jiang Jinli has never forgotten Gu Xiaowei, it stands to reason that he would help her. As expected, Jiang Jinli's next words rang out, "But I will let you kill him with your own hands." Gu Xiaowei raised her eyes suddenly, and Jiang Jinli's words were like the warm spring sun, instantly melting the frost in her heart, making her eyes glow again, and her heart was excited. "That man has tortured you for so long, naturally you should do it yourself, so that you can really get rid of your anger." Jiang Jinli smiled at her, and then walked towards the direction where Gu Xiaowei ran. "Let's go, let's make it end." Gu Xiaowei stared at Jiang Jinli's back, feeling touched and sad. She took a deep breath and hurried to catch up. As she took a step, Gu Xiaowei turned her head inadvertently, and then she noticed Luo Zime walking beside her, and called out in a daze, "Zime?" Luo Zime glanced at her sideways, and teased with her red lips, "Why, you only saw me now? You are too unkind." Gu Xiaowei was a little embarrassed and smiled apologetically at Luo Zime. "I'm so sorry. I didn't notice it." Although she saw two figures, her attention was completely on Jiang Jinli, so she ignored Luo Zime's existence. Seeing Luo Zime appear next to Jiang Jinli, a trace of doubt surged in her heart. After a little thought, Gu Xiaowei blurted out, "Could it be that she is the woman who saved you in the town?" Luo Zime's eyebrows were full of smiles, her eyes fell on the figure in front, and she answered softly, "Yes, it's her." Gu Xiaowei was surprised. "Really? Then this is too coincidental." Luo Zime also felt the same way, thinking that the arrangement of fate was indeed ingenious. The two smiled at each other. At this moment, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps in front, accompanied by the noisy voices of men, which broke into the ears of the three people. Jiang Jinli stopped and looked up, only to see Su Tianlu and others running towards this side in a hurry. Her eyes immediately revealed disgust and disdain. Su Tianlu's perverted obsession with Gu Xiaowei was really incomprehensible. Brother Tian, that woman doesn't know what's good for her. She ran out to die. Why do you care about her? A man's voice was puzzled and angry. Then came the hypocrite Su Tianlu, his disgusting false concern. She is angry with me. It's too dangerous outside. How can I let her stay outside alone? After hearing this, the others immediately cursed indignantly. Then there was a cry of surprise. Brother Tian, look, there are 3 women in front. One of them seems to be your wife. Everyone immediately quickened their pace. After a while, a group of people ran to Jiang Jinli and the other 2. Su Tianlu fixed his gloomy eyes on Gu Xiaowei, frowning, showing concern, and reproachful tone. Xiaowei, you are too tactless. How can you run around? Do you know it's dangerous outside? Come back with me. Su Tianlu's voice stopped abruptly, because Gu Xiaowei showed him an extremely weird smile. This moment made him feel creepy, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Su Tianlu slowly turned his neck and moved his eyes to Jiang Jinli's face standing in the middle, and his pupils shrank instantly. It turned out to be her. After so long, Su Tianlu will never forget the scene of the first time he met Jiang Jinli, as well as her cold momentum and murderous aura. At this moment, Jiang Jinli had no expression on her face, and her eyes were as cold as a knife, as if telling Su Tianlu that his death was approaching. Su Tianlu was angry. Why did he meet this woman again? Why did Gu Xiaowei stand beside her again? Why on earth? Su Tianlu's face was pale and his legs began to tremble. Fear destroyed his elegant image. He kept roaring unwillingly in his heart. He knew that he was not the opponent of this woman half a year ago, and now he was even more out of reach. Her unfathomable aura and strong pressure all showed that she was a high-level psychic, which made Su Tianlu extremely desperate. Jiang Jinli didn't say any extra nonsense. With a stern look in his eyes, he raised his foot and kicked Su Tianlu in the chest. Ah! Su Tianlu screamed in pain and was kicked away. Accompanied by a dull impact, Su Tianlu fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times before stopping in a mess. His gold-rimmed glasses flew off his face under the impact, drew a parabola, and finally fell to the ground and shattered. Chapter 162. Su Tianlu struggled to prop up his upper body, his eyes full of fear, coughing repeatedly, and blood foam constantly overflowing from the corners of his mouth. His men finally came to their senses, and stared at the miserable Su Tianlu lying on the ground in disbelief. They turned their heads, their eyes burning with anger, pointing at Jiang Jinli, and were about to scold. How dare you, a little girl? Shut your stinky mouth. Jiang Jinli's stern shout was like a cold whip, suddenly interrupting their words. The cold and ruthless voice, like a sharp arrow, instantly penetrated everyone's eardrums and hit the brain center directly, bringing a burst of piercing pain. Everyone immediately covered their ears and fell to the ground, their ears buzzing, their faces gradually distorted, their eyes were bloodshot, and they were about to burst. Accompanied by shrill screams, some people died of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and some people, although they were not dead, also foamed at the mouth, and their life and death were uncertain. For a time, the surroundings fell into silence. Gu Xiaowei opened her mouth wide, staring at the scene in front of her in amazement. Before she recovered from the shock, Jiang Jinli had already grabbed Gu Xiaowei's arm and walked straight towards Su Tianlu. Su Tianlu barely stood up and wanted to run away, but there seemed to be an invisible wall around him, making him unable to move. Witnessing the tragic death of his men, Su Tianlu's eyes were bloodshot, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and the chill reached his bones. Facing the 3 people approaching step by step, Su Tianlu hurriedly pleaded with Gu Xiaowei. Xiaowei, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please let this lunatic let me go, I don't want to die. Gu Xiaowei stood in front of Su Tianlu, staring at him coldly silent. Seeing that she was indifferent, Su Tianlu immediately put on an affectionate expression, speaking slowly and gently. Xiaowei, you know, I love you so much. Everything I did was because I loved you too much. Jiang Jinli was in no mood to listen to Su Tianlu's disgusting speech. She quickly drew out her long knife and handed it to Gu Xiaowei's trembling hands, then held Gu Xiaowei's hands and whispered in her ear, "Cut it down and cut off your nightmare, so that you can regain your freedom." Gu Xiaowei felt the warmth in Jiang Jinli's words, and courage came to her. She took a deep breath and held the hilt tightly with both hands. Although her fingertips trembled slightly, her eyes were firm, and she looked straight at Su Tianlu in front of her. Seeing this, Su Tianlu roared angrily, "Gu Xiaowei, I am your husband. Do you really want to murder your husband? Before he finished speaking, Su Tianlu immediately activated his supernatural power, and in a flash, his body was shrouded in golden light. Su Tianlu taunted madly, I am invulnerable to swords and guns. No one can kill me, especially a cowardly woman like you. Gu Xiaowei looked at his golden skin, and the despair and powerlessness of countless counterattacks in the past surged in her heart. She turned her head to look at Jiang Jinli, and trembled. I tried. I couldn't hurt him. Jiang Jinli pressed her trembling shoulders, and said calmly, this time is different, he will be like tofu, and you can easily cut him. Jiang Jinli let go of his hand, and said coldly again, go kill him. Gu Xiaowei held the sharp blade tightly, intending to strike a fatal blow. But she caught a glimpse of a cloth bag on Su Tianlu's chest with her peripheral vision. Her face suddenly changed, and her eyes instantly filled with bloodshot. She hurriedly stepped forward, snatched the cloth bag full of long needles, and pulled out one of them. The tip of the needle flashed a cold luster under the light of lightning. These needles had brought endless pain to Gu Xiaowei. Now holding them in her hands, she couldn't help but feel scared, and her hands began to tremble. Crazy woman, what do you want to do? Su Tianlu saw the needle in her hand, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. What? What do you want to do? Gu Xiaowei's face gradually became distorted, and her red eyes stared at Su Tianlu, and suddenly laughed out loud. Didn't you say you loved me? Now, I let you taste your so-called love. After that, Gu Xiaowei held the long needle, and stabbed it fiercely into Su Tianlu's abdomen. The long needle completely sank into his body. No obstacles. His once indestructible skin was really as fragile as tofu at this moment. Ah! You lunatic. The sharp object pierced into the body, and the severe pain made Su Tianlu's veins bulge, and his face flushed. Su Tianlu's ability seemed powerless under Jiang Jinli's control, and he could only helplessly endure the painful torture. Gu Xiaowei seemed to have lost her mind, and her laughter became more frantic. Without hesitation, she pulled out all the long needles, and stabbed them frantically into various parts of Su Tianlu's body. Every time she stabbed, she heard Gu Xiaowei's strange and weird voice. Come, I will give you back all the love you gave me. You see, I love you too. Jiang Jinli and Luo Zime looked at each other in silence, and sighed in their hearts. No one could imagine how Gu Xiaowei had spent these years. Su Tianlu fell to the ground, his eyes were full of bloodshot, his neck blood vessels were swollen, and his body was twitching. He was in so much pain that he lost consciousness, and didn't even have the strength to speak. As the last needle in Gu Xiaowei's hand stabbed, her laughter finally stopped. She stood up, holding a sharp blade, looking down at the hypocritical and perverted Su Tianlu on the ground. Her eyes instantly became cruel and brutal. Without any hesitation, Gu Xiaowei held the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, raised it above her head, and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. With an angry roar, Gu Xiaowei used all her strength to slash the knife at Su Tianlu. Su Tianlu screamed in despair. The blade easily pierced Su Tianlu's body, and the momentum did not decrease. It went straight across his abdomen, and then ruthlessly cut open his body. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the death was miserable. After a moment, Gu Xiaowei stood up straight. She stared blankly at the bloody and blurred rotten meat on the ground, and her heart was in a trance. The demon who tortured her for several years died so easily. The sudden pain spread to her limbs and bones. Gu Xiaowei cried bitterly, and the resentment made her emotionally collapse, as if she had fallen into madness. She raised the knife in her hand again, swung it wildly at the already broken body, and cursed angrily, you beast! Devil! Dead pervert! I curse you to never be reborn! As she cried, Gu Xiaowei suddenly laughed, and her sharp laughter was particularly harsh. Dead? You are finally dead. Die well, ha ha. Gu Xiaowei's face was distorted in tears and laughter, looking both weird and desolate. Finally, she stopped her movements, exhausted, fell to the ground powerlessly, and cried loudly. Gu Xiaowei felt that the shackles that bound her collapsed at this moment, and her heart was freed as never before. It was as if the soul was flying from the quagmire. Jiang Jinli walked up and patted her shoulder. You are free. Gu Xiaowei raised her head and looked at Jiang Jinli with tears in her eyes, with a light of gratitude and relief flashing in her eyes. Yes, from this moment on, she was finally free. Gu Xiaowei kept crying, as if she wanted to vent all the humiliation and pain she had experienced over the years at once. On this rainy night, Gu Xiaowei was lucky enough to meet Jiang Jinli again. She was able to get rid of the nightmare of many years, and was liberated and reborn. She will always remember this moment. Late at night, heavy rain poured down. The whole base was filled with the smell of dampness and death. Jiang Jinli and his group were standing in the square. The entire base had been thoroughly searched, and no man in red was left out. They were also preparing to leave. But Xiaohua hadn't arrived yet, and I didn't know where it had gone crazy again. Jiang Jinli was waiting at this moment. Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei stood opposite Jiang Jinli. Their expressions were complicated, and they seemed to have something to say, but they didn't know how to start. Luo Zime secretly looked at Jiang Jinli from time to time, and she was very nervous. She knew that Jiang Jinli was about to leave, and whether she could join the team depended on what Jiang Jinli said next. Although Jiang Jinli's previous acquiescence gave her some confidence, Luo Zime's heart was still hanging in the air without a clear answer, feeling uneasy. Gu Xiaowei lowered her head and remained silent, her eyes confused. In this doomsday, she was alone and helpless. Thinking of facing the cruel future alone, she felt lonely and scared. After learning that Jiang Jinli was the one who broke into the base, Gu Xiaowei was shocked and sincerely admired Jiang Jinli's powerful ability. Now, in this world, Jiang Jinli is the only person who is still tied to her, her benefactor, and her faith. Now, Jiang Jinli is about to leave, and Gu Xiaowei is eager to follow her, but her inferiority complex makes her hesitant and dare not speak easily. Gu Xiaowei thought she was average in ability and unpleasant in character, and was worried that Jiang Jinli would not accept her. A sense of loneliness gradually invaded her, and her heart was empty, and her eyes could not help but turn red. Suddenly, a dog barked. Xiaohua happily passed through the rain curtain and quickly ran to Jiang Jinli's feet. It wagged its tail, and looked up at Jiang Jinli with its bright eyes. The blood on its mouth was clearly visible, and it was obvious that it had just enjoyed a hearty midnight snack. Jiang Jinli touched its head, and then said to everyone, "Let's go, it's time to leave." She turned her head, and looked at Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei. A gentle smile rose at the corner of her mouth, and she slowly said, "Originally, my team still needs 2 more members." Xin Qingxi, who was standing aside, heard this and immediately understood in her heart that it seemed that the team was finally going to be complete. A 10-man team was about to be established. Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei suddenly raised their eyes shining with a hint of uncertainty. Jiang Jinli did not hesitate and said directly, "But now, my team is complete." The two were stunned by the sudden surprise, but soon came to their senses and smiled happily. Luo Zime held Jiang Jinli's hand tightly and said happily, "It's great. I am so happy to think that I can be with you in the future." Her heart finally found its home. In this doomsday, being able to follow Jiang Jinli means that she has a pillar and support in the future. She thanked sincerely. Gu Xiaowei looked unbelievable, with mixed emotions in her eyes, and asked unconfidently, Can I really?" Jiang Jinli's words were like a stone thrown into her heart, stirring up ripples, just like her mood at the moment, ups and downs. Jiang Jinli comforted her, "Of course you can, I believe in my vision, and you should also have confidence in your potential. Gu Xiaowei has a tough personality, and is a woman worth cultivating." Jiang Jinli believes that in just a few years, she will be able to be completely renewed and reborn. Meeting Gu Xiaowei here, and the team just happens to lack a position, isn't this a kind of fate? Jiang Jinli asked seriously, "So, I formally ask you once, are you willing to join my team and follow me?" Gu Xiaowei's tears flowed uncontrollably. She nodded hard, choking, "I am willing. Very willing. Thank you so much." How could she not be willing? Gu Xiaowei only felt an unprecedented excitement and a sense of unreality, as if she was in a dream. Loneliness was instantly dispelled, replaced by a full sense of security and warmth. Jiang Jinli nodded, and then asked the two, "Do you have anything important to go back and get?" They both shook their heads at the same time. They didn't have anything worth keeping, and they didn't feel any sense of belonging to this base. They were relaxed and free of worries. "Okay, let's go." Jiang Jinli led the way to the entrance of the base. The foundation of this base is still there. After they leave, someone will definitely fight for power, and the position of the base leader. Who will win in the end depends on their own ability. Xiaohua jumped and followed Jiang Jinli, her face full of excitement and grinning. Xin Qingxi and others followed closely behind. Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei smiled at each other, and followed everyone to the gate of the base. In the rainy night, their figures gradually disappeared at the entrance of the base, going farther and farther, until they disappeared. Chapter 163. The sky was low, and the dark clouds were like heavy curtains, covering the last ray of light tightly. The raindrops were thick and dense, like broken black beads, falling one after another, blurring the surrounding scene into a hazy state. The mutant plants danced wildly in the black rain and wind. Their branches were like monster tentacles, showing an inappropriate vitality in the harsh environment. On the desolate trail, a motorhome was parked quietly. In the car, Jiang Jinli handed Luo Zime a towel, and his tone revealed a hint of helplessness. Wipe your tears and eat well. What kind of person is it to cry like this? Last night, they left the base and took a short rest in the motorhome. At dawn, they drove towards Yongzhou City. At noon, Jiang Jinli stopped the car and prepared a lunch in the motorhome. The fierce battle last night exhausted everyone, and with the addition of new members, a hearty meal was naturally needed to boost their spirits. As the weather suddenly turned cold, everyone in the group had changed into thick long-sleeved clothes. At this moment, 7 people sat around the dining table. When Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei saw the food on the table, they were shocked at first, and then they couldn't help but shed tears. Everyone understood their emotional fluctuations. With everyone's comfort, Gu Xiaowei's emotions gradually calmed down, but Luo Zime still sobbed. If outsiders saw it, they might mistakenly think that she had suffered a great injustice. Luo Zime took the towel, wiped the red and swollen corners of her eyes, and choked up and said, "I'm so happy that I can't help it. You also know what fresh vegetables mean in today's world." She turned to Jiang Jinli and sighed sincerely, "It's so happy to be able to follow you. It feels like a dream." Jiang Jinli smiled and didn't say much. He just silently picked up a chicken leg for her and signaled her to eat quickly. Luo Zime sniffed, nodded to express her gratitude, and continued to eat. Today's dishes are unusually rich, with vegetables, meat and soup, and each one is a delicacy that is almost impossible to see in this Doomsday. In the free base, vegetables are extremely rare resources. Even if Luo Zime has some connection with Cheng Biao, she can only occasionally get some yellow and shriveled vegetable leaves. Cheng Biao's ability is relatively low, and he can only barely grow some rough grains, and vegetables are currently difficult to cultivate. But Jiang Jinli's space actually stores various foods that are almost extinct in the Doomsday world, which is really surprising. Qiluo and Su Ranju empathize with Luo Zime's words. They know that in this desperate Doomsday, the significance of fresh vegetables far exceeds the food itself. It not only symbolizes vitality, it also carries hope. Following Jiang Jinli, they not only regained their dignity as human beings, but even their living standards in some aspects surpassed those before the end of the world. Their gratitude to Jiang Jinli is like the surging river water, surging and difficult to express. In their hearts, as long as Jiang Jinli needs them, they are willing to go through fire and water for her without hesitation. Even on the verge of life and death, they will never back down. While eating, Xinqingxi looked at Jiang Jinli from time to time, with gratitude and warmth in her heart. Compared with others, she was the first to know Jiang Jinli. At the beginning of the end of the world, she had not yet fully felt the cruelty of the world, and was fortunately saved by Jiang Jinli. Since then, she no longer has to worry about food and life. Xinqingxi has been grateful for the favor of fate countless times in her heart, and vowed to repay Jiang Jinli's kindness with the rest of her life. Gu Xiaowei's mood is much more complicated, and she is still immersed in a dreamy trance. Last night, her soul just regained its freedom, and today, her life seems to have returned to the end of the world overnight. She kept asking herself, what qualifications do she have to enjoy such treatment? But whenever she thought of Jiang Jinli's trust and encouragement to her, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and made up her mind to work hard to improve herself, grow up as soon as possible, and live up to Jiang Jinli's expectations. From now on, Gu Xiaowei's life will belong to Jiang Jinli unconditionally. Jiang Zheng was eating, with a satisfied face and a happy look between his eyebrows. Since Jiang Jinli became her sister, every day of her life has been full of happiness. In Jiang Zheng's heart, Jiang Jinli's importance even surpassed her life. In this way, several people finished lunch with different thoughts. After lunch, Jiang Jinli sat at the table, Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei sat opposite. She took out 2 fruits from the space, her eyes fell on the 2 people, and said calmly, "Choose one you like, and awaken it in the car later." The 2 fruits, one is milky white, from the top of Ningxing Mountain, and the other is green, picked from the forest in the town. Jiang Jinli's eyes wandered between the 2 fruits, and then added, "This green fruit, I think it should be related to the wood power, and the white one." She paused slightly, as if thinking, and continued after a few seconds, "It may be some special system, or wind power." After saying that, she opened the box of fruits, and pushed it in front of Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei. Then she sat back in her chair, quietly waiting for their decision. Shinjingzi, Chilua and others also gathered around, watching curiously. Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei stared at the two fragrant and attractive fruits in front of them, and fell into a daze for a while. They looked at each other. They could see the incredible shock in each other's eyes. The rarity of this fruit needs no further explanation. It represents the identity of a superpower, and symbolizes the ability beyond ordinary people. It also indicates the increase of power, and possible extension of life. Jiang Jinli took out such a precious thing so casually. Her generosity and trust in them deeply moved the two. Tears welled up in their eyes again, and complex emotions surged in their hearts. Luo Zime's tears fell like pear blossoms. She looked up at Jiang Jinli, her voice trembling, But she paused here, took a deep breath, blinked, and tried to hold back her tears. At this moment, any word seemed redundant, and everything was unspoken. She turned to Gu Xiaowei and asked with a smile, "Which superpower do you want to awaken?" For Luo Zime, no matter what superpower she had, she liked it, so it didn't matter which one she chose. Hearing this, Gu Xiaowei set her eyes on the two fruits on the table, and reached out to pick up the green fruit without hesitation. She looked around at everyone and explained with a smile, "I choose the wood system, because I was a teacher of botany before the end of the world, and I have a certain understanding and research on various plants." When she mentioned the past, her eyes dimmed. In the broken days before the Doomsday, because of the pervert Su Tianlu, Gu Xiaowei's work and love for plants were all gone. Her soul was imprisoned for many years. But fortunately, she finally got rid of that hypocrite, and can now devote herself to the field she loves again. Gu Xiaowei has learned that Jiang Jinli plans to build a new base, so she decided that the planning work of the future base will be in charge of her, and she will go all out. When everyone heard that Gu Xiaowei was a researcher in botany, they couldn't help but look at each other with surprised expressions. Jiang Jinli's eyebrows were slightly raised, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, it's such a coincidence." "That's great. If nothing unexpected happens, Gu Xiaowei will have a very high affinity for plants after awakening the wood ability. In this way, the planting management work of the future base can be handed over to her." Gu Xiaowei looked at Jiang Jinli with a shy smile on her face. Luo Zime chuckled and continued, "This is perfect. You are a good match for wood-type abilities." Luo Zime then picked up the white fruit, showed a bright smile to Jiang Jinli, and said expectantly, "I hope this is a wind-type ability, controlling the wind and controlling objects. Just thinking about it makes me feel free." Jiang Jinli responded, "It's probably true." She stood up and said to the two, "Then get ready. You will awaken in a while." The two also stood up. Their expressions became serious, and they nodded solemnly. Jiang Jinli looked through the car window, looked at the wind and rain outside the car, and announced to everyone, "Keep going. This time we must get to Yongzhou as soon as possible." She has reached the 6th level of strength, and no longer needs to work hard to find the corpse tide. She just wants to get to her sister as soon as possible. If everything goes well, and there is no delay, they can reach their destination in a few days. After hearing the order, everyone immediately got busy and returned to their seats. Gu Xiaowei and Luo Zime walked to the back of the vehicle, preparing to awaken their superpowers there. Xin Qingxi sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Not long after, the RV started again in the storm, and drove into the depths of the rain curtain. Jiang Jinli relaxed all over, leaned back in the seat, stared at the rapidly receding scene outside the window, and fell into deep thought. Now that the team has a full number of people, she only needs these 9 people, and will only train these 9 people, and will not increase them. Jiang Jinli is very satisfied with the 9 people she carefully selected. She will gather these 9 people into an indestructible force. Including herself and her sister, she will use 11 people as the core to create a powerful force that no one can defeat. Thinking of meeting her sister soon, Jiang Jinli's eyes were gentle, revealing deep longing. Sister, waiting for her. Chapter 164. The dark clouds rolled like a thick black curtain covering the sky, and the heavy raindrops poured down like broken beads. In this desolate and silent town, broken walls were scattered everywhere, and houses and buildings tilted and collapsed, a mess. Several women were fighting fiercely with a group of zombies, including first-level zombies. These zombies were rotten and swollen all over, and their scarlet eyes showed endless hunger. Under the rain, the rotten flesh peeled off piece by piece, exposing the dry bones underneath. They roared and launched a crazy attack on the women with their teeth and claws. Facing the offensive, these women were not afraid. They shuttled flexibly in the rain, and the weapons in their hands drew sharp trajectories in the air. They moved quickly, accurately, and swung with power and decisiveness. One of the women was particularly eye-catching. She had a graceful figure and outstanding temperament. She could be recognized at a glance even in the melee. Her long hair was tied behind her head, slightly messy due to being soaked by the rain. Her clothes were tightly attached to her body, outlining the curves of a mature woman. Her face was beautiful and gentle, but her eyes revealed a calm determination that made people dare not approach her easily. She held a huge curved scimitar in her hand, which complemented her tall figure and exuded a fascinating momentum. When a first-level zombie pounced on the woman with its bulky body, she dodged lightly, and then jumped up, slashing the zombie's neck with the scimitar in her hand. The scimitar collided with the zombie's bones, making a muffled sound, and the zombie screamed in pain, and its head fell off. The woman panted slightly, but did not stop, and continued to rush towards the zombie with the big knife. The other women were equally ruthless and agile. It was obvious that they had become qualified warriors after being tempered by the Doomsday. After a fierce battle, the zombies were finally defeated. The women stood around the corpses, looked at each other, and laughed heartily. After a short rest, they moved quickly and bent down to dig out the crystal cores in the zombies. The woman holding the machete did not stay for long after confirming that the surroundings were safe. Instead, she walked quickly to a shaky house not far away. She stood in front of the door, wiping the rain off her face, with a complicated expression, intertwined with uneasiness, joy and tension. Jiang Shuman took a deep breath, trying to calm the fluctuations in her heart, then raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. With a hint of uncertainty, she called softly, Xiao Li, are you in there? Open the door. Sister is here to see you. Jiang Shuman's voice was as warm and gentle as her face, like the warm sun, which can nourish the heart, smooth out those frizziness and unhappiness, and make people feel at ease. While speaking, her hand unconsciously increased the strength and knocked on the door again, as if to vent all the anxiety in her heart. After a while, there were slight footsteps in the house. After a while, the door slowly opened, revealing a narrow gap. A pair of black eyes vigilantly examined the outside world in the dim gap. Jiang Shuman was happy, but when her eyes met those eyes, the smile immediately froze on her face. She felt confused and lost, but still had a faint hope, and asked the person inside the door, Is there anyone else inside? The man inside the door saw the situation outside through the gap, and a light flashed in his eyes. He quickly opened the door, and thanked Jiang Shuman repeatedly, Thank you, girl, otherwise the house would be broken by zombies. He immediately turned around and shouted to the house, Everyone come out quickly, the zombies at the door have been cleared. As the voice sounded, a group of people quickly poured out of the house. They were of different ages and shapes, and there were men, women, young and old. Jiang Shuman's face was full of expectation, and her eyes searched eagerly in the crowd. When she saw the last person in the crowd, a figure similar to Jiang Jinli, her heartbeat accelerated and she was very excited. But the light in the house was too dim, so she could only wait patiently for them to walk to the door before she could clearly identify them. The reason why Jiang Shuman came here despite the danger was that she saw a blurry figure by the second-floor window of this house from a distance with a telescope, which looked like Jiang Jinli. It happened that she witnessed the scene of the gate being besieged by zombies, so she decided to clear the obstacles. Jiang Shuman didn't want to miss any chance to find Jiang Jinli. Soon, everyone in the house gathered at the door and looked out. Their faces were haggard, their eye sockets were sunken, and the signs of malnutrition were clearly visible. As each person's face became clear in front of Jiang Shuman, her emotions fluctuated. When Jiang Shuman saw the face of the last person, her mood instantly fell from the peak to the bottom. Loss surged in her heart, tears rolled in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to fall. It wasn't Xiaoli. She just felt very uncomfortable. The women who followed Jiang Shuman stood silently beside her, looking at Jiang Shuman with worry in their eyes. They read the answer from Jiang Shuman's painful expression. In this dilapidated hut, there was no sister she missed day and night. They frowned and sighed at the same time. It was obvious that Jiang Shuman's heart was in turmoil at this moment, with pain and disappointment intertwined. At this time, after seeing the situation outside the door, everyone in the house bowed to express their gratitude to Jiang Shuman and his party. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, we might not be able to hold on today. Yes, thank you girls for saving our lives. You are so awesome. Are you a search team from a base? Is there a safe base nearby? Everyone asked at once. They were all unfortunate people trapped in this small town because of zombies and heavy rain. They came from different cities, most of them were alone, and they didn't know each other. Along the way, they kept looking for a refuge where they could settle down, but nowadays there are not many truly safe bases, and many places have become dens for bandits and robbers. Judging from the temperament and appearance of these women, they guessed that these women should come from a regular base. Therefore, they asked so urgently. Jiang Shumen's heartbeat gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath, and her expression returned to normal. She replied to everyone indifferently, "You can go to Yongzhou base." After hesitating for a moment, she finally briefly described the specific route to the base. After that, she turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, the others quickly walked out of the door and surrounded Jiang Shumen and others. They looked anxious, their voices panicked, and they pleaded, "Are you going back? Can you take us with you? It's still a long way to Yongzhou. We have no means of transportation and no strength, so we can't go far." Another person quickly replied, "Since you have saved us, then be a good person and help us again." "That's right, now that the Doomsday is approaching, we should help each other. After arriving at the base, we will definitely give you corresponding rewards." Others echoed. The women behind Jiang Shumen looked at each other, with mockery and disdain flashing in their eyes. How dare these people make such a ridiculous request? Where is their face? Jiang Shumen glanced at them. Her tone gradually became impatient, and she said bluntly, "You misunderstood. I didn't mean to save you." If she didn't think Jiang Jinli was trapped inside, Jiang Shumen wouldn't even want to look at them, let alone save people. The cruelty of the Doomsday had already worn away her last bit of extra kindness. Jiang Shumen spoke again, her voice cold and hard. "Get out of the way. I've told you the location of the base. If you have the ability, go find it yourself. I'm not yours. I have no obligation to escort you." But the crowd did not retreat. Instead, they started to nag, trying to use moral kidnapping to achieve their goals. Jiang Shumen's patience was finally exhausted. "Get out of the way!" She suddenly raised the scimitar in her hand, shouted angrily, pointed the tip of the knife at the crowd. Her eyes became sharp, and murderous intent suddenly rose. The crowd stopped talking. They were shocked by Jiang Shumen's momentum. Their hearts trembled, and they retreated, making way, not daring to make any more noise. They originally thought that this woman had a kind heart under her gentle face, but they didn't expect that her aura would be so terrifying. In this tense confrontation, the woman with a figure similar to Jiang Jinli stood in front of Jiang Shumen without knowing the depth. The woman looked at Jiang Shumen with a helpless and weak face, and begged, "I am alone, weak, and can't go to the base. Can you take me with you, please?" She noticed that Jiang Shumen's eyes fell on her with a hint of complexity. She guessed secretly in her heart. This may be because she is somewhat similar to someone important to her, and that person may no longer be there. This thought made the woman feel that she should try her best. Maybe Jiang Shumen will treat her differently because of this similarity. If the relatives Jiang Shumen is looking for are dead, then she may be able to stay by her side, even if it is just as a substitute. It doesn't matter. In this cruel world, as long as she can survive and have a meal, it is enough for the woman. This thought became stronger and stronger in the woman's mind, and her gaze towards Jiang Shumen became more urgent. However, Jiang Shumen seemed not to hear it, and ignored the woman's gaze, and tried to walk around her expressionlessly. The woman panicked and quickly reached out to grab Jiang Shumen, shouting anxiously, "Wait, don't leave yet, you." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Shumen swiftly avoided her touch. Her face sank, and she raised her foot without hesitation and kicked the woman's abdomen fiercely. The woman screamed in pain, flew towards the crowd in an instant, and fell heavily to the ground. She held her stomach and spit out a mouthful of blood, with an expression of disbelief. Jiang Shumen's eyes showed strong disgust, and he warned everyone again, "Whoever says more, I will kill him." Chapter 165. Hearing this, the crowd instantly fell into chaos, and fled in all directions in panic. Some people even fled back to the building in a panic. Jiang Shumen did not waste any more time. She stepped straight into the rain and walked forward steadily. Several women followed her footsteps, looking at Jiang Shumen's lonely but resolute back, and could feel the heaviness and persistence in her heart. This situation was not the first time for her. Every time Jiang Shumen thought she had finally found Jiang Jinli's trace, reality always hit her ruthlessly. But no matter how many disappointments she experienced, Jiang Shumen never had the thought of giving up. Since Jiang Shumen arrived at the Yongzhou base, she would venture out every few days regardless of everything. On the surface, she was collecting survival supplies, but those who knew her knew that what she was really looking for was her lost sister whose life and death were unknown. Each of her search trips took several days. After returning to the base for a short rest, she would set off again for the next stop. It seemed that only such tireless search could slightly ease Jiang Shumen's worries and longings. Someone in the base couldn't stand it anymore and cruelly reminded Jiang Shumen that her sister might not be alive. But after hearing this, Jiang Shumen beat the man like a madman who had lost his mind. Fortunately, other members of the base intervened in time, otherwise the man might have died long ago. Since that incident, no one dared to mention Jiang Jinli's name easily. Jiang Shumen remained isolated in the base, and refused to integrate into any group or force. Obviously, she had no sense of belonging to the base, nor did she plan to stay for a long time. She stayed in the base only because Jiang Shumen firmly believed that one day her sister would find her. These women were also independent in the base. After getting to know Jiang Shumen, they admired and respected her tenacity and persistence. Therefore, they ignored Jiang Shumen's refusal and resolutely chose to follow her. On the one hand, they hoped to help Jiang Shumen find her sister, and on the other hand, it was also an opportunity for them to hone themselves. In this world full of dangers, unity often means a higher chance of survival. The experience and adventure during this period did not disappoint them. They have made significant progress in combat skills. But unfortunately, there is still no progress in the news about Jiang Shumen's sister. Whenever they think of this, they will feel sad and helpless for Jiang Shumen. Soon after, Jiang Shumen and others walked to a car parked on the side of the deserted road. The few people didn't care about the wetness on their bodies, and got into the car directly. Then, the car started and drove away. Jiang Shumen sat in the back seat. She took out a map, found the name of the town just now on the map, and drew a cross on it with a red pen. Jiang Shumen stared at the dense red crosses on the map. The hand holding the pen trembled involuntarily, and her eyes turned red in an instant. A woman sitting next to her saw this, and felt sorry for her. She comforted her softly, "Jiang Jia, no news here doesn't mean anything. We still have many cities to look for." Jiang Shumen looked up at the other person, and nodded slightly. She put away the map, leaned back in her seat, and frowned. The woman driving the car looked at the two forked roads ahead, then turned to ask Jiang Shumen, "Jiang Jia, should we continue to search, or go back to the base?" Jiang Shumen pondered for a moment, and answered in a slightly hoarse voice, "Return to the base." The woman replied, "I understand." Then, the vehicle made a smooth turn and set foot on the road to Yongzhou. Jiang Shumen's eyes fell empty outside the car window, but her thoughts drifted far away. This time she has been out for nearly half a month, and she really needs to go back to the base. If Shili has found the base, and she is not there, she will definitely be very worried. Since searching for Jiang Jinli in Pingou City, and finding nothing, Jiang Shumen has begun this blind search journey. But after searching for a while, Jiang Shumen gradually realized that such a search may never allow her to reunite with Jiang Jinli. Therefore, Jiang Shumen accepted Song Qingjing's suggestion and decided to settle in a regular base and wait for Jiang Jinli to find her. After careful consideration and screening, she finally chose the Yongzhou base. First of all, this base has a relatively strict management system and has strong control over personnel. In addition, the base has a large population and an obvious target. If Jiang Jinli is looking for her, such a place is very likely to be her first choice. Jiang Shumen is convinced that Jiang Jinli will start from the base when looking for her. Therefore, she must stay in the base. This is their only chance to meet again, and Jiang Shumen's only hope. But as time passed, Jiang Jinli never showed up. Although Jiang Shumen knew that it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Jinli to find Yongzhou in a short time among so many messy bases. But the anxiety in her heart grew uncontrollably like spreading weeds. In order to get rid of this emotional distress, Jiang Shumen chose to go out to look for her, hoping to suppress her wild thoughts and regain the courage to continue waiting by constantly running around. Now, the sisters have been separated for nearly half a year. The outside world is full of dangers, and the threat of mutants is constantly escalating, reaching the 4th level or above. Jiang Jinli's safety is always on Jiang Shumen's mind. Jiang Shumen often worries about whether Jiang Jinli is suffering from hunger and thirst, and whether she has been hurt by bad people. Whenever she thinks that Jiang Jinli may be alone outside, facing all kinds of dangers, Jiang Shumen's heart hurts like a knife. Jiang Shumen's sense of powerlessness is like a heavy yoke, tormenting her. She recalled the past countless times, and blamed herself countless times, why she left Jiang Jinli, and went to the hospital alone before the Doomsday. If they had not separated at that time, perhaps they would not be in the predicament today. Putting down these painful memories temporarily, Jiang Shumen wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and sighed softly. She prayed silently in her heart, "I hope that I can reunite with Shelley when I return to the base this time." Yongzhou City, before the Doomsday, it was already a dazzling first and second tier city. And the Yongzhou base is located in a relatively quiet wealthy area in this city. Thanks to the careful design and high standard construction before the Doomsday, these mansions miraculously stood firm under the ravages of the earthquake. After the Doomsday storm swept through, Xie Zidao, the richest man in Yongzhou City, quickly occupied this relatively intact area with his extraordinary wisdom and resources. The construction of the Yongzhou base was carried out quickly and vigorously like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. It was formed in a short time. This is mainly due to the solidity and practicality of the original house structure. It can be put into use again with just a little renovation, which greatly saves the time of reconstruction. Xie Zidao turned his focus to population expansion and the construction of city walls. Today, there are 2 towering city walls on both sides of the base, up to 20 meters high, made of solid materials such as reinforced concrete. On the city wall, the battlements are staggered and the fire points are scattered, which greatly enhances the defense. In order to further enhance the defense, the base has also arranged layers of fortifications, including various obstacles and sharp barbed wire. Looking from a distance, the Yongzhou base is like an indestructible fortress, providing survivors with an unprecedented sense of security. When talking about Yongzhou base, there is one person who cannot be ignored, and that is its sole figure, Base Chief Xie Zidao. In the business world before the end of the world, Xie Zidao was well known for his outstanding leadership and decisive decision-making ability. And after the end of the world, these abilities and characteristics of his have been further demonstrated and strengthened. Behind every survival strategy and defense plan of Yongzhou base, Xie Zidao's wisdom and foresight are engraved. His character is extremely rigorous, and he does not allow the slightest flaw, revealing an unquestionable dictator's majesty. This leadership style ensures order and stability within the base. The 2 iron laws of the base are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. One is that killing is strictly prohibited, and any conflict must be resolved outside the base. Violators will face severe consequences such as expulsion or even capital punishment. Second, it is strictly forbidden to violate women, and any forced behavior will be ruthlessly cracked down. These 2 principles, like a magnet, attracted countless survivors to join them, causing the population of the base to surge to nearly 10,000 in a short period of time. However, among this huge crowd, there are very few people with superpowers, with a total of only dozens of people, and their levels are generally not high. Xie Zidao, as the leader of the base, selflessly gave his only chance to awaken his superpowers to his daughter. Although Xie Zidao himself does not have superpowers, his authority has not weakened, but has become more stable. The residents of the base respect him more and more, and they are deeply afraid that he will encounter an accident, because they know that leaders like Xie Zidao, who can lead everyone with fairness and selflessness, are rare in the end times. Therefore, in Yongzhou base, no one can shake Xie Zidao's leadership position. The survivors here yearn for peace and order, and only Xie Zidao's rule can bring them such a life. Any ambitious person who dares to challenge him, without Xie Zidao's personal action, will be drowned in the ocean of public opinion by the members of the base with their scorn and isolation. In fact, the 2 iron rules set by Xie Zidao were not from his inner kindness, nor were they aimed at saving mankind from Doomsday. His real purpose was to clear the obstacles for his daughter Xie Ling's future path to power. His wife died early, leaving the young Xie Ling behind. Xie Zidao was both a strict father and a loving mother, raising his daughter alone. His love for Xie Ling almost reached an unprecedented level. Xie Zidao's original intention of establishing the Yongzhou base was to provide Xie Ling with a safe and orderly haven. Xie Ling is cheerful and heroic, totally different from the traditional rich lady. She is full of justice, and is determined to open up a new world for women in troubled times. With the establishment and development of the base, Xie Ling's enthusiasm for management is growing. She has repeatedly expressed to Xie Zidao her determination to make a career in the end times as a woman. After hearing this, Xie Zidao began to gradually transfer the management power of the base to Xie Ling without hesitation, and personally instructed her how to manage it. He gradually retreated behind the scenes, handling trivial matters, while helping Xie Ling establish prestige in the base. Now, Xie Ling is the real manager of the base. Xie Zidao's plan is that when Xie Ling's ability is upgraded to a higher level and has enough strength to independently guard the base, he will completely abdicate and give the position of base chief to Xie Ling. During this period, Xie Zidao frequently led the team out to find precious supernatural fruits, establish friendly relations with other bases, and exchange grain seeds and various materials urgently needed by the base. But this time he was away for much longer than expected, and the entire base fell into tension and anxiety. Although Xiezidao brought enough people and equipment when he went out, his delay still made the residents of the base worried. They all understood that if Xiezidao met with an accident, the peace and stability of the base would face collapse, and the land on which they depended for survival might also fall into fighting and chaos. Chapter 166. In front of the grand gate of Yongzhou base, several armed guards were patrolling nervously. Their expressions were serious and vigilant. Raindrops hit the ground, and the roar of the car engine gradually penetrated the rain curtain, attracting the attention of the guards. They looked up, and when they recognized the identity of the vehicle, their nervous expressions instantly turned into joy, and they hurried forward. Before the vehicle completely stopped, they couldn't wait to greet, "Dr. Jiang, you are finally back." Another guard smiled and said, "Yes, Dr. Jiang, many people in the base are looking forward to your return." Jiang Shuman rolled down the window and nodded to them. The guards immediately ran to the heavy iron gate, opened it with force, turned to Jiang Shuman and said respectfully, "Dr. Jiang, please come in." The vehicle then slowly drove into the base. Inside the base, despite the heavy rain, there was still a lot of noise and people coming and going. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Only by completing the assigned tasks can they exchange for the rations and supplies needed for survival. Some people choose to venture out to find crystal cores or exchange food with psychics, while others compete for job opportunities within the base. Because psychics are rare in the base, their status is second only to managers. Therefore, the food allocated to them is more abundant, and no one is dissatisfied with this. After all, when facing the threat of high-level mutant zombies, it is these psychics who have the ability to resist danger. After arriving at the base, Jiang Shuman quickly got off the car and walked quickly towards the registration room. Along the way, people who saw her greeted her enthusiastically, and Jiang Shuman also responded politely for a few words, and then walked directly into the registration room. Inside the room, a woman was sitting behind a table. When she heard the door open, she looked up and saw Jiang Shuman. She was startled at first, then smiled, "Dr. Jiang, I haven't seen you for half a month. You finally came back." Jiang Shuman opened her mouth to ask, but the woman habitually said first, "Your sister hasn't come to the base yet." Jiang Shuman was interrupted and walked to the table, frowning slightly, and asked unwillingly, "Maybe you accidentally missed her when you registered?" The woman sighed softly and answered patiently, "Dr. Jiang, you should know that this kind of thing is impossible. Moreover, in the past half-month, all the survivors who arrived at the base were male survivors, and no female survivors were seen. How could they be missed?" Every time Jiang Shuman came back from going out, the first thing she did was to come here to ask about her sister's whereabouts. After so many times, the woman had memorized the name Jiang Jinli, and would pay special attention to it. But every time, the answer she gave Jiang Shuman was only disappointment. Hearing these words, Jiang Shuman's eyes dimmed. The woman saw this and felt a little sorry. Just as she was about to comfort him, Jiang Shuman spoke again, "If my sister arrives at the base, please send someone to inform me. I will stay at the base for a few more days this time." The woman immediately responded, "Don't worry, I will." "Thank you." Jiang Shuman thanked her briefly, then turned around and walked out with heavy steps. When he walked outside, Jiang Shuman took a deep breath of the air mixed with rain, trying to calm his anxiety and restlessness. Looking up at the dark sky, Jiang Shuman couldn't help but think of Jiang Jinli. This hearing made Jiang Shuman's eyes firm again. No matter how long it took, she was determined to continue waiting. Retracting her gaze, she took a step and prepared to go to her residence, but before she took a few steps, she was surrounded by a group of people. When everyone saw Jiang Shuman, they seemed to have seen a savior. They rushed forward, crying in their voices, almost begging, "Dr. Jiang, you are back. Please save my child. He was hit by a mutant animal when he went out a few days ago. His leg was broken, and he is still in a coma. Dr. Jiang, my brother was also injured by those mutant plants. He is still in the infirmary with a high fever and critical condition. Dr. Jiang, my relatives. Dr. Jiang." In the crowd, some people knelt down in front of Jiang Shuman in a hurry, with pleading written all over their faces. Jiang Shuman stopped. Her brows were furrowed, her face was tired and irritable. But in the end, she turned and walked towards the infirmary. "Today, only 10 people will be treated." The gentle voice was clearly heard by everyone. This sentence made everyone look happy, and then they rushed to follow Jiang Shuman, pushing and shoving each other, but not daring to make loud noises, and the scene seemed a little funny. At this moment, an old man, with a hunched figure and messy hair, with his head lowered, walked straight towards Jiang Shuman. Just when the old man was about to hit Jiang Shuman, she quickly turned sideways and cleverly avoided the collision, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. The people next to him immediately stepped forward to push the old man away, and asked sternly, "Don't you have eyes when you walk? Such a wide road, you have to bump into Dr. Zhang's arms. What is your intention? That's right, you're already old, how come you still don't know how to behave?" The people around him also echoed and complained. The old man stumbled and almost fell. He raised his head and apologized in a hoarse and harsh voice. "I'm sorry, everyone, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it. I was thinking about something just now, and didn't pay attention." He grinned and showed everyone a slightly embarrassed smile. Jiang Shuman glanced at the old man, only to see that his messy hair almost covered his entire face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. This thin old man gave people an indescribable sense of weirdness. Jiang Shuman didn't stay here for long and continued to move forward. Others hurried to catch up. One of them said to Jiang Shuman, "The old man is a bit strange. He came to our base a few days ago, and said he was here to take shelter from the rain, and would leave when the rain stopped. He talked to himself all day long and was very mysterious. People in the base were not willing to deal with him." Another person continued, "And he was dirty and looked very sloppy, which made people feel uncomfortable." Jiang Shuman just listened to these discussions and did not express any opinions. She was not interested in all the people and things around her. After a few minutes of walking, Jiang Shuman came to the door of the infirmary. As soon as she stepped into the infirmary, several anxiously waiting medical staff immediately surrounded her with smiles on their faces. "Dr. Jiang, you are finally back." One of them said anxiously, "Dr. Jiang, you are back at the right time. We have several injured people in very serious conditions, all injured by mutant creatures. The only medical facility in this base is simple and cramped. The scarcity of medicines and the shortage of medical staff make the atmosphere here always full of tension and anxiety. Especially nowadays, injured survivors are often injured by mutants, and traditional treatments have little effect on them. Even if there is hope for treatment, it is often out of reach due to the lack of corresponding medicines. At first, those who were injured outside could only lie helplessly on the hospital bed, waiting for death to come, and very few survived. But since Jiang Shuman came, all this has changed. She is not only an experienced doctor, but more awe-inspiring is that she does not need to rely on medicines and medical equipment when treating. As long as she is willing to help, even if the injured only have a breath left, she can pull them back from the brink of death. This is because Jiang Shuman has awakened an extremely rare healing ability. With her ability, no matter whether it is a zombie bite or a limb mutilation, as long as she activates her ability, all injuries can be restored to their original state. Jiang Shuman's ability is extremely rare and enviable, but it is only envy, because once the ability is awakened, it cannot be taken away. As the only healing psychic in the base, Jiang Shuman's status and importance in the base are self-evident. Her existence brings hope and continuation of life to the residents of the base. Therefore, the leaders of the base treat Jiang Shuman with special courtesy, ensuring that her living supplies and necessary resources are sufficient. The residents of the base even keep a distance from her, not daring to neglect or disrespect her in the slightest. But Jiang Shuman's healing is not free. She sets a strict limit on the number of patients she treats every day. And she will charge crystal cores as compensation according to the severity of the patient's injury. The number of these crystal cores ranges from a few to hundreds. Sometimes, the amount of crystal cores she asked for was so huge that it was jaw-dropping, and many injured people could not afford it. For those who could not pay for the crystal cores, even if they begged with tears in their eyes, or even threatened to give their lives, Jiang Shuman remained unmoved. Some people tried to restrain her with moral standards, but in front of Jiang Shuman, these attempts were futile. Once someone spoke rudely and angered Jiang Shuman, she would not only refuse to treat them forever, but in extreme cases, she would use fine needles as weapons to accurately pierce the acupuncture points of the human body, causing people to experience extreme pain. This kind of sinister means is really hard to guard against. The managers of the base usually choose to turn a blind eye to Jiang Shuman's behavior. As long as no one died, they would regard it as a reasonable punishment for unreasonable troublemakers. Jiang Shuman's cold-blooded personality hidden under her gentle appearance is well known in the base. Sometimes, she can save people from danger with just a wave of her hand, but she often stands by and watches with a heart as hard as stone. But no one dared to say anything about it. Jiang Shuman chose the people to be cured every day completely randomly. She treated men, women, young and old equally without any favoritism. Those who were chosen by her could be said to be lucky, and those who failed to receive her treatment and eventually died could only be said to be destined. In this cruel world, the rules set by Jiang Shuman are the rules of survival. Whether it is the residents or managers of the base, they must accept this. And they should understand that human life is worthless nowadays, and life and death are determined by luck. After hearing the words of the medical staff, Jiang Shuman did not say much, walked straight through the busy medical area, and walked into the inner ward. The crowd followed closely. In the ward, there was a miserable scene. Painful groans and wails intertwined, and dozens of injured people lay on simple beds, their faces full of pain and despair. But when their sight caught Jiang Shuman's figure, those dim eyes instantly lit up. They struggled to sit up, shouting anxiously, "Dr. Jiang, save me! Dr. Jiang, save me first! Dr. Jiang, choose me, I can give you a lot of crystal cores." Jiang Shuman ignored these voices. She had a cold expression, her eyes swept around the ward casually, then pointed to the row of beds in the middle, and ordered the medical staff around her, "Just these 10 people, carry them out in order." The 10 people who were selected could not suppress their joy, and shouted excitedly. And those who were not selected seemed to have fallen into a deeper abyss. Their crying and pleading echoed in the ward, which seemed particularly desolate. Jiang Shuman didn't stop and walked out of the ward. Among the people who followed, those who saw their relatives being selected smiled happily. Others seemed to have lost all their strength and fell to the ground, pale. They knew that if Jiang Shuman didn't treat them, tonight might be their end. But they had no way to force Jiang Shuman to treat them. After all, she was not only skilled in medicine, but also very powerful. Jiang Shuman sat down on a soft chair and prepared to start her treatment. A man with a serious leg injury and blood was carried to Jiang Shuman. The man's body was twisted, and he wailed in pain. Chapter 167. Jiang Shuman was extremely sensitive. She simply observed the man's injuries and made an accurate diagnosis: penetrating wounds from mutant plants, wound infection, obvious inflammation, accompanied by pus secretion, and most of the tissues have been necrotic. She quoted the price of treatment: "Your condition is more serious, and you need 20 crystal cores." The man endured the severe pain and nodded eagerly. "I will give it to you, I will give it to you, Dr. Jiang, please save me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and shouted to the crowd, "Hurry up and bring the crystal cores." After a while, a man hurriedly came out holding a box. He opened the box, revealing the crystal cores inside, and then pushed the box in front of Jiang Shuman. Jiang Shuman quickly glanced at the crystal cores, confirmed the number, and did not hesitate. She stretched out her slender palm and hovered it above the man's injured leg. Under the guidance of Jiang Shuman's supernatural power, a pure and bright white light slowly flowed out from her palm and gently injected into the wound on the man's leg like a trickle. This light carries the temperature of life, and it penetrates quietly. It silently repairs the damaged tissues, turning the original dead silence into vitality. Under the effect of this magical light, the man's legs recovered at an amazing speed. The originally pale and lifeless tissues gradually became rosy and plump under the light, and the wounds were slowly closing. The onlookers witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. For most people, this was the first time they had seen such a magical treatment seen with their own eyes. In just a few seconds, the man's legs were completely healed, and he looked as if he had never been injured. He sat up excitedly, moving his legs, and then laughed excitedly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Shuman. Then he jumped off the bed and ran out of the infirmary happily. Then, the other 9 selected injured were carried out one after another, and Jiang Shuman cured them one by one with extremely high efficiency. One of them was particularly seriously injured, and Jiang Shuman offered a price of 80 crystal cores. Although the price was not cheap, everyone was willing to pay as much as they could. Because they knew that it was a great fortune to be able to receive treatment from Jiang Shuman, no one dared to bargain. In a blink of an eye, all 10 people were cured. Jiang Shuman leaned back in the soft chair, closed her eyes, raised her hand, and rubbed her eyebrows. Her expression was a little tired, and sweat broke out on her forehead. After a while, she left some crystal cores to the base as a contribution, and then took the remaining crystal cores to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the infirmary door, a stumbling man suddenly rushed out of the ward. He shouted frantically at Jiang Shuman's back, "You cold-blooded woman, I have a crystal core, why don't you save me?" Jiang Shuman turned her head and stared at the hideous man with icy eyes, and replied disdainfully, "Because I'm not in the mood and don't want to save you, it's that simple." She is not a savior who can save all living beings. Saving a few people a day is the limit. Once the rules are broken, there will be endless wounded people coming. Moreover, using the healing ability consumes too much mental energy. Now Jiang Shuman has enough crystal cores, so there is no need to fight too hard. The man lost his mind due to the pain, and he cursed without thinking, "You have the ability to save people, but you have to make these damn rules. You are so cruel, be careful of retribution." The people around were frightened by these words, and they hurried away from this out-of-control man to avoid being implicated. The man was unaware, and then he laughed wildly again, shouting loudly, "Aren't you looking for your sister? Aren't you afraid that retribution will be on her, and let her die without?" The eyes of the crowd instantly focused on the man, all covering their mouths, full of horror, and couldn't believe it. Jiang Shumen's sister is her only weak spot and weakness, which is well known throughout the base. The last man who dared to touch this bottom line is still lying on the hospital bed, with organ failure all over his body, and living a life worse than death. As expected, before the man finished speaking, Jiang Shumen's face had changed drastically. She clenched the scimitar and rushed towards the man who spoke wildly, with fierce murderous intent and cruelty flashing in her eyes, and her movements were swift. With one cut, the man's arm was broken, blood splattered. He screamed heartbreakingly, and fell to the ground and rolled in pain. "Ah!" The crowd around was stunned by the bloody scene, and they stepped back a few steps, not daring to make a sound. The man's mind finally cleared up, his face twisted, and he howled in pain, "No! Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry. You can't kill me! Have you forgotten the rules of the base?" But Jiang Shumen was unmoved. She raised the knife again, aimed at the man's thigh, and stabbed it without hesitation. Ignoring the man's screams, Jiang Shumen turned the knife in the thigh flesh before pulling it out. A huge wound appeared immediately, and blood gushed out immediately. Jiang Shumen's usually gentle face was replaced by murderous aura. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her whole body was cold. She looked down at the man and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." After that, Jiang Shumen took out a row of cold needles from somewhere and held them tightly in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the needles shot at the man rolling on the ground like a rainstorm, and accurately penetrated into his body. The magical thing is that after the needles entered the body, the man's bleeding suddenly stopped. But unfortunately, the man's expression was even more painful at this moment. His eyeballs were congested, his whole body was convulsed, and his horrible appearance of gritting his teeth made the people around him stand on end. Soon, the man finally fainted because he couldn't bear the severe pain, and he spit out white foam from his mouth. Everyone looked at Jiang Shumen with fear on their faces. It is not difficult to imagine that the man will spend the rest of his days in endless pain. Jiang Shumen, however, seemed as if nothing had happened. He picked up the things and turned around and walked out of the infirmary. After she left, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then they felt that their whole bodies were soaked with cold sweat. Jiang Shumen's cruelty and brutality made them even more awed. The medical staff also recovered from their shock, and with a hint of disgust, they carried the unconscious man away and sent him back to the ward. No one was willing to sympathize with this self-inflicted behavior. Jiang Shumen walked in the quiet corridor, preparing to return to her room. Suddenly, a call came from the side, "Sister Jiang." Jiang Shumen turned around and saw a petite woman running towards her with a smile on her face. She responded, "Xiaoying." Chu Xiaoying was one of the women who went out with Jiang Shumen. Chu Xiaoying ran to Jiang Shumen briskly and asked curiously, "Jiang Jie, did you just come out of the infirmary?" Jiang Shumen nodded and continued to walk forward, while asking with concern, "Why don't you take a good rest after just coming back?" Chu Xiaoying smiled and said, "I have been outside for a long time, and I am not used to the comfortable environment, so I came out for a walk." Her eyes fell on the box in Jiang Shumen's arms, and then asked, "Are you going to leave these crystal cores for your sister?" Thinking of Jiang Jinli, Jiang Shumen's face immediately softened, with longing in her eyes and a smile on her lips. "Yes." Chu Xiaoying felt a little envious. Jiang Shumen would only absorb a small part of the crystal cores collected during each treatment, and leave most of them to her sister whose life and death were uncertain. This selfless act surprised everyone, and at the same time, they were envious of Jiang Shumen's sister for having such a sister. Jiang Shumen firmly believed that the crystal core would definitely help her sister because she also hid another precious fruit. During the adventure, although there were many dangers, there were also many opportunities. Jiang Shumen was lucky and found 2 fruits along the way. After she ate one of them, she awakened the healing power, and the other one was hidden by her, ready to leave it to her sister. But this news was not kept secret for too long, and soon everyone knew it. For a time, the survivors in the base gathered around Jiang Shumen and offered various exchange conditions. Some people were willing to exchange with a large number of crystal cores, while others proposed to exchange with precious food or other survival resources. But Jiang Shuman was unmoved by these conditions. She was determined not to exchange the fruit reserved for her sister. Some people saw that soft and hard persuasion was ineffective, so they began to think crookedly and tried to take it by force. But those who dared to rob eventually suffered a painful lesson. Some died accidentally in adventures outside, and some became disabled people unable to move in bed. There is also a major reason, that is, no one dared to offend the man behind Jiang Shuman, Song Chungjing. Song Chungjing is known for his gentle gentleman image in the base, and is always willing to help others. But everyone knows that he has an untouchable reverse scale, that is Jiang Shuman. Song Chungjing's pursuit of Jiang Shuman is well known, and he has regarded Jiang Shuman as his own private property. There are even rumors in the base that Jiang Shuman also likes Song Chungjing. Everyone speculates that they have been close in private for a long time, but have not yet made it public. Song Chungjing was very concerned about Jiang Shuman's every move. Once someone dared to disrespect Jiang Shuman, Song Chungjing would take action immediately, and give those blind people severe punishment. Song Chungjing's ability level in the base was top-notch, and his ability was both powerful and unpredictable, making it difficult to guard against. His spiritual ability made everyone dare not provoke him easily. Because of this, although there were countless people coveting the fruit, no one dared to really do anything to Jiang Shuman. After many unsuccessful attempts, everyone dared not mention the exchange of fruits in front of Jiang Shuman. As time passed, most people gradually forgot about this matter, but there was one person who was unwilling to give up. Whenever Jiang Shuman returned to the base, she would always dangle in front of Jiang Shuman. This person was Song Chungjing's scheming green tea cousin, Xia Qianqian. Thinking of Cao Cao appeared. At this moment, a delicate female voice came from the front of the two of them. Brother Zhu, Brother Go, please hurry up. I heard that Sister Jiang is back. I have to go see if she is injured. Chapter 168. Qianqian, you really care about Jiang Shuman. A flattering male voice sounded after Xia Qianqian's words. Xia Qianqian smiled and responded, of course, after all, we have known each other for a long time, and she is my cousin's favorite person. Maybe she will become my sister-in-law in the future. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Shuman's face immediately became gloomy. Xia Qianqian's figure quickly approached, followed by two sturdy young men on both sides. The three of them blocked the corridor, which was not spacious to begin with. As soon as she saw Jiang Shuman, Xia Qianqian's eyes immediately lit up. She ran to Jiang Shuman quickly, looked up and called out in a soft voice, Sister Jiang, you are really back. A dark light flashed in her eyes, and then she asked with pretended concern, is there still no news about Jiang Jinli? That's such a pity. Jiang Shuman immediately scolded sternly, how many times have I warned you not to call me sister, and not to mention Xiaoli's name? Do you really think I dare not kill you? Xia Qianqian's smile froze instantly, and the two burly men beside her also put away their smiles immediately, and looked at Jiang Shuman vigilantly. Jiang Shuman's eyes scrutinized Xia Qianqian. She looked fresh and refined in her clean and tidy white clothes and white shoes, but Jiang Shuman's disgust for her deepened. Since Xia Qianqian came to the base, she has never gone out to look for supplies or crystal cores. She is like a little white flower growing in a greenhouse, relying on men's giving to survive. Xia Qianqian is very skilled. With her green tea-like style and weak and beautiful appearance, she quickly attracted the attention of most men in the base. Xia Qianqian made men jealous of her, and even competed to offer all kinds of supplies to win her smile. In addition, with her cousin Song Chungjing as a backer, Xia Qianqian's life in the base can be said to be carefree. Her daily task is to deal with men, and use her green tea methods to maintain and balance these relationships. Every time she returns to the base, Xia Qianqian always appears in front of Jiang Shuman intentionally or unintentionally, which makes Jiang Shuman extremely impatient and disgusted. But what is infuriating is that Jiang Shuman just can't kill her. Because the base has clear regulations that private killing is not allowed, and Xia Qianqian is always smart to stay within the base. She is thoughtful and cherishes her life. There is always a man around to protect her during the day. At night, she lives in the same house with her cousin Song Chungjing, which makes Jiang Shuman find no opportunity to attack. More importantly, Song Chungjing ate the fruit first and awakened his superpowers, so Jiang Shuman is not his opponent in the spiritual superpowers. These factors combined made Xia Qianqian the most comfortable person in the base. However, if Xia Qianqian continued to hang around Jiang Shuman without knowing when to retreat and annoy others, Jiang Shuman would not mind breaking the rules of the base and removing her. Thinking of this, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Shuman's eyes. Her patience had reached its limit. Xia Qianqian was frightened by Jiang Shumen's eyes. She hurriedly grabbed the hands of the two men, tears in her eyes, and said timidly, "I'm sorry, Sister Jiang. Why didn't you let me call you? Did I do something wrong to make you angry?" As she spoke, tears slid down Xia Qianqian's cheeks. She said hesitantly, "I know that I never leave the base to look for supplies, and many people blame me behind my back. But I am weak and have no superpowers, so I will definitely die if I go out." She lowered her eyes and continued in a choked voice, "Sister Jiang, don't you have another fruit? Otherwise, give it to me, and I can let my brother exchange it with you for food. Then after I awaken my superpowers, I can go out with you." Chu Xiaoying couldn't listen any longer, her face flushed red, and finally couldn't help interrupting Xia Qianqian's words, angrily scolding, "Shut your stinky mouth and put away the green tea smell on your body. Don't talk to Sister Jiang in the tone you used to deal with those stupid men. We all feel sick when we hear it." She then sarcastically said, "You are beating around the bush. Don't you just want the fruit in Sister Jiang's hand? Just say it directly. Why pretend to be so evil, making people want to vomit?" After hearing this, Xia Qianqian showed a hurt expression. She bit the corner of her lip, her body trembled slightly, and tears flowed silently from her big watery eyes. Out. Her strong yet fragile appearance immediately aroused the desire to protect the two men. The man surnamed Go immediately stood up and threatened Chu Xiaoying fiercely, "Shut up, you bitch. What qualifications do you have to talk to Qianqian like this? Believe it or not, I will kill you when I get out. You dare." Jiang Shumen's eyes suddenly became cold, like a knife, staring at the man surnamed Go with disgust. "Just for lying on your second-level ability? Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I will send you to hell first." "You?" The man surnamed Go pointed at Jiang Shumen angrily, but was overwhelmed by her momentum. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and retract his hand, and retreated to Xia Qianqian helplessly. Although the Go man was angry, he knew Jiang Shumen's position and strength in the base, and did not dare to confront her directly. The Zhu man stepped forward and looked directly at Jiang Shumen. Although he looked unhappy, he tried to speak gently. "Dr. Jiang, Qianqian's words are not completely unreasonable. Since you will become her sister-in-law in the future, why not give the fruit to her? It doesn't seem to be the wisest choice to keep it for your sister whose life and death is unknown. Get out." Jiang Shumen's patience was instantly exhausted when she mentioned Jiang Jinli. She suddenly raised her scimitar and shouted at the Zhu man and the other three people with a strong momentum, "If you don't get out of the way, even if it violates the rules, I will kill you all." In Jiang Shumen's heart, no one can compare with her sister, let alone Xia Qianqian who disgusted her. Jiang Shumen knew very well that Song Chungjing had always had intentions for her. Therefore, in the past 6 months, she tried her best to avoid any contact with Song Chungjing, and did not accept any of his goodwill. Jiang Shumen refused all the supplies and crystal cores sent by Song Chungjing, just to keep a social distance from him. But what confused Jiang Shumen was that even so, everyone in the base still assumed that she and Song Chungjing were a couple. She even thought that the reason why she had not agreed to date Song Chungjing openly was because she was still looking for Xiaoli. This speculation made Jiang Shumen feel inexplicable. What made Jiang Shumen even more uneasy was that every time a man confessed his love to her, those men would encounter misfortune in the subsequent missions, and no one could escape. In the past, when someone verbally insulted Jiang Shumen, Song Chungjing would punish them according to the rules of the base, but Jiang Shumen did not accept this inexplicable help. After repeated ineffective communication, Jiang Shumen had no choice but to reduce her interactions with others as much as possible, and go out many times to avoid Song Chungjing. But now, such an inexplicable death has happened. These coincidences together made Jiang Shumen deeply suspicious of Song Chungjing, but she could not find any evidence. In front of Jiang Shumen, Song Chungjing always behaved gently and flawlessly, and people could not find any faults. If all this was really manipulated by Song Chungjing behind the scenes, then his scheming and cruelty would be terrible. But as long as the base commander Xie Zidao was in office, Jiang Shumen would not be so worried. Because the sense of security Xie Zidao gave her was real. She would continue to persevere until she found Xiaoli, and then they would leave this place of right and wrong together. By then, Song Qingjing's true face would no longer be important to Jiang Shumen. The three people on the opposite side were frightened by Jiang Shumen's anger and took a step back together. Xia Qianqian also stopped crying, with resentment flashing in her eyes, but she still tried to calm Jiang Shumen's anger with a soft voice. "Sister Jiang, don't be angry. We all know that you want to leave the fruit to Jiang Jinli, but there has been no news of her in the past 6 months. It's too dangerous for you to go out and look for it every day. We are all worried about you. The man surnamed Zhu took over the conversation. Dr. Jiang, you see how worried Qianqian is about you. Why are you so stingy? He turned his gaze to Xia Qianqian again, with greed and desire in his eyes, his throat dry, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Qianqian, if she doesn't want to give it to you, forget it. There's no need to ask such a woman. Don't worry, I will go out and find the fruit as soon as possible and give it to you personally. After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Shuman, then pulled Xia Qianqian back a little and made way. He didn't like Jiang Shuman, a woman who would draw a knife at any time and was murderous, although her mature charm was very attractive. In comparison, Xia Qianqian, a woman as gentle as water, made his heart beat more and made him want to have her. After hearing Zhu's promise, Xia Qianqian immediately raised her big eyes full of affection, shook his sleeves, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of coquettishness, "Are you serious?" "Thank you, brother Zhu, you are so kind to me, I am so grateful." Zhu was moved by her tenderness, and his heart was filled with ripples. He nodded repeatedly with a dizzy head. Seeing this, Go didn't want to be outdone, and immediately promised, "Sister Qianqian, and I will also find fruits for you." Xia Qianqian's eyes flashed with pride, and she turned around and showed Go a charming smile. "Thank you, brother Go too." She lowered her head, grabbed the corners of her clothes with both hands, her face flushed, and said shyly, "How about this, whoever finds the fruit for me first, I will agree to date him." Chapter 169. The two men were so excited by Xia Qianqian's words that their blood boiled, their eyes shone, and they swallowed their saliva eagerly. If it wasn't for the late night, they would have rushed out to look for the fruit immediately. Jiang Shuman and Chu Xiaoying witnessed this scene, and a chill rose in their hearts. Chu Xiaoying couldn't understand how there could be such a blind and stupid man in the world. Jiang Shuman felt nauseous, and even had goosebumps. They quickly walked past the three people who were greasy, unwilling to stay for a second longer, so as not to make their mood worse. It was really too hot for the eyes. But before Jiang Shuman walked far, someone hurried over in front of her, and the target was obviously her, and she was a little irritated. But when Jiang Shuman saw the man's face clearly, her heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came to her heart. The person coming was Xia Ling. Her face was full of fear, and tears slid down her cheeks like pearls that had broken off the string. In Jiang Shuman's impression, Xia Ling is always full of energy and sunshine. Jiang Shuman knows without thinking that what can make her so desperate must be related to her father, Xia Zidao. As expected, as soon as Xia Ling ran to Jiang Shuman, she begged in grief, "Dr. Jiang, please go quickly. Go and save my father, he is in trouble." Jiang Shuman and Chu Xiaoying looked at each other, and they saw surprise and worry in each other's eyes. Xia Ling is not yet able to support the heavy responsibility of the stability of the base. If Xia Zidao really gets into trouble, the base will fall into a chaos of power struggle. Jiang Shuman did not hesitate at all, quickly stepped forward, and asked Xia Ling for details. "Tell me, what happened to the head of the base?" "I don't know, head zombies blood, woo-woo." Xia Ling was so anxious that she was incoherent, her voice choked, and her vision was blurred by tears. Jiang Shuman frowned slightly, knowing that now was not the time to ask for details. She could only go to check the situation in person. As soon as the three of them stepped into the base commander's room, they were surrounded by a crowded crowd and could hardly move half a step. The room was full of people, and various sounds were intertwined, making it particularly noisy. At this time, someone found Jiang Shuman and shouted loudly, "Dr. Jiang is here. Everyone be quiet and make way for her." The crowd quickly separated to form a narrow passage, and the discussion in the room gradually subsided, and everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Shuman. Although they didn't know the specific situation of the base commander in the inner room, they believed that as long as Jiang Shuman was there, there was hope. Jiang Shuman walked quickly through the crowd, and as soon as he entered the inner room, the strong smell of blood came to his face, making people feel uncomfortable. There were few people in the inner room, some sitting and some standing, with indelible sadness and pain on their faces. When Song Chungjing saw Jiang Shuman approaching, he immediately came forward and gently called, "Shuman, you are here." He sighed, with a helpless tone, "I have told Miss Xia that there is no need to call you again, but she didn't listen." The other people in the room also looked at Xia Ling helplessly, as if they were accustomed to her stubbornness. Jiang Shuman glanced at Song Chungjing and said nothing. Xia Ling's eyes were red, and she shouted to the people present, "I don't believe what you say, Dr. Jiang will definitely save him." After that, she pulled Jiang Shuman around Song Chungjing and hurried to the bedside. Xia Ling's lips trembled, pointing at the bloody humanoid corpse on the bed, and turned to Jiang Shuman and begged, "Dr. Jiang, you see, there is still hope, right? Please, please save my father." After seeing the situation on the bed, Chu Xiaoying raised her hand to cover her mouth, with a look of shock on her face. Jiang Shuman looked down at Xie Zidao on the bed, and her heart couldn't help but chill, and a look of sadness immediately appeared on her face. It was obvious that there was no need to treat him anymore, as Xie Zidao had already died. His body was torn into a bloody mess by the zombies, and his internal organs were eaten out. The most fatal thing was that half of his brain was gone, and even a god could not save him. Jiang Shuman turned to look at the painful Xie Ling. Although she felt sorry for him, she still said in a heavy voice, "I'm sorry, I can't do anything. The base commander has been gone for a long time. Please accept my condolences." "No!" Xie Ling completely collapsed. She cried in grief and begged again, "Dr. Jiang, there must be a way. Please take another look. Please." Everyone looked at Xie Ling with reluctance, but they all knew that Jiang Shuman's words were the final verdict. Xie Ling's last hope was shattered, and her crying filled the whole room. She was so sad that she couldn't control herself and collapsed to the ground. She crawled to the bed with her hands and feet, shaking Xie Zidao's broken body, her voice hoarse and desperate. "Daddy. Daddy. Please wake up and see Linger. You left me alone in the world. What should I do? My daughter is scared. I'm really scared." Her expression was extremely sad, and her crying was heartbreaking, making most people present feel sad. Xie Ling's grief-stricken cry reached the door, and everyone's face lost color. Xie Zidao was one of the few outstanding leaders in the Doomsday. His sudden death undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to the base, making the future of the base uncertain. The collapse of order seemed imminent, and the base might fall into chaos. Although everyone hoped that Xie Ling could take over her father's position. But everyone knew that Xie Ling's current ability was too weak to take on the responsibility of governing the base. If the base fell into the hands of evil people, slavery and oppression would be waiting for them. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were red, and they lowered their heads in silence. The atmosphere became extremely heavy and depressing. Jiang Shuman looked at Xie Ling, who was crying non-stop, and sighed weakly. She knew that now was not the time to fall into grief, and she had to find out the whole story first. Jiang Shuman turned to Song Chungjing and others in the room and asked seriously, "What happened? Why was the base commander attacked by zombies?" Xie Zidao's death was full of doubts. Every time Xie Zidao goes out, he will be well prepared. From weapons, vehicles to manpower, even the route will be planned in advance. Such preventive measures have always been effective. He has returned safely many times before. This accident is indeed puzzling. Moreover, there are more than a dozen superpowers accompanying him, among whom Song Chungjing is a peak 4th level strongman. It can be said that as long as they don't encounter 5th level zombies, Xie Zidao and his party should be able to deal with all dangers. At this stage, zombies above the 3rd level are not common. They are not stones that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Take Jiang Shuman for example. She has been in the wild for several months, and the highest level zombie she encountered is only the 3rd level. Furthermore, if they encountered zombies that they could not defeat, they could just get in the car and escape. But the result was that everyone returned safely, except Xie Zidao, who was crucial to the base, was killed. All this was too abnormal. Xie Ling stopped crying immediately after hearing Jiang Shuman's words. She wiped her tears, stood up, and began to question several middle-aged men present. "Yes, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, what happened to my father?" The people in this room were all Xie Zidao's confidants. They had been following him before the end of the world, and their loyalty was beyond doubt. However, so many people failed to protect Xie Zidao, which made Xie Ling suspicious. One of the middle-aged men, with a sad face, replied, "Miss, to be honest, we don't know what happened." The base commander seemed to be possessed by evil at that time. He showed a look of reminiscence on his face, and slowly said, "At that time, we were on our way back, and suddenly encountered a large group of zombies blocking the road. Because we were sitting in the car, we thought we would just rush over. But no one expected that at the critical moment, the base commander suddenly yelled, opened the car door, and jumped out. The man frowned, looking confused. We were all shocked by his actions. Although I didn't understand why he did this, I immediately stepped on the brakes and got out of the car to look for him. But, he sighed repeatedly, his tone heavy. By the time we found the base commander, he had already been eaten by zombies. In just 1 minute, Xie Zidao went from a living person to a bloody and unrecognizable appearance. That scene was so tragic that no one was willing to accept such a fact. Although they were sad, They knew that they could not stay here any longer. They quickly returned to the car and drove back to the base as fast as possible, hoping that Jiang Shumen could pull the base commander back from the brink of death. But fate was ruthless, and the base commander did not survive this disaster after all. He died before the car drove far. Xia could not accept this reality. She was emotional and choked up and said, "What kind of a lousy reason is this? How could my father jump out of the car for no reason? This is completely unreasonable. Don't you think this is too strange?" Jiang Shumen glanced at the people in the room calmly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Another middle-aged man hesitated and put forward his own opinion. "We are all confused. After some discussion, we speculated that it might be that the base commander was panicked when facing the zombie tide, which led to an extreme stress reaction." Xia angrily retorted, "It's ridiculous. My father has seen all kinds of scenes. How could he be afraid of ordinary zombies? Besides, don't forget that my father is not weak. How could he not last for just 1 minute?" When everyone in the room heard this, they all lowered their heads and fell silent. They knew that this explanation was unconvincing, but in the face of this sudden change, they could not give a reasonable explanation. The death of the base commander is an unchangeable fact, and it seems that there is no point in continuing to investigate the cause of his death. The most important thing at present is to deal with the base commander's funeral, and let Xia take over the position of base commander as soon as possible to ensure the stability of the base. Thinking of this, one of the middle-aged men advised Xia, "Miss, now is not the time to worry about these things. Before the news spreads, you must immediately assume the responsibilities of the base commander." The others also echoed, looking anxious, "Yes, miss, we can't delay any longer. And the base commander's body must also be dealt with as soon as possible." Xia eyes swept over the people present, with a painful expression. "Did my father die in such an unclear way? You—" Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by a tough-looking middle-aged man. "Miss, now is not the time to be willful. You must understand that delay will lead to changes. Don't forget, who did the master work so hard to create this base for?" Chapter 170. With tears in her eyes, Xia whispered, "Uncle Li." Uncle Li's tone slowed down, and he advised again, "The master's death is indeed strange, but even if we really want to find out the reason, we have to wait until you have secured the position of base leader. Come on, young lady." Xiaodao's death also made him angry and sad, but now was not the time to indulge in grief. They must act quickly to help Xia take over the base, which is the best comfort for Xiaodao's spirit in heaven. Xia took a deep breath, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said resolutely, "That's right, I can't let my father's hard work go to waste. Immediately notify all the management and superpowers of the base to gather in the conference room in the evening. I want to hold an emergency meeting." Uncle Li's words reminded Xia. Time cannot be delayed. She must take the position of leader in the shortest time, otherwise there may be changes. Xia looked at Xiaodao's body reluctantly. The pain in her heart was indescribable, but she still gritted her teeth and spoke with difficulty. "Please bury my father properly." When everyone heard this, the tension eased and they immediately started to get busy. Jiang Shumen's eyes were sharp, locked on Song Chungjing, who was silent in the corner with his head down. Since she heard the explanation of Xiaodao jumping out of the car for no reason, she immediately thought of Song Chungjing. If there must be an explanation for this weird behavior, the only thing Jiang Shumen can think of is mental control. This ability is hard to guard against, and the person being controlled is like a zombie, and his behavior is surprisingly similar to Xiaodao. It is not difficult to guess the purpose of Song Chungjing killing Xiaodao, that is, the position of base commander. Tonight's meeting will reveal whether Song Chungjing is the mastermind behind the scenes. Song Chungjing suddenly raised his head, and saw Jiang Shumen staring at him closely. He couldn't help but smile gently and asked softly, "Shumen, why are you looking at me like this?" Although Song Chungjing's face looked very gentle at the moment, Jiang Shumen sensed a hint of coldness from it. She looked away from Song Chungjing and stared at Xiaodao's body solemnly. A sigh spilled from her lips, and then she walked out without looking back. Chu Xiaoying looked at Xia grief-stricken and empty face with full of worry and concern. Her mouth opened slightly, but she didn't say a word after all, and silently followed the former and left. Song Chungjing's eyes were eager, watching Jiang Shumen's slender and curvy figure gradually go away, and he swallowed unconsciously. Until the figure completely disappeared, Song Chungjing slowly retracted his sight, and refocused on Xiaodao's body carried on the stretcher. His eyes became strange and complicated, making it difficult to peek into his inner thoughts. As night fell, the base was silent, and the lights in the conference room were as bright as day. Dozens of people sat around the huge conference table, with Xia Ling sitting high in the main seat. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard, and the air was filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Xia Ling slapped the table with her palm, stood up suddenly, stared at the managers with a piercing look in her eyes, and said in shock, "What did you just say?" The managers present were startled by her actions, but one manager mustered up the courage and said bluntly, "Miss Xia, you are still young, and I am afraid it is difficult for you to take on the important task of the base director. We suggest that you should reconsider the candidate." Xia Ling seemed to have heard the most ridiculous remarks in the world. She sneered and retorted, "What a joke. What qualifications do you have to say that? Don't forget, this base was built by my father." Her words were sharp as ever. "There are many talented people in the base. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, choose a more suitable person to take up the management position." Hearing this, the managers were not panicked at all. Instead, they showed Xia Ling a strange smile. Xia Ling's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition grew in her heart. She turned her eyes to those silent superpowers. As long as they supported her, she would have a solid backing. Most of these people were loyal to the Xia family, and she firmly believed that they would stand on her side. Xia Ling looked at everyone and asked seriously, "If you have no objection, then it's settled." Miss Xia, we think you are really not suitable for the position of base director." A superpower suddenly spoke up and interrupted Xia Ling's unfinished words. Jiang Shuman sat at the end of the long table. Hearing these words, her heart sank. Her premonition finally came true. Her eyes moved involuntarily to Song Chungjing across from her. He looked calm and composed, with a faint smile on his lips, as if everything was under his control. Xia Ling stood there in a daze. Panic surged into her heart like cold seawater. She asked angrily, "What did you just say? Are you crazy too?" She couldn't accept this sudden betrayal. The man who interrupted her was once her father's most trusted confidant. The man should know better than anyone that his father's original intention of building this base was all for her. She, Xia Ling, is the only one who is qualified to sit in the position of base leader. But why did it become like this? Xia Ling's eyes began to turn red, tears rolled in her eyes, and she yelled at the others in the conference room, "What do you think? Are you all mute? Speak." Everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Ling at this moment, and their voices rose and fell, like a wave. "We all agree with his opinion. Yes, Miss Xia, the base needs a stronger leader." "That's right. A more capable person should take on this important responsibility." "That's right. Miss Xia should find a man to marry. The position of base leader is not a joke." "Miss Xia, your ability level is only level 4. How can you manage a base of nearly 10,000 people?" The voices in the conference room became louder and louder, and the words gradually became sharp from the initial euphemism, and even insulting. Jiang Shuman witnessed this nearly out-of-control scene, frowning and feeling uneasy. This was obviously beyond common sense. Xia Ling looked at those familiar faces, which gradually became twisted and hideous. Her ears were filled with accusations and sarcasm from the crowd, and the anger in her heart spread rapidly like ignited wildfire. Xia Ling slammed the table again, interrupting the noise of the crowd with a loud voice. She asked angrily, "Shut up. If you think I'm not suitable, then tell me, who is suitable? Who is it?" The discussion in the conference room was instantly suppressed, and everyone's voices stopped abruptly, but the silence did not last long. After a moment, a rough voice broke the silence. He said respectfully, "I think Mr. Song Chungjing is the best choice. He is steady and reliable, modest, and has a high level of ability. If Mr. Song takes the position, all of us here will be convinced." "That's right. I feel the same way. Mr. Song has worked tirelessly to assist the base director in handling various affairs in the past few months. His contribution to the base is obvious to all." "That's right. Only Mr. Song can be the base director." Everyone began to agree. "Song Chungjing?" Xia Ling repeated the name in shock, and her eyes slowly turned to Song Chungjing, who remained silent. Seeing the faint smile on Song Chungjing's face, a chill rose from Xia Ling's back to her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Song Chungjing, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply." Now, if Xia Ling still hasn't seen the situation clearly, she is really too stupid. Obviously, this was a well-planned and long-planned rebellion. Xia Ling never thought that Song Chungjing, who was usually gentle, humble and polite, actually had such ambitions. In the eyes of everyone, Song Chungjing was a perfect gentleman. He had a gentle personality and powerful superpowers. He always spared no effort to help others, especially around his father. He was both a loyal guard and a capable assistant. It can be said that among all the superpowers, Song Chungjing was the most harmless one. It was because Song Chungjing left such a deep and good impression in everyone's heart that Xia Ling never had any doubts about him after his father's accident. When Xia Ling linked Song Chungjing to her father's strange death, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar and felt cold in her heart. She pointed at Song Chungjing and blurted out in a trembling voice, "It's you." Xia Ling's face flushed red, her eyes almost spitting fire, and she angrily questioned Song Chungjing, "It must be you. My father must have been killed by you. He treated you well. Why are you so cruel? You are simply a beast in human skin." At this time, Song Chungjing finally spoke, with a trace of anger on his face, and said in a heavy tone, "Miss Xia, please be careful with your words. Don't arbitrarily frame others without evidence. You must know that I, Song, am not a soft persimmon. I also have a temper." He gave up pretending, stood up directly, and clasped his fists to the people around him. "Since everyone unanimously nominated me, then Song will not be polite. From now on, I will manage the base wholeheartedly, devote myself to the development and growth of the base, lead everyone to fight the end of the world, and will never let you down." Jiang Shuman lowered his head, his face was shocked, and his heart was surging. Although she had suspected it long ago, she still found it unbelievable when Song Qingjing's ambition was exposed. Song Qingjing's gentle and polite character was actually all a carefully woven disguise. Jiang Shuman had known Song Chungjing for many years, but she had never realized that behind the gentle face, Song Chungjing actually hid such a sinister and cunning side. If Song Chungjing hadn't revealed it himself tonight, Jiang Shuman might still be deceived by his appearance. Recalling the rumors about the two of them in the base, and the men who confessed to her, but were killed, Jiang Shuman suddenly understood that all this must be Song Qingjing's trick behind the scenes. This means that Song Chungjing not only has an extreme desire for control, but also has an almost paranoid possessiveness towards herself. He is too dangerous. Mr. Song is so modest. With your wise leadership, the base will be even stronger in the future. That's right. We have no objection to Mr. Song becoming the base commander. Everyone flattered Song Chungjing. Their expressions were almost blindly fanatical, which seemed very strange. Don't even think about it. Xia Ling's patience had reached the critical point, and she shouted at everyone present. Her eyes were red, revealing her deep hatred for Song Chungjing. "This is the base that my father worked so hard to build. I will never let it fall into the hands of a heartless person like you." Chapter 171. Although she said so, Xia Ling knew that she was no match for Song Chungjing. All her hopes were placed on Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, and the other four old men. The six of them were Xia Ling's last trump card, and Xia Ling was convinced that they would be loyal to her. She suddenly turned her head to look at Uncle Li, and shouted anxiously, "Uncle Li." But Uncle Li's answer, like a sharp knife, ruthlessly cut off Xia Ling's last hope, and made her fall into the abyss. "Miss, the important task of the base commander should be handed over to Mr. Song. He is indeed more suitable for this position than you." Xia Ling collapsed like a broken string at this moment, tears sliding down her cheeks. Her eyes wandered on the cold faces of Uncle Li, and the other six people, her voice low and desperate, "No. Why even you?" Xia Ling supported the edge of the table with both hands, trying to stabilize her emotions. Taking a deep breath, he continued with difficulty, "Are you threatened by Song Chungjing? We had agreed before. Why did you change your mind now?" Xia Ling couldn't accept this reality. These people were firmly on her side a few hours ago. Why did they all betray her in a blink of an eye? Uncle Zhang's eyes seemed a little dull. "Miss, after careful consideration, we all agreed that we couldn't make a rash decision, so we changed our original intention. You. Xia Ling pointed at the indifferent people sitting around the table with trembling hands, and waves of panic surged in her heart. She felt unprecedented loneliness. All this was too unreal. Xia Ling couldn't help but wonder if these people were being manipulated in some way. If so, Song Qingjing's ability was really terrifying. She was unwilling to give up, and shouted for help with all her might. "Someone! Come quickly!" But she was only answered by deathly silence. The guard she brought with her seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, without a trace. Xia Ling's eyes fell on Song Chungjing again. Seeing the cruel smile on his lips, the chill quickly spread throughout her body. Xia Ling realized that the people she brought with her might have met with misfortune. Obviously, the base had completely fallen into Song Qingjing's control. Xia Ling's eyes were bloodshot, and she roared hoarsely, Damn it! Song Chungjing, you despicable beast, I will make you pay with blood." Before she finished speaking, she activated her supernatural power, quickly condensed a huge burning fireball, and threw it at Song Chungjing without hesitation. Seeing this, everyone screamed and dodged. Song Chungjing sat there calmly, giving orders slowly. Dully, block it. A sturdy man beside him stood up and shouted. Then his superpowers emerged, condensing into a huge transparent water wall, which easily blocked Xia Ling's fireball attack. Song Chungjing glanced at Xia Ling, who was in a daze, with his dark eyes, and then gave orders to the superpowers around him. Miss Xia lost control of her emotions because of the death of the base commander. Take her away, and take good care of her to calm her down. Several superpowers immediately obeyed the order, and pounced on Xia Ling like wolves and tigers. They easily subdued her, ignored her struggles and resistance, and forcibly dragged her out of the door. Xia Ling was in pain and powerless. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears kept flowing, and her eyes were slightly painful due to the stimulation. She struggled hard and cursed angrily, "Let me go. My father has been so kind to you, but you are helping the tyrant and bullying me. You are such a heartless thing." She turned her head and glared at the sinister Song Chungjing, with a determined murderous intent in her eyes. "Song Chungjing, if I am alive, I swear, I will make you pay the price and skin you alive." Before Xia Ling finished her words, she was dragged out of the room by everyone. Song Chungjing looked at the empty door, with a disdainful arc on his lips. Then he turned to the others and said lightly, "Everyone, go away, and make this news public tomorrow." "Yes, base commander." Everyone agreed in unison. The crowd began to leave one after another, and the conference room gradually quieted down. Jiang Shuman stood quietly in the corner, never saying a word. She knew that her power was limited. Although she hated Song Chungjing's behavior, she was powerless to change the status quo. In such a severe situation, Jiang Shuman couldn't even guarantee her own safety, let alone lend a hand to help Xia Ling. The power struggle in the base has entered a white-hot stage. Once Song Chungjing completely consolidates his position as the base leader, Jiang Shuman will undoubtedly become his next target. Xia Zidao is dead, and this place is no longer a safe place. She must quickly escape from the center of the power struggle, leave Yongzhou base, and leave this dangerous man. With her mind determined, Jiang Shuman took a step and walked out the door. Just as she was about to step out of the door, Song Chungjing quickly caught up with her, like a mountain, blocking her way. Jiang Shuman raised her eyes and stared at him expressionlessly. Song Chungjing looked soft, sighed, and said with some tenderness, "Shuman, do you misunderstand me? But I have to do this. Only by mastering absolute power can I give you a better future. I have been working hard for Xia Zidao for so long just to gain his trust. In addition, my ability has also made some breakthroughs. I know the time is ripe, and I don't want to wait any longer. For us, Xia Zidao must die. So I killed him." "Shut up. You know best how the base commander treats you. There is no need to make excuses for your despicable behavior. Don't even associate your ambition with me." Song Chungjing at this moment made Jiang Shuman disgusted and want to vomit. She sneered and continued to expose Song Chungjing's hypocrisy. "After so many years, I didn't see through your true face. Your acting skills are really amazing. I admire you." Song Chungjing's eyes were full of love for Jiang Shuman. He said bitterly, "No matter how bad I am to others, you should understand that my feelings for you are sincere, and every word I say to you is from the heart." He stretched out his hand and eagerly pressed Jiang Shuman's shoulder, his face fanatical. "Shuman, I have loved you for so many years. Why have you always rejected me? Now I finally have the power. You follow me. I will let you live a good life, believe me." Jiang Shuman's eyes fell on Song Chungjing's hand holding her shoulder, and her tone became colder. "Why? No longer maintain your gentleman image? Are you going to use roughness on me?" Hearing this, Song Chungjing immediately let go of his hand and took a step back. A bit of panic flashed across his face. He explained gently, "No, of course not. You should know that I will never force you. I will wait patiently until you are willing to accept me. I have rejected you countless times. Why are you so persistent to me?" Jiang Shuman was really puzzled by this. Song Chungjing answered directly and firmly, "Because I love you. From the first time I saw you, I knew that I only wanted you in this life. Shuman, I will wait until you agree." Jiang Shuman's lips moved, but no sound came out in the end. Song Chungjing's perverted paranoia made her feel a chill deep into her bones. Jiang Shuman just wanted to stay away from this extremely dangerous man at this moment, so she said no more, bypassed Song Chungjing, and went straight to the door. But before Jiang Shuman took a few steps, Song Chungjing's low and hoarse voice sounded again behind her. "Shuman, you don't plan to leave the base, let alone leave me, right?" Jiang Shuman paused and her body was a little stiff. She didn't look back, but lowered her eyes, trying to hide the complex emotions in her eyes. "Take a deep breath, Jiang Shuman tried to make her voice sound calm and natural. Of course not. Xiaoli is still missing. Where can I go alone? Song Chungjing laughed happily. That's good, Shuman. You should go back and rest. The base is a little uneasy tonight. Remember to lock the door. Jiang Shuman nodded, looking worried, and continued to walk out the door without stopping. Song Qingjing's eyes followed Jiang Shuman's back all the time, full of love. Song Chungjing didn't look away until she completely disappeared from his sight. Then he turned around and led a group of confidants to another direction. He must hurry up and completely eliminate those stubborn remnants in the Xie family who are unwilling to submit to him. Song Chungjing has been planning for this moment for a whole 6 months. From the moment he set foot on the base, he began to plan and lay out in the dark. Song Chungjing was like playing chess, carefully cultivating confidence and quietly strengthening his power. Every step was carefully considered to ensure that there would be no mistakes. This base, whether it is its unique geographical advantages or its indestructible defense system, is an excellent place to establish a stable rule. Song Chungjing is determined to keep all of this firmly in his own hands, for Jiang Shuman, for their common future. He wants to build a warm and safe shelter for Jiang Shuman, a home that Jiang Shuman will never want to leave. He even fantasized about holding a grand wedding at the base, so that everyone can witness their love. Today's action against Xie Zidao was indeed a bit hasty, but Song Chungjing could no longer wait. Whenever he thought of Jiang Shuman's hard work outside, Song Chungjing became anxious and distressed, fearing that she would encounter an accident. How much he wanted to lock Jiang Shuman tightly by his side, take good care of her, and not let her leave even a step. However, the base has many rules, which restrict Song Chungjing's actions and prevent him from doing whatever he wants. Therefore, Xie Zidao must die. Only when Song Chungjing has complete control of the base can he break these constraints, make his own rules, and restrict Jiang Shuman's freedom. Thinking of this, Song Chungjing's eyes became gloomy. He hoped that Jiang Shuman would not let him wait too long, and his patience was slipping away bit by bit. If Jiang Shuman always refused, Song Chungjing was worried that he would eventually do something extreme. Even if he had to use coercion, he had to get her. When he thought of Jiang Shuman's charming figure, Song Chungjing felt dry mouth and hot eyes. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his emotions. He couldn't let these desires take over, otherwise he might not be able to control himself now. He had to consolidate the power of the base first, and the rest would come later. Chapter 172. Tonight is destined to be an uneasy night at Yongzhou Base. Gunshots, screams, and cries of pain intertwined in the night sky. The terrified survivors closed their doors tightly, and dared not easily stick their heads out. The news of Xie Zidao's death quickly spread throughout the base. With such chaos outside, it is not difficult to guess that there is a struggle for power. Tonight, it is destined to be a river of blood, and tomorrow, Yongzhou Base will usher in a new ruler and a new order. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of an unknown fate. Song Chungjing was busy until late at night before he finally stopped temporarily. The power of the Xie family has been almost cleared by him, leaving only some remnants hiding, but these are not enough to cause him to worry, and they can be dealt with slowly. When Song Chungjing returned to the door of his villa, he found that the lights were bright inside, so he pushed the door open directly. Xia Qianqian was dozing on the sofa with a pillow in her arms. When she heard the sound coming from the door, she woke up instantly. She looked at the door nervously, then ran over in a hurry, anxiously asking, "Cousin, what's the situation outside?" Xia Qianqian thought to herself that once her cousin completely controlled the base, she would not only be able to live a more comfortable life, but also be able to do whatever she wanted in the base. Xia Qianqian gritted her teeth secretly, wanting to let those who had laughed at her experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. Song Chungjing put on slippers, and glanced at Xia Qianqian indifferently, revealing a bit of impatience in his eyes. He walked to the sofa, and answered casually, "The situation has been controlled, and now Yongzhou Base is mine." He put his weapon on the coffee table, sank into the sofa with a relaxed body, closed his eyes, and began to soothe his tense nerves. Song Chungjing knew that Xia Qianqian was lazy and unmotivated, and he was sometimes annoyed by her green tea behavior. Despite this, Song Chungjing chose to tolerate and support her, because in this world, Xia Qianqian was his only blood relative. Now, the base was under his control. As long as Xia Qianqian did not cross the line, it would not be a problem to protect her for the rest of her life. After hearing this, Xia Qianqian jumped up with excitement. She quickly returned to the sofa and said excitedly, "Oh, great, cousin, you are so awesome." In Xia Qianqian's view, Song Chungjing's victory was her victory, which meant that her status in the base would be extremely high. She would become the princess of the base, and she could choose any supernatural fruit she wanted to awaken. No longer had to envy the supernatural fruit that Jiang Shuman had. Thinking of Jiang Shuman, Xia Qianqian couldn't help but think of Song Qingjing's deep affection. She looked at Song Qingjing, who was resting with his eyes closed, with sympathy in her eyes, and gently persuaded him, "Cousin, why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? When you officially become the base commander, you will find that Jiang Shuman is not the most beautiful woman." Song Qingjing suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes became sharp in an instant, and he lowered his eyes to look directly at Xia Qianqian, with obvious displeasure in his tone. "I don't like to hear such words. Don't mention it again in the future. I only want Shuman in my life." Xia Qianqian was speechless for a moment, puzzled by her cousin's persistence, and even felt that he was a little paranoid and morbid. She didn't dare to bring up the topic of finding other women, and retorted dissatisfiedly, "But how can she deserve your sincere treatment, cousin?" Xia Qianqian couldn't help but give him a bad idea. "Cousin, Jiang Shuman is too stubborn. It's not a good idea to wait like this. It's time to use some tough measures. As long as you get her body, she will be dependent on you and fall in love with you willingly." In Xia Qianqian's opinion, Song Qingjing's gentle strategy is obviously not effective enough to deal with a proud woman like Jiang Shuman. Sometimes, taking more direct measures may be a surprise victory. Seeing Song Qingjing remain silent, Xia Qianqian continued, "Moreover, she has been looking for Jiang Jinli outside all day long, regardless of life and death, and she doesn't take you seriously at all. She turns a blind eye to your concern. She is so ungrateful." Xia Qianqian recalled the unpleasant experience in the corridor today and complained angrily, "The most annoying thing is that she would rather leave the fruit to a dead person than to me." "What did you say?" Song Qingjing suddenly straightened up. His eyes were bright, and his voice was low but full of oppression. "Why are you so sure that Jiang Jinli is dead?" He suddenly pinched Xia Qianqian's arm tightly and asked sternly, "Did you see anything in Ziqing? Tell me." Xia Qianqian's heart was shocked, and cold sweat instantly soaked her vest. She raised her head and met Song Qingjing's sinister and cold eyes, and she couldn't help but shivered. Xia Qianqian cried and said, "Cousin, I'm your sister? I'm not that stupid. Even if I saw something, I would never tell anyone." Seeing Song Qingjing's face getting darker and the strength in his hands getting stronger, Xia Qianqian couldn't help crying, "Brother, don't be like this. It's the end of the world now. Killing a person is nothing. Just don't let Jiang Shuman know. Woo! It hurts. You're grabbing me so hard." Every time she recalled the scene on Shaoqing Mountain, Xia Qianqian would feel a chill and goosebumps all over her body. That day, the mountain forest was shrouded in thick fog and visibility was extremely low. After the three of them went down the mountain, she accidentally fell behind. When Xia Qianqian groped her way to the edge of the cliff, the scene in front of her made her heart break. Song Qingjing was using a stone to hit Jiang Jinli, who was lying on the ground. Xia Qianqian was so scared that her eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her mouth, fearing that she would scream out of fear. She hid behind a big tree nearby in a panic, her body pressed tightly against the trunk, holding her breath, trying to make herself blend into the shadow of the trunk. The memory of that day was engraved in Xia Qianqian's mind like a brand. Song Qingjing's face, at that time, was terrifying and profound. His usual gentleness and elegance disappeared, replaced by an extreme hideousness and madness. Song Qingjing even had a twisted smile on his face, which was extremely evil and creepy. Song Qingjing hit Jiang Jinli again and again until his head became bloody, and he stopped the violence in his hands. But this was just the beginning of cruelty. Then, Song Qingjing ruthlessly pushed Jiang Jinli, who had lost his life, off the cliff and let him fall into the endless abyss. After the crime, Song Qingjing's face quickly returned to his previous gentleness, and he even hummed a tune and walked briskly down the mountain until his figure was completely swallowed by the thick fog. Only then did Xia Qianqian dare to carefully stick her head out, tremblingly walk to the edge of the cliff, and look down. Despite the thick fog around her, she could still barely recognize the motionless human figure below the cliff. Xia Qianqian immediately realized that Jiang Jinli had left this world forever. Her mood did not fluctuate much because she was not familiar with Jiang Jinli. During the school days, Jiang Jinli was relatively withdrawn and always kept to herself. They were not in the same circle. Moreover, Xia Qianqian did not like Jiang Jinli's calm and steady attitude no matter what the situation was. Every time she looked into Jiang Jinli's bottomless eyes, Xia Qianqian felt that her superficiality and hypocrisy were ruthlessly exposed. Now that Jiang Jinli was dead, Xia Qianqian felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. She decided to keep this secret deep in her heart and not tell anyone. Later, when Jiang Shuman stubbornly went up the mountain to look for Jiang Jinli again, Xia Qianqian was also nervous, worried that Jiang Jinli's body would be discovered. But her worries were ultimately unnecessary because a sudden earthquake had completely buried the canyon. No matter how hard Jiang Shuman tried, it was impossible to find Jiang Jinli's body. In the past 6 months, Xia Qianqian had thought about it countless times in the dead of night. Why did Song Chungjing kill Jiang Jinli so cruelly? She really couldn't figure it out. Jiang Jinli had nothing to do with Song Chungjing, and there was no reason to kill him. The only explanation Xia Qianqian could think of was that it was related to Jiang Shuman. As for why he killed the sister of her beloved, Song Qingjing's twisted mentality, she didn't dare and didn't want to delve into it. Sometimes, Xia Qianqian would also be afraid of Song Qingjing's cruelty. But she had no choice. No matter how scared she was, she had to stay by Song Qingjing's side. Because in this world, Song Chungjing is her only shelter and survival support. But Xia Qianqian also knows that she must not touch Song Qingjing's bottom line. Once she angers him, even as his cousin, she will probably be killed. Therefore, Xia Qianqian has been cautious and treading on thin ice. In front of Song Chungjing, she tries her best to play the role of innocence and harmlessness. She is afraid that the slightest mistake will touch Song Qingjing's sensitive nerves and arouse his anger. But just now, she accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Xia Qianqian withdrew her thoughts, looked at Song Chungjing with tears in her eyes, and asked in a crying voice, "Cousin, this is not a solution. What will you do if Jiang Shuman never gives up the search?" She pursed her lips and continued, "Cousin, I am your only relative, and I will naturally not betray you, don't worry. My hand hurts so much, please let me go." Song Qingjing's eyes were like a deep well, staring at Xia Qianqian quietly. After a few seconds of silence, he finally let go of her hand. Song Chungjing leaned back, his body sank into the softness of the sofa, his eyes immediately cast to the ceiling, his voice slow and slightly hoarse, "No. Shuman will no longer have the opportunity to go out, I will lock her tightly by my side, and let her belong to me completely." Xia Qianqian gently rubbed her arm, that was pinched purple, with lingering fear. She sniffed and nodded in agreement, "That's right, you have to use force to deal with Jiang Shuman. It's been so many years, if you had done this earlier, you might have won her heart." After saying that, Xia Qianqian yawned, wiped her red eyes, then slowly stood up and muttered softly, "I'm so sleepy, cousin, I'm going to sleep first." Without waiting for Song Chungjing to respond, she had already jumped towards the bedroom. Song Chungjing watched her back, pressed his forehead, and sighed deeply. Chapter 173. The next morning, the sky became increasingly gloomy, and the rain became more intense. The Yongzhou base was quiet inside, with no one on the street, and only a few mutilated bodies scattered in the rain. The guards with solemn faces were concentrating on cleaning up the bodies. The survivors in the base closed the door tightly, and no one dared to venture out. They were all anxiously waiting for news. As expected, the election results of the new base leader will be announced soon. In a small room, Jiang Shuman sat by the bed, silently packing her luggage. There were not many important items she needed to take away. A small backpack was enough. Jiang Shuman carefully took out a photo album from a delicate box. When she saw it, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face, and her expression was as soft as water. This photo album records the growth trajectory of her and Jiang Jinli from childhood to adulthood. It is the only precious memory that Jiang Shuman has preserved in this disaster. Fortunately, before the disaster, due to some accidental reasons, Jiang Shuman left the photo album in the hospital. Otherwise, this most precious memory would be buried forever in the ruins. Jiang Shuman gently opened the photo album, and the first page was Jiang Jinli's childish, but serious face. Recalling the scene at that time, Jiang Shuman couldn't help but laugh softly. Jiang Jinli didn't like to laugh since she was a child. She always had a childish face, and bore a heavy burden that didn't match her age. It was Jiang Shuman who taught her how to smile tirelessly. Since then, she has gradually smiled more. Therefore, in the photos before her teens, Jiang Jinli's expression always looked too serious, as if the whole world owed her millions. The frowning brows and slightly pursed lips, combined with her tender little face, give people a feeling that is both cute and funny. Jiang Shuman's fingertips gently slid across Jiang Jinli's face in the photo, her eyes full of longing for her. Suddenly, her smile froze, her fingers trembled slightly, her eyes blushed, and big tears fell silently. "Shaoli, where are you? Have you been doing well these days? Sister really misses you. Jiang Shuman hugged the photo album tightly, and couldn't help crying softly. But after just a while, Jiang Shuman wiped away her tears, straightened her back, and her eyes became firm again. She quickly packed her backpack, unfolded the map, and began to carefully plan the route. The current situation no longer allowed her to stay in the base. Jiang Shuman decided to head towards Dongyuan City. She planned to look for Jiang Jinli along the way, and then select a safe and livable small town as the final destination. She will tell Chu Xiaoying and others the specific route and destination, and ask them to help keep an eye on Xiaoli's whereabouts. If Xiaoli really comes to the base in a while, she hopes Chu Xiaoying can tell her to go to that small town to find her. Although such a plan is quite complicated and troublesome, it is the only way Jiang Shuman can think of at present. While Song Chungjing is busy dealing with the affairs of the base, she must seize this opportunity and leave as soon as possible. Jiang Shuman is worried that once Song Chungjing is free, he may really take tough measures, and then it will be difficult for her to escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuman speeded up and quickly selected a small town on the map. Then she folded the map, put it in her backpack, and zipped it tightly. She held the weapon tightly in one hand, lifted the backpack with the other, and walked towards the door. Just as Jiang Shuman opened the door and was about to take the first step, a gentle and low male voice suddenly sounded, "Shuman." A tall figure stood in the middle of the door, giving people a sense of oppression and completely blocking Jiang Shuman's sight. Jiang Shuman was startled and couldn't help but take a step back. When she looked up and saw the face of the person coming, she secretly complained in her heart. Jiang Shuman held the weapon tightly in her hand and stepped back slowly. Song Chungjing smiled, holding a bowl of hot porridge in one hand and raising the other hand, keeping the posture ready to knock on the door. When he noticed the backpack and weapon in Jiang Shuman's hand, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and his expression became cloudy. The porridge bowl tilted in Song Chungjing's hand, and then fell heavily to the ground, making a sharp cracking sound. He took a step and walked slowly into the room, asking as he walked, "Shuman, what are you doing? Where are you going?" As Song Chungjing spoke, the door was heavily closed, blocking Jiang Shuman's last escape route. "Are you leaving me?" Song Chungjing's tone was a little weird. Jiang Shuman's heartbeat gradually accelerated, and Song Chungjing's gloomy and ferocious expression made her feel cold. Damn it, Song Chungjing was like a lingering evil ghost. I didn't expect him to come to her room early in the morning. The situation was really bad. Jiang Shuman took a deep breath, stopped retreating, looked directly into Song Chungjing's eyes, and kept her voice as steady as possible. "I just planned to go out to find Xiaoli." Song Chungjing's eyes were extremely dark, and he growled angrily. "No! Don't try to lie to me. You just returned to the base yesterday. How could you go out again without resting? You clearly want to leave here forever and leave me completely." Song Chungjing's emotions were completely out of control. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Shuman's arms, shook them wildly, and roared hoarsely, "Why? Why do you want to leave me? I'm so good to you. Why can't you love me?" His eyes were red, filled with tyranny and cruelty, like a bloodthirsty beast, and he laughed harshly. "Why do you have to force me? I really don't want to be rough with you." Jiang Shuman felt disgusted. She understood that Song Chungjing had completely lost his mind at this moment, and it was impossible to escape. She decided to fight to the death. Jiang Shuman used all her strength to break free from Song Chungjing's grip, jumped back, raised the big knife in her hand to block in front of her, and scolded coldly, "Song Chungjing, look at you now. You are just like an incurable madman. I have nothing to do with you. Why do you stop me? Get out of the way." "Madman? Ha ha ha. Even if I am a madman, it's because you forced me to do so. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being rude." Song Chungjing's face became more and more distorted. Jiang Shuman's uneasiness and fear gradually spread, but she did not retreat. She waved the big knife and rushed towards Song Chungjing. Seeing this scene, Song Chungjing was not afraid, but smiled sinisterly. He stared at Jiang Shuman, his eyes were like a bottomless cold pool, and when he squinted, an invisible force shot out. Jiang Shuman suddenly felt unprecedented weakness. Her steps were heavy, she felt dizzy, and her body became soft and weak. The weapon in her hand fell, she propped up her forehead with her hand, stared at Song Chungjing with hatred, and shouted angrily, "You bastard!" For the first time, Jiang Shuman felt desperate for her powerlessness. Under the suppression of Song Chungjing's supernatural power, she had no power to fight back. Her vision became more and more blurred, her head was splitting, and her thoughts were as chaotic as paste. In the end, Jiang Shuman couldn't bear it, her eyes closed, and her body was about to fall down. Song Chungjing quickly stepped forward, caught her steadily, and held her in his arms. Looking at Jiang Shuman, who fainted in his arms, Song Chungjing's heartbeat accelerated, his cheeks flushed, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He said in a hoarse voice, "Shuman, I didn't expect that the first time I hugged you would be under such circumstances." Song Chungjing's whole body trembled with excitement, his blood vessels bulged, and his veins bulged. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch Jiang Shuman's white neck. His eyes were almost full of desire, and his bloodshot eyes revealed his eagerness. But at the moment when his fingers were about to touch Jiang Shuman's skin, Song Chungjing suddenly stopped. He turned his head, took a deep breath, and resisted the impulse in his heart, whispering to himself, "No, not yet. I can't do it to you when you are unconscious. This is a great blasphemy to you." Song Chungjing set his eyes on Jiang Shuman's soft and delicate features again, his eyes full of love, and said gently, "When you wake up, I will take possession of you after getting your consent. Shuman, do you feel it? How much I love you. So why don't you love me? I will keep you by my side forever, and you will never leave me. Even if you die, you must die with me." Song Chungjing increased the strength of his hands and sniffed Jiang Shuman's neck frantically, with obsession and fanaticism intertwined in his voice. "Shuman. Shuman." Chapter 174. Dark clouds covered the sky, dark clouds like ink, and heavy rain continued. On this deserted trail, mutant plants grew wildly, creating a desolate and gloomy scene. The intensity of the battle was escalating, and the collision of weapons and the heart-wrenching roars intertwined into a cruel symphony over the wilderness, constantly echoing. The supernatural powers were dazzling, bringing a touch of dazzling brilliance to the dim air. In this life-and-death battle, one side was a burly man in a bright red battle suit, and the other side was a few elegant women. One of the parties was Jiang Jinli and his group. Jiang Jinli seemed unusually leisurely at this moment. She sat on the top of the RV, crossed her legs, swayed gently, ate snacks in her mouth, looked indifferent, and looked down at the battle below. When she turned her gaze to Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei, she showed a satisfied look. Below, Luo Zime's eyes were extremely sharp, like a hawk before hunting, and she was fighting fiercely with a group of red-clothed strong men. The machete in her hand was like lightning, shuttling between the men, so fast that it was hard to keep up. Luo Zime continued to attack and retreat. This flexible guerrilla tactic made it impossible for the opponent to organize defense effectively. Just as the red-clothed strong men were in a panic, Luo Zime suddenly exerted her strength, waved her arms, and the air around her seemed to be stirred by her power, turning into countless sharp wind blades. These invisible blades, with a whistling sound, went straight to the men's throats. The wind blades drew an elegant trajectory in the air, and wherever they passed, the men fell down one after another, and they no longer had the strength to get up. For a while, screams were endless. Luo Zime showed no mercy to the men who were still alive. She quickly stepped forward and delivered a fatal blow. Then, she rushed to another group of strong men in red and continued her fight. Since she woke up, the fatigue and gloom in Gu Xiaowei's eyes faded away, replaced by confidence. Her face became more and more rosy, glowing with health and vitality. At this moment, Gu Xiaowei exuded a fighting spirit and had a solemn face. She was fighting fiercely with several men. She was holding a green vine covered with sharp thorns in her hand. Under Gu Xiaowei's control, this vine had endless changes. Sometimes it was like a long whip, leaving marks of skin and flesh on the opponent, and sometimes it was like a flexible soft rope, and with Gu Xiaowei's wrist shaking, it flew towards the opponent quickly. Before the opponent could react, the vine had already tightly wrapped around their necks like a snake, tightening more and more. The thorns pierced deeply into the skin, bringing unbearable pain. The men scratched the vines on their necks in vain until their eyes bulged out, their faces turned purple, and they finally died of suffocation. Every time a life was taken, the vines would automatically fly back to Gu Xiaowei's hands and turn into a hard long stick, heavy, and with amazing lethality. Gu Xiaowei wielded the vine-long stick with great power. Every swing had a fatal power. Once it hit, it would be a tragic end of a head explosion. The vines were like living things in Gu Xiaowei's hands. She used them very skillfully, making it impossible for the opponent to get close. Jiang Jinli sat on a high place, peeled a white rabbit milk candy, and put it in his mouth. His eyes followed Gu Xiaowei's fight, and the corners of his lips rose. It is rare for Gu Xiaowei to reach this level in just a few days. Gu Xiaowei is very tenacious. After awakening her superpowers, she has seized every opportunity to fight zombies, train herself, and continue to learn and grow in practice. Jiang Jinli also teaches her combat skills from time to time. Gu Xiaowei learns very quickly, and even takes time to practice with others when she rests at night. Such efforts and persistence have made Gu Xiaowei progress very quickly, and Jiang Jinli is very satisfied with this. When Jiang Jinli turned her eyes to the group of men in red, her eyes became gloomy and murderous. This is the second wave of pursuers from the Hope Base that they have encountered in just a few days. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but be surprised by the Tang family's intelligence network. Not long after they left the Free Base, the Northern Hope Base had already received the news. These red-clothed people went south, obviously to take Tang Haifu back, and after learning of her death at the Free Base, they would definitely quickly pass the news back to the north. After receiving the news, the Tang family immediately sent these people to intercept them, with the aim of capturing them alive. Each group of people had about 30 or 40 people, but there were only a few superpowers among them, and the strongest was only at the second level. But this group of people was like annoying bugs, jumping out from time to disgust people, making Jiang Jinli very annoyed. The only value of their existence may be to serve as a living target for Gu Xiaowei and others to hone their superpowers. Jiang Jinli could see through Mr. Tang's plan with a little thought. He sent these mobs just to delay time. There is no doubt that the high-level superpowers of the North Hope Base are on the way and heading in their direction. But no matter how the group of people delay, it is useless. In this Doomsday where zombies and mutants are rampant, the journey from south to north, even if accelerated, will take a month. And she will arrive at Yongzhou Base today. Now, it is less than 2 hours away from Yongzhou. Once all of them return to the space, the Tang family will immediately lose their trace. In this vast Doomsday, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. Jiang Jinli is full of confidence. In a short time, the Tang family will never be able to find their traces in Liqing. And when the Tang family finally finds Liqing, they will despairingly find that the Hope Base is like the gap between an ant and an elephant compared to her territory. It is unattainable and absolutely overwhelming. Even if the Tang family really finds her in advance, Jiang Jinli is not afraid. For her, it is just to take action in advance and destroy another base. Since the moment when the Tang family sent people to intercept them, all the people involved in the Hope Base have been quietly included in the death list by Jiang Jinli. She vowed to personally take down the old man of the Tang family, and all the clansmen who were involved with Tang Haifu. Jiang Jinli has also made up her mind to uproot the Tang family in the north. This is the price they pay for provoking her. She hopes that the base can hold out for a few more years in the harsh environment. If the Hope Base is easily destroyed by the invasion of mutant zombies and ruthless natural disasters, it would be too boring. Jiang Jinli also hoped that the old man Tang could live longer and not die so soon. At that time, she would go to the north in person and send them to hell one by one, so that they could reunite with Tang Haifu in hell. Jiang Jinli's thoughts were interrupted by the screams from below, and her eyes were focused on the battle scene again. Almost all the men in red had fallen. As soon as Shinqingxi and Qilue and others took action, these minions were vulnerable, and the whole battle lasted only 2 or 3 minutes. As the last man fell to the ground, the surroundings finally returned to peace. Shinqingxi and others stepped over the corpses on the ground and walked straight to the RV, with joy on their faces, looking at Jiang Jinli on the roof. Jiang Jinli immediately stood up and ordered them, "Get in the car after cleaning up, and we will continue on our way." "Okay." After several people responded, they quickly got on the RV. Jiang Jinli also put away the couch, and entered the RV in a flash. Her spatial movement ability is no longer limited to the sight. As long as she imagines a specific place in her mind, she can quickly reach it. But this ability has a prerequisite, that is, she must know the destination and cannot appear in a place she has never been to. Otherwise, she would have arrived directly at the Yongzhou base. But Jiang Jinli firmly believes that in the future, her spatial ability will eventually break through the boundaries, and even tear the space apart. Jiang Jinli sat down in the seat, and Qilue immediately started the RV, drove through the road full of corpses, and continued to move forward. Jiang Jinli looked at Gu Xiaowei, who was relaxed, and couldn't help but praise, "You performed very well just now, and you have made great progress. The use of supernatural powers is very appropriate, and the fighting skills have also improved significantly." After awakening, Gu Xiaowei really showed a high affinity for plants. Her fighting style is flexible and changeable. She can use swords as weapons, and use the surrounding environmental elements as fighting tools. This is similar to Qilue's fighting style, which is very suitable for long-range and short-range attacks. Hearing Jiang Jinli's praise, Gu Xiaowei straightened her body, with a shy smile on her lips, and replied modestly, It's all because of your patient teaching. I will continue to work hard. Jiang Jinli nodded to her. At this time, Su Ranju was very excited, and asked Jiang Jinli with a look of seeking praise, Sisterly, what about me? How did I fight? Jiang Jinli gently tapped her forehead with his fingertips, and replied softly, Ranju is also very good. After hearing this, Su Ranju was even happier, twisting her body in her seat like a restless little bug. Jiang Zheng and Luo Zime also turned their heads, and looked at Jiang Jinli eagerly. Jiang Jinli stroked her forehead, raised the corners of her mouth, and smiled helplessly. Each of you has made progress, and performed very well. This sentence made them all smile with satisfaction. Jiang Jinli was a little amused. Why were they all like children? Chapter 175. As they got closer to Yongzhou, Jiang Jinli felt more relaxed. She took out a lollipop, peeled off the packaging, and was about to put it in her mouth, but she looked up inadvertently, and met the gazes of Shinqingxi and others again. She was slightly startled, and the candy in her hand stopped in midair. Why are you all looking at me like this? Do you want to eat it too? Several people nodded hurriedly. Jiang Jinli smiled, handed the whole candy jar to them without saying a word, and leaned back comfortably on the chair, saying jokingly, I didn't realize that when did your taste become so unified, and you all like to eat sweets. They took the candy jar with smiles on their faces. After a while, all kinds of lollipops were swept away. Shinqingxi also thoughtfully threw a few to Qilua in the driver's seat. The pleasure brought by the sugar made the atmosphere more relaxed, and at this time, they responded to Jiang Jinli's previous words. Su Ranju spoke first with candy in her mouth, who said that, I love sweets just like Sisterly. Jiang Zheng also said, I also like the candy given by Sister, it's sweet but not greasy. Luo Zime sat next to Jiang Jinli, put her arm around her, leaned her head on her shoulder, smiled sweetly. Don't you know that getting candy from you means a lot to us? Jiang Jinli shook her head and laughed. She was in a great mood when she thought about meeting her sister. When she was in a good mood, she liked to eat something sweet. But for so many years, she had never shared her favorite food with others. In addition to her sister, there were only 9 of them. Shinqingxi suddenly thought of something and asked puzzledly, logically, Mu Yuan and the others should have arrived in Yongzhou. Why didn't we receive any news? Jiang Jinli was also a little puzzled by this. When everyone just separated, they could still hear Su Mingxing's chattering voice from time to time. But recently, it has been unusually quiet. She guessed casually, maybe the bad weather affected the communication. After all, the signals of wireless walkie-talkies and radio stations are fragile and easily interfered by various external factors. Jiang Jinli's spiritual connection could not be established due to the long distance. But she believed that once her ability was upgraded to the 8th level, non-distance communication would no longer be a problem. It is impossible to predict what kind of natural disasters will occur in the next few years. If there is a large-scale electromagnetic pulse attack or solar storm, then all electronic equipment may fail. At that time, the connection between the survivors may have to return to the most primitive human letter delivery method. In this extreme case, the spiritual connection will show an unparalleled advantage. Jiang Jinli glanced across the car window and said with relief, They should be fine, anyway, we will arrive at the base soon. She believes in Mu Yuan's ability. As soon as the words fell, Qi Luo's smiling voice rang out in the car. What a coincidence. It seems that Mu Yuan and the others haven't arrived in Yongzhou yet. Look ahead. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the front, and when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Jinli also looked up, and couldn't help but sigh, but the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. On the desolate road ahead, 3 men carrying backpacks that were larger than their bodies were moving slowly along the road like snails. The rain soaked them all through, and they looked like 3 helpless drowned rats. Judging from their backs, they were undoubtedly Mu Yuan and his 3 companions. Somehow, their vehicle disappeared, and the 3 of them seemed to have become homeless wanderers, looking very pitiful and miserable. Qi Luo immediately stepped on the accelerator, increased the speed of the car, and drove towards the 3 figures, who were struggling to move forward in the wind and rain. In the rain, Su Mingxing sighed, wiped the water from his face, turned to complain to Mu Yuan, Brother Mu Yuan, I'm so tired. How long do we have to walk to Yongzhou? Although the 3 of them looked miserable at the moment, Mu Yuan still maintained his coolness and calmness. He answered concisely, almost. If we walk faster, it will take about 3 or 4 hours. Su Mingxing was not comforted by this sentence. He weighed the heavy backpack on his back and sighed again, the boss should be here soon. I wonder if we can meet her. Just at this moment, They suddenly heard the sound of a car engine coming from behind through the rain. It can't be such a coincidence? Hope burst into the eyes of the three people, and they immediately turned around to look. When they saw the RV speeding against the wind and rain, the expressions on their faces changed from surprise to ecstasy. It's the captain and the others. Great. Zhou Lianhu couldn't help cheering. Su Mingxing let go of his feet and ran towards the RV, shouting, "Oh my god! Boss, boss! You are finally here!" As he shouted, tears streamed down his face, and he cried, "Boss, I miss you so much. I have had such a hard time during this period." Jiang Jinli's eyes were full of smiles when she heard these words in the car. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu were all black. This scene was really a bit eye-catching, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly at each other. The two of them also went forward. The RV stopped smoothly in front of them. The door opened, and they walked in quickly. In the car, everyone's eyes immediately focused on the three of them. Although Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei had never seen these three people, they couldn't help but look at them carefully at this moment. Back in the warm RV, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, and they immediately took off the big backpacks that were dripping with water on their backs. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu even sat down on the ground, panting slightly, calming down their excited mood. "Boss!" Su Mingxing ran to Jiang Jinli, dripping with water. He wiped his face and said sadly, "Boss, I finally met you. We have been outside in the rain for most of the day. These days are really miserable." Jiang Jinli stood up from his seat, took out 3 thick towels and 3 bottles of water, and threw them to them one by one, wipe first. The three of them were now pitch black, and they were indeed no different from vagrants. They caught the flying towels and water, and wiped them on their heads and faces impatiently. But in a moment, the originally white towels were dyed into a deep black. Seeing this, Qilua couldn't help but joked, "What happened to you? Did you fight with bandits in the mud on the road?" After she finished speaking, she turned around, restarted the RV, and drove towards Yongzhou. Qilua's words made Jiang Zheng and Su Ranju couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Su Mingxing put the towel around his neck, tilted his head back, and gulped down a bottle of water, then sighed heavily, as if he was exhaling all the fatigue he had accumulated along the way. He sniffed and nodded in agreement. "Hey! That's right, we really encountered bandits." Mu Yuan put down the towel in his hand, looked up at Jiang Jinli, and said with apology, "I'm sorry, we failed to complete the mission and failed to arrive at the base in time." Zhou Lianhu lowered his head, his voice became low, and his self-blame was evident. "Yes, Captain, we are incompetent." Jiang Jinli stared at them. At this moment, they were disheveled and unshaven. After only a month or so of not seeing each other, they became so haggard. Obviously, they had experienced a lot of hardships during this period. Facing this appearance, Jiang Jinli could understand them, so how could she blame them? "It doesn't matter. It's the same if we enter the base together. It won't delay anything." She comforted them with an inclusive tone. Su Mingxing was very moved, and tears flowed down like a river bursting its banks again. He choked and said, "Boss, you are so kind. You don't know how miserable our journey was. It's all tears if I talk too much." He pointed at his chin and eyes while speaking, looking a little aggrieved. "Look, I have dark circles under my eyes, and my beard has grown. I feel like I have aged more than 10 years in an instant." The more Su Mingxing thought about it, the sadder he became. His snot and tears flowed together. A grown man cried so miserably and heartbreakingly that people couldn't help but feel sympathy. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu couldn't help turning their heads away when they saw Su Mingxing's horrible appearance. The veins on their foreheads were throbbing, their hands were clenched, and they were so impulsive that they almost wanted to kick him. Xin Qingxi and others couldn't help but look at Su Mingxing carefully, and found that he was indeed no longer as refreshing as before. The blue stubble on his chin, coupled with the obvious panda eyes, actually made Su Mingxing look a bit more vicissitudes that shouldn't belong to him. Although Su Mingxing looked miserable and cried very sadly, they thought this scene was quite funny. They turned their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. Their cheeks turned pink, their eyes were full of smiles, and even covered with a layer of moisture. Although such a reaction might not seem kind enough, they really couldn't suppress the smile in their hearts. Jiang Jinli tried to pretend to be serious, handed Su Mingxing a pack of tissues, and comforted him with a smile. "You've worked hard. As long as you're fine, it's okay. As for your image, it doesn't matter." She asked seriously, "What did you encounter along the way? How did it become like this?" Logically speaking, they were fully armed and equipped, and they shouldn't have become so embarrassed in such a short time. Mu Yuan showed a trace of bitterness on his face. "We are really unlucky. Su Mingxing wiped his nose and raised his tearful eyes, and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, without the boss, our luck is really terrible. Mu Yuan and the other two immediately began to tell Jiang Jinli and others about their difficult experiences along the way. After leaving Heiqing, they rushed towards Yongzhou. In order to save time, the three of them almost rushed day and night, just hoping to reach Yongzhou as soon as possible. In the first few days, everything went smoothly, and there were no major troubles. But when they came to a key route, they found that the road ahead was blocked. A large bridge collapsed unexpectedly. That bridge was the only way to Yongzhou, and they had no choice but to take a detour. They chose a more remote dirt road, even though it meant taking more time. But after taking a detour, their troubles really began. Chapter 176. First, they encountered a group of desperate villains. They burned, killed, robbed, raped, and plundered. They were simply committing all kinds of evil. The three originally planned to pass by quietly. But obviously they were unlucky. The bandits took a fancy to their vehicles and supplies, and wanted to seize them by force. How could Mu Yuan and his two companions agree? The two sides immediately started a fierce battle. Those rabble were naturally no match for Mu Yuan. After they cleaned up the garbage, they were ready to leave. But the leader of the gang, after learning that his younger brother was killed by Mu Yuan and his two companions, refused to give up and attacked and harassed them from time to time, making the three extremely irritated. The group of bandits was so numerous that it took nearly a week to entangle with them. When the three finally took down the bandits' nest and were ready to go to the next stop, they were attacked by mutant ants, mutant bats, and giant man-eating birds on the road. The mutant ants are huge and good at group attacks. They appear in dense numbers, and can emit corrosive acidic liquids, making it difficult to guard against them. The mutant bats have super hearing. They use echolocation to determine their location and attack with high-frequency sound waves. Once they are hit, it is easy to lose balance and become dizzy and weak. And the giant man-eating bird has claws as sharp as knives, a long and hard beak, and is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. They occupy advantageous terrain in the sky and are extremely cunning. From time to time, they launch sudden attacks that catch them off guard. Sometimes, the number is so large that they can't bear it and can only drive away in a hurry, looking embarrassed. Originally thought that this was the extreme danger, but unexpectedly, more dangerous challenges were waiting for them. They had only been walking for a few days when a sudden rainstorm came. If it was just a rainstorm, it would be fine, but in the heavy rain, they unexpectedly encountered a huge wave of zombies. Thousands of zombies came like a tide, layer upon layer, and the scene was enough to make people's hair stand on end. There were even many third-level zombies in the zombie tide. In this encounter with the zombie tide, their vehicle was unfortunately scrapped. The three of them were also separated. In desperation, they could only find a hiding place each, and planned to try to reunite after the zombies passed. It was not easy to find companions in the ruins, and the reunion of the three people took a lot of time. Fortunately, when the vehicle was scrapped, they cleverly divided the supplies into 3 large bags, otherwise they would really have nothing. They tried to find a new means of transportation, but looking around, the whole place was devastated, and the hope of finding a car was almost slim. There was really no other way. Seeing that they were not far from Yongzhou, they prepared to walk there. Holding a glimmer of hope in their hearts, they might meet Jiang Jinli on the road. So, the three of them braved the heavy rain and stepped onto the wide road along the winding path, moving forward continuously. After nearly 6 or 7 hours of arduous journey, they finally met Jiang Jinli's RV on this path. At this point, Su Mingxing sighed for a long time, a little scared. Fortunately, there are guns given by the boss, otherwise, we are not sure whether we can survive. It can be said that in the short time of separation from Jiang Jinli, they truly realized the cruelty of the end of the world. Hearing this, Xin Qingxi and others looked dazed, with endless emotion in their eyes, sighing. Such luck and experience are really unlucky. Not to mention Su Mingxing couldn't help but burst into tears. If they had followed Mu Yuan at that time, they would probably be more miserable than Su Mingxing. Jiang Jinli had never expected that this journey would be so dangerous. It was not easy for them to persevere. However, coexisting with crises naturally improves their abilities. I believe that during this difficult period, their abilities and physical fitness have been significantly improved. At least, it's not nothing. Seeing that they were motionless, Jiang Jinli reminded them, "It's good to be alive. Everything is over. Okay, don't stand there, go and change those wet clothes." Okay. Su Mingxing's mood has obviously improved. He felt that as long as he stayed with Jiang Jinli, he could get a full sense of security, and his heart gradually returned to calm. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lian, who also stood up. The three of them took out a new set of clothes and razors and walked to the back of the car. They drew the curtain and began to change their clothes. About half an hour later, they came out one by one. The three of them had changed into clean and tidy clothes, and their beards were trimmed cleanly. Everyone had restored their former appearance. Although their skin became darker and rougher, their temperament seemed more resolute. When they sat down again, Jiang Jinli directly handed over 3 lunch boxes. Eat something. Thank you, Captain. Zhou Lian, who showed his iconic white teeth and smiled at Jiang Jinli in a simple and honest way. Wow, there is meat. Long live the boss. Su Mingxing opened the lunch box and saw the delicious food inside. His eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't wait to eat it. This period of wandering life made them not taste hot meals for a long time. Sure enough, only by following the boss can you live like a human being. Mu Yuan maintained his calm style and started to eat slowly. After all, he had to maintain his image in the public eye. Su Mingxing wolfed down a mouthful of rice and then quickly drank a bottle of water. His eyes turned around the 2 new partners, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh boss, you brought back 2 beautiful teammates so soon?" As soon as he got in the car, he focused on Jiang Jinli and didn't notice that there were 2 unfamiliar faces in the car. His words aroused the curiosity of Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu, and they couldn't help but start to look at Luo Zime and Gu Xiaowei. It's confirmed. It seems that Jiang Jinli is indeed a face control, although she may not realize it. Seeing their reaction, Luo Zime smiled friendly and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Luo Zime. Gu Xiaowei." Gu Xiaowei also whispered her name. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu nodded to them and greeted them politely. "Hello, welcome to join us." Su Mingxing seemed unusually enthusiastic. Luo Zime's eyes fell on Su Mingxing and asked in a positive tone, "You are Su Mingxing, right?" "Hey, how did you know?" Su Mingxing seemed a little surprised. After all, the 3 of them had not formally introduced themselves. Su Mingxing thought a little arrogantly, could it be that he was too handsome? Luo Zime raised her eyes, covered her mouth and laughed. "Jinli said that among the 3 of you, the most lively one is Su Mingxing, so it is the easiest to recognize." Su Runju and others couldn't help but smile knowingly after hearing this. "Yes, is that so? Is that how the boss introduced me?" Su Mingxing touched his nose and glanced at Jiang Jinli awkwardly. Then, his eyes lit up, looked around, and shouted excitedly, "Great! Boss, our team is finally complete. Yes, everyone is here." Jiang Jinli was inexplicably moved. His sister was about to be found, and all the team members were in place. Everything seemed just right. Su Mingxing was so happy that his eyes almost narrowed into a line. He looked at the faces of the other 8 teammates one by one, and then his expression became serious and solemn. He said firmly, "Our team is now officially established. From now on, we are a whole, just like a family. We must work tirelessly to become stronger and clear all obstacles for the boss." These words immediately made the other 8 people put away their relaxed mentality. They became serious one by one and responded solemnly, "Definitely." Becoming stronger is their common goal, and Jiang Jinli is their common belief. They are willing to guard Jiang Jinli without reservation. Whether facing a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, they will not look back. Jiang Jinli turned his eyes to the car window, looking at the pattering black rain curtain, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 177. On the abandoned road outside Yongzhou City, mutant plants spread recklessly, and had already completely swallowed up the trail. A woman trudged through the mud. Despite the heavy rain, she ran as hard as she could. As she continued to go deeper into the desolate land, the mutant plants became more and more dense, gradually blocking her way. She had to run and wave her machete, trying to cut through the thorns and vines around her, trying to open up a viable path. But the roots of these mutant plants were thick and indestructible, and the woman's efforts seemed to be in vain. Her steps gradually became heavy, and her clothes were stained with blood and mud. She looked extremely embarrassed. Wet hair stuck to her pale and haggard cheeks, and her eyes were slightly red, revealing deep hatred. The woman's arms and legs were wrapped in several bandages, which were stained with mud and blood. Under the heavy rain, her situation seemed even more miserable. But she didn't care about it, and she didn't have time to treat her wounds. She hurried, not daring to stop for a moment, as if she would die if she stopped. At the same time, she listened vigilantly to the movements around her. Suddenly, there was a strange sound next to her. The woman turned around quickly, holding the machete in her hand tightly, ready to deal with possible attacks. The footsteps on the opposite side also suddenly stopped. The 2 sides fell into a tense confrontation. The woman didn't hesitate at all, she shouted, and swung the knife to slash at the figure on the opposite side. The figure on the opposite side also attacked at almost the same time. The two blades collided, sparks flew, and the harsh sound of metal friction echoed in the rain. The two people put away their knives, and slashed at each other again. When their eyes met in the rain, they both showed surprised expressions. Then, the two of them quickly put away their weapons, and stopped fighting. "Is it you?" the person on the other side exclaimed in disbelief. The woman also shouted in astonishment, "Chu Xiaoying?" The Chu Xiaoying in front of her was also in a state of embarrassment. Her clothes were stained with blood, and she had obviously been on the run. Chu Xiaoying pushed aside the wet hair in front of her eyes, wiped off the rain, showed her big white teeth, and said to the woman with a smile, "It's me, Miss Xia, you also escaped?" Xia Ling looked at her bright smile, smiled bitterly, and said self-deprecatingly, "I have nothing left. There is no need to call me that. Just call me Xia Ling." Chu Xiaoying nodded, then turned around and said to Xia Ling heartlessly, "Then Xia Ling, can you help me pull out the arrow on my back? It's really inconvenient to run with an arrow on my back, it hurts." Xia Ling stared at the long arrow tail feathers exposed on Chu Xiaoying's back, and was stunned. She was surprised and said in disbelief, You are like this, and you can still laugh? Doesn't it hurt?" She really admired Chu Xiaoying. Many people in the base said that she was careless and lacked a string. Now it seems that it is really well deserved. Running around with such a long arrow on her back, she still showed a bright smile. "Isn't this too weird?" Chu Xiaoying waved her hands and said nonchalantly, "Hey, it's nothing. I swore to become the strongest woman in the apocalypse. If I can't even endure this little pain, how can I do it? Come on, pull it out." Chu Xiaoying bent down slightly, supported her hands on her knees, frowned, and clenched her teeth. Xia Ling looked at the long arrow that was deeply inserted into the spine and dripping with blood, and couldn't help but respect Chu Xiaoying's courage and endurance. Even most men may not be as tough as her, right? Xia Ling no longer hesitated, carefully grasped the arrowhead, and whispered, "Hold on." After saying that, she took a deep breath, exerted force suddenly, and the long arrow was immediately pulled out, leaving a bloody wound. Blood gushed out, staining the clothes red. Hiss! Chu Xiaoying took a breath of cold air, fell to the ground powerlessly due to the severe pain, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xia Ling quickly lifted the outer coat in front of him, cut a relatively clean piece of cloth from his white inner coat, and then squatted down to bandage Chu Xiaoying. While treating the wound, she asked with concern, "Chu Xiaoying, how do you feel? Are you okay?" Chu Xiaoying was pale and sweating. She smiled weakly, "It's okay, just rest for a while." "Thank you." After Xia Ling wrapped the bandage, she looked worried. Without medicine, the wound will easily get infected, and it may. Chu Xiaoying is not a superpower. Such a wound is enough to be fatal. She may die. Chu Xiaoying struggled to stand up, turned to face Xia Ling, her eyes fearless. "It doesn't matter. I can live as long as I can. Besides, it is still unknown whether I can escape the clutches of those beasts." She smiled generously and added, "If I really die, I will become the strongest woman in my next life." Xia Ling stared at Chu Xiaoying and couldn't help laughing. Why didn't she find Chu Xiaoying so interesting before? Xia Ling asked curiously, "Why did you run out of the base? What happened? Who is chasing you?" 2 days had passed since the meeting that night. After being taken away by Song Chungjing, Xia Ling was initially placed under house arrest in her room. She had tried to resist, but there was a group of superpowers guarding outside the door, and she could not fight them alone. Listening to the painful wails from her confidants outside the door, Xia Ling felt heartbroken. These guards were loyal subordinates that her father had carefully trained for her, but now they were leaving her one after another. Xia Ling understood that with Song Qingjing's caution and cruelty, her own ending would not be much better. As expected, yesterday, Song Chungjing sent someone to take Xia Ling out of the room on the pretext of discussing base affairs. And the place they were heading to was the most remote garbage incineration plant in the base. This undisguised murderous intention made Xia Ling both angry and frightened. The reason why she agreed to come out with them was to find a chance to escape. Halfway through the journey, Xia Ling saw the opportunity and immediately fought back. But she was surrounded by ambushes arranged by Song Chungjing, and she was alone and soon fell into a desperate situation. At the critical moment, a group of people rushed out to join the battle. They fought and led Xia Ling to retreat to the gate of the base. Xia Ling saw hope instantly. They were the last remaining and hidden confidants of the Xia family. Taking advantage of the chaos in the base, Xia Ling and his group broke through the gate of the base, but in the end, only Xiaoling managed to escape, and the rest of the guards were all killed by Song Qingjing's men. Xiaoling was in great pain, but she had no time to be sad, and could only keep running. Once caught, then everyone's sacrifice would become meaningless. Song Qingjing obviously would not let Xiaoling go easily. When he saw her running away, he immediately sent people to chase her. In order to escape the pursuit, Xiaoling chose a remote route and walked on this muddy path to confuse the pursuers. In this way, she escaped for a day and a night, almost without stopping. Xiaoling had not eaten for nearly 2 days. If she continued like this, she would eventually collapse due to exhaustion. But she couldn't give up. She was unwilling. Her father's revenge had not been avenged yet, and she couldn't die like this. Xiaoling's plan was to leave Yongzhou first, escape to other cities, work hard to upgrade her superpowers, and then look for opportunities to take revenge. Unexpectedly, she met Chu Xiaoying, a carefree woman, halfway. After hearing Xiaoling's question, Chu Xiaoying spoke with disgust and resentment. It was because I accidentally saw something I shouldn't have seen that Song Qingjing, that pervert, wanted to kill me. She sighed softly and wanted to continue talking, but seeing that Xiaoling looked tired at the moment, she took out the only remaining pack of biscuits from her pocket without hesitation and handed it to her. Xiaoling, are you hungry? I still have some food here, eat it quickly. Give it to me? Xiaoling was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chu Xiaoying would give her such precious food. In the past, she was loved by her father, and almost never felt hungry. But now she deeply understands this feeling, which is very uncomfortable. She and Chu Xiaoying are not familiar with each other, but only know each other through Jiang Shuman. But Xiaoling didn't expect that Chu Xiaoying would be so generous and give her the remaining rations. Of course, we still have to run later, so we need to eat something to have strength. Take it. Chu Xiaoying took Xiaoling's hand, put the biscuit in her hand, and urged her with a smile, eat quickly, and then we can continue running. It's not safe here. Xiaoling looked at the biscuits in her hand, her nose felt a little sour, and she was deeply moved. In the past 2 days, Xiaoling's life can be said to have fallen from heaven to hell. In a short period of time, everyone betrayed her and left her, leaving her alone and helpless, with a cold heart. But with Chu Xiaoying, she got rare warmth and concern. Xiaoling looked up at Chu Xiaoying, her voice a little hoarse. You gave me the food, aren't you hungry yourself? Chu Xiaoying shook her head. Don't worry, I'm not hungry at all. When we enter the town, we can find food. Well, thank you. After Xiaoling thanked her, she opened the bag and ate it voraciously. After the food entered her stomach, she felt like she was alive again. Chu Xiaoying swallowed calmly. Since she escaped from the base, she had not eaten a grain of rice, and now she was already hungry. This pack of biscuits was Chu Xiaoying's only reserve, and she wanted to save it until she really couldn't hold on. But seeing Xiaoling's haggard look, she decided to give it to her. Since Chu Xiaoying joined the base, she has been keeping an eye on Xiaoling. In her memory, Xiaoling was always so wanton and full of vitality. Although she was born in a wealthy family, she was not arrogant and had great ambitions. Although Chu Xiaoying had a cheerful personality, she did not easily make close friends with others. Apart from Jiang Shuman, the person she admired most was Xiaoling. Now seeing Xiaoling's miserable appearance, and the absence of her former smile, Chu Xiaoying felt inexplicably distressed. She felt that Xiaoling should not have suffered all this, but Chu Xiaoying was powerless, and could not help at all, because she was too weak, and could not even protect her own life. But Chu Xiaoying was willing to use her only strength to support Xiaoling, to let her know that not everyone in the world betrayed her. At least, Chu Xiaoying would always stand by her side. Chu Xiaoying, thank you very much. After Xiaoling finished eating, she thanked him again. Seeing Xiaoling looking at her with a smile, Chu Xiaoying also smiled. You're welcome. When we are far away from Yongzhou City, everything will be fine. Chu Xiaoying continued to encourage her. Xiaoling, in my heart, you will always be the strong and independent Miss Xie. Don't give up. Believe that there will always be a turning point. Chu Xiaoying tilted her head and continued, also, I will stand by you unswervingly and support you. Hearing these words, Xiaoling's eyes were wet. She moved her lips and had a lot to say, but in the end, she only uttered 2 words, thank you. Hey! You don't have to say thank you all the time. It's embarrassing. Chu Xiaoying smiled and tidied the hair on her cheek. Xiaoling, run with me, we can look after each other. Chu Xiaoying proposed again. Okay, let's go. Xiaoling wiped his eyes and agreed happily. Chu Xiaoying smiled, then pulled Xiaoling, and the two walked forward again. Xiaoling asked curiously as they walked, you haven't told me yet, what did you see? Why did Song Qingjing want to kill you? Chu Xiaoying's eyes suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, I saw Jiang Jia was knocked unconscious by Song Chungjing, the pervert, and held in his arms. I don't know how Jiang Jia is now. Chapter 178. How could it be? Doesn't Song Chungjing like Dr. Jiang? Why did he knock her out? Xia Ling was puzzled. Chu Xiaoying replied indignantly, you don't even need to guess. It's obvious that Song Chungjing can't get Sister Jiang's heart, so he is prepared to use tough measures. Chu Xiaoying couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body when she thought of Song Chungjing's obsessed and fanatical expression at that time. Chu Xiaoying felt uneasy because of the sudden power grab at the base. When she thought that the future base would be controlled by Song Chungjing, a man with deep mansions, she had the idea of leaving the base. So yesterday morning, Chu Xiaoying decided to find Jiang Shuman to find out the situation. If Jiang Shuman also planned to leave, they could go together. But Chu Xiaoying never expected that when she opened the door and stepped into Jiang Shuman's room, she would see Jiang Shuman fainted on the ground. And Song Chungjing, the pervert, was sniffing Jiang Shuman's neck feverishly, panting, with an obsessed look on his face. This scene shocked Chu Xiaoying. She felt extremely nauseous, her stomach churning, and she almost vomited. When Song Chungjing's sinister, murderous eyes looked at her, she immediately realized that she was in extreme danger. Chu Xiaoying didn't hesitate for a moment, turned around and ran, using all her strength to run towards the gate of the base. She was not stupid, and knew that as an ordinary person, if she fought hard, she might not even have a slag left. As expected, before Chu Xiaoying ran far out of the base, she saw a car driving out of the base and chasing in her direction. It is not difficult to guess why Song Chungjing must kill Chu Xiaoying. From Song Chungjing's fanatical and perverted behavior in the morning, it can be seen that he has an extremely paranoid admiration for Jiang Shuman. But Jiang Shuman does not like him. More importantly, Jiang Shuman is looking for her sister, so she will not even look at Song Chungjing. Now that Jiang Shuman has been knocked unconscious, it is obvious that Song Chungjing intends to forcibly possess her. Then Jiang Shuman will definitely be imprisoned by him and disappear from the sight of everyone in the base. But Jiang Shuman is very popular in the base. She is not only an influential existence, but also an indispensable figure. After all, her medical skills are superb. With Jiang Shuman, it means that countless lives can be treated and continued. Once Jiang Shuman disappears for no reason, it will definitely have an impact on the base, and may even cause people to panic, protest and turn away. Therefore, the real reason for her disappearance will definitely be covered up by Song Chungjing. Song Chungjing could spread false news, such as Jiang Shuman went out again to look for her sister because she missed her sister. This would calm people's worries and not arouse any suspicion. As a witness, Chu Xiaoying naturally became a threat that Song Chungjing had to eliminate. Killing someone is the most direct and simple solution. For a powerful person like Song Chungjing, killing an ordinary person with no background is really easy. But Chu Xiaoying didn't want to die like this, especially at the hands of that perverted man. He didn't deserve it. In desperation, Chu Xiaoying could only choose remote roads to hide around. Try to avoid being hunted down. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoying has been exercising outside with Jiang Shuman for the past few months, and her physical fitness and survival skills have been improved. Otherwise, she might have collapsed due to exhaustion in the severe weather of the storm, and would not have been able to hold on until now. Chu Xiaoying finally held on for a day and a night, but who knew that she was chased by a vehicle again this morning? Those men showed no mercy, and shot an arrow directly at Chu Xiaoying. She was caught off guard, and was shot in the back. Although Chu Xiaoying's back was in unbearable pain, she did not stop and quickly hid in the mutant plants, trying to use the dense vegetation to cover her figure. It was at this time that she unexpectedly met Xia Ling. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoying said, there is no doubt that Sister Jiang must have been imprisoned by that paranoid. She choked and continued, but I can't even take care of myself now, so I can't save Sister Jiang. What should she do when she is alone? Chu Xiaoying did not regret going to Jiang Shuman's room and bringing disaster upon herself. Anyway, she had planned to leave this base full of right and wrong. The difference is that now she is forced to flee, and her life is hanging by a thread, but even so, she is not afraid. Now, Chu Xiaoying is most worried about Jiang Shuman's safety. Song Chungjing will obviously not let her go easily. Jiang Shuman's experience at this moment must be more painful than anyone else. After hearing this, Xia Ling sighed. It was Song Chungjing again. That pervert. Although she knew that Song Chungjing had unusual feelings for Jiang Shuman, she did not expect him to be so paranoid. She glanced at Chu Xiaoying and comforted her. Don't think too much. What we have to do now is to leave Yongzhou as soon as possible. There is only a glimmer of hope to save our lives. Chu Xiaoying nodded in agreement, wiped her tears, and said firmly, "Yes, we have to leave quickly." The two of them stopped talking. They quickened their pace. Just at this moment, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air behind them, and then an arrow stabbed fiercely into the ground in front of them, making a heart-pounding sound. The two of them paused, shocked, and immediately turned their heads to look back. They saw several large off-road vehicles coming towards them at a very fast speed. They caught up so quickly, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. It must be said that Song Qingjing's men are so dedicated, they are simply his loyal large hounds. The two of them showed reluctance, knowing that the only way out at this moment was to escape, so they immediately ran forward at the fastest speed. A man's mocking voice came from behind. "They actually got together? It's really easy to get them. Ha ha ha. Great. Let's work harder and try to kill them all at once. Once one of them dies, we can call it a day and return to the base. Drive faster," the man said as he kept shooting arrows. Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling listened to the arrows whizzing past their ears, and despair surged in their hearts. I thought they would have a chance of survival if they escaped from the base, but now it seems that everything is in vain. The two of them changed their positions while running to avoid the arrows that kept coming. Their figures shuttled through the wilderness like two hunted beasts. Chu Xiaoying's eyes were bloodshot, and she shouted angrily, "A bunch of beasts. It's too aggrieved to die like this. By then, I will definitely not be able to close my eyes." There were too many men in the car, and there were also several superpowers among them. The strength gap was too big, and it was really difficult to compete. Chu Xiaoying's heart was filled with hatred. If the gap between us and the enemy was not so huge, she would have dragged a few men down with her even if she was going to die. Xia Ling's throat seemed to be rubbed by sandpaper. She gasped hard and murmured desperately, "Is this fate?" Xia Ling really couldn't understand why fate was so cruel to her, and didn't even give her a glimmer of hope. Chu Xiaoying breathed rapidly and said angrily, "Bullshit fate. This damn world is unfair to women. If you want me to surrender, I will never give in." She took the time to look at Xia Ling and encouraged him, "Xia Ling, don't give up easily. We will run separately into the depths of the jungle layer. If we are lucky, maybe one of us can survive. If both of us survive, find a conspicuous place to wait for me. I will definitely find you. Remember, keep running forward and never look back." Xia Ling felt mixed emotions. Although Chu Xiaoying was younger than him, she admired her tenacity and courage. Just as Xia Ling was about to respond, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the road ahead. The two exchanged glances, straightened their bodies and looked forward. In the rain in the distance, the outline of a large RV gradually became clear, driving towards this side at an alarming speed, and it was particularly conspicuous on this path full of mutant plants. Chu Xiaoying's heart was beating wildly. She took a deep breath and looked determined. "I changed my mind. We won't run away. Xia Ling, do you dare to take a gamble?" Chapter 179. You want to ask for help? Xia Ling was surprised by Chu Xiaoying's proposal. She hesitated for a few seconds and continued, "But in such a doomsday, who dares to easily get involved in other people's troubles? Moreover, it is just a car, and the number of people must be limited. Even if they are willing to help, they may not be the opponent of those men." Chu Xiaoying's eyes never left the RV. She grinned, "So, this is a gamble. We have no other choice. If the people in the car are willing to lend a hand, both of us may survive." Chu Xiaoying knew in her heart that the possibility of strangers lending a hand was almost zero, and they might not even stop the car. But the two had no way to retreat. They could only hope that the people in the RV would show mercy and become their savior in this desperate moment. Damn beast. Chu Xiaoying was careless and her arm was scratched by a sharp arrow. She cursed in pain. "There is no time. Let's run. This is the only chance." She ignored the pain and grabbed Xia Ling's hand, rushed out of the muddy thorn bushes, and ran towards the road outside. As soon as they came to the road, they sprinted towards the vehicle in front. This mysterious RV became the last straw for the two. Qilua was concentrating on driving the RV. Suddenly, she found two embarrassed women in the middle of the road. The two women were in tattered clothes and blood-stained. They were obviously coming for their RV. Qilua subconsciously looked at Jiang Jinli in the back seat. She stared at the front with a calm expression, making it difficult to peek into her inner thoughts. Despite this, Qilua slowed down the car. Jiang Jinli didn't say anything, which was a silent permission. She couldn't just run over the two women to death without any reaction. She decided to wait and see what the two women were up to. Seeing the RV slowing down, Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying's eyes flashed with a strong desire to survive. The two of them used up their last bit of strength, quickened their pace, and rushed to the front of the car, where the RV just stopped steadily. Their heartbeats were as violent as thunder. They supported the front of the car, bent over and gasped for a moment, then looked up at Qilue in the driver's seat. Their throats were dry, and they swallowed hard, begging in a hoarse voice, "Please save us." When Chu Xiaoying's eyes accidentally swept to Jiang Jinli, her eyes froze and her eyes opened wide. She whispered in an uncertain tone, Jiang Jinli? Xia Ling was about to explain their situation to the people in the car. After hearing Chu Xiaoying's voice, she turned her head, frowned slightly, and her eyes were full of doubts. Chu Xiaoying actually knew someone in the car, which surprised her. The surname is Jiang. Could it be Jiang Shuman's sister? It can't be such a coincidence. Chu Xiaoying's voice was almost inaudible under the sound of rain. But everyone in the car heard it clearly. The five senses of the superpowers are extremely sharp, and even the slightest sound can be captured. Shin Qingxi and others looked at each other in surprise. When Jiang Jinli heard her name, she immediately straightened her body, and her eyes became sharp. She disappeared in the car in an instant, and then appeared in front of the RV like a ghost, standing next to Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling, who were standing there. "Do you know me?" Jiang Jinli asked coldly. "Ah!" Chu Xiaoying was frightened by Jiang Jinli's sudden appearance and screamed, falling on the cold and slippery ground. Xia Ling also took a few steps back reflexively. Chu Xiaoying opened her mouth wide, looked up at Jiang Jinli, and said incoherently, I. At this moment, Chu Xiaoying's mind was like a mess of tangled lines in a mess. Chu Xiaoying could never have imagined that the person in front of her was actually Jiang Jia's sister Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli's skills were so unpredictable that Chu Xiaoying felt unprecedented shock. Jiang Jinli looked down at Chu Xiaoying sitting on the ground, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. She was very sure that Chu Xiaoying could not know her, let alone have seen her. The only possible explanation was that she had seen her photo. And in this world, the only person who had her photo was her sister. The woman in front of her must know her sister. Jiang Jinli showed a happy expression, and her tone was rarely anxious. She asked directly, "Where is my sister now? Is she at the base? Is she doing well?" Chu Xiaoying finally came to her senses, and her eyes gradually regained their luster. She stood up, opened her mouth, and said impatiently, "Your sister was killed by Song." At this critical moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, interrupting Chu Xiaoying's narration. Several off-road vehicles rushed towards their RV like wild horses, with violent momentum. The men in the car were skilled in their movements, and they drew their bows and aimed without hesitation. Rows of sharp arrows tore through the air, with the threat of death, and went straight to the three people standing in front of the car. For this group of men, an inconspicuous RV was not enough to arouse their vigilance. Since the people in the car dared to intervene to rescue the two women, they would not be stingy about killing the rescuers. Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling watched the rain of arrows approaching rapidly. Panic surged in their hearts, and their minds went blank. In the RV, Shin Qingxi, Mu Yuan and others stared at the man in front of them expressionlessly. Their eyes revealed their indifference to life, as if they were looking at a group of dead people. At the moment when Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling thought they were doomed, the arrows stopped strangely before touching their bodies, and then fell vertically to the ground. The two people's faces suddenly changed, and they looked up at Jiang Jinli at the same time. Intuition told them that this incredible scene must be the work of Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli showed impatience on his face, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Her eyes were like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, coldly piercing those men, and she shouted indifferently, "All of you die." Before she finished her words, a shrill scream resounded through the sky. Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying quickly focused their eyes on those men, and saw them holding their heads in pain, rolling down from the car one by one, screaming heartbreakingly. What shocked the two even more was that the heads of those men were actually swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a balloon filled with air, even the eyeballs were squeezed out of the eye sockets. The scene was both weird and terrifying. In just a few seconds, there were continuous explosions, and the heads of the men exploded one after another. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. 20 or 30 people on the car died instantly, and the bloody and terrifying scene was heart-wrenching. Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling witnessed all this, their pupils shrank, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Those human-shaped hounds that had tortured them were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. Their eyes slowly moved to Jiang Jinli, shocked and terrified. In the past few months, Chu Xiaoying followed Jiang Shuman everywhere, and often heard her talk about Jiang Jinli's past. In Jiang Shumen's description, Jiang Jinli has always been an obedient, sensible, steady, caring and beautiful girl. Such a statement made Chu Xiaoying always mistakenly believe that Jiang Jinli had a gentle and well-behaved personality. But at this moment, Jiang Jinli showed a strong strength that far exceeded Chu Xiaoying's imagination and cognition. Not only was her appearance far from cute and well-behaved, but her whole body exuded an awe-inspiring cold aura, and her style of doing things was even more resolute and cold, without hesitation. Before Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling could fully wake up from the shock, the next moment, they were taken to the RV. The two couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiang Jinli sat straight in his seat, looked at the two people who were stunned, and asked, "What happened in the base? Is my sister safe now?" Those men were obviously personnel of the base. Some changes must have happened inside the base, and these two women were undoubtedly escaped from the base. My sister's current situation is probably not optimistic. Everyone in the car focused their eyes on Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling, waiting for their answers. Xia Ling gently bumped Chu Xiaoying with her arm, and signaled her to speak with her eyes. After all, Chu Xiaoying was most familiar with Jiang Shumen's situation. Chu Xiaoying swallowed nervously, and reported to Jiang Jinli with a trace of awe, "Your sister, she was arrested by Song Chungjing." Song Chungjing. Jiang Jinli's voice suddenly rose, and his emotions were rarely out of control. Chapter 180. The 9 people in the car exchanged glances quickly, their eyes showing worry and a little confusion. They were worried about Jiang Shumen's current situation, and the confusion came from the name Song Chungjing, which had a drastic impact on Jiang Jinli's emotions. It was obvious that Jiang Jinli not only knew Song Chungjing, but also that their relationship was not simple, and perhaps there was a deep hatred hidden. Although Chu Xiaoying was startled by the sudden interruption, she still tried her best to concentrate and said carefully, "Yes, the morning before yesterday, your sister fainted in Song Chungjing's arms. Now I don't know her specific situation." Jiang Jinli's eyes drooped, and a surging anger surged in the depths of her pupils. The thing she feared most still happened. It seems that the man who took her sister away was Song Chungjing. There is no doubt that Song Chungjing is the pervert who sneaked behind Xiao Qi Shan and intended to kill him. He was wearing a gorgeous human skin, but his heart was extremely dark, and he was almost crazy about his sister. Jiang Jinli leaned her head on the seat, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her anxiety and violence. Everyone in the car looked at her worriedly, and the atmosphere became extremely heavy. After a while, Jiang Jinli opened her eyes, and her face returned to calm. She looked at Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling, and asked calmly, "Tell me what happened in the base recently, and how my sister has been living in the past 6 months." She added, "Sit down and talk." Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying looked around, and finally found 2 small stools to sit on. Their clothes were too dirty. After sitting down, they immediately began to briefly tell Jiang Jinli what they knew, while the others listened seriously. When Chu Xiaoying was telling Jiang Shumen's situation, Jiang Jinli's expression gradually softened, and the longing in his eyes became more and more intense. "That's why we were hunted by Song Chungjing." Chu Xiaoying said the last sentence angrily. After listening to the story, everyone in the car was angry. Su Mingxing showed a look of disgust on his face and cursed, "Bah! This kind of man is really vicious and perverted. He is also a hypocrite who is good at disguise and has a twisted mind." Gu Xiaowei is extremely disgusted with this kind of man. This seizure of the base is obviously a planned and premeditated action. Zhou Lianhu analyzed calmly. Mu Yuan also agreed in a low voice, "Yes, Song Chungjing is scheming and patient, so no one suspects him." Su Ranju clenched his fists and said indignantly, "So what? With Sister Li here, he won't be rampant for too long. Just kill him." Qilu's eyes were slightly cold, and she said briefly and firmly, "Yes, kill him." Jiang Jing's face was tense, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Xin Qingzi looked at Jiang Jinli with a worried look. "It's been 2 days. I don't know how your sister is doing now. At least she is not in danger. After all, that pervert has a paranoid admiration for her." Luo Zime took over the conversation. Jiang Jinli agreed with this. "Yes, although my sister is not in danger for the time being, she must be imprisoned. Fortunately, they will arrive at the base soon." Chu Xiaoying's eyes wandered over the 10 people in the car. They were outstanding in temperament and cold in expression. They were obviously extraordinary superpowers. What surprised her even more was that most of them were women, which made Chu Xiaoying feel envious and yearning. She admired Jiang Jinli for being able to gather such a group of powerful assistants. After knowing all this, Sister Jiang would definitely be proud of Jiang Jinli. After getting to know Jiang Jinli and her friends, Chu Xiaoying began to frown and think maybe she needed to make some adjustments to her future goals. Becoming the strongest woman in the Doomsday world seemed too far away. Retreating behind the scenes and hiding might be a wiser choice. Her dream seemed not very firm, but who let Sister Jiang's sister be so powerful? Now she just wanted to be a fan of Jiang Jinli's career. Jiang Jinli raised his eyes, glanced at Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling, and said calmly, "If you believe me, there is no need to run away anymore, come back to the base with me." Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling's eyes lit up instantly, and they nodded hurriedly, saying with respect, "Believe, we believe." Jiang Jinli's strength is like an abyss, unfathomable, and her calm face made Chu Xiaoying and the others believe that Song Chungjing was simply vulnerable in front of Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli turned his eyes to Xia Ling again. "According to your description, if I am not mistaken, some of them must have been controlled by Song Chungjing." Jiang Jinli did not expect that Song Chungjing actually awakened his spiritual ability, and this method of controlling the base was indeed unique. In addition, the use of his ability also showed his superb skills. It can be said that Song Chungjing does have some ability. But unfortunately, he met himself. No matter how smart Song Chungjing is, he can't escape death in the end. After hearing this, Xia Ling asked anxiously, "Then can they be saved?" After learning that Uncle Li and others were so ruthless to her because they were under the control of Song Chungjing, Xia Ling finally felt relieved. The people she trusted did not betray her, and her father's years of training were not in vain. But Xia Ling was worried about whether this weird mental control method could be lifted, and Jiang Jinli became her only hope. Jiang Jinli replied disdainfully, "It may be difficult for others to lift the control, but for me, it's just a trick. If a person's mind is controlled by others for a long time, he may eventually be permanently controlled, lose his own thoughts, and completely become a submissive robot. This means of control is despised by people. Compared with Song Chungjing's control, Jiang Jinli's control of others' minds is easier and free, and almost no one can lift it. She can even leave a permanent mark in other people's minds. But Jiang Jinli disdains to use this ability to make others submit to herself." Su Mingxing said proudly, "That's right, Song Chungjing is too young to play mind control with our boss." The other people also agreed. They have unconditional admiration and trust in Jiang Jinli. She is powerful and unparalleled. Xia Ling was happy and begged Jiang Jinli in a low voice, "Then I hope you can help me when the time comes." Aye. Xia Ling wanted to say that she would repay Jiang Jinli's kindness, but she has nothing now, and the base has not been recaptured. Moreover, judging from the mental state of Jiang Jinli and others, they obviously did not lack food and supplies. Xia Ling couldn't offer any substantial reward at all. Xia Ling looked at Jiang Jinli eagerly, clenching his hands, looking a little helpless. Jiang Jinli nodded slightly, did not refuse, and said bluntly, "Okay." For her, this was just a small matter, and once Song Chungjing died, all mental control would dissipate. Xia Ling finally smiled with relief and said gratefully, "Thank you." Every word of Jiang Jinli made people feel inexplicably convinced. Jiang Jinli noticed that the clothes on Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling had been soaked with rain and blood. She couldn't help but frown. She took out 2 sets of clean clothes and a bag of medicine directly from her space, and put them in the hands of the two. Then she signaled them to go to the back car with her eyes. "Go and treat the wound quickly." As an ordinary person, it was not easy for Chu Xiaoying to hold on for so long. Her wound had become inflamed and infected in the heavy rain. If it was not treated, her life might be in danger. Just because Chu Xiaoying has been following her sister to look for her for the past 6 months, Jiang Jinli will never let her die. Chu Xiaoying looked at the item that suddenly appeared in her arms. Her eyes moved slightly, and she admired Jiang Jinli's ability again and was deeply moved. After thanking her, the two struggled to stand up, dragged their tired bodies, and walked to the back of the carriage. They were surprised to find that there were 2 buckets of clean water there. The two looked at each other and felt incredible. Chu Xiaoying was deeply touched at this moment and completely agreed with Jiang Jie's description of Jiang Jinli's character. Although Jiang Jinli seemed cold on the surface, she was extremely careful and considerate in her heart. Just because she had some intersections with her sister, Jiang Jinli took such care of her, which moved Chu Xiaoying's heart. Xia Ling looked at Chu Xiaoying with gratitude, and the next second, he suddenly hugged her tightly, with a tone of relief for surviving the disaster, and whispered, "Chu Xiaoying, thank you. Thank you very much." It was because of Chu Xiaoying's encouragement along the way, her willingness to hold her hand, and lead her to run to the RV, that she was able to survive miraculously in the desperate situation. It was Chu Xiaoying who gave her courage and luck, otherwise, she would definitely not be able to escape the clutches of death today with her own strength. After being hugged, Chu Xiaoying was startled at first, then her eyes turned up, and she smiled brightly. A little silly, hee, that's right, my luck has always been good, this time, we won the bet. She raised her hand and patted Xiaoling's back, whispering, hurry up and apply the medicine, we will be at the base soon. Xiaoling smiled, withdrew from her arms, nodded and agreed, okay, turn around, I will help you apply the medicine on your back. Yes. Chu Xiaoying responded. Chapter 181. A carefully renovated underground stone chamber is quietly hidden in a dark and humid environment. The soft light shines through the exquisite transparent crystal lamps inlaid on the wall, and falls on every inch of space, injecting a mysterious and luxurious atmosphere into this claustrophobic place. The walls are covered with soft silk, and the floor is covered with thick carpets. Walking on it makes almost no sound. In the center of the basement, there is a large bed, covered with silk bedding and soft pillows, and decorated with various exquisite decorations around it, as if this is the princess's bedroom. But in sharp contrast to this luxury, there is a huge iron cage standing around the bed. The rough and cold iron railings tightly surround the bed, and the air is filled with a feeling of oppression and restraint. Beside the bed, a bar stands quietly, with drinks and snacks on it. Next to the bar is a spacious mobile bathroom, which is filled with a series of high-end toiletries and cosmetics. The whole scene in the basement revealed a strange atmosphere. Schumann, you haven't eaten for nearly 2 days. I made this for you myself. Just take a small bite, okay? Song Qingjing's voice was gentle and magnetic, echoing in this empty environment, which was particularly palpitating. He held a bowl of fragrant porridge in his hand, sat on a chair next to the iron cage, and his eyes fell affectionately on Jiang Schumann, who lowered her head and remained silent opposite. His voice became even gentler, trying to comfort her. Schumann, don't fight me by hurting yourself, it will make me heartbroken. Just eat something. Shut up. Jiang Schumann finally couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her head suddenly, her face full of resentment, and shouted hoarsely, you locked me up here like a livestock. Is this what you call love? What do you think of me? What qualifications do you have to imprison me? Song Qingjing's perverted behavior has exceeded her imagination. Jiang Schumann never thought that Song Qingjing had such a twisted desire for her and wanted to imprison her. When Jiang Schumann woke up from her coma, she found herself locked in this huge iron cage, as if struck by lightning. Thinking. She felt a chill spreading from deep within her bones, chilling her whole body, as she realized that she was going to be at the mercy of others, like a bird in a cage in this dark basement. This basement had obviously been carefully designed and renovated. Such a huge project could not be completed in one go. It was obvious that the madman Song Qingjing had already planned everything, and had been secretly preparing for the day when he would imprison himself. He was so terrible. Song Qingjing hurriedly put down the food in his hand, and argued eagerly, no, how could you think so? I treasure you like a treasure. You should know that no one in the world loves you more than I do. He looked around, with a twisted satisfaction on his face, and said slowly, do you know? I spent nearly half a year for this place. Here, we will have our own world for 2 people, and no one can disturb us. What a wonderful thing it is. From the moment I entered the base, I started planning all this. Every time I go through life and death, it is to make myself stronger, to seize the base, and to live a happy life. All my efforts are for you, Schumann. Song Qingjing's face flushed with a sickly blush. Now, I finally succeeded. His voice gradually became low, and his eyes were cold. But you are disobedient, and always want to leave me, so this iron cage is necessary. Only when you really love me, I will dismantle this iron cage. Jiang Schumann was so angry that her whole body trembled, and disgust shot at Song Qingjing like a sharp arrow. You dream. I will never fall in love with you, a pervert, and I feel sick when I look at you for one more time. Song Qingjing was not angry at her rejection, but stared at her with a doting look, and sighed helplessly. Schumann, I have heard your rejection for many years, and have long been accustomed to it. I am not in a hurry, now you are by my side, I can wait, even for a lifetime. There is a crazy confidence in his expression, however, in this environment, I believe you will fall in love with me soon. Jiang Schumann was disgusted to the extreme by his shameless remarks, and her heart was extremely cold. She knew that what Song Qingjing said was true, and he really intended to waste time with her endlessly. But Jiang Schumann didn't have time to get entangled in this perverted prison game with this paranoid. She still had to find Xiaoli. If Xiaoli came to this base, and couldn't find her, she would be very anxious. No matter what, she had to escape. Jiang Shuman gathered the last bit of strength, pulled out the knife tied to her leg, and waved it at Song Chungjing without hesitation. Song Chungjing calmly raised his head to avoid it, and easily took the knife from Jiang Shuman's hand. He frowned, a little unhappy. Shuman, why do you still have a knife hidden? I didn't even notice it. This is too dangerous, let me keep it. Jiang Shuman was exhausted. She collapsed on the chair like a rag doll without a skeleton. She turned her head away, and stopped looking at Song Chungjing. Even if she looked at him for a second, she would feel nauseous and want to vomit. Thinking of her own powerlessness, Jiang Shuman's face was very ugly, desperate and scared. What should she do? What should she do? Song Chungjing stood up slowly. Seeing that Jiang Shuman didn't want to look at him, he sighed and persuaded in a gentle tone. I go out first, you eat first, and I come to accompany you after you finish eating. After that, Song Chungjing turned around and walked out of the cage. Jiang Shuman's heart tightened, and tears slid down uncontrollably. She cried out to Song Chungjing's back, you, please let me go. I still want to find Xiaoli. She lowered her eyes and began to beg in a low voice, I beg you, let me go. Xiaoli has not been found yet. I can't stay here. Please. When Jiang Shuman thought of Jiang Jinli, she was overwhelmed with sorrow. Song Chungjing stopped and turned around abruptly, with an unbelievable look on his face. The gentle look disappeared in an instant, replaced by a ferocious expression. He shouted loudly, what did you say? Beg me? You actually begged me for Jiang Jinli? Jiang Shuman was proud and strong all her life, and she had never begged anyone in this tone. Now, for the dead Jiang Jinli, Jiang Shuman actually begged Song Chungjing, whom she hated, for the first time. This was even more difficult for Song Chungjing to accept than beating and scolding him. Song Chungjing's veins bulged, and he roared again, is she so important to you? If you can shift your attention from her to me, even a little bit, I won't treat you like this. More than important. Xiaoli is my life. Jiang Shuman was extremely angry at Song Chungjing's inexplicable words. She couldn't suppress her emotions and showed contempt. Don't compare yourself with Xiaoli, you are not worthy at all. A strand of her hair is more precious than you. Even if these words would anger Song Chungjing, Jiang Shuman had to speak frankly. Because Jiang Jinli is an absolutely inviolable bottom line for her. Jiang Jinli is like a rose that Jiang Shuman carefully cares for. From the initial buds to the final gorgeous bloom, every moment of growth is condensed with her love and care. This rose has taken deep roots in Jiang Shuman's heart, blooming proudly, and has become an irreplaceable part of her life. Jiang Shuman's words completely ignited Song Chungjing's anger. He walked forward quickly, grabbed Jiang Shuman's shoulders, and forced her to look up and look straight into his eyes. Song Chungjing's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and his expression was twisted and fierce. It's all because of your extreme preference. I did that, you forced me to do it. Jiang Shuman's care for Jiang Jinli made Song Chungjing jealous and crazy, and he couldn't control the dark desire to destroy in his heart. Jiang Shuman was confused by Song Chungjing's violent words and felt uneasy. Looking at Jiang Shuman's uneasy expression, Song Chungjing laughed wildly again, his thick eyebrows raised, and sneered, yes, it's all your fault. You killed your sister? She's gone now, so what's the use of her being important to you? Jiang Shuman's breathing stagnated, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the color on her face faded. She trembled and retorted, Song Chungjing, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Song Chungjing stood up straight, his features grim, and he laughed wildly. He looked down at Jiang Shuman and repeated cruelly, TSK, isn't what I said clear enough? Jiang Jinli is dead. He emphasized again, his voice cold and sharp, before the end of the world, in Xiaqingshan, she was already dead. I killed her with my own hands, ha ha ha. Song Chungjing's words, like a sharp blade, pierced straight into Jiang Shuman's heart, brought her unspeakable pain. Jiang Shuman's eyes widened, tears rolled in her eyes, and finally couldn't help sliding down, dripping down her pale cheeks to the ground. Her lips trembled, trying to speak, but could only make weak sobs. She tightly covered her chest, her breathing became rapid and heavy, and she was in great pain. Every word Jiang Shuman said seemed to be a cry of blood squeezed out from the depths of her soul. You lied to me. It's impossible. You are definitely lying to me, Xiaoli. Lie to you? It's ridiculous. What reason do I have to lie to you? Song Chungjing sneered and interrupted her. If you want evidence, I will bring it to you. Song Chungjing walked outside the iron cage, stood in front of a large box, and opened it without hesitation. Looking at the things in the box, Song Chungjing showed a perverted smugness on his face. He took out an item, returned to the iron cage, and threw it in front of Jiang Shuman fiercely, saying ferociously, "Look carefully. I used this stone to kill your sister. This is a souvenir I specially kept. Look, the bloodstains are still on it. It's really beautiful." Jiang Shuman turned her head slowly. When she saw the stone on the ground that was stained dark red by blood, her pupils shrank sharply, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart was ruthlessly shattered. "No!" Jiang Shuman's grief echoed in the empty room. Her world completely collapsed at this moment. She knew that Xiaoli's blood had magical healing power, but it was only effective for minor injuries and pains. Facing the desperate situation of dying, that weak healing ability was simply not enough to save the situation. Jiang Shuman turned her head abruptly, not daring to look at the blood on the stone again. It seemed that every drop of blood was telling the despair and helplessness of Xiaoli at that time. The pain went deep into her bones, and Jiang Shuman felt as if she was on the verge of death. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, but she could not suppress the surging pain in her heart. Her throat made a low and hoarse sob, and her eyes were full of blood-red despair. "You damn beast, Xiaoli has never provoked you. Why did you hurt her? Why?" Jiang Shuman roared hysterically at Song Chungjing. Song Qingjing's eyes showed twisted fanaticism, but his voice was unusually gentle. "Shuman, because I love you. You love me, so you have to kill my only sister?" Jiang Shuman couldn't understand his abnormal psychology. "Yes." Song Chungjing laughed. His love was twisted and dark, suffocating. Chapter 182. The next second, Song Qingjing's emotions were like an out-of-control beast, manic and furious. "I love you, so I'm jealous. I don't allow you to look at others, even your sister. Your sight and attention can only be on me. You can only be close to me. Your care and tenderness can only belong to me. As long as Jiang Jinli is here, your mind and energy will always be occupied by her. Her existence is an obstacle between us. I hate her to the bone. Only when she disappears, you will really see me, so she must die." Song Chungjing has always longed for Jiang Jinli to disappear, but he could never find a chance to do it. At the same time, the constraints of social laws also made him hesitant. But at that time, the sudden outbreak of the Doomsday provided Song Chungjing with excellent conditions, as if even the sky was helping him. When Song Chungjing knocked Jiang Jinli to the ground, a strong morbid pleasure surged in his heart. As long as Jiang Jinli died, Jiang Shuman would no longer have relatives to rely on. Then, he, Song Chungjing, can slowly occupy Jiang Shuman's heart. Jiang Shuman suddenly raised her head, staring at Song Chungjing with bloodshot eyes, her eyes sharp and terrifying. Her voice was hoarse, sharp as a curse from hell. "You will not die well. If there is a chance, I will make you pay the price, peel your skin, and cut your flesh." Song Chungjing was not afraid at all. He had absolute confidence in his ability, and believed that no one could match him. As for Jiang Shuman, Song Chungjing would not let her escape his control. He was determined to completely destroy the remaining strength of Jiang Shuman. Song Chungjing narrowed his eyes, raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, and said in a tone as sharp as a knife, "Do you know how desperate Jiang Jinli was before she died? Not only did I smash her head to pieces, I also threw her body into the canyon. She must have been in great pain at the time." Don't say it anymore." Jiang Shuman covered her ears with both hands, tears gushed out, and she cried heartbreakingly. Her heart was like a wilderness swept by a storm, a mess. But Song Qingjing's cruel words were like thorns, constantly drilling into her ears, as if to crush Jiang Shuman's remaining vitality. Her death was so lonely, and you, as her only relative and only sister, didn't even have the chance to collect her body. How sad it is. When she became a rotting corpse in the canyon, you were already far away. And when she turned into dust, you were looking for someone who had already died in vain. How ironic it is. Do you think Jiang Jinli would cry out your name helplessly before she died? But you were far away. She is so pitiful. Xiaoli. No. Xiaoli. I'm sorry. It's my sister who failed to protect you. I'm sorry. Tang Tang. Jiang Shuman's soul was wailing silently, and her heart seemed to be cut into countless painful fragments. In extreme grief, she finally lost consciousness and fainted. Seeing this, Song Chungjing immediately stopped his mocking laughter. He quickly stepped forward, caught Jiang Shuman's limp body, carefully picked her up, and walked to the bedside. After gently placing Jiang Shuman on the bed, Song Chungjing picked up a wet towel and gently wiped her red and swollen eyes. Song Qingjing's eyes were filled with morbid love, and he whispered softly, "Shuman, I don't care if you hate me, as long as you have me in your heart. Even if it's hatred, I am willing to accept it. Don't think about leaving my side for the rest of your life." We will be together forever. I really love you, Schumann. Don't reject me anymore. Schumann, I love you. Love you. At the entrance of Yongzhou base, patrol members shuttled nervously, their faces alert, their eyes constantly scanning around. Since the results of the base chief election were announced the day before yesterday, the atmosphere of the entire base has become tense and depressing. No one expected that Song Chungjing, who was known for his gentleness and elegance, actually had such ambitions. From the moment Song Chungjing announced that he would become the base chief, he asked everyone to unconditionally recognize his leadership. For those who resisted, Song Chungjing showed iron-fisted means, expelling them from the base at the least, and executing them on the spot at the worst. Although most people were angry, they did not dare to resist openly, and could only swallow their anger. There were also a few people who bravely stood up and tried to challenge Song Qingjing's authority. But under Song Qingjing's violent suppression, the base returned to its superficial calm in just one day. In the past 2 days, the base was in a state of panic and everyone was in danger. Song Chungjing was rearranging the power structure and formulating new rules for himself. Therefore, some daily work and projects of the base were forced to be interrupted. The base seemed unusually deserted, and there were only a few pedestrians on the streets. Song Chungjing also ordered that the acceptance of new survivors would be suspended until the security control of the base was completely consolidated. His plan was to gradually recruit new members after the base was completely stable, and train them to be his loyal followers. In such a tense and serious atmosphere, some figures gradually appeared in the rain in the distance, and they were slowly moving towards the gate of the base. The guards at the gate quickly exchanged glances, then stretched their necks, squinted their eyes, and tried to identify those hazy figures under the cover of rain. The guards counted carefully and found that there were indeed 12 figures of different heights, gradually approaching the border of the base. In normal times, the base always welcomes newcomers. But in such a sensitive period, they do not need newcomers to join. The guards thought to themselves that these uninvited people might be disappointed. So, a guard quickly grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted to the figure in the distance, "Hey! Don't come any closer. The base will not accept new members recently. Come back later." But the group of people did not hesitate because of the guard's words, and they continued to move forward unswervingly. The guards felt annoyed and issued a stern warning again, "If you don't stop, we will not be polite." Just then, a guard on the sentry tower finally recognized the faces of the group of people. His face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "No! These people are here to make trouble. I saw Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying." The other guards were confused at first, and then smiled contemptuously. Xia Ling actually dared to come to the door, thinking that he could get revenge with a few helpers? He really overestimated his own abilities. The leading guard immediately gave an order, everyone prepared to attack. As soon as the voice fell, the guards at the door raised their guns and weapons, and pointed them at the group of people in the distance. Seeing that most of the other party were women, the guards were even more indifferent. They couldn't understand why Xia Ling was so stupid. Could it be that with just these few people, he wanted to compete with the entire base? Jiang Jinli and others stood side by side in the rain, holding their weapons tightly, and looking at this solid base with cold eyes. Xia Ling looked at Jiang Jinli and reminded, "Captain Jiang, those at the door are all Song Qingjing's lackeys." Jiang Jinli looked up and glanced at the towering city wall, then cast her eyes on the hostile guards, with a chill between her eyebrows. She stepped forward without hesitation and decisively ordered, "Go!" As Jiang Jinli's voice fell, 2 sharp arrows shot at the heads of the 2 guards at the door like lightning. This sudden attack caught all the guards off guard, and with a scream that cut through the sky, the battle broke out instantly. Before the guards had a chance to attack, all kinds of supernatural powers swept towards them like a storm. Qi Luo and Luo Zime launched attacks simultaneously, and wind blades and flying knives shot out at an astonishing speed, pointing directly at the guards at the door. Before anyone could react, they had already widened their eyes, their heads and bodies were torn apart, blood and flesh were splattered, and expressions of fear and disbelief remained on their faces. The guards on the sentry tower were frightened to death by this scene. They hurriedly prepared to open fire, but they saw that the rain in the air seemed to be given life, and suddenly turned into sharp water blades, shooting towards them. There were so many of these water blades that they could not be avoided. In a flash, they were pierced by the dense water knives, as if they were filtered by a sieve. Shen Qingxi's cold face was now filled with cold murderous intent. While shooting arrows, she controlled her supernatural powers, and ruthlessly harvested lives. Suddenly, wailing sounds rang out at the gate of the base. In just a few seconds, all the guards at the gate were wiped out, and the bodies were lying everywhere. The death was horrible. At this time, Jiang Jinli had already walked to the gate of Yongzhou base. Qiluo, Luo Zime and others also put away their weapons and gathered around her. This door is really big. Su Mingxing looked up at the gate inside. This was built by my father, and there is another door behind it. Xie Ling recalled his murdered father, and his eyes were filled with sadness. Chapter 183. Mu Yuan, Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu strode forward and pushed open the heavy door together. As expected, the outline of another door appeared behind the door. A group of guards gathered in front of the door. They held their guns nervously, their bodies trembling and their faces alert. When the door was fully opened, a sharp roar broke out from the crowd. Quick, shoot! After the order, dense gunshots sounded, and everyone launched a fierce fire attack on Jiang Jinli and his party. Mu Yuan and the other 3 men had been itching to fight for a long time. At this moment, they did not hesitate to meet them head-on and join the battle. Jiang Zheng and Su Runju also immediately showed a resolute look, quickly drew their weapons, and rushed to the battlefield at an accelerated speed. In a blink of an eye, the two sides were once again in a fierce melee. Facing Mu Yuan and others, who had superpowers, ordinary bullets seemed so powerless that they seemed to have become harmless toys. Under the powerful attack of Qiluo, Su Runju and others, the guards could only endure the brutal massacre. The screams were clearly transmitted to the interior of the base through the heavy door. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded at the entrance of the base. The sound penetrated the rain curtain, echoed for a long time above the base, and spread to every corner, foreshadowing the coming of the crisis. The alarm sound became a catalyst for panic, and the entire base fell into chaos in an instant. The survivors picked up their weapons and rushed out of their rooms one after another, eager to find out what happened. The guards of the base and the psychics loyal to Song Chungjing also looked gloomy and ran towards the gate angrily. They cursed in their hearts, wondering which ignorant guy dared to stir up trouble in Yongzhou base, really seeking death. In the basement of the most secret villa in the base, Song Chungjing was unaware of the noise and chaos outside. All his thoughts were focused on the tragedy in front of him, and his emotions were complicated and intense. Song Chungjing shook Jiang Shuman, who was lying on the bed, and shouted angrily, "Why? Tell me why?" He kept roaring, "Is Jiang Jinli's death really worth it for you to give up on yourself and become a walking corpse? Wake up and look at me!" Although Jiang Shuman's eyes were open, they were empty and her emotions were gone, like a puppet with its soul taken away. Even if Song Chungjing shook her violently, her eyes still did not change at all, and her whole body was filled with the breath of death. Song Chungjing began to beg, "No. No. Shuman, look at me. You can hit me, scold me, even hate me, but don't do this to me, okay? Please, I beg you." Song Chungjing had imagined the possible reactions of Jiang Shuman after waking up, including anger, hatred, and even murderous thoughts. But he never thought that Jiang Shuman would become such a soulless shell. This situation made Song Chungjing feel unprecedented panic, and also aroused his anger. If Jiang Shuman didn't even hate him anymore, Song Chungjing didn't know how he could bear such a reality. He regretted it so much. If he had known that Jiang Jinli's death would cause such a deep blow to Jiang Shuman, he would never be so mean to reveal the fact. Song Chungjing's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting, and finally stopped shaking violently. With trembling hands, he gently helped Jiang Shuman to tidy up her hair, looked at her lifeless eyes, and pleaded hoarsely, "Shuman, please wake up, you are so cruel to me, it's more painful than killing me directly." Song Chungjing looked sad. "Shuman, I have liked you for 4 years, and have been chasing you for 4 years. Why don't you want to accept my feelings? I really love you very much." But Jiang Shuman still lay quietly without any reaction. Song Chungjing's emotions suddenly lost control, and he shouted angrily, "I love your soul and your heart. But now you leave this empty shell to me, what's the point?" His expression became distorted, and murderous intent raged in his eyes. "If you continue like this, what's the point of living? In this case, I would rather dig out your heart, disassemble your body bit by bit, and make a specimen. Then put your body fragments in my pocket and bed, so that you can stay with me forever, whether it is day or night. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right, only by doing this, you will belong to me completely." After speaking, Song Chungjing suddenly pulled out a sharp knife, and his blood-red eyes flashed with morbid love and tyranny, which made people shudder. He slowly approached Jiang Shuman, muttering something in his mouth, looking crazy and confused. "Shuman, wake up quickly, otherwise, I will really kill you." At this critical moment, a hurried shout interrupted Song Chungjing's action. "Base commander, it's bad. Outside, there are people making trouble outside." Song Chungjing turned around suddenly, his eyes, like a sharp blade, cast at the confidant standing not far away, and after a moment, his face gradually returned to normal. The entrance to the basement was designed to be extremely hidden. Except for Xia Qianqian and the confidant in front of him, no one knew where it was. This confidant always knew when to appear and when to remain silent. The external situation is obviously very urgent because of the rash interruption today. Song Chungjing stood up, straightened his clothes, and looked down at Jiang Shuman with nostalgia. Then he stepped out of the iron cage and walked towards the exit of the basement. At the same time, Xia Qianqian was leading a group of people to the main gate of the base in a hurry. She urged in a coquettish tone while running, "Brother Zhu, Brother Go, and all the brothers, run quickly. I don't know which desperate villain dared to come to our base to make trouble. You must help my cousin stop those people. Don't worry, Sister Qianqian, those people are just a group of rabble, not up to the stage, we can deal with them soon." The man surnamed Go responded confidently. The man surnamed Zhu was holding an umbrella for Xia Qianqian, and he also agreed, "That's right, Qianqian, just watch us deal with them, don't dirty your clothes. Qianqian is really smart and considerate, she knows to find us when there is something wrong." The other men also praised. Xia Qianqian's eyes were full of soft light, and she said softly, "You are so nice, then thank you brothers for your hard work." Xia Qianqian was originally strolling leisurely in the base, looking for some people she didn't like, and taking some small revenge. But the sudden piercing alarm broke her leisure. Although Xia Qianqian was very pretentious on weekdays, she was very clear-headed. She immediately realized that this was an emergency alarm issued by the base, which meant that a powerful enemy was approaching, and the gate of the base was obviously unable to stop the opponent's offensive. Considering that her cousin Song Chungjing was still in the basement, Xia Qianqian did not hesitate at all and immediately summoned the group of men. Although these people may not be the most reliable fighting force, they can at least buy precious time for the base until her cousin appears to resolve the crisis. Xia Qianqian doesn't want anything to happen to the base and affect her rich life that has just begun. After all, she hasn't enjoyed her princess-like days for long. When Xia Qianqian and her group arrived at the gate of the base, they found that there were already a large number of people there, including fully armed base guards and curious residents. The crowd was bustling and noisy, and it was estimated that there were thousands of people. Xia Qianqian led her men and squeezed to the front of the crowd with great effort, wanting to see which lunatic dared to be so presumptuous in Yongzhou base. Bang! At this moment, the sturdy iron door rang loudly and opened to both sides, revealing a passage. What followed were dozens of bloody corpses, which were thrown into the base violently, and the scene was horrible. Seeing this, everyone retreated at the same time and took a breath of cold air. The atmosphere of panic spread, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence in an instant. Then, everyone's eyes were focused on the gate again, and more than a dozen people entered the base one after another. When Xia Ling's figure appeared in everyone's sight, many people immediately realized that this might be another power struggle between the leaders of the base. Are those 10 people the helpers invited by Xia Ling? Each of them is particularly eye-catching, with a cold expression and a strong murderous intent in their eyes. Holding various large cold weapons in their hands, they look extremely terrifying. The aura exuded by these 10 people is too strong and murderous. Obviously, this is a group of cold-blooded executioners who kill without blinking an eye. The weirdest thing is that in this heavy rain, they are not wet and dry, which is completely different from the survivors around them, who were soaked like drowned chickens. Everyone was so nervous that they broke out in cold sweats, swallowed their saliva, and watched in horror as the group of people approached step by step. Every time they took a step forward, the crowd unconsciously took a step back. In this tense atmosphere, a sharp scream suddenly broke out from the crowd. "Oh my god! How could it be? It's really a ghost, Jiang Jinli? You are not dead." This voice of fear and confusion was particularly clear and harsh in the silent environment. When Xinqingxi and others heard the scream, a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. But more, they were deeply uneasy about the meaning implied by this sentence. Jiang Jinli's eyes suddenly raised, and her sharp eyes quickly scanned the crowd. Almost instantly, her sight was locked on Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian's flawless white clothes were particularly eye-catching in the crowd, leaving her nowhere to hide. Jiang Jinli's face was extremely gloomy, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. His tone was cold, and he read out the name word by word, Xia Qianqian. Chapter 184. As soon as Jiang Jinli finished her words, her figure disappeared from the spot like a phantom. The next moment, she appeared in front of Xia Qianqian. This instant movement was as fast as a ghost, leaving everyone present no time to react. Then, an invisible force burst out from Jiang Jinli's body, and the people around her were suddenly thrown away. Those people waved their arms helplessly in the air and screamed in panic. Then, they fell heavily to the ground. Their internal organs were strongly impacted, and many people spurted blood in pain. Everyone looked at Jiang Jinli with horror, covering their chests, their legs trembling, and quickly retreated. In a blink of an eye, an obvious open space formed around Jiang Jinli, and in the center of the open space, only she and Xia Qianqian confronted each other. Ah! Xia Qianqian's pupils shrank sharply, and she was frightened by this sudden change and let out a piercing scream. Pa! Before she could finish her scream, Jiang Jinli had already raised his hand and slapped her hard in the face. The slap was so strong that 5 distinct fingerprints immediately appeared on Xia Qianqian's face, and her cheeks quickly became red and swollen. Her head was forced to tilt to one side, and her long hair covered her face in a mess. There was a constant buzzing in her ears, and golden stars danced in front of her eyes. Jiang Jinli did not stop, and her hands tightly grasped Xia Qianqian's hair like iron pliers. Then, she suddenly raised her knees and slammed into Xia Qianqian's face. This blow was incredibly powerful. With a dull sound, Xia Qianqian's nose was instantly broken. Blood, teeth, and saliva mixed together, splashed out from the corner of Xia Qianqian's mouth, dripping onto the ground, making the already muddy ground even dirtier. Jiang Jinli's eyes were cold as ice. She grabbed Xia Qianqian's hair again and slammed her head to the ground mercilessly, just like treating a dead dog. Bang! The sound of the head hitting the ground was deafening, and rain and mud splashed everywhere. Xia Qianqian's white clothes were instantly stained with mud and blood. Her face was covered with blood. Her forehead was broken and bleeding. Her face was distorted beyond human form. She was dizzy and lying on the ground with blurred consciousness, unable to move. Thousands of people around witnessed this scene and gasped in fear. Such a scene was too cruel. As a woman, Jiang Jinli's methods were extremely cruel, and there was no mercy for women. The men who followed Xia Qianqian finally came back to their senses from the shock of being thrown away. Seeing Xia Qianqian lying on the ground, groaning in pain, dirty, like a rag, their anger was instantly ignited. Qianqian! You crazy woman, let go of Sister Qianqian. Everyone, come together and kill her! The men roared, waving their weapons, and rushed towards Jiang Jinli desperately. But they stopped suddenly before they rushed a few steps. Because in front of each person, there appeared a gloomy figure, who was the 9 cold-blooded killers who were traveling with Jiang Jinli. Shilua took the lead in attacking. She looked fierce, and the short knife in her hand quickly cut through the air, accurately cutting the throat of the man surnamed Zhu. Blood gushed out like a fountain in an instant, and the man didn't even have the chance to make any sound before he fell to the ground and died. Jiang Zheng took action immediately, and her long sword flashed a cold light in the air, directly piercing through the neck of another man, and the sound of the sword piercing through flesh and blood made people palpitate. Su Runju was even more ruthless. He swung a heavy axe and split the man surnamed Go from the shoulder to the waist. In the bloody storm, the man surnamed Go was cruelly split into 2. Xinqingzi and several others also attacked. Their attacks were cruel and efficient, and every move was fatal. Those men did not even have the opportunity to make any effective resistance. They fell into a pool of blood under the joint strangulation of these 9 people. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen corpses were lying on the ground. The blood and rain mixed together to form a small blood stream, winding along the uneven ground. Oh my God! The survivors around witnessed this bloody scene, and panic enveloped everyone's heart like a dark cloud. Everyone screamed continuously, and some people fled back to the room in panic because of fear. Xinqingzi and others seemed unusually calm. They walked through the panicked crowd and walked towards Jiang Jinli in the center. Jiang Jinli looked down coldly at Xia Qianqian, who was lying on the ground in pain and moaning faintly. There was no sympathy in her eyes. She squatted down, grabbed Xia Qianqian's hair again, and pulled her dirty head out of the mud. Jiang Jinli's eyes were as cold as ice. She looked directly at Xia Qianqian's distracted eyes, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She asked faintly, "Why, you are surprised that I am not dead? So, you were also involved in the murder on the mountain?" Jiang Jinli's voice was low and cold, like an echo from the depths of hell. Luo Zime and others were stunned after hearing Jiang Jinli's words. Their eyes met, and complex emotions intertwined in their eyes. They couldn't imagine that someone as powerful as Jiang Jinli had also faced the threat of death. Although they didn't know the specific details, at least it must have been difficult for Jiang Jinli to survive such a desperate situation. They felt bitter, and distressed for Jiang Jinli. Mu Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. He had no idea when Jiang Jinli struggled back from the brink of life and death. Fortunately, Jiang Jinli survived thanks to God's blessing. Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu were also shocked, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Then came anger and hatred. Xia Qianqian originally felt a tingling in her head, dizziness and tinnitus, as if the whole world was spinning. But Jiang Jinli's words were still clearly heard in her ears, making her heart tighten and wake up instantly. Xia Qianqian tried to stare at Jiang Jinli's cold eyes, and wanted to defend herself, but her swollen lips made it almost impossible for her to speak. After a few seconds, she spoke a few trembling and vague words with difficulty. Ahem, no, I just saw it. I didn't do it, please let me go. Every word seemed to be spit out from the depths of her throat with difficulty, accompanied by coughing, blood staining the corners of her mouth red. Xia Qianqian's face was swollen and distorted, tears and blood were intertwined on her face, and she begged desperately again, it's not me, I really didn't. It has nothing to do with me, spare me. I don't want to die. Please, Jiang Jinli. Xia Qianqian cried in pain. She felt that Jiang Jinli in front of her was more desperate than the end of the world, and more frightening than those ugly zombies. At this moment, Xia Qianqian was terrified. Jiang Jinli is a devil. She doesn't want to die. Except for being a little pretentious, she thought she had never done anything that was against the will of heaven and earth, and had never killed anyone, and didn't understand why fate treated her like this. She was badly hurt by her cousin. Jiang Jinli had a blank expression on her face, staring coldly at Xia Qianqian. After a few seconds of silence, she let go of her hair, stood up, turned to the crowd around her, and gave an order in a cold voice. 5 seconds, those who have nothing to do with this matter, return to the room quickly. Otherwise, I will kill everyone. The voice penetrated the rain curtain like an ice cone, and pierced into the ears of everyone present. Everyone woke up from a dream, terrified, and turned around and fled without saying a word. Everyone used all their strength to run as fast as they could. Seeing this scene, Song Qingjing's men felt extremely angry and anxious. They shouted loudly, trying to recall the fleeing crowd, "It is our duty to protect the base commander. How can you just retreat without a fight? Come back, come back, come back." But their shouts fell on deaf ears, and no one paid attention to them. Everyone had no sense of belonging to the base commander, who had just taken office for 2 days, not to mention sacrificing their lives for him. The woman's aura and strength were too strong, and no one was willing to die in vain. In just a few seconds, the crowd retreated like a tide, leaving only a few loyal supporters of Song Qingjing. Chapter 185. Although the supporters were panicking, they still mustered up their courage and shouted at Jiang Jinli, "What exactly do you want to do? I advise you to stop while you are ahead. The base commander will soon lead the crowd to arrive." By then, before they finished speaking, chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. Everyone looked back eagerly, and their faces instantly blossomed with joy. Their reinforcements finally arrived. The people who came were the elite managers of the base, and each of them had supernatural powers. Their appearance undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into everyone. The managers quickly stood around, and one of them glanced at Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying sharply. He was slightly stunned at first, and then showed a contemptuous smile. "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you two women. Do you think you can take back the base with such a small number of people? What a big joke. You guys who don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, I see how you die later." Xia Ling stared at them resentfully and mocked. The manager was about to retort, but Jiang Jinli interrupted him coldly. "Everyone present will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, Mu Yuan and the other 3 men took the lead and rushed towards the crowd, while turning back to shout to Xinqingxi and the others, "You guys, follow Jinli to find her sister, leave these bastards to us to deal with." After saying this, the 3 of them were like tigers descending from the mountains, and quickly got involved in the fierce melee. Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying looked at each other, and also joined the battle without hesitation. Xinqingxi and the others stayed where they were, and did not participate in the battle. The strength of Mu Yuan and the other 3 was enough to deal with the enemies in front of them. Jiang Jinli swept her eyes across the chaotic battlefield, and she issued another order, "Dahua, Xiaohua, it's time to eat." As the words fell, Dahua responded and turned into a thick vine, shuttling through the battlefield at lightning speed. At the same time, Xiaohua suddenly appeared beside Jiang Jinli, its scarlet eyes flashing with a desire for blood. Opening its big mouth full of sharp fangs, it let out a deafening roar and rushed straight towards the panicked crowd. The field instantly echoed with a scream of fear. Jiang Jinli originally thought that Song Chungjing would personally take action, but unexpectedly, he did not show up. Jiang Jinli guessed in his heart that perhaps Song Chungjing was timid after seeing her, or perhaps he was still guarding the place where his sister was imprisoned. Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli quickly walked to Xia Qianqian, lifted her collar, asked her to stand up, and asked coldly, "Where is my sister being held by Song Chungjing? Tell me." The Yongzhou base is vast, and the buildings are intricate. It is very likely that her sister is imprisoned in a hidden corner. She tried to sense her sister's location, and was surprised to find that her sister was underground. This suggests that her sister may be imprisoned in an underground pipe or basement. Although Jiang Jinli has the ability to find the place where Jiang Shuman is imprisoned, doing so will undoubtedly take more time. And now, she is unwilling to waste even a second. Therefore, forcing Xia Qianqian to ask has become the most direct method. Xia Qianqian was shocked by Jiang Jinli's sudden action, her lips trembling. In order to save her life, she realized that she had to betray her cousin. She knew that her cousin's fate had been sealed since Jiang Jinli survived. Although she felt guilty about her cousin, she had no way out. Finally, Xia Qianqian raised her arm feebly, pointed to the villa in the distance, and said in a thin voice, "Villa, basement." Jiang Jinli did not hesitate for a moment, tightly grasped Xia Qianqian's collar, led Shinqingxi and others, and disappeared in an instant. They broke through the boundaries of space, and appeared in front of the villa the next moment. Xia Qianqian's heart was pounding, and her eyes were shaking. She was extremely shocked that Jiang Jinli's strength had become so strong in a short period of time. There were more than a dozen men patrolling at the door. When they saw the women who suddenly appeared, they were startled at first, but soon showed fierce expressions, and rushed up with swords. Shinqingxi and others quickly fought back, and attacked fiercely. In just a few seconds, all the men fell to the ground and lost their lives. Xia Qianqian looked at the bloody corpse on the ground, her eyes became empty, and her soul seemed to be pulled out of her body. Before Xia Qianqian recovered from the shock, Jiang Jinli's cold voice sounded in her ears. "Where is the entrance?" "There." Xia Qianqian's body shook, and she immediately pointed in a direction. She pointed to a dense bush outside the villa. This bush is located in the northwest corner of the villa, surrounded by scattered vegetation and gravel. If you don't observe carefully, it is almost difficult to detect its abnormality. In the center of the bush, there is a stone slab that seems to be placed casually, but in fact it hides a sophisticated mechanism. Jiang Jinli did not hesitate, and stepped directly on the stone slab. As the weight pressed down, the stone slab slowly sank, revealing a narrow hole. The entrance of the cave was cleverly covered by moss and soil, as if it was a naturally formed landform. Jiang Jinli stared at the dark entrance, with violent emotion surging in her eyes. Song Chungjing really took great pains to imprison her sister by setting the entrance in such a hidden place. Jiang Jinli threw Xia Qianqian aside casually, and walked down the cave without hesitation. Xia Qianqian fell to the ground, and the rain kept hitting her dirty body. In the end, she couldn't bear the fear in her heart, and the fatigue of her body. She closed her eyes and fainted. Luo Zime and others followed Jiang Jinli's footsteps, entered one after another, and disappeared into the darkness of the cave. Inside the cave is a stone staircase winding downward, deep and bottomless. The light is dim, and the air is filled with dampness and mold. Going down the stairs, there are cold and hard stone walls on both sides, and water drops fall from time to time, making a tick-tock sound, echoing in the narrow space. At the end of the stairs, a heavy iron door was clearly visible. At the same time, in the basement, Song Chungjing paced back and forth anxiously, with a complex expression of shock, disbelief and panic. He broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, his teeth trembled uncontrollably, and he muttered to himself, "Why? How could she not be dead? This is too weird." Song Chungjing wanted to go to the gate of the base to see who was making trouble, but when he saw Jiang Jinli's face in the distance, he was struck by lightning. At that moment, he seemed to see the evil ghost returning from hell, which made him breathe rapidly and his heart beat like a drum. Fear swept over him. Song Chungjing did not dare to show his face, and fled back to the basement as quickly as possible. It was not until he returned here that he calmed down a little. A person who should have died not only survived miraculously, but also found Yongzhou and himself. With just that one glance, Song Chungjing knew that his doomsday might have come. He had no way of seeing Jiang Jinli's strength. She seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist that was difficult to see through. Usually, Song Chungjing could judge the strength of his opponent at a glance, but he didn't even have the courage to look Jiang Jinli in the face. Her aura was too strong, making Song Chungjing feel unprecedented palpitations. There was only one explanation for this situation. Jiang Jinli's ability level was far above his. Moreover, since Jiang Jinli dared to break into the base, he must have been absolutely sure that he could put himself to death. He would face a fate worse than death. It's over, it's over. What should I do? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Song Qingjing's face was pale, and his expression became more and more crazy. Suddenly, Song Chungjing paused, and dark thoughts grew wildly in his heart. Even if he really had to die, he would never let Jiang Shuman go. This vicious idea took root in his heart. Song Qingjing's eyes glowed scarlet. He held the knife tightly, rushed to the iron cage, and went to Jiang Shuman's bedside. He looked down at Jiang Shuman, his pupils revealing a black hole-like coldness. Shuman, you go first. I will come to accompany you later. In this way, you will belong to me forever. Song Qingjing's eyes were sinister, his face was twisted, and he laughed hideously. Yes, only death can keep us together forever, and no one can separate us, ha ha ha. Shuman, don't go too far on the road to the underworld, remember to wait for me. Song Chungjing roared, holding the knife high, pointing directly at Jiang Shuman's heart, and stabbed it suddenly. Bang! At this critical moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the iron door was blown away by a huge force, hitting the wall, making a heavy echo. Jiang Jinli stepped into the damp basement, and the scene before her was like a horrible dream, swallowing her up in an instant. The knife in Song Qingjing's hand flashed with cold light, and was only a millimeter away from her sister's heart. The sense of urgency at that moment made Jiang Jinli's heart almost stop beating. Sister! Jiang Jinli's voice at this moment was like a torn cloth, breaking the silence of the basement. Chapter 186. Luo Zime and others also rushed into the room. The scene in front of them made their hearts sink, and they all looked panicked. They were eager to rush towards Jiang Shuman, but soon realized that it was too late. The distance from the door to the bed was too far, and there was only a thin line between the tip of the knife and Jiang Shuman's heart. But Jiang Shuman must not die. She is Jiang Jinli's only bond in this world, and her importance is self-evident. If something happens to her, no one can predict what Jiang Jinli will become. Just as they showed despair on their faces, the entire basement suddenly fell into a strange state. Time seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and quickly slowed down. Finally, it was completely still. At this moment when time froze, the basement seemed to be frozen, and all movement stopped in place. The whole space was filled with a strange silence. Dust and light froze in the air, and the temperature and humidity seemed to be fixed at that moment. Even the clock on the wall stopped ticking, and all sound stopped abruptly. All these situations happened in an instant. Song Qingjing's movements were forever frozen in the air, his arm stretched out, and the tip of the knife stopped just an inch away from Jiang Shuman's heart. The muscle texture on his arm was clearly visible, and the hideous and crazy expression on his face was frozen. Deep in his eyes, there was still the expectation of success. Shin Qingxi and others were stunned and found that they were not affected by the static force. They immediately turned their heads and looked at Jiang Jinli with a gloomy face, and they were shocked. Jiang Jinli seized the moment of stillness and quickly flashed to Song Qingjing's side. She snatched the knife from Song Qingjing's hand, her eyes filled with rage and murderous intent, and kicked Song Qingjing's body fiercely. Jiang Jinli's kick was so powerful that Song Qingjing's body was like a target being hit, suddenly hitting the hard wall, accompanied by the sound of impact and broken bones. Bang! Then Song Qingjing's body fell heavily to the ground. As Jiang Jinli retracted her ability, time began to flow again at this moment. The sounds and movements in the basement also immediately returned to normal. Puff! Due to the severe damage to his internal organs, Song Chungjing suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then kept coughing, blood foam splashing. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Jiang Jinli? How did you do it? Song Qingjing's eyes widened, and he looked at Jiang Jinli with horror. He couldn't understand why Jiang Jinli had become so powerful in just half a year, and why his abilities were so strange and terrifying. Beast! You still have the nerve to talk. Qilue and the others were disgusted with Song Chungjing, and stepped on him mercilessly. Song Qingjing's clean face was instantly covered with footprints in mud, and his demeanor was gone, like rags and garbage. His eyes bulged out in pain, and his face was purple and red. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath, curled up in pain. Jiang Jinli was not in the mood to pay attention to Song Chungjing for the time being, but walked to the bed and stood still. She stole a glance at Jiang Shuman on the bed, her hand slightly clenched, a little at a loss. She hung her head and said apologetically, "Sister, I'm sorry, I made you suffer, I'm late. Seeing Jiang Shuman silent, Jiang Jinli felt uneasy. She looked up and looked carefully. When she saw Jiang Shuman's expression clearly, panic surged like a tide. Although Jiang Shuman opened her eyes were broken, without the spark of life, and looked empty and numb. Sister! Jiang Jinli immediately sat on the bed and gently shook Jiang Shuman's body, her tone gradually flustered. Sister, what's wrong with you? How did you become like this? Are you injured somewhere? Jiang Jinli hurriedly checked Jiang Shuman's body, but did not find any external injuries. She held Jiang Shuman's face with a panicked look. Sister, don't scare me, you. Look at me. Luo Zime and others also gathered around anxiously, watching this scene with worry. At this moment, Song Chungjing suddenly laughed wildly. She is too sad, there is no hope, you can never wake her up. Even if I die, your sister will accompany me, I won't lose, ha ha ha. Shut up. Qilu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and she stepped hard on Song Chungjing's head. Song Chungjing groaned in pain, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, veins on his forehead bulged. He rolled to the corner of the wall and curled up into a ball. The other people also cast angry eyes, glaring at Song Chungjing, wishing to cut him into pieces. Sister, don't be like this, I'm fine. Wake up soon. Jiang Jinli's voice gradually became hoarse. She tried to use her mental power to guide Jiang Shuman, but found that her mental world was like a closed city gate, extremely defensive against the outside world. Therefore, she couldn't be reckless, otherwise it might cause serious harm to Jiang Shuman. She didn't dare to take risks. The only way was to wait for Jiang Shuman to wake up. Jiang Jinli's eyes gradually turned red, tears rolled in her eyes. She bent down, gently stroked Jiang Shuman's face. Her heart was broken. She murmured with tears, I'm sorry, sister. I didn't protect you well, and let you suffer. Jiang Jinli's body trembled slightly, and tears finally couldn't bear the burden, like broken pearls, silently sliding from the corners of her eyes. Sister, wake up. When you wake up, we will go home. When I was a child, I said that I would buy a big house for my sister. Now the house is not only there, but also very beautiful. Her voice was choked and trembling. In the future, I will definitely take good care of my sister. I won't let my sister suffer anymore. Wake up and hug me, okay? Shili really misses you. Sister, I miss you. The 6 people present were stunned when they saw Jiang Jinli crying. In front of them, Jiang Jinli was always so confident and calm, giving people an indestructible sense of security. They had never seen Jiang Jinli show any frustration or sadness, let alone see her cry. Sadness, this emotion seemed to be incompatible with Jiang Jinli, and it should not be a part of her at all. Not at all. She should be proud and wanton, not crying helplessly like now. Jiang Jinli's cry was low and suppressed, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. The low sobs were intermittent, like a wounded little animal crying. They found that they could not stand Jiang Jinli's tears at all. The tears and crying were like sharp knives, cutting their hearts and hurting them. Their emotions were also infected by Jiang Jinli, and everyone's eyes began to turn red and uncomfortable. Su Runju and Jiang Zheng couldn't help but shed tears. And the culprit who made Jiang Jinli cry, Song Chungjing, made people gnashing their teeth. Jiang Jinli's tears became more and more, and they slid down one by one, dripping on Jiang Shuman's cheek, making a faint sound. That sound seemed to be the sound of her heart breaking, and every tear carried her helplessness. She continued to sob, Sister. We will never be separated again. I have become very powerful now, and no one can bully us. Look at me, okay? Sister, wake up quickly. Jiang Shuman felt as if she was wandering in a dark fog. She couldn't find the way home. But the tears on her face were as hot as flames, awakening her from the chaos. Those tears seemed to pave a bright road, leading her soul to find the way home. Jiang Shuman's vision gradually became clear, and the blur in her pupils began to dissipate. Her facial features regained their perception, and the expression on her face became more vivid. In her pupils, Jiang Jinli's figure became clearer and clearer. When Jiang Shuman's eyes met Jiang Jinli's, the emotions in her eyes fluctuated violently, and the whole person was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes widened incredibly. She asked hoarsely and tremblingly, Xiao Li? Am I dreaming? Seeing that Jiang Shuman finally woke up, Jiang Jinli's sadness instantly turned into ecstasy. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, showed a relieved smile, and said in a soft voice, It's really me. Sister, you finally woke up. You scared me to death just now. Jiang Shuman couldn't believe her eyes. She raised her shaking hand and touched Jiang Jinli's cheek. Jiang Jinli lowered her head, smiling, holding Jiang Shuman's hand, and putting it on her face. Sister, it's true, I'm here. When her fingertips felt the familiar temperature, Jiang Shumen's tears also burst out. She choked weakly. Xiaoli, it's really you. You're okay, so good. Sister thought you were really good. Of course I'm fine, but you? Jiang Jinli sniffed, pursed her lips, and said with a little grievance, Sister, don't do this in the future, you really scared me. If something happened to you, what should I do alone? Jiang Jinli was still in shock. If she had been a little later, she might have been separated from Jiang Shumen forever. When she thought of that scene, she felt very uncomfortable, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes again. Jiang Jinli's voice at this moment was like the sound of nature to Jiang Shumen, which made her heart soften instantly. But when she saw Jiang Jinli crying, Jiang Shumen was immediately panicked. Jiang Jinli had almost never cried since she was a child. Whether she was abandoned by her parents, bullied and scolded by others, or even injured and bleeding, she remained calm. The last time she cried was when Jiang Shumen was seriously ill a few years ago. Now, seeing Jiang Jinli crying so helplessly again, Jiang Shumen's heart was soft and painful. She suddenly stretched out her hand, hugged Jiang Jinli's neck, hugged her tightly in her arms, and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I scared Xiaoli. Jiang Shumen wiped the tears from Jiang Jinli's face, stroked her back, and comforted her with a gentle voice. Little Li, don't cry, don't cry. Jiang Shumen's voice was very soft and slightly hoarse, as gentle as a spring breeze, making people feel relaxed and happy. As in the past few years, Jiang Shumen's familiar and warm embrace made Jiang Jinli feel very relieved. Nestling in her arms, Jiang Jinli finally found a sense of reality. His emotions were soothed, and he gradually calmed down. Seeing that Jiang Shumen was safe and sound, Su Runju. Several people wiped their eyes gently, looked at each other, and finally smiled with relief, and the big stone in their hearts finally fell. At this time, Song Chungjing on the ground struggled to sit up again. He looked at the two people hugging each other, his face full of astonishment, and screamed, Why? Why can you wake up? If you wake up, what should I do? Shumen, don't leave me, Shumen, look at me, ah. Before Song Chungjing finished speaking, his head was hit again. He let out a shrill scream, and rolled to the corner again. It's disgusting. Luo Zime slowly retracted her feet with a look of disgust. Chapter 187. After seeing Jiang Jinli's emotions stabilize, Jiang Shumen sighed softly, and said with emotion, Xiaoli, it's like a dream to see you again. I thought you had. I felt like the whole world was going to collapse at that time. Jiang Jinli half lay on Jiang Shumen, with his head buried in her neck. Hearing Jiang Shumen say such fragile words, Jiang Jinli gently patted her shoulders, and comforted her softly. Don't worry, sister, I will always be there, nothing will happen. As for you, I don't want to experience this situation again. Jiang Shumen immediately promised, No, it will never happen again. As long as you stay by your sister's side, your sister will definitely protect you. She loosened her hands, that were tightly hugging Jiang Jinli, held Jiang Jinli's face with both hands, and stroked it gently. With pity in her eyes, she asked in a trembling voice, At that time, were you in pain? Hearing this, the 6 people around also looked at Jiang Jinli, with a distressed look on their faces. Jiang Jinli was slightly stunned, then smiled easily. It doesn't hurt at all. I'm lucky, and I got good luck because of it. All this is over. As long as I can see my sister again, I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Shumen's eyes were full of tears. She knew that Jiang Jinli deliberately downplayed it, in order not to make her worry. He must have experienced unimaginable pain. She was grateful to fate for allowing Jiang Jinli to survive, and appear in front of her again. Sister, are you hungry? I help you up, eat something first, and then we leave here. Jiang Jinli gently helped Jiang Shumen up, and put a pillow behind her, so that she could sit comfortably at the head of the bed. Then, Jiang Jinli took out a bowl of hot porridge from the space, scooped a spoonful, handed it to Jiang Shumen's lips, and coaxed in a gentle voice, Come on, sister, open your mouth. Jiang Shumen burst into laughter, with a blush at the corners of her eyes. She looked at Jiang Jinli gently, and opened her mouth obediently. In the past, whenever Jiang Shumen was in a bad mood or refused to eat, Jiang Jinli would always coax her to eat gently like this. Jiang Jinli was very patient, considerate, sensible and well-behaved. Faced with such a Jiang Jinli, Jiang Shumen naturally couldn't refuse. As long as Jiang Jinli was around, Jiang Shumen's heart could find peace and comfort. For Jiang Shumen, Jiang Jinli was not only her safe haven, but also a paradise for her soul. Jiang Shumen ate the porridge slowly, and soon, most of the bowl had been eaten. With the nourishment of food, the weak spirit controlled by Song Chungjing also recovered a lot. At this time, Jiang Shuman turned her eyes to the 6 people beside her and looked at them one by one. Jiang Shuman's sight brought pressure inexplicably. The 6 people immediately stood up straight, with serious expressions, heads held high, as if meeting their parents. This atmosphere made them nervous. They greeted Jiang Shuman one after another. "Hello, Sister Jiang." "Hello, Sister Jiang." Gu Xiaowei nodded and smiled at her, with a hint of shyness in her smile. Except for Gu Xiaowei and Jiang Shuman, who were of similar age, the others were younger than Jiang Shuman. This address was the most appropriate, expressing respect without appearing too unfamiliar. Jiang Shuman smiled and responded, "Hello." From their temperament and appearance, Jiang Shuman could see that the 6 of them were strong and brave women. Jiang Shuman's eyes were red again, and she said to them with gratitude, "Thank you for accompanying Xiaoli all the way, so that she would not be alone." In the past 6 months, Jiang Shuman has always been worried about Jiang Jinli's lonely and unwilling personality. She was worried that Jiang Jinli was unwilling to find a partner, so that she would be alone and blindly looking for herself in this end of the world. Whenever she thought of Jiang Jinli fighting alone in this dangerous world, Jiang Shuman's heart was as painful as being stabbed by a needle. Fortunately, Jiang Jinli not only got it, but also found so many loyal and reliable partners as soon as she got it. With Jiang Jinli's intelligence and caution, she chose these people as her companions, which is enough to prove that they are trustworthy. Jiang Jinli's ability to see into people's hearts has always been the guarantee of their survival. Over the years, the 2 sisters have depended on each other. It is precisely because of Jiang Jinli's keen insight into human nature that they can turn danger into safety in many crises. Now, Jiang Jinli is willing to accept these helpers, obviously intending to form her own power. The most important reason for all this is undoubtedly to protect Jiang Shuman. Jiang Shuman felt like she was on a soft cloud, comfortable and relaxed, with happiness and warmth in her heart. She couldn't help but think that even Song Chungjing, a pervert, couldn't withstand Xiaoli's attack. It can be seen that Xiaoli's strength has reached an unfathomable level. Jiang Shuman was extremely proud of Jiang Jinli's growth, but also felt sad for missing her growth process. However, Jiang Shuman told herself that she would never be absent in the future. She will always be with Xiaoli, and together they will make a name for themselves in this doomsday. Hearing Jiang Shuman's words, the 6 people immediately shook their heads in panic, expressing their gratitude. "It is our blessing to meet Jinli in 10 lifetimes, and we are grateful." They had mixed emotions in their hearts, and they couldn't help but express their thoughts. Xin Qingzi looked at Jiang Jinli and spoke first. "Guarding her has become my mission for the rest of my life. My life belongs to her, and I will live for her for the rest of my life." Luo Zimei expressed her determination in a solemn tone. "For her, I am fearless, even in the face of death," Qilua said with a firm look in her eyes without hesitation. Gu Xiaowei's face showed a resolute look. "I am willing to die to repay you." Su Ranju looked around and found that everyone else had spoken. She was at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed, and she said seriously, "To me, Sisterly is more important than my life. I will protect everything that Sister cherishes and become her sword." Jiang Deng's face was tense, and he promised firmly. Jiang Jinli's eyes swept over them one by one, and the corners of her lips rose. She didn't expect that she could hear their sincere vows in this place, which made her feel very warm in her heart. Jiang Jinli would naturally not let them down. As long as she was there, she would make sure that everyone was safe and sound. Moreover, she would let them live freely and unrestrainedly in this doomsday. This was also Jiang Jinli's unchanging promise to them. Jiang Shuman was deeply touched by their words. She knew that once she was accepted by Jiang Jinli, she would be treated wholeheartedly by her. Jiang Jinli is always generous to those she recognizes, and her steady and considerate qualities make it hard to resist her charm. But Jiang Shuman was still shocked by the 6 of them solemnly swearing allegiance to Jiang Jinli. Such loyalty and determination are undoubtedly touching. She was also more curious about how Jiang Jinli got to know these women. At this time, Jiang Jinli gently pulled Jiang Zheng over and brought her to Jiang Shuman. Smiling and introducing, "Sister, this is Jiang Zheng," I gave her the name. Turning to Jiang Zheng, Jiang Jinli whispered, "Zhenger, call someone." Jiang Geng's eyes were wide open, and he seemed a little uneasy. Her heartbeat began to accelerate, and her little face flushed. Her body was tense, and she looked at Jiang Shuman timidly and called out obediently, Big sister." After saying that, Jiang Zheng quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at her. She was very worried, afraid that Jiang Shuman would not like her, and even more afraid that she would not accept her. Jiang Shuman looked at Jiang Zheng in front of her, noticed the long sword on her back and her upright and capable dress, and secretly admired her in her heart. Sure enough, those who can be accepted by Jiang Jinli are not weak. Seeing Jiang Jing's face flushed with nervousness, Jiang Shuman couldn't help but laugh softly. She found that her nervous look was somewhat similar to Jiang Jinli when she was a child. Jiang Shuman reached out and touched Jiang Jing's head and said softly, "Don't be nervous. Since Shelly recognizes you, I will definitely recognize you too." She didn't expect that the surname Jiang, which she casually took, was actually continued here, which surprised her a little. Jiang Zheng, she was very satisfied, and he would definitely be extraordinary when he grew up. Jiang Zheng looked up, his eyes full of joy, and his voice was cheerful. "Thank you, big sister." Jiang Shuman's affirmation undoubtedly made Jiang Zheng feel at ease. Jiang Shuman nodded to her. Seeing that Jiang Shuman's spirit had recovered a little, Jiang Jinli prepared to leave. She put away all of Jiang Shuman's belongings on the bed, and then said to Jiang Shuman, "Sister, let's go out." "Okay." Jiang Shuman felt that as long as Shelly was by her side, even this suffocating iron cage would no longer be so scary. Jiang Jinli helped Jiang Shuman sit on the edge of the bed, then put her arm around her waist, and with a little effort, she easily helped her up. Jiang Shuman felt a little weak, but she had no other discomfort. At this moment, Song Chungjing, with blood on his face, raised his head again. He looked at Jiang Shuman crazily, screaming like a wild beast, "Shuman! Don't leave me, I love you! Look at me, I really love you, ah! Beast, shut up!" Before Song Chungjing finished speaking, he was kicked back by Shinqingxi. Teeth and blood spurted out, he screamed in pain and hit the wall again. Song Chungjing curled up, his facial features swollen and twisted, and his eyes showed vicious hatred. But his supernatural power had been completely suppressed by Jiang Jinli. At this moment, he was weak and exhausted and could not resist at all. Song Chungjing knew that what was waiting for him would be a painful death. But he was unwilling. Song Chungjing could not accept the reality that Jiang Shuman was about to leave him completely. "I love her so much, even if I really have to go to hell, Jiang Shuman should accompany me to the underworld. Why did it turn out like this?" Song Chungjing raised his bloodshot eyes and stared at Jiang Shuman's back eagerly, hoping to get a glimpse of her eyes. But Jiang Shuman didn't even bother to look at Song Chungjing. She was supported by Jiang Jinli, and gradually walked away, and walked out of the iron cage. Before Song Chungjing roared again, Chilua tied him tightly with a thick hemp rope. She pulled Song Chungjing out of the iron cage, like dragging an animal, leaving a long trail of blood behind her. Faced with such humiliation, Song Chungjing struggled frantically, and his wailing sounded all around. But all his efforts were in vain. Jiang Shuman walked in front, and Song Chungjing's screams reached her ears. She showed extreme disgust on her face, and said quietly, "We can't let him die too easily." When she thought of the harm Song Chungjing had caused to Jiang Jinli, Jiang Shuman's heart was filled with anger and hatred. "That's natural," Jiang Jinli echoed beside her. At the moment when Jiang Jinli was on the verge of death, she swore in her heart that she would tear the person who hurt her into pieces. Therefore, she would never let Song Chungjing die too comfortably. Chapter 188. After passing through the dim and narrow passage and stepping onto the wet stone steps, a group of 8 people finally came to the outside world. The rain was pouring down, the wind was raging, and there were chaotic sounds of fighting and roaring. Jiang Shuman stood beside the entrance of the basement and closed her eyes slightly. She was full of joy as she let the strong wind and rain blow across her cheeks, and felt the taste of freedom in the air. For Jiang Shuman, every minute and every second spent in that depressing basement seemed like a long year. Before Jiang Shuman could immerse herself for long, a protective circle suddenly appeared around her, isolating the wind and rain from the outside. Jiang Shuman turned her head, with a smile between her eyebrows, and stared at Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli looked back at her and said softly, "Let's go and take a look at the door." At the gate of the villa, there were cries of grief and screams. It was obvious that Mu Yuan had already controlled the situation, and was waiting for her to deal with it. As expected, dozens of people knelt down and begged for mercy in the open space at the entrance of the villa, constantly begging Mu Yuan and the other 3. "Please spare our lives. We have surrendered. Please don't kill us. We are not resisting anymore. Do you want to let us go or kill us? Just give us a quick answer. Why are you waiting? Please let us go." Mu Yuan and the other 2 stood indifferently around the crowd, turning a deaf ear to the crowd's pleas. Dahua transformed into a huge beast, standing aside, with mincemeat and blood remaining in his bloody mouth, looking particularly ferocious. Su Mingxing was annoyed by the noise of the crowd, and shouted, "Shut up. I said we would wait for our boss to come out and make a decision. If you dare to make a noise again, I will kill you directly." Everyone was silent immediately. When Jiang Jinli and her group walked to the door of the villa, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on them. This naturally included Song Chungjing, who was dragged in the mud by a long rope and was dirty and miserable. The people kneeling on the ground, looking at Song Qingjing's miserable state, felt a chill in their hearts. It was over, and the only hope was shattered. "Boss! Captain!" Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu shouted excitedly when they saw Jiang Jinli coming out, and quickly ran to her. When the two saw Jiang Shuman supported by Jiang Jinli, their joy was beyond words, and they immediately greeted Jiang Shuman with a smile on their faces. Jiang Shuman responded with a smile. At this time, a familiar male voice came, "Shuman, I'm glad you're okay." Jiang Shuman turned her head, and was stunned for a moment. Then a smile welled up in her eyes, and she shouted happily, "Mu Yuan." She looked surprised. "It's great to see you. Are you with Xiaoli too?" In this world, besides Jiang Jinli, Mu Yuan is the only person Jiang Shuman has emotional ties with. They have known each other since childhood, and are of similar age. They are the only friends she can confide in during her childhood. As they grow older, Mu Yuan takes even more care of them. Although they are not blood relatives, they are better than family members. After the end of the world, the three of them were unfortunately separated. During Jiang Shuman's journey to find Jiang Jinli, she often thought of Mu Yuan. Now, Mu Yuan is not only safe and sound, but also always by Xiao Li's side. How can she not be happy? Now Jiang Shuman's only worry can be put down. She suddenly feels that as long as everyone is together, there is nothing to be afraid of even in the end of the world. Mu Yuan looked at Jiang Shuman, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He smiled and replied, "Of course, I am the first person to join her team. Maybe this is what is called fate." Jiang Shuman smiled. Before Jiang Shuman could say anything else, a dog barked suddenly. She lowered her head slightly, and saw a mutant black dog circling around her, howling excitedly. Jiang Shuman looked carefully, and cried out in surprise, "Xiaohua?" "Woof!" Xiaohua immediately squatted in front of her, grinning, and wagging its tail happily. "It's really you. Great, you're okay too," Jiang Shuman said, stroking its head. She felt that today's surprises came one after another, making her a little overwhelmed. Jiang Shuman naturally recognized Xiaohua. After all, before the end of the world, this smart little dog often came to the community quietly to visit Jiang Jinli. After several encounters, Jiang Shuman gradually became familiar with it. She always thought that Xiaohua was very spiritual. After the Doomsday came, she was worried that Xiaohua would encounter an accident. Unexpectedly, it not only survived, but also gathered around Xiaoli. This made Jiang Shuman sigh at the magic of fate. She immediately turned to Jiang Jinli, with a smile on her lips, and said happily, "Xiaoli, I am really happy today." Jiang Shuman then raised her head, and looked curiously at the giant mutant plant that was looking at her and asked, "Is this mutant also Xiaoli's spiritual plant?" When Jiang Shuman saw Dahua for the first time, she couldn't help but be surprised. Its strength had obviously reached more than the 5th level. "Well, it's called Dahua." Jiang Jinli smiled and nodded. After saying that, she called to Dahua, "Dahua, come here." Dahua's huge body quickly shrank, transformed into a small figure, and quickly landed on Jiang Jinli's shoulder, waving its 2 short hands and making a babbling sound. Seeing this, everyone kneeling on the ground was shocked. Luo Zime, Su Runju and others looked at the small Dahua and couldn't help rubbing it. Dahua smiled while grinning, dodging, and jumped onto Jiang Shuman's shoulder. She sat down unceremoniously, shaking her head, and shaking her legs happily. Jiang Shuman stared at the ugly and cute little monster in front of her, and couldn't help but reach out and poke the petals on its head, with a surprised expression on her face. Now, this Doomsday world is really incredible. Dahua can not only change its shape at will, but also willingly recognize people as its master. Among the mutant plants, a magical creature like Dahua is undoubtedly unique. Jiang Shuman was proud of Jiang Jinli again. "Captain Jiang." Suddenly, a cry came from the wind and rain. The group immediately looked up and saw Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying running towards them. The two dodged and shouted anxiously to Jiang Jinli. Behind them, 7 or 8 middle-aged men were constantly waving their powers to attack the two. Jiang Jinli guessed that those people must be Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li and others, who were controlled by Song Chungjing as mentioned by Xia Ling. After a while, Xia Ling ran to Jiang Jinli and said breathlessly, "Captain Jiang, these are Uncle Li and others I mentioned in the car. Now, they have completely lost their minds and can't listen to a word at all. I hope Captain Jiang can save them," she begged helplessly. "These people can be said to be the backbone of the base. Once they are lost, Xia Ling will have no one to use. A bunch of lunatics. Let go of the base commander, or don't blame us for being rude. Everyone, rescue the base commander." The shouts of Uncle Li and others were crazy and resolute. They rushed towards Jiang Jinli regardless of everything, and seemed willing to save Song Chungjing at the cost of their lives. Ha ha ha. Their brains have been completely controlled by me, Jiang Jinli. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? Song Chungjing raised his head from the mud, his face was hideous, and he laughed triumphantly. But his laughter lasted only 2 seconds and suddenly stopped. I saw Uncle Li and others, as if controlled by some mysterious power, suddenly stopped cursing and charging, and became extremely quiet. Then the weapons in their hands fell one after another, and they knelt on the ground powerlessly, with their heads drooping. The scene was extremely strange. Song Chungjing was stunned. He clearly realized that the control of these people had been lifted. He raised his head suddenly, and roared at the gray sky unwillingly, "Why? How unfair is the heaven? Why did you let Jiang Jinli live in the world? Why did you let her become my nemesis? Why she ah?" He hadn't finished roaring yet. Mu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, and kicked him hard, knocking him over in the mud in an instant. Noisy. This kick was so powerful that Song Chungjing immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted directly. The surroundings finally returned to peace, and Jiang Jinli and his group's brows gradually relaxed. "Miss, you have suffered. Uncle Zhang is sorry for you." Several middle-aged men knelt at Xia Ling's feet, crying bitterly. "Miss Xia, please punish us. We have done such a stupid thing. We are really sorry for your father. We are really ashamed to be controlled by the villains. We are deeply ashamed." Seeing them like this, Xia Ling felt both joy and sadness in her heart, and hurriedly helped them up and comforted them. "You were also forced to do so. How can I blame you?" She turned to Jiang Jinli and his group and said gratefully, "Captain Jiang, really. Thank you very much. Not only did they save their lives, but they also helped them recapture the base." Xia Ling didn't know how to repay this deep kindness. Several middle-aged men quickly adjusted their emotions, bowed and clasped their fists, and said respectfully, "Thank you all for your help. We will never forget this great kindness." "You're welcome. It's just a trivial matter," Jiang Jinli responded calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly turned to the people kneeling on the ground, and her aura instantly became sharp and powerful, as cold as frost. The people on the ground only felt that her sight was creepy, colder and more ruthless than rain, and in despair, they begged again. But Jiang Jinli's emotions did not fluctuate at all, and her eyes were even more merciless. She ordered in a cold voice, "Those who are related to Song Chungjing, no one will be spared, all will be slaughtered." As soon as these words came out, the fate of everyone was doomed, and there was no chance of survival. The shouts of panic were endless, and some people were so scared that their eyes were about to burst, and they immediately struggled to get up and wanted to escape. But Mu Yuan and others had already quietly come to them at the moment Jiang Jinli gave the order. Without giving them any chance to escape, he raised the knife in his hand mercilessly, and swung it down. In a flash, there were only corpses left on the ground, and the blood gathered into a river. The scene was extremely tragic. Jiang Shuman stared at Jiang Jinli, who was emitting a cold aura at the moment, with her eyes shining and her heart surging with hot emotions. In a short period of time, Xiaoli has grown into a qualified and powerful leader. Her coldness, strength, and decisiveness all attract people's attention. She is very proud of this. "Boss, how to deal with Song Chungjing?" Su Mingxing asked Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli looked at the dark sky, thought for a while, and replied, "It's late, everyone should have a good rest tonight, and detain him on the spot first." Her eyes suddenly became cold and cruel, and she announced, "Tomorrow morning, Song Chungjing will be sentenced to death by slow slicing." Chapter 189. Su Mingxing and the others responded immediately. Everyone hated Song Chungjing so much that only by torturing him slowly to death could they dispel their anger. Jiang Jinli's arrangement was just right. Lingqi, Uncle Li and the others couldn't help but gasp when they heard this word, and looked at Jiang Jinli with horror. Being cut to death by Lingqi, this cruel way of death made them shudder. Several people couldn't help but secretly rejoice that they didn't have a grudge with Jiang Jinli. A woman like her must not be offended easily. It's too cruel. Xia Ling had tears in her eyes, but a happy smile appeared on her face. It seemed that she had no chance to avenge her father personally, but it would be the same if Captain Jiang took action. As long as Song Chungjing died, it would be enough. She knew very well that Song Chungjing would face unimaginable torture, and being cut into pieces was indeed a cruel and extremely brutal killing. Xia Ling came back to his senses and suggested to Jiang Jinli, Captain Jiang, there is a dungeon in the base that can be used to detain them. Jiang Jinli nodded. Xia Ling looked around at the people present and spoke again, it's dark, Captain Jiang, I will arrange a few good rooms for you to rest. Jiang Jinli immediately declined, no need to trouble, just clear a few empty rooms near my sister's residence. Xia Ling wanted to say that he was too negligent, but seeing Jiang Jinli's firm look, he did not insist and responded, okay, please follow me. Jiang Jinli turned around and told Mu Yuan, lock Song Chungjing and Xia Qianqian in the dungeon together. Mu Yuan nodded and walked towards Song Chungjing. Xia Qianqian was still unconscious on the grass beside the entrance to the basement. She was covered in mud and soaked by the rain, lying on the ground like a dark ball of mud, her life or death unknown. If she was dead, it would be fine, but if she was alive, she would be dealt with. Jiang Jinli then led everyone and followed Xia Ling to the dormitory area. After watching them leave, several middle-aged men dispersed and began to organize people to clean up the bodies in the base. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. As night fell, it was pitch black all around, and the darkness in the base was as thick as ink, as if the whole world was swallowed by the endless night. But one of the houses was very lively, and laughter and joy were constantly heard from the building. Xia Ling was very efficient. She cleared a small villa for Jiang Jinli and his group next to Jiang Shuman's residence. After dinner, everyone took a short rest in the living room, and soon they yawned and went upstairs to prepare for bed. The days of running around and working hard have made everyone exhausted. In the room, soft lights are shining, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Jiang Shuman is wearing pajamas, leaning elegantly on the soft pillow at the head of the bed, and her face under the light looks particularly gentle. Her hands are casually placed on the quilt, her fingertips gently caressing the delicate fabric, and she looks out the door from time to time. Her long hair falls like silk, shining with a faint luster under the light, adding a bit of maturity and charm to her. At this time, Jiang Jinli pushed the door open, her eyes touched Jiang Shuman, her expression softened, and she called softly, "Sister." Jiang Jinli, who had just taken a bath, has a slender figure and is as warm as jade. She is wearing thin pajamas, her hair is loose, and it sticks to her cheeks, making her look particularly well-behaved and soft. Jiang Shuman's heart melted instantly, and then she smiled warmly. She lifted the quilt, looked at Jiang Jinli, and greeted softly, "Come here." Jiang Jinli closed the door, walked to the bed, and got into the quilt. As soon as she lay down, Jiang Shuman hugged her tightly, buried her face in her neck, and whispered softly, "Tang Tang, sister really misses you." Jiang Jinli exuded a fresh fragrance, and holding her in her arms was like holding a soft doll. Jiang Shuman loved her very much. She thought she would never have the chance to hug Xiaoli again in this life. Thank God for letting her Xiaoli return to her side. Feeling Jiang Jinli's heartbeat and breathing, she felt sincerely satisfied and happy. Jiang Jinli hugged her back, patted her back gently, and comforted her softly, "I miss my sister too. In the future, I will never lose my sister again." Thinking of the danger Jiang Shuman faced this time, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but tremble in her heart. She would never allow such a thing to happen again. I should be the one to say this. Jiang Shuman sighed softly and retorted, "It was my sister who failed to protect you, so you suffered so much." Jiang Jinli's understanding sometimes made Jiang Shuman wonder who was the elder sister. Jiang Shuman propped herself up and gently stroked Jiang Jinli's face, frowning slightly, tears flashing in her eyes. She asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Have you been very tired in the past 6 months? You have to find yourself, improve your strength, and find reliable teammates. On this way, you encounter all kinds of dangers, fight with people, fight with monsters, how can you not be tired?" Jiang Jinli smiled slightly, looked into Jiang Shuman's eyes, and said softly and powerfully, "Not tired. When I think that only by becoming stronger can I protect you, I have endless energy. Now, I have enough strength to ensure that my sister can live a stable and comfortable life, and will never let anyone hurt you again." Jiang Shuman arranged the hair on Jiang Jinli's cheeks, with complex emotions in her eyes, intertwined with bitterness and tenderness. She lowered her head, and gently and reverently kissed Jiang Jinli on the forehead. This kiss was full of love and endless care, as if to integrate all emotions into it. Then, Jiang Shuman leaned over and hugged Jiang Jinli tightly again, whispering in her ear in a gentle tone, "Tell me, what happened in Zaiqingshan at that time? And everything you have experienced in the past 6 months." "Okay," Jiang Jinli responded. Began to tell Jiang Shuman slowly. "So, I survived like this. It was a blessing in disguise. Sister, don't worry too much. But I feel sorry for you. There won't be a next time, sister." Just like that, I was so angry that I destroyed the Dongyuan base. Shaoli is really amazing. You did the right thing. Sister is proud of you. Late at night, thunder rumbled outside, rain poured down, and the wind was raging, but inside the house was warm and quiet. Under the warm yellow light, the thick quilt tightly surrounded them, as if in this small space, they had a world that belonged only to the two of them. As time passed, their conversation gradually became soft and slow, and every sentence and every word contained strong emotions. Alas, fortunately I arrived in time. It's my fault that I was not strong enough and failed to protect myself, so I fell into Song Qingqing's hands and made Shaoli worried. How can I blame my sister? I know you have tried your best, and the most important thing is that everything is over. I will be by your side in the future, and I will never let anything happen to you. Yes, I am here. Sister, stop making trouble, my hair is itchy. Let me kiss you again, okay? Okay. Shaoli is so good, then don't move. Sister, I will take you to the space in a moment. It will be our home in the future. It is very beautiful. I believe you will like it. Okay. The next morning, the sky was covered with a thin layer of fog. The violent storm did not seem to stop, but became more violent. The temperature also dropped sharply, and now it is only a few degrees. Jiang Jinli carefully withdrew from Jiang Shuman's arms, lifted the warm quilt, climbed up, and then stood by the bed, carefully tucking the quilt for Jiang Shuman. Staring at Jiang Shuman's sleeping face, Jiang Jinli smiled. Last night, Jiang Shuman followed her into the space, and was initially amazed by the scene there. Then she explored excitedly like a child, until the sky was about to dawn, and then she fell asleep with satisfaction and fatigue. Jiang Jinli put on her clothes, washed up, and gently pushed the door out. When she turned around, she saw Shinqingxi standing not far away in the corridor, as if waiting for her. She walked quickly toward Shinqingxi, stood in front of her, and asked with concern, "Why are you standing here? It's so cold, and you don't wear more clothes." In the freezing weather, Shinqingxi only wore a single piece of clothing. Jiang Jinli touched her arm lightly, and sure enough, a cold feeling came through her fingers. She couldn't help but frown, and then took out a thick coat from the space, put it on Shinqingxi, and helped her zip it up. Shinqingxi opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but Jiang Jinli spoke first. "I know you have the ability to protect yourself, and are not afraid of the cold, but you still need to wear more clothes." "I know." Shinqingxi raised the corners of her lips, and nodded meekly. The warmth of the coat not only dispelled the coldness of her body, but also made her feel warm in her heart. Shinqingxi explained in a clear voice, "I wait for you here. Let's go downstairs for breakfast together." "Let's go!" Chapter 190. Jiang Jinli glanced at Shinqingxi, with the corners of his mouth curled up. Without saying anything more, the two walked downstairs side by side. "Boss, get up." Before they reached the bottom of the stairs, they heard Su Mingxing's call at the dining table. There were bursts of laughter from the living room downstairs, and the aroma of food filled the air. The other people also greeted Jiang Jinli enthusiastically. Only Mu Yuan, Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing, as well as Qilua and Gu Xiaowei were present. Luo Zime and the others were obviously still asleep. The table was filled with a variety of breakfasts, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, noodles, eggs and pancakes. The aroma was fragrant and mouth-watering. After Jiang Jinli sat down, the others also sat down. "This porridge tastes so good. I didn't expect Sister Xiaowei's cooking skills are so superb." Su Mingxing gave Gu Xiaowei a thumbs up while tasting it. Gu Xiao smiled and responded, "As long as you like it." She originally thought that she would never have the chance to cook after the apocalypse, but she didn't expect that Jiang Jinli's space had all the ingredients. During this period, Gu Xiaowei had been following Jiang Jinli, and almost forgot the horror and hunger of the apocalypse. The feeling of happiness made her feel a little unreal. "I like it, of course I like it." Su Mingxing poured another bowl of porridge, paused for a while, and asked, "Sister Xiaowei, do you want to leave some for those who are still sleeping in?" Gu Xiaowei picked up a pancake and prepared to eat it. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are still a lot left in the kitchen, enough for them." "Hee, then I won't be polite." Su Mingxing smiled playfully, picked up a few more pancakes, and ate them with relish. When will Song Chungjing be dealt with? Mu Yuan asked Jiang Jinli while eating noodles. Jiang Jinli calmly drank a mouthful of porridge and answered nonchalantly, I go after I finish eating. After dealing with Song Chungjing, she planned to lead the team back to the space and head to Licheng. As the weather worsened, the plan to build a base must be implemented as soon as possible. After hearing Jiang Jinli's words, everyone sped up their eating. After dinner, Jiang Jinli arranged for Gu Xiaowei to stay and guard the villa, and he led the other 5 people to the dungeon. On the way, the sound of rain was noisy, stimulating the eardrums, as if the sky was torn open, and the rain was spectacular and frightening. Along the way, they saw a few people running in the rain, and guards carrying corpses hurriedly passed by. Obviously, Xiaoling has basically controlled the base, and is cleaning up the remaining forces. Every survivor who passed by Jiang Jinli showed awe, bowed his head and made way, and dared not look directly. Many people saw the scene of Jiang Jinli supporting Jiang Shuman yesterday. After a little thought, they realized that the woman who broke into the base was the sister that Dr. Jiang had been looking for. Everyone was very surprised. No one expected that Dr. Jiang's sister would be so powerful. For a while, everyone was in awe of Jiang Jinli and his group, and did not dare to neglect them at all. They secretly thanked themselves that they had never offended Jiang Shuman, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Not long after walking, Jiang Jinli and his group came to the entrance of the dungeon. The guard at the door saw that it was Jiang Jinli, and immediately opened the heavy lock. Deep underground in the dungeon, it was dark and damp, and the air was filled with mold and stench. The walls were covered with moss and mold, and water droplets kept dripping from the ceiling, making an annoying dripping sound. The light in the dungeon was dim, and one could only barely see this gloomy place. What was even more frightening was that the red-eyed mutant rats and cockroaches crawled around in the corners, adding a bit of disgust and horror. Whoa! I'm so scared. Cousin, are we dead? Jiang Jinli will definitely kill me. What should I do? It hurts so much and it's so cold, woo. I've never been beaten since I was a child. I want to go out. I feel so uncomfortable. Xia Qianqian sobbed softly. Her voice was muffled, trembling, and incoherent. Shut up. Song Chungjing shouted hoarsely. I don't have a sister like you. I really want to kill you now. Xia Qianqian's voice gradually weakened. This can be blamed on me? Do I have a choice? Besides, it's your fault. Who made you go crazy and provoke Jiang Jinli, that lunatic? Even if I don't tell you the location of the basement, with Jiang Jinli's ability, he will find it sooner or later. Why should I ask for trouble? You? Cough cough. Song Chungjing coughed suddenly, obviously very angry. Xia Qianqian cried more hysterically. What's the use of saying these? We are all going to die. I'm so scared, woo. Before Jiang Jinli approached, Xia Qianqian's crying had already reached her ears. In the depths of this dark dungeon, Song Chungjing was chained to the wall, while Xia Qianqian cried like a tearful person. At this moment, Xia Qianqian looked miserable, with a bruised face and blood all over her body. The cleanliness and beauty she once had were no longer there, leaving only ugliness and hideousness. She looked like a beggar woman. Seeing Jiang Jinli and the others coming in, Xia Qianqian stopped crying instantly and begged in a hoarse voice, Jiang Jinli, please let me go for the sake of our years of being classmates. It's not me who wants to kill you. I have never done anything evil, and my crime is not punishable by death. But Jiang Jinli's cold and ruthless words made Xia Qianqian feel cold in her heart. In today's world, do you need a reason to kill someone? Jiang Jinli walked in front of the two of them, glanced at Xia Qianqian coldly, and said in a cold voice, I didn't let anyone around Song Chungjing go, let alone you. Xia Qianqian's face turned pale in an instant, and she said in a trembling voice, No, don't. Jiang Jinli didn't look at her again, but turned his gaze to Song Chungjing, his black eyes filled with endless coldness. Song Chungjing raised his head suddenly, and his eyes on the face covered with blood and mud were as cold and fierce as a venomous snake. He said with resentment, I have nothing to say now that I have come to this point. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I only regret that I didn't kill you at the beginning. I should have cut off your head directly. You are looking for death. Zhou Lianhu was furious and rushed forward, punching Song Chungjing in the abdomen. Puff. With a dull sound, Song Chungjing spit out blood again. But Song Chungjing did not stop talking, but laughed even more crazily. Xia Qianqian watched from the side, feeling anxious. She couldn't understand why Song Chungjing still wanted to provoke Jiang Jinli, the madman. Did he want to die more painfully? This stupid behavior might very likely implicate himself. He was really crazy. Jiang Jinli raised his eyebrows, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, not caring about Song Qingjing's provocation. She calmly took out a chair from the space, put it on the ground, and sat down calmly. She glanced at Song Qingjing, who was still laughing wildly, and said calmly, "I hope you can still laugh so happily later." Although Jiang Jinli's voice was calm, Song Qingjing felt a chill rising from his spine. He stopped laughing and his voice was slightly trembling. "What do you want to do? Be straightforward. If you want to kill, kill quickly. Why are you hesitating?" Song Qingjing's ferocious face was full of anger. Jiang Jinli's eyes suddenly became cold and terrifying, but her tone was still calm. "A quick death is too kind for you. I will let you slowly appreciate what it means to be worse than death." Her eyes were slightly curved, and she smiled and asked, "I believe you should be familiar with Ling Qi, right? This interesting way of death, don't you want to try it?" What? Jiang Jinli, you? Song Qingjing's eyes widened, and he finally felt deeply afraid. Jiang Jinli ignored him, and said to herself, "I will slowly peel off your skin, and cut off your flesh piece by piece. Don't worry, your main internal organs will not be damaged, and you will die very slowly. You can immerse yourself in the feeling of having your flesh cut off." In Song Qingjing's view, Jiang Jinli's smile at this moment was like a bloodthirsty devil in hell. "How many slices can you cut your flesh into?" "I guess, hundreds or thousands." Song Qingjing was frightened by Jiang Jinli's words, and trembled all over. He roared and cursed incoherently. Jiang Jinli's ears automatically filtered out those noisy voices. She turned her head to look at the 5 people around her, and asked calmly, "Who will do it?" "I do it." The 5 people took a step forward at the same time, and answered in unison. Each of them had a deep hatred for this pervert, who had hurt Jiang Jinli. For them, executing the extreme punishment of Ling Qi was just a trivial matter. Each of them had been stained with countless blood. Although they were not Shura, they were comparable to Shura. Mu Yuan's eyes were like ice, passing over Song Qingjing's face twisted by fear, and said to others, "Leave this matter to me. It requires certain skills. Don't let him die easily." He knew very well that if the knife accidentally cut the main blood vessels, Song Qingjing might die quickly. Such an ending would be too kind for him. He didn't deserve it. Mu Yuan quickly drew out the short knife, walked forward quickly, and without any hesitation, he rudely tore open the clothes on Song Qingjing's chest that were stained with blood and dirt. In the moment when Song Qingjing had no time to react, Mu Yuan had already swung the knife and ruthlessly cut across his abdomen. The blade cut through the skin and fat, making a disgusting tearing sound, and a large piece of belly was cut off, and blood gushed out quickly. Mu Yuan threw the flesh in his hand to the ground casually, making a crisp sound. "Madman! Madman! Jiang Jinli, you madman!" The intense pain made Song Qingjing scream heartbreakingly. "Ah! Ah ah!" Chapter 191. Before Song Qingjing's scream subsided, Mu Yuan raised his knife again, and continued his work accurately and cruelly. He cut off the meat piece by piece. He was like a ruthless butcher, and every time he cut, he was cold and resolute. In Mu Yuan's hands, Song Qingjing seemed to be a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. The slices of meat were cut very thinly, and the bright red texture was clearly visible, and it was indeed no different from pork slices. Song Qingjing's body was trembling violently, and he screamed miserably, and the painful sound echoed in the dungeon. As the flesh and blood on his body gradually decreased, Song Qingjing's face twisted more and more hideously. Blood continued to spurt from the wound, quickly dyeing his body and the surrounding ground red. Mu Yuan's operation was both skilled and cruel, and every cut he made was slow and powerful. In order to ensure that Song Qingjing slowly walked towards death in extreme pain, every piece of cut meat was ruthlessly thrown on the ground by Mu Yuan. The bloody smell immediately attracted groups of mutant rats. They gathered around, vying to eat the fresh flesh and blood, and kept howling with excitement. The rats seemed to realize that these humans would not pose a threat to them, and they became more and more courageous. They even squatted at Mu Yuan's feet, waiting for food to be fed. The people present watched coldly, with no expression on their faces. It seemed that all this had nothing to do with them, and their hearts were calm. Xia Qianqian was frightened by the horrific scene in front of her and lost her mind. She kept screaming, struggling, and crying. The iron chain on her hand was waving and rattling, and even her throat was broken by crying. Song Qingjing was unrecognizable. His body was twisted to the limit, twitching constantly. Every time the blade fell, endless pain swept over. His soul seemed to be torn apart, and the pain was heartbreaking. Song Chungjing kept struggling, trying his best to break free from the chains that bound him. But everything was in vain. He seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to escape. Song Qingjing's eyes gradually became empty and scattered. But when he caught a glimpse of Jiang Jinli sitting there with a smile on his lips, he roared with his last bit of strength, "Jiang Jinli, you are simply not a human. You are a devil. A lunatic. A pervert without humanity." He never thought that Jiang Jinli's methods would be more perverted and cruel than his own. How could there be a woman like her in the world? What a monster! Jiang Jinli's eyes fell on Song Qingjing's abdomen, where the internal organs were almost exposed, covered with only a thin layer of grease. She was quite satisfied with this, and suddenly laughed out loud, her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, looking particularly beautiful and moving. This laughter was unusually strange in the dark dungeon, but it was also chilling. "Yes, I am indeed crazy." Jiang Jinli's tone was a little sarcastic, "But so what? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you have already used up your chance. Actually, if you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't be so crazy. But unfortunately, I hold grudges very much. Anyone who offends me will not have a good end, let alone you, a beast." Her tone suddenly became cold. "I just want to make you die without a complete body, and make you to pieces. This is the price you pay for provoking me." After a moment of silence, Jiang Jinli smiled again, and she continued, "I just like to see you want to kill me but can't. It really makes me feel happy." She lazily leaned back in the soft chair, crossed her legs, took out a small table from the space, and put snacks, melon seeds, candies, and a pot of tea on it. Jiang Jinli poured himself a cup of tea, sipped it gently, picked up the snacks and ate them leisurely, and smiled at Song Chungjing. "Don't die too quickly. I hope you can hold on for a few more hours. At least, you have to wait until all the flesh on your body is shaved off before you die. Don't worry, I will always be here with you." Jiang Jinli rubbed the candy wrapper in his hand, and glanced at Song Chungjing. "I was going to do it myself, but I thought about it, and gave up. I have some mysophobia, and your body is really too dirty. I don't want to touch it, I feel disgusted. Just watching you being skinned and stripped of flesh will have the same effect. You are simply a devil." Song Chungjing was shocked that Jiang Jinli could still leisurely drink tea and eat candy in such a bloody occasion. Jiang Jinli's perverted behavior made him feel terrified. What kind of cold-blooded monster did he provoke? Why did Jiang Shuman pick up a monster sister like Jiang Jinli? Before Song Qingjing's thoughts drifted away, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his left hand, and back again, and his consciousness began to blur. But he just couldn't die. After Zhou Lian, who exchanged a fierce look with Su Mingxing, he drew his knife and walked forward to join Mu Yuan's action, hoping to complete this task as soon as possible. The three of them attacked at the same time, which brought 3 times the pain to Song Chungjing, making him suddenly wake up from the chaos. Tears and blood mixed on his face, and he screamed loudly in pain. Seeing Shen Qingxi and Qilua still standing by, Jiang Jinli took out 2 chairs from the space, placed them on both sides of her, and then pulled them to sit down. She leaned her head on Shen Qingxi's shoulder, with a smile on her lips, and said in a relaxed tone, "Qingxi, I'm so happy." Shen Qingxi and Qilua looked at each other, and their eyes showed their heartache for Jiang Jinli. Shen Qingxi put his arm around Jiang Jinli's shoulders, patted her gently, looked at her profile, and said softly, "As long as you are happy." Time passed slowly in the bloody torture. Mu Yuan and the other 2 had cut off thousands of pieces of meat, and the blood dyed the ground red. Even the mutant rats were so full that their stomachs were bulging, lying on the ground, unable to move. Song Qingjing's body no longer had any intact flesh, only a head and a bare skeleton, barely supporting his internal organs. Despite this, his heart was still beating slowly, perhaps because of the strong physique unique to superpowers. Song Qingjing's screams had gradually become so weak that they were almost inaudible. His consciousness was blurred, and it was difficult for him to stay awake. Only the faint sound of his breathing proved that he was still alive. Xia Qianqian, who was standing next to him, had been frightened out of her mind, and vomit was all around her. Her lips trembled, and there was endless fear in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Jinli. With the last piece of meat removed, Mu Yuan finally stabbed him in the heart. Song Chungjing let out a sharp howl, and his facial features were distorted to the extreme, almost deformed. Finally, he widened his eyes in despair, and swallowed his last breath painfully. Mu Yuan and the other 2 put away their knives, and returned to Jiang Jinli silently. Seeing that Song Chungjing finally died, Jiang Jinli stood up, and put away the tables and chairs without looking at the body. He walked straight to Xia Qianqian, with a half-smile on his face. Jiang Jinli's smile made Xia Qianqian's scalp numb, and her chaotic consciousness instantly cleared up. She begged in a crying voice, "No, please. Don't kill me, spare my life." Xia Qianqian knew very well that she was not likable. Most of her behaviors were disgusting, especially those green tea-like behaviors, which were even more disgusting. In the past, she thought that all this was for a more comfortable life and a means of survival for her, and she never felt that she was wrong. She just wanted to live. What's wrong with that? But now, facing the impending death, Xia Qianqian suddenly began to feel disgusted with her vanity and laziness. She imagined that if she had chosen to rescue Jiang Jinli and Zai Qingshan, or reveal the truth to Jiang Shuman earlier, maybe everything would be different. But there is no regret medicine in the world. But she didn't want to die. She was afraid of the dark, and even more afraid of pain. The more Xia Qianqian thought about it, the sadder she became. Tears poured out, slid down her cheeks, and made her face mottled. The thin figure looked particularly fragile under the shroud of sadness. She sobbed softly, choking and begging again, Jiang Jinli, I don't want to die. I beg you. Can you spare my life? I'm so scared." "Whoa. I'm sorry, I want to live. Please let me go. Let me go, please." "Jiang Jinli, please. Please." Jiang Jinli remained silent, with a cold expression and a slight pursed mouth. No emotion could be seen in her dark eyes. She just stared at Xia Qianqian quietly for a few seconds. Finally she spoke. Her voice was dull. "Killing you like this is really no fun. I'm in a good mood now. I can consider giving you a way out." Xia Qianqian suddenly raised her tearful eyes and looked at Jiang Jinli with hope. She originally thought desperately that she could not escape from Jiang Jinli, but she didn't expect Jiang Jinli to agree. Jiang Jinli said cruelly, "If you want to live, I will tear off your face and expel you from the base. Whether you live or die in the future depends on your luck." Jiang Jinli did not have the intention to kill Xia Qianqian. It was easy to kill a weak daughter like her, and she could be crushed to death with just a flick of the finger, but it was meaningless. The thing Xia Qianqian was most proud of in her life was her appearance. It was this face that made her feel at home among the men in the base and live quite comfortably. Once she lost this face, Xia Qianqian would lose everything. After becoming ugly and terrifying, if there were still men willing to fight for her, it would be considered Xia Qianqian's ability. In addition, Xia Qianqian had no ability to protect herself. If she left the shelter, the possibility of her surviving alone was very small. If she died, it was her fate. If she survived by chance, it was not her fate. Jiang Jinli asked calmly, "So, do you want to die or live?" Chapter 192. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian's lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. Her pain was obvious. For her, the meaning of appearance is needless to say. It is the tool and capital for her to survive in this cruel world. Now, she is facing the fate of being expelled from the base. How can she survive in an environment where zombies are rampant and mutants are rampant? She has never hunted those horrible monsters with her own hands, and has no experience in fighting, but she has to face natural disasters, mutant plants, and evil forces everywhere. Alone outside. She will definitely die. Xia Qianqian suddenly felt sad. She has spent half her life studying how to attract men, and live by relying on men, but she has never thought about improving herself and being her true self. As a result, after living for so many years, she doesn't even have a friend or teammate to rely on. Now she is lonely and helpless, and she just feels cold and tired. She envies Jiang Jinli very much. Seeing that Jiang Jinli was still waiting for her response, Xia Qianqian's eyes became dim, and she whispered desperately, "Please spare me, I want to live." Even if she had to die, she wanted to die in clean clothes in the light outside, rather than being cut into pieces like Song Chungjing and dying in a dark and damp cave. To be fair, Xia Qianqian did not think that Song Chungjing died unjustly. It was just the price he paid for his perverted behavior. In Xia Qianqian's heart, the only person she cared about was herself. Song Qingjing's death did not make her feel sad, it just meant that she lost a man she could rely on. Playing the role of a harmless little white flower next to Song Chungjing, a man with erratic moods, is actually a kind of torment. Now, because of Song Qingjing's involvement, she has offended Jiang Jinli, which in a sense is equal to Song Chungjing. She is such a person, selfish and hypocritical. Even Xia Qianqian herself sometimes feels sick and wants to vomit. Jiang Jinli glanced at Xia Qianqian indifferently, without saying much, just cast a look at Mu Yuan, and then turned and left. Jiang Jinli. Xia Qianqian looked at Jiang Jinli's tall back, and suddenly shouted. Jiang Jinli paused, but did not look back. Thank you. Xia Qianqian's voice was weak, but full of sincerity. Judging from Jiang Jinli's various actions, she is a cruel and vindictive person, cold-blooded and murderous. It can be seen from her ruthless killing of Song Qingjing's minions. But Xia Qianqian also felt that she had a rare kindness towards her. She had a closer relationship with Song Qingjing, but was miraculously spared by Jiang Jinli, and became the only survivor of Song Qingjing's gang. This made her feel very complicated. Xia Qianqian didn't understand why Jiang Jinli would leave some leeway for her. Was it because of the insignificant friendship between classmates in those years? Or because of the resonance of being women? Or was it out of deeper considerations, wanting her to get rid of the fate of relying on others and struggle to grow alone in the Doomsday? Xia Qianqian neither dared nor wanted to delve into the reasons. Jiang Jinli's mind was like a deep pool, and it was difficult to see its bottom. Not killing her was already a great kindness to Xia Qianqian. That's enough. Xia Qianqian's thoughts drifted back to the past. If she could take the initiative to approach the lonely and silent girl in college, how great it would be. It must be a happy thing to be friends with someone like Jiang Jinli, right? Unfortunately, she knew she was not worthy. Jiang Jinli walked forward without leaving any words, followed by Shinqingxi and the other four. Their footsteps echoed in the empty cell, and gradually faded away. In a blink of an eye, only Mu Yuan and Xia Qianqian were left in the dungeon. Xia Qianqian smiled bitterly, and a sense of relief inexplicably surged in her heart. She closed her eyes, and said to Mu Yuan, "Do it." Mu Yuan walked towards Xia Qianqian, and drew out the sharp knife again. There was no mercy in his eyes. The tip of the knife passed along the outline of Xia Qianqian's face, and blood flowed out like a spring in an instant. When he felt that it was enough, Mu Yuan grasped the skin on Xia Qianqian's forehead, and tore it cruelly from top to bottom. Although Xia Qianqian had prepared herself mentally, the heart-wrenching pain still made her scream uncontrollably. When Xia Qianqian's face was completely torn off, revealing the bloody muscles underneath, Mu Yuan finally stopped his actions. Then, Mu Yuan ignored Xia Qianqian's painful cries, untied her chains, and forcefully dragged her to the exit of the dungeon. Arriving outside the dungeon, Mu Yuan said coldly to the guard at the door, "Kick her out of the base." The guard immediately responded respectfully. Even if Mu Yuan did not explain, Xia Qianqian, as Song Qingjing's cousin, her existence was no longer tolerated by the base. Seeing Mu Yuan turning around and about to leave, Xia Qianqian hurriedly begged, "Can I go back to my room to pack my luggage?" Mu Yuan looked back at Xia Qianqian, without saying anything, and continued to walk forward, tacitly agreeing to her request. Xia Qianqian felt a little comforted. At least she could take away some food and weapons. But when she thought about facing the horror of the outside world alone, her body trembled involuntarily. A guard glanced at Xia Qianqian, and saw that her face was covered in blood and was unrecognizable. It was so ugly that he couldn't help but want to vomit. He urged unceremoniously, "Go pack up and leave immediately." Xia Qianqian cried and staggered towards her residence. Her thin figure looked helpless and fragile. The men passing by showed disgusting expressions of disdain, and Xia Qianqian laughed at herself. What kind of death will be waiting for her? Will she be devoured by zombies, or will she die gradually due to wound infection? If she is destined to be bitten to death by zombies, Xia Qianqian would rather find a hidden house to hide, choose to slowly starve to death, or simply kill herself to get rid of it quickly. She is in so much pain, so cold, and so tired. She regrets so much. The other guards took the cleaning tools, and slowly walked into the basement. When they saw the terrifying human skeleton, they couldn't help but scream, their stomachs churned, and then they bent over and vomited. After a while, they put on gloves, endured the smell of blood and the discomfort in their hearts, closed their eyes, and put Song Qingjing's skeleton and scattered internal organs into a sack. Some people began to clean up the blood and meat on the ground, while the other two were responsible for carrying the sacks of the body out. When they walked outside, they carried the sacks and moved in a certain direction. Without their noticing, a short, hunched black figure followed them silently. Due to the recent surge in the number of deaths, the garbage incinerator at the base was on fire. The stench of smoke and burning corpse oil could be smelled from a distance, which was disgusting. Coupled with the gloomy sky, the area seemed even more dead. When the two arrived at the scene, they were frightened to death by the piles of corpses. They pinched their noses tightly, their legs went weak, and tried to overcome the fear in their hearts. They dragged Song Qingjing's body to the fire, and then threw the sack into the raging fire without hesitation. Then, they hurriedly fled the scene. As soon as they turned around, the black figure quickly approached the fire, pulled the sack out of the flames, and opened it to check the body inside. His voice was hoarse, and he muttered to himself, TSK, 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 that girl was really cruel. The heart was stabbed to pieces. It seems that it can't be used. What a waste. Suddenly, he laughed strangely, but fortunately, the head is still intact. This is the brain of a psychic with a level close to the 5th level. This is a big profit. Finally got the materials. He. While laughing strangely, he took out a machete, cut off Song Qingjing's head neatly, dug out the broken heart, and carefully put it into the backpack behind him. After finding that there were no other usable organs in the sack, he quickly pushed the sack back into the fire. After completing all this, he bent down and ran silently to the dark corner, and finally disappeared in the dead silence and smoke. Inside the villa, a quiet and warm atmosphere permeated. Luo Zime, Su Rundu and others were sitting on the sofa, eating and chatting. Their eyes were distracted from time to time in the direction of the gate. They just slept in, but when they woke up, they found that Jiang Jinli had taken people to deal with Song Qingjing's affairs. Helplessly, they could only wait patiently. Last night, Jiang Jinli mentioned that once Song Qingjing's affairs came to an end, they would leave the base. On the other side, Jiang Shuman was also sitting on the sofa, talking with Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling. Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling originally came to formally express their gratitude to Jiang Jinli and bring breakfast, but as soon as they entered the door, they were stunned by the rich breakfast scene on the table. The table was filled with a variety of breakfasts, and each dish was attractive in color. What's more amazing is that there are all kinds of fresh fruits on the table. This is undoubtedly a luxurious enjoyment at a time when resources are extremely scarce. All this shocked the two people and made them respect Jiang Jinli even more deeply. The breakfast they had prepared seemed extremely simple in comparison, and they were even a little embarrassed to take it out. Instead, they had a free breakfast here. After the meal, they naturally ate fruit. It had been half a year since they had tasted fresh vegetables and fruits, and the feeling of eating fruit was really refreshing. Knowing that Jiang Jinli was not there, they also sat on the sofa and waited. Jiang Jie, you didn't tell us before that your sister is such a powerful person. I was really shocked at the time. Chu Xiaoying said to Jiang Shuman with a smile while biting an apple. I didn't expect Xieli to become so powerful. Jiang Shuman smiled softly, with pride in her tone. She seemed to remember something, and her expression became serious. Anyway, what happened to you this time was actually because of me. Chu Xiaoying waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Oh, this has nothing to do with you, Sister Jiang. It's all because of Song Qingjing, who is too cruel. She looked like a little fangirl, grinning, and continued, but it's good. After experiencing these things, I had the opportunity to meet Captain Jiang. She is so cool. Jiang Shuman smiled, and she also agreed that Xiaoli was indeed very handsome. Just when Chu Xiaoying wanted to continue the conversation, Su Ruinju's cheerful voice suddenly sounded, interrupting their conversation. Sister Li is back. Chu Xiaoying immediately shut her mouth and turned her head to look at the door. A group of 5 people were entering from outside the door. Jiang Jinli walked to Jiang Shuman and sat down, whispering, Sister, Song Qingjing, that beast, is dead. Xia Ling on the opposite side finally unloaded the burden in her heart when she heard this. The evil man who killed her father finally got his due retribution. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It's good to die. Jiang Shuman gently held Jiang Jinli's hand and responded in a warm voice. Chapter 193. Song Qingjing's tragic death did not stir any ripples in Jiang Shuman's heart. Not to mention his paranoia and perverted behavior towards himself, the fact that he heard Xiaoli alone was enough to make him die 1,000 times. It was his luck that Song Qingjing lived for more than half a year. Now, death is like the extinguishing of a lamp, and all grudges also dissipate with his death. Jiang Jinli then turned his gaze to Xia Ling, with a questioning look in his eyes. Xia Ling felt Jiang Jinli's gaze, and the sense of oppression contained in it, and could not help but straighten his body. She quickly picked up a large box from the side, put it on the table, and said respectfully, Captain Jiang, I really don't know how to thank you for your kindness. I can only take out these crystal cores. Although the number is not much, this is all I can take out now. Please be sure to accept it. After that, she looked at Jiang Jinli nervously. Okay, I accept it. Jiang Jinli did not refuse this time, picked up the crystal core, and directly put it into the space. Seeing this, Xia Ling smiled. Jiang Jinli then said goodbye to Xia Ling. The matter has been resolved. We will not bother you anymore, and it is time to leave. Luo Zime and others immediately gathered around Jiang Jinli excitedly after hearing her words. They can finally start to build their own power. Just at this time, Mu Yuan also walked in from the door. Xia Ling was stunned and asked anxiously, "This is too sudden. Why are you leaving after just one night? Don't you want to rest for a few more days?" "Yes, Captain Jiang, the weather outside is so bad now. Why don't you wait until the rain stops before leaving?" Chu Xiaoying was also a little reluctant. Jiang Jinli's team gave her a very friendly feeling, and she felt very comfortable with them. Jiang Jinli stood up and flatly refused. "No need." As Jiang Jinli stood up, the others present also stood up. Xia Ling wanted to persuade her again, but heard Jiang Jinli speak again. "Xia Ling, if your base can survive 3 years in the future Doomsday, then come to Liqing to find me." Jiang Jinli's eyes became cold, and he said in a serious tone, "Within 4 years, I will eliminate and integrate all forces in the south. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish. If you choose to surrender voluntarily, you may still have a glimmer of hope. If you resist, then the entire base will disappear." She was giving Xia Ling a warning in advance, so that she could be prepared. Jiang Jinli planned to start the action of unifying the south after the construction of the Liqing base was completed, and it was expected that this goal would be achieved within 4 years. If the Yongzhou base was destroyed by the cruelty of the Doomsday in the next few years, then these words would naturally not need to be mentioned again. But if the Yongzhou base still exists 4 years later, Jiang Jinli will not be tolerant of the base just because she knows Xia Ling. All forces must submit to her, accept her jurisdiction, and recognize her as their master, otherwise, only destruction awaits them. Jiang Jinli's bold words echoed in the quiet villa. Luo Zime, Su Mingxing and others were excited after hearing them, as if they were ready to go and do something big. Although Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying were shocked after hearing these words, they did not think Jiang Jinli was exaggerating. Since seeing Jiang Jinli's powerful ability, they intuitively felt that every word of Jiang Jinli could become a reality. Xia Ling quickly clasped her fists and bowed, and made a sincere promise, "If the base is lucky enough to survive these 4 years, I will definitely go to Liqing in person and take the initiative to join." Xia Ling is not stupid. She knows that whether the base can survive in this cruel world for 4 years is still an unknown. Even if it can survive this period, the future days are still full of uncertainty. Only by relying on the strong can it be possible to grasp a glimmer of hope. And Jiang Jinli. It is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. What's more, this base and her own life were saved by Jiang Jinli, and she owed Jiang Jinli a favor. "Okay." Jiang Jinli raised his hand slightly, and helped Xia Ling up. She walked to the center of the room, looked around, and with a thought, all the important items in the room were stored in the space. Then she turned and looked at everyone, saying, "Let's go, we should set off." 10 people stood beside Jiang Jinli. Hearing this, except Jiang Shuman, everyone else looked confused. "Boss, how are we going to Liqing? Don't we go out?" Su Mingxing asked directly the question in his mind. All of them thought that they would drive to Liqing. After all, no one knew the specific situation of Jiang Jinli's space. They all thought that the space was only enough to accommodate living things like Xiaohua. Jiang Jinli did not hold back anymore and said bluntly, "I will take you to a place where you can go directly to Liqing." Her expression was stern, and she examined the 9 people she had chosen one by one. Although Jiang Jinli trusted their loyalty, some harsh words still needed to be emphasized. She then solemnly warned, "Once you enter my space, you will no longer have any choice. Life and death are all in my mind. In the days ahead, no thoughts of betrayal or withdrawal are allowed. Otherwise..." Jiang Jinli paused, her voice low and powerful. "Otherwise, I will use the knife in my hand to kill without mercy. No matter who it is, I will never show mercy." Her voice fell. The atmosphere around them suddenly became heavy, as if even the air stopped flowing. Jiang Shuman gazed at Jiang Jinli gently, her heart full of relief. Mu Yuan and the other 8 people stood in awe, with awe and loyalty in their eyes. Jiang Jinli had never spoken to them in such a formal tone. They could feel that the place they were going to next must be extraordinary. The 9 people were full of blood boiling. Faced with such a serious topic, they naturally had to respond with the most correct attitude. The one standing in front of them at this moment was no longer the warm and caring Jiang Jinli in normal times, but a majestic and powerful leader. Mu Yuan, Xin Qingxi, and the other 9 people took a step forward in tacit understanding, and then knelt on one knee in unison, clasped their hands together, and looked up at Jiang Jinli standing in the center with a firm gaze. They swore, "We will swear allegiance to death, never give up, fear no life or death, and never betray. Swear allegiance to death, never betray." They repeated the oath in unison. This scene was solemn and solemn. Their oaths echoed in the room, stirring everyone's heartstrings. Jiang Jinli was guarded in the middle by them, with a strong aura that was daunting. Chu Xiaoying and Xia Ling looked at each other. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and they were shocked, and their blood boiled. Jiang Jinli's sharp eyes swept over the 9 people, and then the momentum gradually eased and returned to normal. She raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Get up. The tense and oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated in Jiang Jinli's smile. Everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Jiang Jinli, who was stern, was too oppressive. The 9 people stood up with a smile, and Jiang Jinli spoke again. We're going home. Before the voice fell, the 9 people hadn't reacted yet, and they saw the surrounding space began to distort and fluctuate, and then a strong suction enveloped them. In just a blink of an eye, 11 people, including Jiang Jinli, disappeared in the room. Captain Jiang. Xia Ling and Chu Xiaoying were frightened by this weird scene. Their faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison. They searched around in a panic, but found nothing, as if the group of people had never appeared. The two looked at each other, and were extremely shocked by Jiang Jinli's ability, and then took a deep breath to calm their inner fluctuations. Xia Ling's eyes were firm, and he silently said in his heart, for years later, leeching. Chapter 194. Su Mingxing and the other 9 people seemed to have passed through an illusory door of light. A flash of white light appeared in front of their eyes, and then everything returned to calm. They landed steadily, and after standing still, their vision suddenly became clear. They were surprised to find that they were already in a completely different world. The wonders in front of them made the 9 people dumbfounded, and they could not believe their eyes. What was presented in front of them was a vivid green picture. The boundless fields were full of green, the golden waves of wheat rolled in the wind, and the ears of wheat swayed gently, like waves. Not far away, there were abundant fruits. Red apples, pears, bright purple grapes, oranges, grapefruits, peaches, etc., each of them was plump and tempting. They shone with luster under the soft light, and exuded bursts of sweet fragrance. The branches and leaves of the trees were lush and green, as if it was a green ocean. Next to the field is a vegetable garden. In the neatly arranged vegetable plots, cucumbers, tomatoes, carrots and broccoli grow fresh, colorful and full of vitality. The mountains in the distance are verdant, with clouds and mists lingering in between. The breeze blows gently, and the leaves rustle, adding a soft symphony to this quiet paradise. Occasionally, you can hear the cheerful calls of small flowers in the distant mountains and forests. On the high ground next to it, there is a wide pond with sparkling waves, and fish swim happily in the clear water. There are no traces of zombies here, no invasion of black rain, and no destruction and desolation of the end of the world. This is a fairyland that should not exist in the world. The 9 people stood there in shock, deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Jiang Jinli led Jiang Shuman to them and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this place?" Jiang Shuman understood their shock. When she first stepped into this place last night, her reaction was not much better than theirs. She even laughed excitedly around the farmland, completely disregarding her image. Fortunately, only Xieli saw her gaffe. Jiang Jinli's voice woke everyone up from their shock. Their eyes focused on her, stunned, unable to say a word. Su Mingxing swallowed his dry throat and broke the silence with a hoarse voice. "Boss, is this your space?" "Yes," Jiang Jinli replied. "This is not a space. It's clearly a small world," Su Mingxing exclaimed. "This really can't be called a space. It's an independent, different dimensional small world outside the world." The others were still stunned, at a loss, as if they were in a dream. Looking at the golden wheat field, everyone was surrounded by an endless sense of security. "That's a lot of food," Jiang Jinli said to everyone. "Don't just look at the ground, look up." Everyone looked up when they heard it. "Oh my god! A floating house?" Su Mingxing's legs were weakened by the series of surprises. He put his hands on Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu's shoulders, and his voice was a little dry. "Brother Mu Yuan, Brother Dehu, hit me quickly, I feel like I'm dreaming." Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu had already lost their usual composure at this moment. They stared at the tall buildings with wide eyes. "How is this more fantastic than filming a movie?" Luo Zime murmured in surprise. Even Qilua, who was always silent, couldn't help showing a surprised expression and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's very fantastic. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see such a magical scene in this life." Gu Xiaowei was full of emotion. Jiang Jinli summoned the stone steps leading to the floating island, took Jiang Shuman's hand and stepped up, then turned back and said to everyone, "Come up." Everyone looked at the stone steps that suddenly appeared, looked at each other, and then walked up the stone steps one after another with stiff legs. The closer they were to the house, the faster their heartbeats, and they were so excited that they couldn't express it in words. When they finally stepped onto the island and saw the beautiful buildings, they exclaimed again. Jiang Jinli turned around, looked at them, and said calmly, "From now on, this will be our home." Home? The 9 people felt mixed emotions. Can we really live here? Gu Xiaowei directly asked the questions in their hearts. Are they really qualified to live in such a beautiful paradise? They all know in their hearts what such a place means in this broken apocalypse. Jiang Jinli not only brought them into this secret place, but also was willing to share this world that should belong to her alone. This generosity and trust deeply touched them, and everyone's eyes flushed. Su Runju choked up and asked carefully, "Sisterly, can I live here with you forever in the future?" "Sister." Jiang Ding's eyes were also red, and he called out. For people who have no home, it feels unreal to suddenly have such a beautiful home. Jiang Jinli walked forward, touched the tops of their heads, and said with a smile, "Yes, this will be the home of the 11 of us from now on." She pointed to the houses that combined ancient charm with modern design, and said to everyone, "Wait a minute, each of you can go and pick a house you like. There are many houses on the island, and it is not a problem to accommodate thousands of people." As soon as Jiang Jinli finished speaking, everyone's emotions instantly lost control. Tears blurred their vision and burst out of their eyes. These were tears of emotion and joy. Su Mingxing was so excited that he fell directly on the soft grass, covered his eyes with his arms, and cried loudly, shouting, "It's terrible. Boss, you are so good to us. I am so happy." They thought that being recognized by Jiang Jinli was already a great happiness, but they didn't expect that there was a bigger surprise waiting for them. The other 8 people also stepped back a little, each found an open space, sat or stood, silently wiped their tears, and tried to calm their agitated emotions. Jiang Shuman looked at the scene, and her eyes could not help but moisten. The cruelty of Doomsday and natural disasters made Jiang Shuman worry more than once whether she and Xiaoli could still have a home and whether they could live the rest of their lives in peace. But now, with the appearance of Xiaoli, all the worries disappeared, and she no longer needed to worry about these problems. Xiaoli had brought the best things to her. Jiang Jinli saw the scene and did not urge them. She knew that they really needed some time to calm down. She walked to Shinqingxi and saw Shinqingxi leaning on the railing and looking into the distance, with crystal tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but reach out his hand to wipe away her tears, and said softly, "This is just the beginning. I will fulfill the promise I made when I saved you, and let you live a peaceful life." Jiang Jinli's warm words made Shinqingxi burst into tears again. She held Jiang Jinli's hand tightly, her lips slightly opened, trying to speak, but she was choked and couldn't make a sound. Jiang Jinli took out a tissue, put it in her hand, and said helplessly, "Don't cry anymore, be happier." "Yeah." Shinqingxi took a deep breath and wiped away her tears immediately. Jiang Jinli smiled slightly, let's go into the building." Noticing that the emotions of others were gradually stabilizing, Jiang Jinli asked everyone to get up and led them into the most spacious house. She planned to use this building as a public restaurant and kitchen. As soon as they stepped into the house, everyone was immediately attracted by the luxurious interior decoration and exclaimed, "Wow! It's a TV?" Su Mingxing's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran to the TV. He couldn't help but reach out to touch it, his face full of surprise. Su Mingxing didn't expect that he would be able to see a TV again in his lifetime, which really made him excited. He couldn't wait to ask Jiang Jinli, "Boss, can we turn it on and watch?" "Of course." Jiang Jinli turned on the TV and handed the remote control to Su Mingxing. As the TV screen lit up and the familiar advertisement sounded, everyone stared at the TV in a daze, feeling as if they were in another world. Su Mingxing stared at the remote control in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Then he sat on the sofa and watched it with great interest. Su Runju and Jiang Zheng also happily ran to the sofa and sat down next to Su Mingxing. Su Runju pointed at the TV and shouted happily, "Watch anime." "Okay, don't worry, I find it for you." Su Mingxing immediately changed the channel. "It's really there, great." The 3 chattered and laughed. Jiang Jinli turned around, glanced at everyone, and asked with a smile, "I will cook tonight. What do you want to eat?" When everyone heard this, their faces immediately bloomed with bright smiles, and they all reported the dishes they wanted to eat. "Boss, don't forget the hot pot." Su Mingxing leaned out from the sofa, waved his hands, and reminded with a smile. "That's right." Everyone agreed. In this weather, it's perfect to sit together and eat hot pot. Besides, they really haven't eaten it for a long time, and they are all greedy. Jiang Jinli nodded in agreement. Considering that there are many dishes to prepare for hot pot, in order to improve efficiency, she called Qilua and Gu Xiaowei to help. Qilua and Gu Xiaowei immediately responded, entered the kitchen, and started to get busy. Jiang Jinli walked to Jiang Shuman again and said softly, "Sister, take a bath first. I will cook your favorite dishes for you." Jiang Shuman smiled, held Jiang Jinli's cheek, and rubbed it lovingly. "You are so good, then sister will take a bath first. Thank you for your hard work." After that, she turned and walked out. Luo Zime quickly followed, took Jiang Shuman's arm intimately, and said with a smile, "Sister Jiang, I will go with you." Mu Yuan and Zhou Lian who greeted Jiang Jinli and walked out, intending to appreciate this magical place. Jiang Jinli looked at Xinqingxi, who was standing still, raised the corners of her mouth, and invited with a smile, "Then, come and help me wash the vegetables." "Okay." Xinqingxi smiled at her eyes, and nodded immediately. Then, the two of them walked into the kitchen together. Chapter 195. Under the soft light, a spacious dining table is placed in the center of the restaurant, on which a wide variety of delicious dishes are displayed. The focus of the table is a hot pot divided into two halves. One side is a clear soup, and the other side is a red, spicy and fragrant spicy soup, for people to choose freely. Around the hot pot, various ingredients are neatly arranged: fresh fish fillets, chewy shrimps, plump mussels, as well as beef, handmade pork balls and chicken. Everything is available. In addition, rich vegetables also occupy a place, including cabbage, spinach, enoki mushrooms, tofu, mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Jiang Jinli carefully prepared a variety of hot pot dipping sauces, such as bean paste, soy sauce, aged vinegar, minced garlic and coriander. Everyone can mix according to their own taste. In addition to the hot pot, there are also various barbecues, stews, stir-fried vegetables, and soups on the table. Each dish exudes an irresistible aroma, stimulating everyone's taste buds. Everything was ready, and 11 people sat around the dining table. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful, with laughter echoing throughout the restaurant. At this time, Jiang Jinli took out a few more bottles of wine, and put them on the table, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. "Boss, there is still wine?" Su Mingxing cheered excitedly. Although they did not drink, the occasional drink would undoubtedly bring extra joy to the moment. Jiang Jinli placed 2 bottles of milk in front of Su Runzhu and Jiang Zheng respectively. At the same time, considering the preferences of others, various drinks were placed in the middle for people who do not like drinking to choose. Hearing Su Mingxing's words, Jiang Jinli smiled and responded, "Yes, you are allowed to get drunk once tonight. Everyone can drink as much as they want." Occasionally relaxing can relieve the tense and depressed emotions of the past 6 months. Starting tomorrow, a new chapter will be ushered in. Great! Great! Come on, let's eat! Let's eat! As the atmosphere heated up, everyone picked up chopsticks and tasted the delicacies on the table, exclaiming in admiration and sharing their stories and experiences with each other. The steam rising from the hot pot swirled in the air, warming not only every corner of the room, but also the hearts of everyone present. Jiang Zheng held the milk cup in his hand. The liveliness and warmth in front of her made her full of joy, and her eyes smiled into a crescent shape. Su Runzhu was also immersed in this lively and harmonious atmosphere. She felt warm all over, and the loneliness was swept away. Both of them deeply felt the happiness at the moment. At this moment, Jiang Jinli stood up, raised his glass, and said to everyone, "Let's say goodbye to the past and face the future. In this doomsday, let's work together to create our tomorrow. Cheers." Everyone stood up, holding various drinks in their hands, clinked with Jiang Jinli's glass, and responded in unison, "Tomorrow. To the future. Cheers." Everyone raised their heads and drank, smiling at each other. Here is their absolute safe haven away from the dirt and troubles of the doomsday. They can completely relax and enjoy this happy moment. Laughter and joy echoed in the room, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate, and everyone's face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, they felt the warmth of home, which was extremely warm and unforgettable. Yumu Mountain, as its name suggests, has lush vegetation and clouds and mists, as if they were in a dream. Jiang Jinli and the other 11 people were standing on the top of the mountain, overlooking Liqing below, and they were so excited. Last night, they drank and talked until the night fell, and then they reluctantly returned to their rooms. The luxurious residence was equipped with spotless beds, creating an extremely comfortable resting environment for them, full of security, so that they found peace in exhaustion. After completely relaxing their vigilance, everyone fell into a deep sleep, and woke up one by one until the dawn. They had never expected that after crossing the space barrier, they could reach leeching directly. This was not only a surprise, but also provided great convenience for their future actions. After careful observation, they found that leeching had a superior geographical location and a high terrain, which was an ideal place to establish a base. More importantly, the space energy controlled by Jiang Jinli was enough to cover the entire city, making leeching expected to become an indestructible fortress to resist all possible natural and man-made disasters. This discovery made them very excited. Su Runju couldn't hold back her joy and asked, "Sisterly, are we going to build our base down there?" Jiang Jinli nodded and confirmed, "Yes, our goal is to build leeching into the first city of the apocalypse. This city will be prosperous, safe, powerful, and huge." "Boss, when do we start?" Su Mingxing asked impatiently. Others also showed eager expressions. Each of them was eager to establish their own power in the apocalyptic wasteland and become the rule maker of the new world, no longer subject to others. Jiang Jinli's eyes swept across the town below, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely announced, "Tomorrow, we will start the action." "Okay." Everyone cheered. Jiang Jinli continued, "Let's go back to the meeting room first. I will assign the next tasks in detail." Everyone agreed in unison. Then, they turned together and stepped into the invisible air wall behind them. As the space fluctuated slightly, their figures gradually disappeared from the top of the mountain, leaving only the clouds and mists to continue to float in the mountains. In the core position of the Sky Island residential district, there is a 3-story building. This is the place selected by Jiang Jinli for future meetings and business discussions. At this moment, in the spacious conference room, around a large conference table, 11 members were on both sides, and Jiang Jinli stood in the first place. She spread out a detailed city map, looked up and looked around at everyone, and clearly told them, "This is a full picture of leeching." Everyone present had a solemn expression, their eyes focused on the map, and carefully studied every detail. Jiang Jinli's fingertips touched a point in the center of the map. "Here is Yuwu Mountain where we are. I plan to divide the construction of leeching into several areas. This area at the foot of Yuwu Mountain will become our core urban area." She raised her eyes, scanned everyone's face one by one, and began to assign tasks. "Mingxing. Here." Su Mingxing looked up in response, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Jiang Jinli instructed, "Your task is to use your superpowers to clear obstacles in the city and expand our power in the later stage." Considering the threat of mutant plants and zombies in leeching, this task is perfect for Su Mingxing, and it is also a good opportunity to exercise and improve his superpower control. "Boss, make sure to complete the task," Su Mingxing promised confidently. Jiang Jinli turned to Zhou Lianhu Dahu. "Yes." Zhou Lianhu straightened up. Jiang Jinli's fingers outlined the boundaries of leeching on the map. "Your mission is crucial. You will be responsible for the construction of houses, various buildings, and city walls in the future." She further explained, "Regarding the division of urban functional areas and the design of city walls, we will discuss together after inspecting the base tomorrow." Zhou Lianhu replied solemnly, "Understood. Captain, I will definitely ensure that the base becomes an indestructible fortress. Architecture is his strong point, and he is determined to go all out and live up to the trust." Jiang Jinli then reminded, "You don't need to do everything yourself. When the time comes, some trivial matters can be assigned to others. You are mainly responsible for overall guidance and planning. In this Doomsday era of barter, human resources are the least lacking." Jiang Jinli plans to release news and leeching, with food as a reward, and believes that a large number of survivors will soon pour in. Zhou Lianhu nodded, indicating that he understood and accepted the order. Jiang Jinli turned his gaze to Mu Yuan and called, "Mu Yuan." Chapter 196. "Yes." Mu Yuan looked at her solemnly. Jiang Jinli gave him a key task. "Your task is to train and cultivate soldiers and form an army of our own. I ask you to train at least 200,000 soldiers in 4 years. Can you do it?" She knew that behind a powerful force, there must be a well-trained, loyal and reliable team to support it. Jiang Jinli was full of confidence in this. With her spatial ability and a steady supply of grain seeds, it would not be a problem to feed tens of thousands of people. Once the survivors joined her forces, she was confident that she could train them into loyal and dedicated soldiers. Although this task was extremely challenging, she believed that Mu Yuan was capable of it. Mu Yuan's face was firm, and he promised solemnly, "Don't worry, I will definitely exceed expectations and complete this task." Jiang Jinli nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his eyes to Gu Xiaowei. Xiaowei. Yes. Gu Xiaowei responded quickly, with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Jiang Jinli said calmly, your mission is very critical. In the future, the food production of the base will be entirely your responsibility. I will designate an exclusive area in Liqing for food production. You will be the general manager of this project like Dahu, including food production, distribution, trading, etc. You don't have to do everything yourself. You can leave some trivial matters to others. Jiang Jinli is full of confidence in her space land. Even in extremely harsh climates, she can ensure a good harvest of food. Moreover, the seeds in the space are extremely precious, so there is no need to worry about the yield. She planned to keep the food and fruits grown in the space for internal use. Because their nutritional value is too high, if they really want to sell, they will only be traded at 2 to 3 times the market price. Gu Xiaowei felt the heavy responsibility on her shoulders. Although there was some pressure, she had no intention of backing down. Gu Xiaowei took a deep breath and assured firmly, I understand the importance of the mission. Regarding the food supply of the base, I will do my best to ensure that there is no mistake. Okay. Jiang Jinli responded, and then turned his eyes to Xinqingxi and the other 5 people. The 5 people realized that it was finally their turn, and immediately straightened their backs and looked at Jiang Jinli expectantly, secretly guessing what kind of responsibilities they would assume. Jiang Jinli pondered for a moment, his eyes fell on Xinqingxi, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The guard deployment and wall defense of the base will be handed over to you. How about it? This task is mainly responsible for the security of the base, including setting up a security line, organizing patrols and alerts, and responding to external threats and attacks. Jiang Jinli has confidence in Xinqingxi's ability, and believes that she can handle this important responsibility. Xinqingxi was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then she smiled brightly. She did not expect that she would be entrusted with such an important task, and Jiang Jinli's trust made her feel warm. She nodded seriously, don't worry, I will ensure the safety and order of the base, and make sure it is foolproof. Okay. Jiang Jinli then turned to Luo Zimei, touched his chin, and asked, Zimei, since you have certain management capabilities, then the overall management and coordination of the base in the future will be left to you. How about it? This job includes receiving visitors, arranging and appointing lower-level managers, population management, etc. The workload is huge and complex, and it has high requirements for management and interpersonal skills. Jiang Jinli believes that Luo Zimei will like it and can handle these tasks well. As expected, Luo Zimei's eyes lit up immediately. She has always liked management work, but when she was in the free base, she felt like a shadow behind Cheng Biao, neither successful nor able to see the light, which made her feel aggrieved. Now, there is such a large base for her to manage openly, and she can finally show her talents without any constraints. She no longer has to worry about the eyes of others, which makes her ecstatic. She sincerely thanks Jiang Jinli for giving her this precious opportunity. Luo Zimei smiled, and her eyebrows were full of joy. I like this job very much. I am not afraid of hard work. I will definitely do it well. Jiang Shuman watched from the side, and was deeply pleased with Jiang Jinli's orderly and well-utilized arrangements. Sisterly, what about me? What about me? Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Ruinju's heart became more and more anxious, because she realized that she seemed to be useless. She had no special skills, and her supernatural powers were useless in building the base, which made her feel very confused. Jiang Jinli looked at her anxious look, guessed her thoughts, and comforted her softly, don't worry, you will naturally have your tasks. In the future, you will be responsible for the management of the task hall, including the release of tasks and the collection of intelligence. She smiled and asked, this is a very important job, can you do it? Su Ruinju's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she nodded repeatedly. She clenched her fists, puffed up her cheeks, and solemnly promised, Sisterly, you can rest assured to leave it to me, I will definitely do it well. Seeing her serious look, everyone couldn't help laughing. Jiang Jinli turned his eyes to Qilua, who looked expectant, and said in a gentle voice, you are responsible for the overall resource allocation and logistics management of the base. This job covers the distribution of survival necessities such as clothing, water, medicine, fuel, and the maintenance and management of base facilities. A steady, careful and patient person is needed to do the job, and Qilua is the best candidate. Okay. Qilua answered readily. No matter what job is assigned to her, she will do her best to complete it as long as she can help Jiang Jinli. Finally, Jiang Jinli touched Jiang Zheng's head. Zheng'er, you stay with me for the time being. If there are other important tasks in the future, I will arrange for you to carry them out. Jiang Zheng's ability and personality are more suitable for the assassin's path, killing people invisibly. Jiang Zheng nodded. Jiang Jinli looked around and saw that everyone had already made arrangements. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a pair of arms tightly hugging his arms. Jiang Shuman leaned his head on her shoulder and whispered softly with a coquettish voice, "Shaoli, have you forgotten your sister?" Jiang Jinli couldn't help laughing and turned to face Jiang Shuman. She built this safe shelter just to make her sister live a relaxed and happy life, so how could she bear to let her work hard? Jiang Jinli raised her hand, imitated Jiang Shuman's habitual movements, gently pinched Jiang Shuman's cheek, and said softly, "Sister, at home, I don't want you to be bothered by trivial matters, which is too tiring. If you have free time, when the hospital is established, you can occasionally go there to take charge, or train a few students. Otherwise, you can help me deal with the affairs of the base. It's all fine." It just so happened that Jiang Shuman awakened her healing ability, and Jiang Jinli planned to build a hospital and let her sister be the dean. She added, "Also, when I go out to expand my power or clean up mutants in the future, my sister can stay by my side to help me." She knew that fighting side by side was a shortcut to rapid growth, and she hoped that Jiang Shuman could become stronger with her. Seeing that Jiang Jinli was thinking about her and everything, Jiang Shuman felt very warm in her heart, and she agreed softly, "Okay, sister will listen to you." Jiang Jinli turned to face everyone, put away her smile, and put her hands on the table. Her voice was steady and powerful. "I emphasize again that you are just managers, and you don't need to do everything yourself. That would be too hard. You should focus your main energy on improving your abilities and combat power." She set a clear goal for everyone. "I hope that within 4 years, each of you can reach at least the 8th level of your ability. Can you do it? Upgrading is not difficult, because once the base is built, there will be a steady supply of thousands of crystal cores to absorb." Although Jiang Jinli is not sure whether the end of the supernatural power level is level 9 or level 10, she believes in everyone's potential. "Yes." Everyone responded confidently. Jiang Jinli continued to encourage, "Your first task is still the same as before, that is to follow me to gradually expand the power. In 4 years, we will clear the south, and then march north until we conquer the entire Doomsday world. Do you have confidence in this?" "Yes." The 9 people responded in unison again. Jiang Shuman looked at this scene with a smile on her face. Jiang Jinli raised the corner of his mouth slightly, slowly stretched out his right hand, and looked at everyone present. "Come on, everyone." One after another, 10 people responded, and their hands were gently placed on the back of Jiang Jinli's hand, forming a stacked hand tower. "Come on!" They shouted in unison with a firm tone. The voice was loud and powerful, echoing in the conference room. Several people looked at each other, and then laughed heartily. The laughter spread, infected everyone, and brought warmth. They are comrades in arms, friends, and family. In this Doomsday, they will follow Jiang Jinli and create an extraordinary world together. For Jiang Jinli, they are fearless. Chapter 197. Amid the haze of Doomsday, a towering large base stands on the northern land. It is like an isolated island, holding the last line of defense in the storm. This base is huge and solid, and the towering walls are more solemn and majestic under the baptism of heavy rain. Inside the base, the lights are bright, and tens of thousands of survivors live here. Teams of guards in bright red uniforms patrol every corner of the base, maintaining order and peace here. On the top floor of the tallest building in the base, an old man over 70 years old stands in front of the window, with his hands behind his back. His eyes reveal deep thoughts and unspeakable sadness. This old man is the supreme leader of the Hope Base, the head of the Tang family in the north, Tang Guifu. Tang Guifu's hair has turned gray, and the years have left heavy marks on his face, with ravines crisscrossing. But his eyes are still bright and sharp. He was tall and strong, and even though he was over 70 years old, he was still strong. Tang Guifu was wearing a heavy black military coat. The wind outside the window was whistling, and the corners of the coat fluttered in the wind, showing his unquestionable majesty and momentum. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door broke the silence in the room, and then the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a wide face, thick eyebrows, and an anxious look hurried in and stood behind Tang Guifu. He lowered his head and stammered. After hesitating for a moment, he finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Base Commander, the traces of those people suddenly disappeared." Hearing this, Tang Guifu turned around abruptly, and the anger on his face instantly ignited. He shouted, "Waste!" He grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar, his eyes wide open. "Just a few women, How could they be lost? What do your people do? Did you send anyone to look for them? Tang Haifu's death dealt a heavy blow to Tang Guifu, as if the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed, making him almost unable to breathe. Anger and pain intertwined and surged in his heart, like waves of stormy waves. At first, Tang Guifu knew nothing about the murderer until he learned from the guards, who went to pick up Tang Haifu, that it was done by a few women. But he still had no information about their age, appearance, and other information. Tang Guifu was shocked that the two old men with 5th level space abilities would die at the hands of a few women. All this sounded incredible. But no matter how many doubts Tang Guifu had in his heart, the facts were in front of him. None of the hundreds of people who traveled with Tang Haifu survived, and all died miserably in this disaster. This mystery, like an abyss, no one could solve it for him. The cruelty and ruthlessness of the other party can be seen from this. Tang Guifu regretted countless times for letting Tang Haifu leave the base, who knew that separation would become a farewell forever. He was originally worried that Tang Haifu's violent character would cause trouble, so he specially sent the two most powerful elders in the base to escort her. But the tragedy still happened inevitably. What made Tang Guifu even more indignant was that the group of daring women had no respect for the Hope base and the Tang family, and did not take them seriously at all. No matter how many people they were, and how strong they were, the Tang family vowed to avenge this blood feud. Tang Guifu originally planned to have the guards in the south intercept them first to delay their journey, and then dispatch thousands of elite soldiers from the base to capture them in one fell swoop and punish them severely. But after a few days, what he waited for was the news that they had disappeared without a trace. Such a result, how could Tang Guifu not be furious? Tang Xiaoxing stood there stiffly, his face full of bitterness. He argued in astonishment, "Dad, how can you say that? Haifu is also my daughter. Her murder, my anger is no less than yours." His eyes flashed with anger, and his tone was unwilling, but they seemed to have evaporated from the world, suddenly disappeared without a trace. "We really lost them. What happened?" Tang Guifu loosened his collar, red eyes, and asked with heavy breathing. Tang Xiaoxing answered with a confused look on his face. "According to the clues we found along the way, they should have headed in the direction of Yongzhou base. However, our people sneaked into the base and searched for several days, but there was still no trace of those women. Therefore, we suspect that they may have left Yongzhou, but we did not find any clues along the way. They just disappeared mysteriously, which is really puzzling." Tang Guifu's emotions gradually calmed down. After thinking for a moment, he guessed, could those women be hiding in Yongzhou base? If Yongzhou base really dared to hide them, even if both sides were injured, he vowed to flatten Yongzhou. Tang Xiaoxing shook his head and denied. The scarred woman and the child with a sword on his back have two obvious characteristics. Our investigators have thoroughly checked all the women in the base, but did not find them. As if he had guessed Tang Guifu's thoughts, Tang Xiaoxing hurriedly dissuaded him. "Dad, the strength of Yongzhou base is not weak. They can't hide strangers without reason. Our current strength has been greatly damaged. We must not rashly start a war with Yongzhou base." "Humph!" Tang Guifu snorted coldly. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to take the initiative to provoke a war. Tang Xiaoxing carefully observed Tang Guifu's face and said cautiously, "The guards who intercepted them were killed extremely cruelly. The strength of this group of women should never be underestimated." "So what? They are just a few women. Can our base of tens of thousands of people be afraid of them?" Tang Guifu's emotions became excited again. His anger was like a burning flame, and he began to pace quickly in the house. He ordered angrily, "Find them. Keep searching. Even if you have to turn the south upside down, you must find those women. Even if they are dead, you must bring back their bodies. I want to turn their bones into ashes." But Tang Xiaoxing wanted to persuade him, but he swallowed his words back. The long journey from south to north, coupled with the bad weather and the threat of mutants, blindly searching southward is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, which will only increase casualties. Perhaps the people who went to the south were annihilated and could not find the traces of those women. This situation is also possible. Today, the Doomsday survival situation is becoming more and more severe, and mutants are constantly evolving. If humans want to survive, they must work hard to improve their own strength to cope with greater disasters. Tang Xiaoxing believes that the current priority is to strengthen the base and improve strength. Even if he didn't look for those women, they probably wouldn't survive for a few years in this environment. But he also knew that Tang Guifu, who was in a rage, would not listen to any dissuasion. He couldn't make the decision on the affairs of the Tang family. Helplessly, Tang Xiaoxing could only sigh, respond, and leave the room. The room immediately returned to its previous silence. Tang Guofu rested his hands on the table, his back hunched, and his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, he burst into tears and cried bitterly. My Fuer! Grandpa didn't protect you well. Endless regret surged in his heart. All this killing was caused by his own doting. Tang Guofu kept replaying the scene when Tang Haifu was a child, calling him grandpa in a baby voice. Every time he thought of it, it was as painful as a knife. That was his beloved baby, who he had doted on since childhood, but now she ended up with her head and body separated. How could Tang Guofu bear it? Even if Tang Haifu made a huge mistake, only he had the right to deal with her, and no one had the right to touch her hair. Not to mention those women who were like ants. Their Tang family. We'll fight to the death with them. The Doomsday has been ruled by black rain and strong winds for 3 months. The sky seemed to be poured with thick ink by a ruthless giant hand, with dark clouds and sunshine becoming an unattainable luxury. The strong wind was like an angry beast, roaring and enveloping the rainstorm into a rotating vortex, forming a wall of water, tearing the order of the world into pieces of chaos and despair. The endless rainstorm caused the flood. The flood was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, violently washing over this once prosperous land and destroying everything. The high-rise buildings that once stood tall collapsed under the fierce impact of the flood, turning into piles of ruins and debris. Most cities have fallen and sunk to the bottom of the water, becoming permanent underwater tombs. Occasionally, a few crumbling high-rise buildings stand alone, like giants forgotten by the times, witnessing the disaster desolately and lonely. The flood rolled among these ruins, rolling up waves of turbid mud. Various debris floated on the water, including the remains of buildings and broken bridges, but more of them were zombies and human corpses. They kept colliding and rolling under the influence of the flood, making dull sounds. It seemed as if they were playing a tragic symphony for this disaster. Anqing has now become a vast ocean, with only a few high-rise buildings still standing stubbornly in the flood, which looks particularly abrupt. In the lobby on the top floor of one of the buildings, there were dense crowds of people. They were tightly packed together, sitting or standing. Due to their thin clothes, their bodies kept trembling due to the cold. Many people hugged each other tightly, trying to draw a little warmth from each other's body temperature. Most of them sat on the cold ground powerlessly. Their faces were haggard, no one spoke, and the surroundings were shrouded in deathly silence. These people were the women led by Lianyang. At that time, they followed Jiang Jinli's suggestion and quickly cleared out the tallest building and turned it into a shelter. In the first few months, everyone supported each other and lived a stable life. However, since the black rainstorm came, life has become more and more difficult. Under the cruel torture of this natural disaster, this building became the only intact building surviving in the ruins of Anqing. But now it is crumbling in the rain, as if it will collapse into ruins at any time. The supply of food and water is gradually drying up, and they have to start calculating carefully, and every bite of food has become extremely precious. What's worse is that they are besieged by floods, and the water level is rising, almost touching the top floor, making it impossible for them to go out and find more survival supplies. Underwater, there are countless mutant creatures and zombies lurking, and danger is everywhere. Most mutant zombies have found high places to hide, and those ordinary zombies are still wandering in the water even if they are submerged in water, searching for the breath of living people. Once someone accidentally falls into the water, they are destined to be buried in the belly of the corpse. At this time, everyone bowed their heads in silence, immersed in their own thoughts. Despite the harsh environment, there is no despair in their eyes. It seems that there is an invisible force supporting them. Each of them holds on to a belief, that is, no matter what, they must persist and wait for Jiang Jinli's return. Jiang Jinli is their only hope and the driving force for them to continue. They firmly believe that Captain Jiang will come back and have no doubt about her promise. But they are also worried that they can't hold on until that moment. Listening to the roar of the wind outside, everyone's eyes began to turn red, and a gloomy mood spread among the crowd. Just as the atmosphere became heavier, Lianyang's voice broke the silence. Everyone hold on for a few more days, and when the flood recedes, we can leave here. When everyone heard this, they smiled bitterly. Will this cruel rainstorm really stop in a few days? Can they survive? In a corner of the crowd, Yuxi and her brother Yufeng leaned against each other and closed their eyes to rest. As the only male in this female group, Yufeng's presence undoubtedly seemed particularly abrupt. Since Jiang Jinli and his group left Anqing, Yuxi and Yufeng chose to stay and settled in the city. As time went by, they established a friendship with Lianyang, and joined their group, supported each other, and faced the end of the world together. Although they have been trying to survive, The continuous deterioration of the environment has continuously compressed their living space. It makes them feel overwhelmed. Suddenly, the woman on sentry duty at the window shouted excitedly, It's her! She's here! It's Captain Jiang! Come and see!" Everyone looked up in an instant, with strong hope and surprise in their eyes. They stood up from the ground one after another, scrambled to the window, tried to open their eyes wide, and looked into the distance. In the distance where the wind was raging and the flood was surging, a tall woman came gracefully on the water, as if she was walking on flat ground. Her steps were steady and powerful, and every step seemed to be walking on solid ground, not on the raging flood. There seemed to be an invisible shield around her body, blocking the violent wind and rain. After recognizing that it was Jiang Jinli, everyone's eyes were shining with tears, and they were so excited that they burst into tears. The Yu family siblings were so excited that they couldn't speak, and tears of joy slid down their cheeks. Their voices merged into one, waving to Jiang Jinli, calling her name in unison, "Captain Jiang! Captain Jiang, we finally waited for you! Woo woo woo, Captain Jiang! Captain Jiang, I miss you so much! Captain Jiang!" Jiang Jinli's figure, like a flash of lightning, quickly passed through the barrier of the flood and appeared in front of everyone. Her arrival seemed to bring a mysterious power, which gradually calmed the raging flood, and even the storm seemed to restrain their rage at this moment. Everyone was shocked by this scene. At this time, Li Ernyang in the crowd trembled in her voice, trying to suppress her inner excitement, and said, "You are here, I brought them. All survived." Jiang Jinli raised her eyes, stared at Li Ernyang, smiled and praised, "Very good." Her eyes slowly swept over everyone present, and said calmly, "My base has begun to be built, and you have all successfully passed this test. So follow me." The voice echoed in the empty building and entered the ears, like the sound of nature, soothing the fear and anxiety in everyone's hearts and stimulating their strong desire for survival. When the women heard these words, they cried heartbreakingly, as if they wanted to vent all the fear and despair accumulated during this period. They shouted Jiang Jinli's name again in unison, and the sound was deafening. The appearance of Jiang Jinli was like lighting a bright light in this broken world, dispelling the haze in everyone's heart. Because of Jiang Jinli, they were redeemed again. From this moment on, they had only one belief in their hearts. No matter how difficult the future was, they would follow Jiang Jinli without reservation, live for her, and die for her. Fight for her. Chapter 198. Time flies. For years have passed in a flash. Time has passed like a white horse passing by, and its trajectory is almost imperceptible. But in silence, it has woven countless days of pain and hope. During this long and cruel period, the world seemed to be forgotten by time, and became a painting depicting vicissitudes and despair. For consecutive years of natural disasters, like a lingering nightmare, ruthlessly ravaged every life on the earth. Extreme climate raged, heat and cold alternated, earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, solar storms and other natural disasters took turns, and each time was more fierce than the last, pushing human civilization into the abyss of disaster. Today, there is no trace of human civilization on the surface of the earth, and those buildings that once stood proudly in the clouds are now only broken walls and ruins. A desolate scene. This world has become the territory of mutant zombies and animals and plants, and their number far exceeds that of surviving humans. The balance of the food chain has been completely overturned, and hunger has driven mutant animals to become the target of hunting. Humans, mutant plants and zombies are all fighting for these animals, which have become the key resources in the struggle for survival. Mutated zombies above the second level have shown amazing wisdom, and they have begun to migrate in an organized manner. Once they smell human traces, they will launch a crazy attack. This means that even if the survivors escape the natural disaster by chance, they are still facing the threat of zombies. The continuous evolution of zombies has brought unprecedented threats to the survivors. At present, the evolution of zombies has reached the terrifying 7th level. These level 7 super zombies are as big as moving skyscrapers, and ordinary humans have almost no chance of survival when facing them. But what is more terrifying is the level 6 zombies, which are called the leader zombies by the survivors. Except for not being able to speak, their appearance is almost the same as that of humans, and their intelligence is no less than that of humans. They can even imitate human dressing. The most frightening thing is that they have the ability to command and control level 1 and below zombies. Once the level 6 zombies appear, it means that they will face thousands or even hundreds of thousands of zombies. For the survivors, unless they have high-level superpowers or can join a strong team, once they encounter level 6 zombies, it is almost equivalent to being sentenced to death. In this desperate doomsday background, superpowers have become the only remaining light of hope for mankind. However, the proportion of superpowers among the survivors is negligible. Since 3 years ago, the mysterious fruits that can give humans superpowers have disappeared with the ravages of natural disasters. No new superpowers have been born in the world. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the survivors who were lucky enough to discover and awaken their superpowers were regarded as blessed by God. But the path to advancement of superpowers is extremely difficult, especially from the 6th level. Each step forward becomes extremely difficult. To upgrade to a higher level of superpowers, tens of thousands of crystal cores are required. This is undoubtedly a difficult chasm to cross for most superpower users. Therefore, the abilities of most superpower users stagnate at the 6th level. Only a very small number of strong people can reach the 7th level or even higher. The survivors generally speculated that the limit of superpowers might be level 10. But to reach that unreachable level is almost an unattainable dream for ordinary people. Under the cruel blows of endless natural disasters and mutants, the human population has dropped sharply, and now only a few % of the original is left. The living space of mankind has also been compressed to the extreme. The only survivors will spend the rest of their lives in the doomsday. At this moment, the severe cold is like a cold giant hand, tightly grasping the earth, sealing warmth and vitality together under the cold abyss. The temperature dropped to more than 60 degrees below zero, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. Time seemed to stand still. The ground was covered with thick white snow, a scene of silver and snow, beautiful enough to take your breath away, but also cold enough to make people shudder. The cold wind raged, with a biting coldness, as if it could penetrate the bone marrow, making every hair of a person feel the cold invasion. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Under the gray sky, snowflakes were flying like sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting every inch of exposed skin. In this snow-covered wilderness, as far as the eye could see, there were endless ice fields and ragged zombies. These zombies had hideous and terrifying faces, and their eyes were empty and cruel. They wandered in the ice and snow, searching for any prey they could prey on. In addition, the forest composed of tall mutant plants was intertwined, forming a natural barrier. These plants were extremely tall, intertwined with each other, and densely covered with forests. In this forest, stiff corpses covered with ice and snow could be seen everywhere. The corpses were covered with vines and branches, which, like vampires, greedily sucked the last nutrients from the corpses. Some plants grew out of the corpses, and the vines, branches, and leaves all exuded a strange vitality. They swayed in the wind and snow, making rustling sounds, as if whispering unknown secrets. After 4 years of disaster baptism, 90% of the bases have disappeared in the torrent of time. The few remaining bases in the north are still holding on to the last resistance in the crumbling. The continuous invasion of natural disasters left no breathing space for humans. Not only did planting become out of reach, but even a stable shelter became a luxury. Hunger, cold, and the threat of mutants, like 3 heavy shadows, shrouded the survivors in a sea of despair. These remaining humans, like orphans abandoned by the world, lonely in the barren land, searching for a ray of light for survival. Despite despair and fear, human vitality is extremely tenacious. Some people have to retreat underground, relying on dark shelters to maintain their lives with difficulty. But even underground, they cannot completely shield themselves from the cruel environment outside. And more people choose to face danger bravely, cross the desolate forest, and blindly pursue those legendary bases, eager to find a ray of hope. At this time of despair, a large base in the south, like a beacon, has become the last hope in the hearts of all survivors. Legend has it that the base is indestructible, and no matter whether it is wind, rain, or natural disasters, it cannot cause any damage to it. What is even more amazing is that it is said to be a paradise with warm spring-like weather, and no worries about food and clothing, like a piece of pure land in the end of the world, and is praised by the survivors as a fairyland in the end of the world. This base rose quietly in just 1 year, and quickly grew into a huge force in the south. In 4 years, it swept across the entire south, causing all forces to surrender one after another, and finally established its ruling position, which was as solid as a rock and unshakable. It is said that the founder of this base was a young woman named Jiang. After unifying the south, she was honored as the southern commander, or lord, and her reputation spread far and wide. She had 9 generals under her command, collectively known as the 9 war chiefs, and in addition, she had a very respected sister. Their 10-man team became famous in 3 years, and the survivors were frightened. Wherever the 11 people went, corpses were lying everywhere, and no one dared to resist. There are also rumors that the Lord's ability level has reached an astonishing 9th level, and he is known as the real first person in the end of the world. Compared with the hunger and despair in the north, the south is undoubtedly a paradise, especially the legendary base. The survivors in the north, who heard the news, set out on the difficult journey to the southern base, yearning for that paradise. But the road to the south is far away and full of unpredictable dangers. Today, all communication equipment has failed, and vehicles have become an unattainable luxury. The vast land is covered with thick ice and snow, and the former roads have long disappeared in the endless snowfield. The survivors can only rely on the most primitive way of walking to move forward in this dangerous jungle. During this long journey, danger follows them everywhere. They not only have to fight against severe cold and hunger, but also have to be vigilant against attacks from mutant plants and zombies. Those mutant plants, like demons escaping from hell, use their sharp leaves and branches to ruthlessly attack every human who dares to step into their territory. And in the depths of the jungle, there are all kinds of ferocious mutant animals lurking. They are always ready to launch a deadly attack on unsuspecting humans. In this wasteland, every step may be a trap leading to death. Countless people fell on the way and became lonely ghosts in this desolate land. Despite this, the survivors cannot stop, because they know that this is their only way to survive. They have no way to retreat, and only by finding the legendary base can they find a glimmer of hope in this doomsday catastrophe. However, whether the base really exists, and whether it is as beautiful as the legend says, is an unsolved mystery. Even if they go through untold hardships to get there, whether they can be accepted is still unknown. The survivors are uneasy, but they have no choice but to move forward. Chapter 199. In the depths of the dense forest covered with thick white snow, in the endless white world, tiny black spots move slowly on the snow, appearing and disappearing from time to time. These insignificant black spots move forward cautiously and laboriously in this dead, snowy area. With the howling of the raging wind, the black spots gradually became clearly visible. It turned out that they were a group of survivors wearing tattered cotton jackets, mixed with men and women. Their hands were red from the severe cold, and they held their simple weapons tightly, trudging through this frozen land. The snow was over their knees, and every step seemed to be carrying an invisible burden, so the pace became slow and laborious, and there was a crunching sound under their feet. In the sky, fine snowflakes kept falling, and they were like fine needles, scratching the cheeks of the survivors, bringing bursts of pain. These survivors were thin, with dry and haggard faces. Fatigue and hunger had deprived them of the ability to talk. The only sound around them was their heavy breathing, which condensed into white mist in the cold air. As they moved forward, they looked around vigilantly, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. Suddenly, an unprecedented biting cold penetrated the heavy clothes, like an invisible blade piercing the bone marrow. This cold air instantly made the survivors more vigilant. Everyone looked up and saw that the originally calm snow in front of them began to tremble slightly. In a flash, a forest wall composed of countless sharp ice thorns erupted from the ground and approached them at an alarming speed. These ice thorns were crystal clear, but they carried deadly cold air. No! This is a frost thorn forest. Danger! Everyone run! Get out of here! Everyone knows that this mutant plant is the most dangerous cold-blooded killer in the extreme cold zone. The main body of these thorns is hidden under the thick snow, and only the dark green thorns covered with a thin layer of frost are exposed on the snow's surface. Usually, they only appear sporadically, but now, everyone is surrounded by a group of thorns. This scene terrified everyone, and they immediately tried their best to escape from this land of death. However, the heavy snow, like an invisible chain, slowed down their pace. In the end, several survivors who lagged behind were quickly caught up by the tentacles of the thorn forest. As the cold intensified, the biting cold quickly wrapped the last survivors tightly, their body temperature dropped sharply, their limbs gradually stiffened, and their movements became abnormally slow. "Save me! Save me! Come and help us!" The trapped survivors found that they could no longer move. They cried out for help to their companions in front of them. But after 5 years of apocalypse, everyone had already abandoned kindness and innocence. Surviving selfishly became everyone's only thought. No one dared to look back. They could only run forward desperately, trying to get rid of this cold death trap. Ah! Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the cold wind. The breath of the trapped survivors condensed in the cold air, gradually turned into frost, and finally formed a hard ice shell, sealing their bodies tightly. In just a blink of an eye, they were frozen into ice sculptures, and those hideous and terrified faces were forever frozen in that moment. Those ice thorns seemed to be endowed with life. They grew wildly at an astonishing speed, penetrated the ice shell, and tightly wrapped around the bodies of the survivors. The sharp thorns pierced into the skin fiercely, greedily sucking blood, and the leaves of the ice thorns trembled excitedly because of absorbing life. Then, more thorns swarmed in, and in just a few seconds, those people were submerged in the dense thorn bushes. They quickly shrank and withered in extreme pain until they died. The people who escaped in front accidentally looked back and witnessed this horrible scene. They were immediately frightened and screamed. The survivors tried their best and gathered the last bit of strength, and finally stayed away from the coverage of the ice thorn forest. Everyone stopped in a place they thought was safe, holding the tree trunks on both sides with their hands, their heartbeats like thunder, and their panting sounds came one after another, and they could not calm down the fear in their hearts for a long time. Before everyone could rest for a while, someone screamed in fear, "Oh no! This is the mutant spore forest. Damn it! It's over. This place is even more dangerous, keep running." The man's harsh voice caused a panic among the crowd. Everyone's face turned pale. They looked up and saw the situation around them. They were shocked and thought it was not good. In the chaos of running away, they accidentally entered the more dangerous area, the territory of the ice spore trees. These towering trees are like giants guarding the forest. The trunks are thick and the branches are sparse, but they are covered with dense spore sacs, like hanging death lanterns. Everyone stared at the spore sacs and couldn't help but feel a chill rising from their spines, their teeth trembling and fear in their hearts. The trees seemed to have awakened because of the intruder's disturbance, and the leaves rustled above their heads, as if warning something. When everyone saw this, they turned around and ran again without hesitation. But before they had taken a long step, a sudden gust of wind accompanied by a small explosion sounded. The spore sacs seemed to be touched by an invisible hand, bursting one after another, releasing countless tiny ice spores. These spores quickly condensed into ice crystals in the air, forming a sudden hailstorm. The hail was as dense and fierce as arrows, hitting the survivors who escaped under the tree, making a crisp sound and bringing a biting cold. The surrounding air condensed into frost again, wrapping the bodies of the survivors, who had just been freed from the ice thorn forest under a layer of hard ice shell again. In an instant, several more people were frozen into ice sculptures. Damn! One of them was hit on the head by a large hailstone, screaming and falling to the ground, his brain splattered and blood flowing. The scene was unbearable to watch. In this short period of time, more than a dozen lives were lost. Under the oppression of this double disaster, the team that was originally large in number now has only a dozen survivors. The remaining people ran forward with all their strength, their footsteps left deep marks on the snow, and everyone's face was full of despair. They were all survivors, who went south from the north. After going through many hardships, they finally arrived in the south, but at this last moment, they encountered terrible mutant plants. Fear and anger intertwined into a complex network in their hearts, and the light in their eyes was almost swallowed by the dead silence. How could they die before they found the legendary Paradise Base? They were unwilling to give up. Although some of them had superpowers, the most powerful ones were only level 4. Faced with these mutant plants close to level 5, they seemed helpless. What was worse was that long-term hunger and fatigue had made it difficult for them to even use their own superpowers. But the instinct to survive drove them to not stop. They chose a direction and ran blindly for an unknown period of time until they had to stop, when the last bit of strength in their bodies was exhausted. Some people held onto the tree trunks and vomited out the remaining gastric juice, while others fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. They did not feel lucky to have escaped from the spore forest, because in this dangerous jungle, what awaited them was either starvation or death from other unknown risks. If they did not find a shelter as soon as possible, they would eventually die. But where could they find the legendary base in this vast wilderness? A dozen people lowered their heads silently, looking desperate and falling into silence. At this moment, a man suddenly pointed to the distance, with an incredible surprise in his voice. "Everyone, look! What is that? A road! It's a road! That's a car road?" Chapter 200. Hearing this, everyone's heads suddenly raised, and their eyes followed the direction of the man's trembling fingers. At the end of the distant vision, the barbed wire flickered faintly under the light, and it was guarding the road that had not been seen for 3 years since the Doomsday. The straight and wide road looked unusually abrupt in the dense forest full of mutant plants. Since the world turned into a wasteland, such roads have become a distant memory. Human activities and exchanges have therefore been greatly hindered and restricted. Now, they actually saw a road. This is undoubtedly a miracle. The establishment of this road and barbed wire undoubtedly consumed huge resources and manpower, and the meaning behind it is self-evident. There must be a powerful force nearby, which is very likely the mysterious base they have been pursuing for thousands of miles and dreaming of. It's really a road. Great, great. We are finally saved. Everyone stood up excitedly, their eyes filled with strong hope, and they were so happy that they cried. This road, like a beam of light in the darkness, brought life to everyone. Follow that road, you will definitely find the base. Everyone hurry over. Yes, let's go! Everyone was in high spirits, and couldn't wait to take steps and head towards the road in the distance. But at this moment, a burst of dense snow-stepping sounds came from their left rear. Although the sound was light, it was extremely harsh in the dead forest. Everyone's smiles froze instantly, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. They mechanically turned their heads and looked at the source of the sound. Oh my God! It's over! It's over! Damn it! When the dark tide of corpses came into view, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and they screamed heartbreakingly. Run! Run to the road! Quick! The fire of hope that had just been ignited was ruthlessly extinguished again. They cried and shouted, and ran towards the road with all their strength. Behind them, the tide of corpses surged like a black torrent. Obviously, they were migrating. Among them, the second level or even higher level zombies were particularly conspicuous among the zombies. Everyone couldn't understand why fate would play such a trick on them. Although the tide of corpses was still some distance away, everyone knew that the zombies had discovered them. With the speed of the second level zombies, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with them. And the road was now their only escape route. As expected, the zombies became violent and roared excitedly when they saw the living people. They quickly turned around and chased after the crowd, dragging their rotten bodies. The zombies' roars overlapped and were deafening in the silent forest. The people running in front could not help but feel their scalps numb, and their legs felt heavy, as if they were filled with lead, as they heard these terrifying sounds in their ears. They did not notice anything unusual when they looked from a distance, but when they got closer, they found that the wire mesh around the road was unusually tall, at least 10 meters. Although the tall wire mesh was close to the road, it seemed as if there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Everyone slammed into the wire mesh, holding the cold wire tightly with both hands, and their eyes showed endless desire for the road that was so close. The zombies are about to catch up. Don't just stand there. Climb the wire mesh quickly. One person shouted loudly, and everyone woke up as if from a dream, and immediately began to climb with their hands and feet. Although this method was clumsy, they had no other choice at this critical moment of life and death. Fortunately, they had been tempered in the cruel environment of the Doomsday for several years, and their skills became flexible. Otherwise, ordinary people could not climb to such a height at all. The iron net was obviously strengthened by high-level psychics, and was extremely solid. No ordinary tools could destroy it, so they could only climb by their own strength. Soon, more than a dozen people were hanging shakily in the air of the iron net, and this scene was a little funny in despair. Seeing that the long-awaited road was under their feet, an unprecedented power surged in their hearts, and they became fearless. In just a few minutes, they climbed to the top of the iron net, then quickly climbed to the other side, and began to climb down quickly. At the same time, the zombie tide was getting closer and closer, and the zombies of level 2 and above were approaching the edge of the iron net. Facing this scene, everyone sped up, and at this moment, the roar of a car engine came from the road in the distance. At this moment, the sound of the car was like heavenly music, which instantly shocked more than a dozen people. Their eyes were full of disbelief and ecstasy, and their eyes were all cast towards the source of the sound. After a while, the car in the distance drove into everyone's sight. Surprisingly, this was a convoy of 5 cars. This is undoubtedly a rare sight nowadays. As the cars gradually approached, their outlines became clearer. When everyone saw these clean convoys clearly, they couldn't help but exclaimed. In this snowy world, the most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the huge flags fluttering in front of the trucks. They flutter in the whistling wind, like leaping flames in the ice and snow, conveying an unyielding will. These flags, with a deep black background, do not look monotonous. On the flag, a towering mountain stands out, as if it is a giant rising from the darkness, and the golden mountain forms a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. Every edge and every texture of the mountain is delicately portrayed, smooth and powerful. And on the top of the mountain, a black long sword pierces the sky. The sword body seems to penetrate the mountain body, and the sword tip bravely points to the sky, symbolizing fearlessness. Against the backdrop of the golden mountain body, the black sword body is more eye-catching, and the visual conflict between the two creates a sense of power that is awe-inspiring. What's even more amazing is that between the long sword and the mountain, 10 small flames are jumping, like lively elves playing. They are arranged along the contours of the sword and the mountain, forming a surrounding formation, guarding the long sword like a loyal guard. These flags fluttered proudly in the wind and snow, majestic and solemn, firmly grasping the eyes of every survivor. Everyone was so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Such a flag undoubtedly represented the existence of a large base, which was most likely the shelter they had been looking for. They hurriedly waved in the direction of the vehicle and shouted for help. "Hey, hey! Everyone, there is a tide of zombies, please save us! Can you give us a ride, please? Is there a shelter nearby? Please take us there." While they were calling for help, they accelerated their speed of climbing down, and the zombies on the other side of the iron net were approaching. At this critical moment, a burst of rapid gunfire suddenly rang out. 5 cars stopped steadily on the side of the road, and a group of men with guns quickly got off the car and attacked the zombies without hesitation. In an instant, ordinary zombies fell in a hail of bullets, but those zombies above level 2 bounced like fleas, and bullets could not give them a fatal blow at all. What's going on? Why are there zombies here? At this time, a young man walked out of the convoy, staring at the zombies, frowning and confusion in his eyes. This area is already the Lord's territory, and it stands to reason that there should be no zombies. However, now is not the time to delve into the cause. Since it has been encountered, it must be dealt with quickly. He immediately commanded the team members and gave a loud order: "Attack with all your strength and get rid of these ghosts as soon as possible." Everyone obeyed the order, and the ordinary guards fired crazily with guns, while the superpowers used their own superpowers to deal a devastating blow to the zombies. Sparks flew all over the field in an instant, and the sound of gunfire and superpower explosions echoed on the snow-covered ground. The scene was extremely spectacular. The dozen survivors had already climbed over the iron net and leaned against the edge of the vehicle, watching this tense and fierce battle intently. They were excited at this moment, because this was the first time in many years that they had seen such a well-trained and tacitly coordinated team. Such a team made them deeply feel the power and dignity of mankind. The faces of these people were healthy and full of vitality, which formed a sharp contrast with their own half-human and half-ghost state, thus arousing the long-lost inferiority complex in their hearts. As the firepower continued to increase, the zombies fell one after another. The solid iron net gradually softened and even began to melt under the fierce attack of the fire superpowers. Just when everyone thought that the zombies had been wiped out, a piercing roar suddenly came from behind the zombies. Everyone looked up and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were horrified to find that there was a 5th-level zombie behind the zombies. Facing this sudden strong enemy, everyone was at a loss for a moment. Their ability level was generally not high, and the highest was only 4th level, and they seemed powerless to face 5th-level zombies. This road has always been a safe passage connecting the two bases. It has been peaceful for many years. Unexpectedly, it would suddenly encounter such a powerful zombie. "Captain, what should we do now?" a guard asked the young man in a trembling voice. The young man's forehead began to sweat. He realized that there was no other way. Now he could only return to the territory as soon as possible to report the news and ask the Lord to send strong men to support. Just as he was about to issue a retreat order, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a huge lightning vortex quickly formed. Seeing this scene, the young man was filled with joy. His savior had arrived. Chapter 201. The young man immediately shouted to everyone, "Quick! Everyone hide!" Everyone moved at the sound and quickly looked for shelter to avoid the upcoming lightning attack. They looked up at the sky and saw lightning bolts shuttled like silver snakes between the rolling dark clouds, with the power of destroying everything, directly hitting the zombies below. The power of lightning is terrifying. They tear the air and distort the space. The zombies roared in despair in the roar of lightning. Even the powerful 5th-level zombies had nowhere to escape under this thunderous attack. They were instantly bombarded into charcoal and dissipated with the wind. The lightning poured down like a waterfall, and the entire battlefield was illuminated as bright as day, and the ground trembled in the strong vibration. This shocking scene made everyone deeply feel the terror and awe brought by high-level superpowers. In just a few seconds, the zombies on the battlefield were swept away, leaving only the charred ground and the rising smoke. As the dark clouds gradually dissipated, the surroundings returned to calm. Only the heartbeats of the crowd and the panic that had not yet subsided echoed in the air. They knew in their hearts that those who could display such earth-shaking superpowers must be superpowers above the 7th level. In today's Doomsday, the only superpowers with such strength are the capable generals under the Lord, Mu Yuan and Mu Zhanshu. Just before everyone had completely recovered from the shock, a roar came from the front. Everyone immediately stood up and focused their eyes on the slowly approaching car. 3 large military vehicles roared in, and the flags in front of the vehicles were the same as those held by the young man, but they were wider and more eye-catching, demonstrating authority. After the vehicle stopped, a group of armed guards walked out in an orderly manner. They looked solemn and energetic, wearing uniform and thick black combat uniforms. The black badge on the arm was particularly eye-catching. Although the pattern was similar to the flag, it was more refined and concise. Only the hundreds of thousands of personal soldiers under the Lord could wear this badge and this uniform. Finally, a burly man walked out of the car, with a straight and agile posture, and the breath of thunder and lightning seemed to remain around him. His face had clear lines, like a sculpture, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, revealing a hint of indifference. Seeing this man, everyone reacted quickly. The young man took the lead and stepped forward quickly, clasped his fists and bowed, and saluted in unison, "Mu Yuanshou." Mu Yuan's eyes swept over the people present and the young man, and his voice was low and powerful. "Are you Pangui's people?" The young man immediately replied respectfully, replying to Mu Yuanshou, "We are Pangui's men in the Lifeng base. According to the specified time, we come to present supplies to the Lord." Mu Yuan examined the food on their car and nodded. Then his eyes became sharp and his voice suddenly raised. "Who led the zombies here?" There was a group of zombies migrating near the territory, and they had already received relevant news. According to its movement trajectory, if there is no accident, this group of zombies will gather on the road ahead. Mu Yuan happened to be returning from work and needed to pass through that road. So, he stopped other people in the territory from going out and decided to lead the team to clean up in person. For him, this was just an easy task. Who knew, after waiting for a long time and not seeing any zombies, he knew that something must have happened, as the zombies had obviously deviated from the original route. Mu Yuan followed them and encountered a group of zombies here. There was nothing else that could make zombies so excited except humans. Mu Yuan's question made everyone present shudder. At this time, the dozen survivors finally recovered from the shock. They stood up from the back of the vehicle tremblingly, stood in front of Mu Yuan tremblingly, and answered timidly, "Yes, we led them here." They didn't even have the courage to look up at Mu Yuan, their teeth kept chattering, their voices stuttered, and they spoke again, "Sorry, I'm sorry, we really can't do anything, please forgive us." "Sorry." Mu Yuan's eyes swept over them. This group of people looked thin and weak, with haggard faces. They were a combination of 8 men and 4 women. He asked, "Are you from the north?" It is not difficult to infer that since the integration of the southern forces, except for a few lawless people who are still trying to establish forces to confront the territory, most of the survivors have chosen to enter the other 8 bases for shelter. Therefore, such skinny people are rarely seen in the south. Since this year, the survivors in the north have begun to migrate south on a large scale, resulting in a sharp increase in the population in the south. Licheng is in a strategic location, and is not easy to find. Only a few lucky people can reach here. Most of the survivors in the north choose to join the other 8 affiliated bases. Therefore, it is not easy for these 12 people to find this place. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, more than a dozen people nodded repeatedly, with a pleading tone, "Yes, we are from the north. Sir, please ask, can your base accept us?" The voices of several people began to choke, tears rolled in their eyes, and they sadly told their plight, "We have no way out, we really can't survive. Please, give us a chance to serve. Please give us a chance. Please." Mu Yuan stared at them for a moment, and announced in a deep voice, "You are lucky. Today is the last day to enter the territory. Starting tomorrow, there will be no such opportunity." Recently, due to the influx of survivors from the north, the population of the territory has been close to saturation and has formed a stable scale. Therefore, they unanimously decided that starting tomorrow, they will strictly limit the number of new people joining, and only open 5 places per month. Mu Yuan immediately said, "Get in the car, I can give you a ride. However, whether you can live in it depends on your own luck, because you still have to go through many inspections and tests." "Thank you, thank you." The 12 people were ecstatic, and thanked them excitedly. They understood that this was a rare opportunity, and they had to seize it no matter what. Thinking of stepping into the legendary fairyland, everyone was extremely happy and full of expectations. At this time, the young man took the initiative to step forward and suggested, "You take my car." "Okay. Okay." The 12 people burst into tears, agreed repeatedly, and quickly climbed into the car. Mu Yuan looked around the iron net scorched by lightning, turned around and ordered the soldiers behind him, after returning to the territory, notify the maintenance team to repair this place. Since Jiang Jinli unified the south, the leaders of each base need to supply materials regularly and go to Liqing to attend meetings every month. In order to facilitate transportation between bases, Jiang Jinli invested a lot of resources and time, and arranged personnel to open up several wide roads on the barren land. These roads not only connect Liqing with various bases, promote the connection between bases, but also build a solid line of defense, effectively resisting the invasion of zombies and mutants. Yes. The soldiers took the order in a solemn voice. Chapter 202. Mu Yuan then boarded the car, and the vehicle sped along the road. The young man's convoy followed closely behind. Inside the car, the 12 survivors looked at the dense forest speeding by on both sides, and their hearts were moved. After going through numerous hardships, they were finally saved. As the vehicle moved forward, the mutant plants gradually decreased, the road became wider and wider, and the overall scene appeared clean and orderly. Finally, the convoy arrived at the border of the territory. In front of them, 2 tall sentry towers stood on both sides of the road. The flags on the top of the towers made a fluttering sound in the strong wind. In the middle of the road, a solid gate stretched across the front, becoming the first line of defense of the territory. The guard on the sentry tower recognized that the team below was led by Mu Yuan, and quickly made a gesture, and the gate opened in response, making way for the convoy. The 12 people in the car stuck their heads out, and looked up at the magnificent sentry tower, their eyes full of awe and amazement. Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes wide, his face showed disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god! How could it be? It seems to be a 6th-level mutant zombie." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and suddenly felt a chill rising from their spines. How could there be zombies here? Not far away, on both sides of the sentry tower, a group of special guards attracted everyone's attention. They were 6th-level leader zombies. They were neatly dressed, standing on both sides, holding knives and sticks, patrolling back and forth. Their faces were no different from humans, only the scarlet eyes showed their specialness. These zombies were once the nightmare after the Doomsday. Anyone who encountered them almost never survived, which was terrifying. However, now, these once terrifying beings have become so harmless that they have even taken on the responsibility of patrolling the territory. This is undoubtedly a shocking scene. A guard from the Lifeng base nearby couldn't help but explain to the few people, "Yes, those are the 6th-level zombies, but now they have been domesticated." Domesticated? The 12 people looked at each other and repeated in surprise. One of them politely asked the guard, "Brother, we are really curious. Can you explain it to us in detail?" The guard did not refuse and began to talk. There are more than 100 of these zombies, all domesticated by the Lord himself. They only obey the Lord and are extremely loyal. And their food is the mutant animals they hunt themselves. The guard's tone was full of respect that could not be concealed. These zombies are very powerful. If there is a large zombie tide, the Lord will send them out to disperse or eliminate them. After hearing this, the 12 people were shocked and speechless. They only knew about the Lord through rumors, but they didn't expect that she actually possessed such extraordinary abilities. They all whispered in amazement, "The Lord's strength is so strong." The guard looked even more respectful. "Of course, this is nothing. All the feats she has done over the years are earth-shaking." So, has the Lord's ability level really reached the legendary 9th level? This question became the answer they most wanted to know. The guard's expression immediately became serious, and he glanced at them warningly. "How would I know? Regarding such private issues, people like us are not allowed to inquire and discuss them at will. You'd better not ask about the Lord's private affairs." Everyone nodded and agreed, "Yes, yes, we understand." They wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and felt awe for the Lord. After passing through the first line of defense, the speed of the vehicle slowed down significantly. The road was not only clean and tidy, but even the biting cold wind seemed to become gentle. The vehicle continued to move forward, crossing several lines of defense until the last one. The road ahead began to fork, and all the forks eventually merged into a wide main road, indicating that the mysterious base was right in front of them. As the vehicle went deeper, ragged and staggering survivors could occasionally be seen on the road. Although they were in a difficult situation, their eyes flashed with desire for the front. At this time, one person pointed to the distance and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, look ahead." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, only to see the front being covered by a hazy sea of fog. The true appearance of the territory was looming in the fog. As the distance shortened, the ice fog gradually dissipated, and a large city wall slowly revealed its majestic appearance. The heartbeats of the 12 people accelerated. As they approached the territory, the sentries became more and more dense, and the vigilance became more and more strict. Then, a huge bridge across the road came into view, and under the bridge was a deep and unfathomable ice surface. Obviously, this was the moat. The moat was like a sleeping dragon, circling around leeching, making people imagine how violent the river water would be after the ice and snow melted. Finally, the convoy crossed the bridge and arrived at the foot of the city wall. The city wall was towering into the sky, and the height of dozens of meters was breathtaking, like an insurmountable peak on the skyline. Looking up, the top seems to disappear in the lingering mist. The surface of the city wall is extremely smooth, obviously not comparable to ordinary stone bricks. This is undoubtedly the masterpiece of a high-level Earth-type supernatural. A powerful energy permeates it, making people deeply feel the indestructibility of the city wall. On the top of the city wall, a complex defense system is densely distributed. Electric grids, machine gun positions, and rocket launchers are arranged in an orderly manner, together building an unbreakable line of defense. And tall watchtowers stand in every corner, with flags fluttering in the wind. Particularly eye-catching is the large iron gate in the center, which is more than 20 meters high and wide, and is magnificent. Above the lintel, there is a large plaque engraved with the simple and powerful cloud and mist territory. For characters, eye-catching and solemn, revealing an inviolable majesty. On both sides of the gate, soldiers dressed in black hold weapons, and are ready for battle, both men and women. Their faces were grim, and their eyes were focused, guarding the gate leading to the mysterious place. At this moment, many survivors from all directions gathered in front of the gate, with a bustling atmosphere. The gate was open, and vehicles were coming in an endless stream, with laughter coming from the cars from time to time. At the same time, many teams came out of the territory together. They were energetic, smiling, holding various weapons, and obviously had just accepted new tasks. When these teams passed the gate, they ignored the ragged survivors around them, and walked straight ahead. Those skinny survivors looked at these teams with longing in their eyes, and were extremely excited. In contrast, their dress and image seemed particularly embarrassed, as if they were a group of sloppy beggars. Everyone stared at the gate, eager to enter. If they hadn't been so timid, they would have rushed in long ago. When Mu Yuan's vehicle arrived at the gate, the soldiers guarding the gate quickly calmed the surrounding noise, and then saluted Mu Yuan in unison. "Commander Mu, welcome back." Mu Yuan nodded slightly in response, and the vehicle slowly drove into the gate and disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, the young man and others from Lifeng Base, after arranging 12 people to get off the car and completing the necessary inspection procedures, also followed Mu Yuan's vehicle into the base. After the convoy entered the base, the survivors finally relaxed, and the conversation became noisy again. The 12 people stood in front of the gate in a daze, looking a little confused. But when they stared at the vast scene inside the gate, endless longing surged in their eyes. This was the first time they had seen such a dense crowd in many years. The noisy sound sounded like a moving symphony to them, making people's hearts surge. At this moment, they had a deeper understanding and recognition of the nature of human beings as social creatures. At this moment, a team of women holding long spears and marching in unison came out of the gate. The leader was a pretty woman. Although it was more than 60 degrees below zero outside, she was only wearing a thin coat. Chapter 203. All the survivors were shocked for a moment, then reacted and burst into an irrepressible cheer. It seems that the rumors about the territory are true. It is indeed a warm and pleasant paradise with spring-like weather all year round. The excitement in the crowd rose and fell, like a pot of boiling water, rolling with enthusiasm and excitement. Quiet. She was a little displeased by the noise, frowned slightly, and ordered in a cold voice. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down, and all eyes were focused on Yushi. Yushi spoke seriously. "I want to remind you that once you step into the Yunwu territory, your life and death are no longer in your own control. Any violation of the rules of the territory will be severely punished." She looked around, her eyes swept across the faces of each survivor, and emphasized again, "If any of you cannot accept this, please leave now." After a few seconds of silence, seeing no response, Yushi continued, "In this case, I will talk about the conditions for entering the territory. There are two types of people who we do not allow to enter. One is the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled, and the other is people who have no combat ability. Please leave immediately if you meet these conditions." As soon as Yushi's voice fell, the crowd began to riot, and the panic spread rapidly among the crowd like a plague. In the crowd, several elderly people and disabled people were particularly conspicuous. They have experienced 4 years of disasters and hardships just to find a safe haven where they can spend the rest of their lives. After finally coming here, they did not expect that the territory would reject them. This cruel reality was hard for them to accept. Someone immediately spoke up eagerly, "Can you make some concessions? Although I am not able to move, I promise I can make a contribution." His words resonated with others, and they echoed, "Yes, girl, please have mercy. We finally got here. Please let us in. Girl, although I am old, I can teach the children to read and write. I can also be useful. It is too dangerous outside. Please don't drive us away." But Yushi did not show any sympathy. Her voice was cold and firm. "This is the rule of the territory. There are no exceptions." She patiently explained, "There are enough experts in various fields in the territory, and no additional labor is needed. As for teachers, they are not needed at present, because the school in the territory has not yet been established." Despair and anxiety spread among the crowd. Wailing was endless, and some people even couldn't help crying. But Yushi was calm and unmoved. What the territory needs is warriors, not charities to provide for the elderly. Yushi calmly reminded them, "If this place is not suitable for you, you can try the 8 subsidiary bases in the south. Maybe there will be a place for you there." Several people were obviously unwilling to accept such an arrangement. They knew very well that those subsidiary bases were a far cry from here. Seeing that they were still unwilling to leave, Yushi's patience finally ran out. She coldly gave an order, "Come on, take them out of the territory." The reason why such people were not intercepted at the outer defense line was that such a situation was unprecedented and had only appeared this month, and most of them came from the north and were scattered. It was unexpected that there were 4 or 5 people today. Yushi thought that it was time to report this situation and let the guards outside intercept them as soon as possible to avoid similar situations from happening again. Under Yushi's order, 5 guards responded and pulled out 5 people from the crowd without hesitation. Among them was an old man with gray hair and staggering steps, but his vitality was surprisingly tenacious. Another man lost his left leg and looked quite miserable. The guards ignored their pleas, took them to a nearby vehicle and drove away quickly. The surroundings finally returned to calm, and the others swallowed nervously, looking at Yushi in unison, with uneasy expressions. Yushi once again announced in a businesslike tone, "Okay, those who meet the conditions can enter the territory now. But first, they must hand in 10 crystal cores. This requirement is a test of their strength. If they can't even produce the most basic 10 crystal cores, then they are obviously not suitable to be a member of the territory." After all, in the Doomsday era, every survivor knows how precious crystal cores are. "I have them, we all have them." A happy shout came from the crowd. "Great, I have hundreds of them here," another person proudly declared. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief and smiled for the first time in a long time. They knew that in this cruel era, crystal cores were not only a guarantee of survival, but also a medium for transactions. Along the way, they encountered the most zombies. After each battle, they would carefully preserve the crystal cores. After 4 years of hard work, even ordinary people without superpowers have acquired extraordinary skills. Although it might be difficult to fight against the second-level zombies alone, it is no problem to cooperate against the first-level zombies. Moreover, most of them are teams traveling together, and there are also 1 or 2 strong people with superpowers. Yushi signaled the female warrior behind him with his eyes, and she understood, picked up a box, and walked to the front of the crowd. The survivors untied their backpacks, took out the crystal cores from the bags, and put them into the boxes one by one. Only a slightly fat man did not hand in the crystal core. His eyes flickered, and he spoke hesitantly, "I don't have a crystal core now. Can I live here first? When I settle down, I can go out to find a crystal core to make up for it." Although Yushi was a little impatient, he still patiently explained, "Do you think this is a store, and you can buy on credit? After entering the territory, the living expenses will be higher, but there is no free house for you to live in." Seeing that the man really didn't have a crystal core, Yushi said no more and turned inside. "Those who have handed in the crystal core, follow me in." The crowd cheered excitedly, followed Yushi's footsteps, and passed through the tall city wall. "No! Let me in, please!" Seeing Yushi and the others leave, the man was anxious and tried to catch up, but was immediately blocked by the black-clothed warriors. "I suggest you leave quickly," the soldier warned coldly. "After dark, the area around the territory is not a place to wander around. If you are shot to death, you can't blame others. Please don't do this. I have to go in. Please let me in." The man begged bitterly with tears in his eyes. Seeing that the soldiers around him had no reaction, the man's anger was boiling in his chest, and his emotions finally got out of control. His words became sharp and thoughtless. "You have such a huge base, but you don't help your compatriots who asked for help, and you have formulated many strict regulations. I think your lord is When the warriors heard the word Lord, their faces suddenly changed, and the fierceness and murderous intent were clearly revealed in their eyes. How dare you! Everyone shouted in unison, interrupting the man's unfinished words. Everyone drew out their sharp swords, and a female warrior's eyes flashed with cold light, and she raised her hand and slashed with the sword. Accompanied by a silver light, the man's arm was cut off cleanly, and blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the ground red. Ah! The man's face was distorted by severe pain, and he fell to the ground and wailed miserably. The blood on his broken arm was dripping, which was shocking. He had not yet recovered from the pain of the broken arm, and his body was already covered with dense red spots. The man was scared to death. Obviously, this was from the gunman on the high wall tower aimed, and he realized that he might be shot into a honeycomb in the next second. Fear made the man forget the pain. He struggled to kneel on the ground, cowed out frantically, and his tears and snot were intertwined. He cried loudly, "No! I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Don't shoot, please, don't kill me, please let me live, please." His body was shaking like a sieve, his forehead hit the ground again, and blood mixed with sweat flowed down his cheeks. Seeing his miserable appearance, the red spots on his body slowly faded. The soldiers at the door put away their weapons, and their eyes revealed contempt and disgust. They rudely grabbed the man's collar and dragged him out. Chapter 204. When the survivors followed Yushi through the gate of the first wall, a warm current instantly enveloped them. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, shocked, and exclaimed, "It's over 20 degrees here." This wall seemed to be a dividing line. One side was a cold world of -60 degrees, and the other side was a warm paradise full of spring. The rumors were not fictitious, and everyone's cheeks were flushed with excitement. But how did such a miracle come about? Everyone was full of curiosity, and one of them couldn't help but carefully ask Yushi, who was leading the way, "Excuse me, why is it so warm here? It's incredible." Hearing this, Yushi stopped and suddenly smiled happily, with a warm smile. She turned around and faced everyone, saying in a respectful tone, "This is the extraordinary thing about our Lord." She pointed to the sky and continued to explain, "The entire city has been given a magical energy barrier by the Lord, which can not only resist the invasion of all disasters, but also regulate the climate temperature." When Yushi first heard about this, she was also shocked. Her admiration for Jiang Jinli could not be described in words. Everyone looked up and squinted their eyes to observe carefully. Those with sharp eyesight could indeed perceive that there was an almost transparent energy film in the sky. Their curiosity and awe of the Lord became stronger and stronger. Such a huge city was actually controlled by one person. What amazing strength it takes. In this warm environment, their hearts, which were almost numb due to the severe cold, seemed to be rejuvenated, and many people couldn't help but moisten their eyes. Some people couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the Lord is really good. To be able to protect everyone in the territory from wind and rain, such a shelter requires a broad mind. Yushi nodded respectfully. Yes, the Lord is really good. She is a great benefactor to all of us. Thinking of the Lord's current situation, a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in Yushi's eyes, but she quickly sighed and continued to lead everyone forward. Everyone followed her footsteps and looked around curiously. There was a wide open space in front, with many guard posts standing on both sides. All around, the guard team patrolled back and forth from time to time, shuttling between them. At the end of the site, the second city wall stretched majestically to the sky, and its top was hidden in the clouds. Compared with the first city wall, the defense here was more stringent. The sentry towers and observation towers were like a dragnet, spread all over the city wall, as if countless invisible eyes were watching every corner, making people dare not transgress in the slightest. Yushi finally led the survivors into a house, which was a registration room. It was spacious and bright, with all kinds of facilities and an orderly environment. The survivors stood there, not daring to breathe. They felt that they were out of tune with the cleanliness here, and the dirt on their bodies made them feel ashamed. Yushi walked to the desk, picked up a neat stack of papers, and then returned to the survivors and distributed them to them one by one. She pointed to a large table not far away and instructed, "Sit over there and fill in the information. Remember, the information filled in must be true and correct. If you falsify it, you will be severely punished." She did not forget to warn them in advance. Indiana edition, entering here does not mean that you can become a resident of the territory. There are still a series of inspections to come. If you do not meet the requirements, you still cannot join. Yes, I understand. We will abide by the rules. Everyone answered in unison and then walked to the big table. Although they were covered with mud and dust, they did not care much at this moment, and sat down directly. Looking at the thin paper in their hands, they looked a little dazed. They did not expect that they could write again in their lifetime. They held a pen with stiff fingers and wrote clumsily, including personal basic information, skills, and personal strength assessment. These contents are required for each base, and they are familiar with them. But the next question made them fall into contemplation. They never thought that there would be such a question. Life experience in the past 4 years, the bases they have entered, and even the number of people they have killed, the reasons, and the level of the most powerful zombies they have defeated. This is the first time they have encountered such a question. Although they are confused, they dare not write, let alone conceal information. Just as they were concentrating on filling out the form, cups of steaming water appeared silently in front of each of them. They looked up in surprise, thanked the person who brought the water, and then couldn't wait to hold the cup and drink it. The environment was harsh along the way. They had been living on snow water, and had long forgotten the feeling of hot water moistening their throats. Satisfied sighs rang out in the room. The hot water not only dispelled the coldness on their bodies, but also warmed their bodies. After drinking the water, their fingers regained their flexibility, and their writing speed naturally increased. When everyone finished filling in the form, someone immediately came forward to collect the papers, and handed them to Yushi, who was working hard. Yushi took the papers, without a trace of expression on her face. She examined them one by one, and everyone was nervously waiting for the results. After a while, Yushi raised her head, and pushed 3 pieces of paper in front of everyone, saying coldly, "I'm sorry, these 3 cannot enter the territory, please leave." Everyone's heart instantly rose to their throats, and they all trembled and came forward to check until they confirmed that it was not their name, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong with what we wrote? Why don't you accept us?" "Yes, why is this?" The 3 people saw their papers, and shouted excitedly. Seeing that the warm peach blossom spring was so close, they could step into it in just 1 step, but now they could not stay. The feeling of despair spread rapidly, making them cold all over. This undoubtedly pushed them from heaven to hell, and they could not accept this fact at all. "I have no obligation or time to explain to you. Yushi is used to this kind of scene," she said in a cold tone. "This is the rule." Yushi did not give them a chance to make a noise. With a wave of her hand, 3 guards came in and dragged them out regardless of their struggles and pleas for mercy. Everyone present was pale, standing there uneasily, looking at Yushi eagerly. Yushi turned to the rest of the people, and said in a slightly softer tone, "Okay, go for a comprehensive physical examination. If there is no problem, you can enter the territory." When everyone heard this, their nervousness finally eased, and their backs were soaked with sweat. They were about to ask about the inspection location when a woman's soft voice came from outside the door, "Please follow me." Everyone turned around and saw a thin, sweet-looking woman with a decent smile standing at the door. They walked out of the registration room and followed her to the adjacent inspection room. Here, men and women were led to different rooms for detailed inspections. Inside, several female medical staff smiled. They were mainly responsible for checking whether there were scratches from zombies, and whether they were infected with major infectious diseases. For qualified personnel, a series of physical fitness and physical fitness tests will also be conducted. Although the process is cumbersome, because the medical staff all have special abilities, the inspection process is extremely efficient. After a while, everyone completed all the inspection items. Excitement spread among the crowd. They can finally step into this dream place. The woman reviewed the inspection results, confirmed that they were correct, and announced to everyone with a smile, "Congratulations, everyone has passed the inspection and can now officially enter the territory. I will take you to the residential area, please follow me." Everyone's face was filled with joy, and they followed the woman's footsteps forward. When they crossed the second wall, although they were mentally prepared, they were still deeply shocked by the scene in front of them, and they couldn't help but exclaim. They stared at the front in disbelief, as if they had crossed the cracks of time and space and came from hell to the world. The first thing that caught their eyes was rows of towering and orderly high-rise buildings. It was surrounded by lush green vegetation and trees. A wide and flat road spread out in front of them, and the road surface was clean and tidy. Although the street lights were not lit, the warm atmosphere and sense of tranquility had already arisen. From time to time, guards in camouflage uniforms and black combat uniforms patrolled by. Their steps were neat, and their eyes were alert. Suddenly, a tempting aroma of food spread quietly, arousing everyone's long-lost appetite. Saliva could not help but surge in their mouths, and their stomachs also made a gurgling sound. They tilted their heads and looked over. Not far away stood a giant shopping mall, which was large in scale and full of goods beyond imagination. The store was brightly lit, with all kinds of food, from fresh fruits and vegetables to snacks and drinks, all exuding an attractive luster. The survivors stared at the food with wide eyes, swallowing it continuously, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. On the way, they often saw residents carrying large and small bags. With happy faces, their faces were ruddy and shiny, and their eyes showed their love and satisfaction for life. These residents formed a sharp contrast with the skinny survivors who had just entered the territory. This place is like a fairyland on Earth. Chapter 205. Oh my God! This. Am I really not dreaming? How? Is there really such a place? Everyone asked in a daze. The world in front of them was simply too unreal. The outside world was cruel and desolate, but here, it was like a dream. Can all those foods be bought? One of them stuttered and asked the woman who led the way. The woman turned around and answered with a smile, yes, everything here can be bought with points, but the points required for each item are different. Points? Everyone looked at each other, confused. The woman patiently explained, there are 2 stores in each area, and the items inside need to be purchased with points. And the points card can be processed in the mission hall in the main city. There are 2 ways to get points. One is to exchange directly with Crystal Cores, and the other is to get points by accepting various tasks in the mission hall, including field work, or working in industrial areas and planting areas. After hearing this, everyone was amazed. They were extremely shocked by the prosperity and scale of this territory, and they couldn't help but have a strong curiosity about the population of this place. So someone asked curiously, may I ask how many people are there in the territory? The woman proudly replied, there are about 260,000 soldiers in the base, and about 40,000 ordinary people, so there are about 300,000 people in total. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, and the sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of the residents of the territory passing by. More than 300,000 people may not be a big deal before the end of the world, but now it is the 5th year after the end of the world. In this era, a base with more than 1,000 people is considered a large base, and this territory has a population of hundreds of thousands. Such a large population is undoubtedly terrifying, and the strength it represents is self-evident. No wonder this territory can dominate the South in a short period of time. Everyone's heartbeat accelerated, excited and nervous, thinking that they are about to become one of them. They all feel excited. They have a strong interest in the young Lord. What kind of person can create such a miracle? They can't wait to ask, I wonder where the Lord lives? Do we have a chance to see her? The woman turned and pointed to a misty and hazy mountain in the center of the main city, and said to everyone, do you see the mountain in the central city? The Lord lives in the secret realm on the top of the mountain. She will come to various cities to inspect from time to time, and you will have a chance to see her. Everyone looked in the direction of the woman's finger. The mountain was very far away from here, and it was not clear. Secret realm? What kind of place is that? Everyone was even more curious. The woman shook her head with a trace of regret on her face. No one knows. Apart from the Lord and her sister, Dean Jiang, there are only 9 war leaders who can enter the secret realm. Everyone knows that although the top of the cloud mountain looks flat, it hides a mysterious door leading to the Lord's exclusive secret realm. No one can peek into the scene inside, and no one can see the door, because no one is allowed to climb to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is shrouded in clouds all year round, and huge mutant plants grow around the mountain, which are merciless to any unauthorized intruders. If non-designated personnel dare to venture up the mountain, they may be seriously injured or even killed by the claws of mutant plants. And those warriors, who are occasionally sent by the Lord to assist in the secret realm, will lose all their memories of the secret realm after going down the mountain. All this makes the secret realm, where the Lord lives, more mysterious, and makes people yearn for it infinitely. Thinking of this, the woman added, the mountain is called Yunwu Mountain, so this territory is also called Yunwu Territory. After hearing this, everyone nodded and had more respect for this place. The woman continued to guide everyone, please follow me, this is District 1, but you will temporarily stay in District 3. Since the 2 districts are not far apart, the woman decided not to take a car and personally take them there to familiarize themselves with the road conditions. She led everyone through several arches, and walked to another area. Seeing the woman's gentle attitude, everyone mustered up the courage and asked softly, how many districts are there in the territory? What are the differences between the districts? The woman then patiently explained. The Yunwu territory is divided into a main urban area and 6 suburban areas. The main urban area stands in the heart of the territory, built on Yunwu Mountain. It is not only the core of economic activities, but also the center of management decision-making. There is a magnificent office building at the foot of the mountain, which is the daily office of the Lord and the 9 war chiefs. In the center of the city, the mission hall is very lively, and is the center of point exchange and mission acceptance. Daily missions are constantly updated, attracting many residents to go there, making it the most dynamic place in the territory. Next to the mission hall, there are tall buildings, showing prosperity, but the right to live there is limited to the territory management and personal guards. In addition, the main city is also equipped with complete public facilities, including hospitals, shopping malls, etc., to meet daily needs. The Lord's speech is often carried out in the huge square of the main city, using a kind of supernatural projection technology to spread to the entire territory. The 6 sub-city districts are located around the main city, in a petal-shaped layout, and each sub-city district has its own unique function. The first sub-city district is an agricultural production area, where there are large tracts of farmland and greenhouses, ensuring that the base has sufficient supply of food and vegetables. The second sub-city district is mainly industrial, with factories and manufacturing facilities everywhere, where various necessities are produced, from daily necessities to the processing of building materials. The third sub-city district is a military area, with special training camps and arsenals, which is the core of the territory's defense force. The remaining 3 sub-city districts are all residential areas. Although the facilities are similar, the main difference lies in the rent price to meet the needs of residents with different economic conditions. In terms of rent, the third district is the most affordable, with a monthly rent of only 15 crystal cores. Most of the houses there are shared by multiple people, and the size of the rooms ranges from 4 to 10 people. In comparison, the rents in districts 1 and 2 are relatively high, usually more than 30 crystal cores, and most of them are single rooms. For ordinary people, the price is indeed a bit expensive. Therefore, a unique living pattern has been formed. Most of the superpowers choose to live in the more expensive District 1, while ordinary people prefer to choose the economical District 3. The transportation within the territory is well developed, and there are vehicles shuttling between various urban areas every day, which greatly facilitates the daily travel of residents. Does the rent have to be paid with crystal cores? Everyone listened with gusto, but some people still asked curiously, what about eating and shopping? Do they also require crystal cores, or can they be purchased with points alone? The woman smiled and replied, yes, rent is a hard rule and must be paid with crystal cores. Other expenses must be paid through the point system. Everyone nodded to show their understanding, and then someone raised a new question. Crystal cores are too difficult to obtain. For ordinary people like us, hunting 15 zombies every month in exchange for rent is already very difficult. Not to mention getting 30 crystal cores, that's really too difficult. Apart from crystal cores, is there no other way to live in a single room? Everyone yearns to have a private space, but the reality makes them feel powerless. The woman turned to look at the man who asked the question and reminded him, ordinary people can choose to join an existing hunting team or organize a team by themselves. In this way, it won't be too difficult to collect enough crystal cores within a month. She paused and added, in addition, there are 2 ways that even allow you to enjoy free accommodation without paying rent. Free. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. The woman showed a trace of envy on her face. Yes, free for life. The first way is to become a core management of the base, so that you can have a completely free residence in the central city. The second way is to become a warrior of the territory. The accommodation cost of a warrior is extremely low. Only 1 to 5 crystal cores are needed, which is almost equivalent to free. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances with each other, and then someone couldn't help asking excitedly, how can you become one of these 2 people? The woman sighed softly and explained, at present, the management positions are full. Unless someone is dismissed for making a mistake, there will be no new vacancies. To become a warrior, the conditions for joining are even more stringent. Not only do you need to pass a series of physical and psychological tests, you must also live in the territory for at least 1 year. The woman suddenly stopped, turned around and faced everyone. Her expression became serious. There is another crucial thing that I didn't tell you. Our territory has a 5-month probation period for newcomers. If you don't make any mistakes or violate the rules within 5 months, you can apply for a permanent residence permit. If you don't want to apply, you may be cleared out of the territory at any time, without any protection. Once you become a permanent resident, you must be absolutely loyal to the territory. You cannot betray it, and you cannot voluntarily withdraw. Otherwise, there is only one way to die waiting for you. Because the Lord said that Yunwu territory is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Once you eat a grain of rice in the territory, life and death are not up to you. The woman thought to herself, doesn't this rule give these people a stable home? Who would be willing to leave this paradise-like paradise so easily? Once the survivors leave Yunwu territory on their own or are expelled, they will not be able to gain a foothold in the south, because the 8 affiliated bases in the south will neither accept nor dare to take in those abandoned people from the territory. Their end is either to return to the wilderness in the north or to face a more cruel fate, death. Chapter 206. The survivors were filled with emotion and exchanged glances with each other. This rule was actually their greatest guarantee, giving them an unprecedented sense of security. From the moment they entered the territory, they had no distractions and only hoped to stay here forever and never leave. Now, they were overjoyed to learn that there was also a benefit of permanent residence permit. But thinking of what happened at the gate of the territory before, they felt uneasy again. Someone raised a question cautiously. Will the Lord expel those ordinary people who are too old to go out to look for crystal cores in the future? The woman immediately refuted this concern. How is this possible? I don't know what other bases do. But here, the Lord has said that once you become our people, this will be your lifelong home. Unless you make a serious mistake, no one will be expelled because of age. Although the Lord looks cold and stern, everyone in the territory knows that the Lord is the most righteous and broad-minded woman in this doomsday. The woman's eyes gradually moistened. The Lord is a very good person. In this desperate doomsday, she provides us with a safe shelter and feeds hundreds of thousands of people. She is a hero in all of our hearts. Many people found this place when they were desperate. It can be said that the Lord gave them a chance to be reborn and is the lifesaver of all of them. Here, they not only have no worries about food and clothing, but also have strict rules to protect them. As long as the Lord is there, there will be no oppression and bullying. For women, the Lord is like a reborn parent, a beacon and role model for them. In today's era, it is particularly difficult for women to survive. Without the protection of the Lord, they will find it difficult to survive. In this place, men and women are equal, and the gender ratio of the territory is even more women than men. In addition, more than 90% of the managers are women. This is undoubtedly an ideal garden for women. Every woman has a deep gratitude to the Lord. Let's keep going. The woman took a deep breath, wiped her eyes, calmed down her excitement, turned around and continued to lead the way. After hearing the woman's words, the survivors felt complicated. They knew that the Lord was definitely an excellent leader, which was an undeniable fact. At this time, a weak voice asked the woman in front again, "Excuse me, do women have the opportunity to become warriors?" The leading woman turned around and saw that the questioner was a woman, so she patiently answered, "In our territory, there are a total of 260,000 warriors, of which 180,000 are women. What do you think?" After hearing this, the other party was shocked and speechless. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Really? My God!" As a woman, she felt extremely proud and excited about this fact. The leading woman also felt proud. In the past 3 years, more and more women have joined this territory. When they first arrived, they were like candles in the wind, fragile, helpless, and thin. But the Lord did not despise them. Instead, after they recovered their physical strength, He arranged for Mu Zhansho to give them rigorous training. The Lord personally encouraged them that women were not weak, and she would help all women become powerful beings that could not be bullied. Mu Yuan treated men and women equally, without partiality, and conducted countless high-intensity training for them. They did not disappoint the Lord's expectations. No matter how hard the training was, they persevered and never gave up. After more than 3 years of hard work, they all had a complete transformation and successfully transformed into qualified female warriors. Over the years, they opened up new territories for the Lord, overcame difficulties, and were fearless. The Lord became the spiritual pillar of all women. After more than 10 minutes of journey, everyone finally arrived at District 3, which was more densely populated than District 1. The streets were crowded with people, and pedestrians were constantly coming and going. Most of them were returning from work in distant planting areas and industrial areas. Although they were tired, they looked forward to returning home and walked hurriedly. Everyone looked up at these tall buildings, and the joy of moving surged in their hearts. The leading woman stopped here and turned to point to the tallest building, that is the Regional Management Center. You need to go there to hand in the crystal core, and then someone will be responsible for assigning you a place to live. After the assignment, you can go to the mission hall and apply for a points card. She then pointed to the other 2 6-story buildings, that is the cafeteria, where you will have your daily meals. Of course, if you want, you can also buy kitchenware and cook by yourself. Thank you for your guidance, young lady. Everyone nodded in thanks. You're welcome, this is my job. The woman responded calmly. She further explained, please remember that from tomorrow on, you will officially start working. Except for rest days, you should be diligent and hardworking at other times. Don't worry, girl, we remember it. Everyone answered in unison. Just as the woman was about to turn around and leave, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, hey, isn't this Bayuner? Still doing this kind of work of leading the way? You are really useless. As soon as these words came out, the survivors looked unhappy. They had a good impression of Bayuner, but as a new member, they could only choose to remain silent and look at her with a worried look. The leading woman, Bayuner, paused, frowned slightly, and showed an impatient look on her face. Every time she led newcomers to District 3, she would encounter such sarcasm. She usually chose to be patient, but this time the other party was obviously more outrageous. Bayuner immediately turned around and looked at the approaching man with an angry face, and scolded, why are you always haunting me? What's wrong with me leading the way? You don't even have a chance to do this job. Her duty is to help you and act as a secretary. At the same time, she is responsible for guiding newcomers and explaining the rules of the base. She can be regarded as a half manager. Sometimes, she can follow you into the main office building in the main city, and even have the honor of meeting the Lord and the 9 war leaders many times. Bayuner's work is easy and comfortable. She can get points without taking on any tasks. This is the treatment that many people dream of. She is proud of this job and enjoys it. The man opposite, since he confessed to Bayuner half a year ago and was rejected, he felt that he had lost face and had been brooding about it. Every time they met, he would make sarcastic remarks, which was very annoying. The man was speechless after being blocked by Bayuner's words, and then he arrogantly retorted, I have no chance, but don't forget who my elder brother is. Bayuner was not to be outdone, and retorted, a grown man, you are so shameless, always using your brother's name to bully others, don't you feel ashamed? The reason why this man dared to be so arrogant was because his brother was the core manager of the housing allocation in the 3 districts, and had a certain status. But even so, what can be done? Each district in the territory is independently operated, and there is no direct jurisdiction between each other, and no one can interfere in other people's affairs. Besides, her direct superior is Yushi, and no matter how high the status of the man's elder brother is, he has nothing to do with her. The man was enraged, his eyes widened, and he roared, you woman, you really don't know what's good for you. If I call my brother... Bayuner interrupted him coldly and reminded him, I advise you not to talk nonsense. You haven't forgotten what happened half a year ago, have you? One of the iron laws of the territory is that it is strictly forbidden to form cliques for personal gain, and it is not allowed for anyone to intimidate or bully others without reason. Any disputes must be reported to the law enforcement team for fair and open handling. What makes people most awed is that every move in the territory is difficult to escape the keen insight of the Lord. The energy film in the sky is not only a barrier to protect peace, but also a sky eye that monitors everything. It not only gives people a sense of security, but also makes people dare not slack off. That layer of energy circle seems to be able to see through the thoughts of everyone in the territory. Once someone has the idea of betrayal or evil, he will immediately suffer the severe punishment of exploding and dying. Half a year ago, a young man was bored and had nothing better to do, so he casually talked about the territory and the Lord with 2 close people in the room. At that time, the 3 of them drank some wine, and the alcohol made them more and more excited, and their courage and ambition grew. They became unscrupulous in their words, and even mentioned words such as occupation and resistance. Unexpectedly, before they finished speaking, the 3 of them died at the same time, their heads exploded, and their deaths were miserable. As soon as they died, soldiers came to clean up the scene. The horrible scene in the room frightened all the neighbors who witnessed it, and they are still frightened to this day. Since then, the majesty of the Lord has gained a new understanding in everyone's heart. Its terrifying deterrent power makes people dare not have any thoughts of betrayal or resistance. Bayuner's words made the man panic instantly. He looked around nervously, looked up at the sky from time to time, and hurriedly explained, I didn't say anything excessive. I was just communicating with you normally. Why did you mention the Lord? God can see that I have no intention of disrespecting the Lord. Bayuner saw that he was so timid, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She stopped entangled with him, and turned to leave. Suddenly, the noise around stopped abruptly, and several cars stopped quietly in the central square. Then, a neat and powerful footsteps came from far away. A team of heroic female warriors, holding sharp blades, walked in an orderly manner. They were upright and serious, and they stopped in front of the management building. The residents cast curious eyes one after another. Such a scene obviously meant that an important person was about to arrive. Bayuner also stopped. Turning around and looking at them, she secretly guessed who was coming. Chapter 207. A tall, slender woman stepped out of the car and walked straight to the front of the team. It was not until this time that the crowd got a glimpse of her true face. Her face was gentle but firm, but her eyes were extremely cold. Her expression was serious, her aura was overwhelming, and she exuded a chill that made people dare not approach easily. The people present quickly came to their senses, bowed and saluted in unison. Qijan Shou. Even the survivors who had just arrived in District 3 hurriedly followed the crowd to salute. They were surprised and happy in their hearts. They didn't expect to see the style of this war chief on the first day. Under Jiang Shuman's healing ability, the scar on Qi Luo's face has disappeared, replaced by a delicate face. Her long hair was carefully tied into a neat ponytail and tied up high. It not only shows her decisiveness, but also does not lose her feminine beauty. Although her appearance was completely new, her serious personality remained the same, and her cold temperament was even more enhanced. Except in front of a few people like Jiang Jinli, she rarely smiled. This made the residents in the territory respect and fear her, and always kept a certain distance from her. Qi Luo walked slowly to the front of the management building, raised her eyes, and glanced at the building indifferently, with deep and elusive eyes. At this moment, a group of managers in the building hurried out, lined up in front of Qi Luo, and bowed nervously. Qijan is here in person, and we are not able to greet you from afar. It is really rude, please forgive us. One of the middle-aged men with narrow eyes mustered up the courage and took a step forward. He glanced at Qi Luo cautiously and asked cautiously, Qijan Shou came here in person, what's the important matter? This small-eyed man is the brother of the arrogant man next to Bayuner, and is also a key figure in the housing management of District 3. Qi Luo's voice is cold and low, with a hint of hoarseness, and slowly said, you are quite arrogant. Since you don't come to see me, I have to come to see you in person. As he spoke, an invisible pressure filled the air. The man with small eyes hurriedly defended himself. No, how can you say that? It's really embarrassing for me. If Zhang Shou was talking about the work report, it would be a huge misunderstanding. I just felt unwell that day, so I sent someone else to report the work. He emphasized again, even if I have 10 guts, I dare not slack off at all. Qi Luo's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and suddenly raised her voice, and shouted coldly, I think you are braver than the sky. Her voice was particularly clear in the silent crowd, and the onlookers around shuddered. The man next to Bayuner seemed anxious and thought to himself, oh no, my brother might get into trouble this time. What should I do if there is a mistake? Just now, he was talking big with Bayuner, and the next second his brother was in trouble. This is really a great irony. Under the power of Qi Luo, the man with small eyes had already been confused, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground dejectedly. He looked horrified, but still tried to get away with it, stammering, Qijan, I really don't understand what you mean. Qi Luo took a stack of papers from the soldier next to him, and threw it at the small-eyed man's face, causing the papers to scatter. She said coldly, you are lazy and pretend to be sick, I won't care for now, but you dare to embezzle the crystal core and forge the accounts. You don't take me seriously at all, right? Her momentum suddenly rose, her voice was like ice. I think you have been living a good life for too long, and you are too bold, you are just looking for death. The people around witnessed this scene, whispering to each other, shocked by the man's stupidity and audacity. It is well known that the 9 war leaders under the Lord are all ruthless, and can't tolerate any sand in their eyes. It seems that the good days of this small-eyed man are coming to an end. Recently, he has been increasingly arrogant, causing the residents of District 3 to be dissatisfied with him for a long time. At this moment, no one sympathized with him. The small-eyed man trembled with his hands, lifted the paper covering his face, and his face turned pale after seeing the content clearly. He looked up at Qi Luo, opened his mouth, and wanted to defend himself, but when he met Qi Luo's stern eyes, his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only swallow his saliva with difficulty. He quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. This is the first time I made such a mistake. Please show mercy, and give me another chance. The man with small eyes was confused. He only started to be greedy this month, and secretly hid dozens of crystal cores a few days ago. Why was he discovered so quickly? What's more, he thought that his account book was flawless. He thought that Qi Luo was busy with work and didn't often check the accounts in person, so his little trick might be able to get away with it. But Qi Luo's carefulness and caution far exceeded his imagination. catching him off guard. Thinking of Chiluo's usual ruthless methods, the small-eyed man was terrified and regretted his stupid behavior. With his excellent management skills, he finally attracted Luo Zime's attention, and spent 2 years to climb to his current position. But the comfortable days for too long made him arrogant and conceited, and his selfish desires expanded, and finally lost his way. He broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and begged again, "Please forgive me this time, John Shou. I only hit a few dozen crystal cores. I am willing to hand them over immediately and make up the difference, and I promise that I will never do it again in the future. Please give me." Chiluo interrupted him with a cold tone, "Don't say dozens. Even if you only took one, your consequences are doomed. The rules of the territory will not allow you to provoke." She then ordered sternly, "Come on, expel him from the territory." The people around him took a breath of cold air when they heard this. They didn't expect the punishment to be so severe. Being driven out of here is the same as killing him. He will have no place to stay in the south. The man's brother was so frightened that his teeth were trembling and his legs were weak, but he didn't dare to go forward to beg for mercy, and he didn't even dare to say a word. He never expected that his brother would be so greedy. If he had known this earlier, he would have tried his best to stop him. But now, everything is over. "No!" Before the warrior came forward to pull him, the man with small eyes screamed in fear and shouted in a trembling voice, "No! Qi Zhanshou, I am not guilty of death. You are trying to kill me. No, this is even more cruel than killing me." After years of hard work, he finally got a place in the territory, and the warm hut was his shelter. Therefore, he has not stepped out of the territory for a long time. Now it is freezing cold outside, which is a desperate situation for him. Going out will only lead to death. "Please, don't." The man with small eyes was filled with despair, and he burst into tears when he thought of the Doomsday scene outside. He tried to grab Qi Luo's trouser legs, seeking the last bit of mercy, but the female warrior beside him kicked him away mercilessly. The man with small eyes knelt down again, crying and begging, "I am willing to accept any punishment, just don't expel me from the territory." Seeing Qi Luo indifferent, the man with small eyes wiped away his tears and anxiously took out his trump card. "By the way, the Lord said that she would never expel people with permanent residence permits. I have the permit, I have it." Qi Luo was furious when Jiang Jinli was mentioned. She interrupted him harshly, "Shut up. Don't mention her, you are not qualified. She gave you food and shelter. How did you repay her? From the moment you violated the rules she set, you have betrayed her and are no longer her people." As soon as these words came out, it was like a heavy hammer, and there was silence all around. The air seemed to solidify, and the atmosphere became heavy. Qi Luo didn't waste any more words and directly pronounced the man's fate. "You must leave the territory before dark, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." She turned to the soldier next to her and ordered coldly, "Drive him out." "I was really wrong." "No, no. I don't want to go out. I will die, I will die." The small-eyed man cried heartbreakingly. The two soldiers grabbed him mercilessly, ignoring his fierce struggle and desperate cries, and dragged him away from the place he once regarded as home. The shrill cry echoed around, reminding everyone how heavy the price of betraying the territory is. Qi Luo looked around, her eyes as sharp as a knife, and she sternly warned, "I hope you will take this as a warning and never challenge the rules of the territory. Anyone who disrespects the Lord will be severely punished." Everyone present trembled and expressed their loyalty in unison. "We absolutely dare not swear to be loyal to the Lord until death." When Qi Luo's eyes fell on Bai Yuner, she paused slightly, then walked straight towards her. Bai Yuner opened her mouth in surprise, her heartbeat accelerated, and she stood there at a loss. Qi Luo stood in front of Bai Yuner, looked her up and down, and called out, "Bai Yuner. Hey! Here!" Bai Yuner didn't expect Qi Luo to know her name, and she was surprised and happy. She quickly straightened up and responded seriously, "Chief Qizhan, what do you want me to do?" Qi Luo didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Do you have the confidence to take over his job?" In the past year, Bai Yuner frequently followed Yushi into the office building, gradually attracting the attention of Luo Zime and others. They all thought that Bai Yuner had a good personality, and after a year of experience with Yushi, she had shown certain management skills. Luo Zime originally wanted to promote Bai Yuner, but there was no suitable position vacant. Now, the incident of the man with small eyes happened to provide an opportunity for this arrangement. Qi Luo and Luo Zime had already agreed that after replacing the man with small eyes, Bai Yuner would be allowed to try her skills. I wanted to send someone to notify her, but I didn't expect that she was already here. Bai Yuner was hit by this sudden surprise, and her head was buzzing and she was stunned. At this time, a survivor next to her gently bumped into her, and she came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she said solemnly, "Yes, I have confidence. Thank you Qi Zhanshu for giving me this precious opportunity. I will definitely do my best." Qi Luo nodded in approval. "Very good, I will go upstairs to start working later, and someone will come to hand over the matters to you later. If you don't understand something, you can ask at any time." "Understood. Qi Zhanshu, please rest assured. Leave it to me, I will handle it properly," Bai Yuner hastily assured. Qi Luo didn't say anything more, turned around, and led the people who were accompanying her away. The people around immediately congratulated Bai Yuner, and her promotion to management meant that her treatment would be greatly improved. Bai Yuner smiled brightly. She was in an extremely happy mood. The arrogant man, whose face turned pale because his elder brother was expelled, was even more dazed when he heard Bai Yuner's promotion. While no one was paying attention, he left the crowd in disgrace, looking embarrassed. At this time, the group of survivors brought by Bai Yuner joked with her, "It seems that the task of allocating houses to us will still be troublesome for Miss Bai." When this was said, everyone laughed. "Let's go, everyone go into the building." Bai Yuner smiled and greeted, leading the way to the office building. A group of survivors followed closely behind, and the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Chapter 208. Qi Luo took a car through 3 districts, and finally arrived at the bustling and noisy main city. This place is particularly lively because of the location of the mission hall. The surrounding houses are tall and magnificent, and the streets are well planned. After getting off the car, Qi Luo walked through the mission hall and the wide square, and went straight to the tallest office building at the foot of Yiwu Mountain. This building is not only where Jiang Jinli and 10 other people work and handle affairs, but also the core hub of the entire territory. Qi Zhanshu. The 2 guards at the door saw Qi Luo and immediately greeted her respectfully. Qi Luo nodded and continued to walk upstairs. She pushed open the door of Luo Zimei's office and was about to speak, but she saw Luo Zimei was busy, so she swallowed her words and sat down on the sofa next to her quietly. A young man stood in front of Luo Zimei's desk, who was the one who came to pay tribute from Lifeng base today. He stood respectfully aside, while Luo Zimei was concentrating on reviewing a pile of documents on the table. Behind her, 2 capable women stood quietly. Compared to 4 years ago, Luo Zimei is now more mature and restrained. She is wearing an elegant formal dress, with her hair combed neatly, showing her dignity. That charming temperament still lingers around her, but it has transformed and is no longer just a simple temptation. Instead, it is a fusion of the deep charm and unique style given by time. In her narrow eyes, the light is flowing, and the mole at the corner of her eye inadvertently adds a bit of temptation. Qi Luo stared at Luo Zimei quietly, secretly complaining in her heart. In front of others, she really pretends to be serious and decent. Who could have expected the crazy behind her? Sure enough, when Luo Zimei looked up and saw Qi Luo, her eyes lit up. Taking advantage of the young man's inattention, she quickly threw a wink at Qi Luo. Qi Luo curled her lips helplessly, rolled her eyes back, then put her hand on her forehead, and turned her head away from her. Seeing Qi Luo's actions, Luo Zimei smiled slightly, but soon returned to a serious expression. She turned to the young man and got straight to the point. "The amount of food is wrong. Is there any problem with your base?" Her voice was slightly deep and full of magnetism. In addition, her expression at this moment made people feel a sense of majesty. The young man's body trembled slightly, his face was terrified, and he explained eagerly, "Captain Luo Zhan, to be honest, the food production of our base has not been ideal in recent months. These are all we can collect at present." He quickly assured, "Our base commander specifically asked us to ask the Lord to give us some time. We will make up for the shortage next time." Since Jiang Jinli unified the south, the bases have been providing food on time, which has become an unshakable basic responsibility. Jiang Jinli not only generously provided various types of food seeds for the bases to grow on their own, but also promised that the territory would lend a hand when they encountered difficulties. Luo Zimei leaned back in the chair, her expression eased a lot, and she tapped the table lightly with her fingertips, and said in a calm tone, "Don't be too nervous, we naturally believe in the sincerity of your base commander. In this case, let's wait for the next time to send it together." The young man was obviously relieved after hearing this, and smiled, "Thank you, Lord, and thank you, Chief Luo Zhan." He then made another request. "In addition, the planting area of our base has encountered some problems. A stubborn mutant plant has seriously affected the crop yield, and the supernatural powers of our base are helpless. I wonder if Gu Zhanshu can take the time to go there for guidance." After more than 4 years of dedicated research, Gu Xiaowei has become a leader in the field of grain. The rice she cultivated is famous for its high yield, disease resistance, and strong resistance to stress. With the blessing of her advanced wood-related supernatural powers, any food problem can be easily solved in front of her, so she has become the object of invitation from various bases. Luo Zime raised her eyes and replied, "Unfortunately, Xiaowei is not in the territory at the moment. She has been invited by the free base to help. However, she is expected to be back in a day or two. When she is free, she will go to your base to check the situation." The young man smiled and nodded, then secretly glanced at Luo Zime and asked cautiously, "There is another small request. Our base is in urgent need of some vegetable seeds. I wonder if the Lord and the War Chief can help us generously and give us some." Luo Zime did not refuse, and quickly took out a piece of paper, wrote a few strokes, stamped it, handed it to the woman next to her, and ordered, "Take him to the agricultural area to collect it." "Yes." The woman responded, and then walked towards the young man. The young man smiled brightly with gratitude and thanked Luo Zime repeatedly. "Thank you very much, Luo Zhanshu." Luo Zime looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky and suggested, "It's already afternoon. Why don't you stay here for one night and leave tomorrow?" The young man smiled and responded, "That's what we were thinking too. After all, the food in the territory cafeteria is so delicious that everyone misses it very much. Every time they come to the territory to deliver goods, they can not only enjoy free accommodation, but also taste rich food in the canteen. The food in the canteen of the territory is varied, delicious and mouth-watering. Although their own base, under the leadership of Jiang Jinli, has solved the problem of food and clothing, it is still slightly inferior to the canteen of the territory. Therefore, every time they go to the canteen, they eat with their mouths full of oil, like starving ghosts reincarnated, and that kind of satisfaction is really happy." Thinking of this, the man said goodbye to Luo Zime. "Then you go first, I won't bother you." After Luo Zime nodded in agreement, he turned around and followed the woman out. On the way, he did not forget to nod to Qilua, who was sitting on the sofa, and then pushed the door out. The other woman realized that Qilua and Luo Zime might have something to discuss, so she quietly left the room, leaving a private space for the two. The room returned to a quiet place. After Luo Zime and the others left, she immediately relaxed her guard, leaned back comfortably on the chair, and stretched slowly. Then she turned to Qilua on the sofa and asked with a smile, "What, have you dealt with everything?" Qilua crossed her arms in front of her chest and replied calmly, "Of course, it's just a small matter." "TSK, why are you so cold to me? It's really appropriate to call you a paralyzed face." Luo Zime muttered softly, then stood up and walked towards Qilua with her waist twisted. She complained as she walked, her voice lazy and hoarse, with a hint of softness, which sounded particularly seductive. "To be honest, you are so annoying. You just roll your eyes at me all day long." Walking in front of Qilua, Luo Zime lowered her head and stared at the expressionless Qilua, suddenly giggled, opened her arms, and prepared to pounce on her. Qilua quickly dodged to the side, easily avoiding Luo Zime's hug, then looked at her proudly, and sat back in her original position. Luo Zime hugged nothing, so she simply sat next to Qilua, leaned on the sofa, laughed so hard that her body shook, and said in a pretended angry voice, "You are a wooden man who doesn't understand romance. You are really double-standard and biased. Am I a scourge? You don't want someone to throw themselves into your arms, but you are very enthusiastic about Jinli, really." Mentioning Jiang Jinli, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Qilua showed a trace of worry on her face and sighed softly. Luo Zime's smile froze instantly, and the corners of her eyes gradually turned red. "When will Jinli wake up? I miss her so much." "It should be soon," Qilua responded softly, comforting Luo Zime and herself. She took a deep breath and continued, "It's okay. Jinli has worked too hard these years. Let her rest for a while. Anyway, we are here in the territory, so nothing will happen." That being said, Luo Zime's voice was slightly choked, but she has been in a coma for almost half a month. No one expected that the road to upgrading from the 6th level superpower would be so difficult. For Jiang Jinli, it took her a whole year to advance from the 6th level to the 7th level. And the promotion from the 7th level to the 8th level took her 2 years. Since the establishment of the territory, Jiang Jinli has been able to receive hundreds of thousands of crystal cores every day, but even so, the road to upgrading is still difficult, which makes everyone more convinced that the peak of superpowers is the 10th level. After reaching the 8th level of superpowers, Jiang Jinli began to sprint to the 9th level with all his strength. But the progress was not obvious. After in-depth research by the territory's superpower team, they found that crystal cores alone are far from enough. Breaking through the 9th level also requires several key elements: huge mental power, firm will, strong physical fitness, and the most critical indescribable understanding. These conditions are as difficult to overcome as a natural chasm for ordinary psychics. But for Jiang Jinli, it does not seem so difficult. After studying the method of reaching the 9th level, Jiang Jinli reached the peak of the 8th level in a short period of time, and half a month ago, she successfully broke through the barrier of the 9th level. At that moment, everyone was deeply shocked. When breaking through, Jiang Jinli seemed to merge with the surrounding air. Her figure became extremely ethereal, as if she could be blown away by the wind at any time. This sudden change made everyone panic. But before they had time to think about it, Jiang Jinli had quietly leaned against them and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 209. Everyone was horrified and confused by the scene in front of them. Even Jiang Shuman could not diagnose any reason. They speculated that this might be because Jiang Jinli's huge energy merged with her vast spiritual sea after the upgrade, and the energy was too much and difficult to digest for a while, which caused this unforeseen side effect. Faced with this scene, they were helpless and could only hope that Jiang Jinli would wake up soon. When they tried to move Jiang Jinli to the bed, they unexpectedly encountered an invisible resistance. A solid energy shield suddenly condensed into space, tightly guarding Jiang Jinli and gently pushing them away. The energy shield lifted Jiang Jinli up slowly and finally landed smoothly on the bed in the room. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that this space was so powerful and full of spirituality. So everyone continued to wait in anxiety and uneasiness. But half a month later, Jiang Jinli still did not move. Although they were worried, they knew that they could not be depressed. This vast territory still needs to be governed, and they must protect this land for Jiang Jinli. So, everyone worked hard and worked step by step every day. Except for a few people, the others in the territory knew nothing about Jiang Jinli's coma. After all, once the news spread, 300,000 residents might fall into panic. Jiang Jinli is the spiritual pillar in everyone's heart and must not fall. At present, the territory is managed by the 5 of them, and the rest have been ordered to go out. Gu Xiaowei went to the free base to solve the problem of food shortage. Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu led a group of people to the Tianyi base to help Yang Yu resist the surging tide of corpses. Jiang Zheng went to carry out the assassination mission. As for Xin Qingxi, she quietly left the territory 3 days ago, claiming that she was going to clean up the zombies and practice her superpowers. But this was just an excuse for her to escape from Jiang Jinli's coma. Jiang Jinli's sleeping appearance was really distressing, but she was powerless, so she couldn't bear to look at it anymore. The 10 of them were particularly eager to upgrade their superpowers. Because their superpowers were all stagnant at the peak of the 7th level, and it was difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Although they were already the best among the superpowers, they were not satisfied. Because Jiang Jinli's strength was a height that they could not reach. In order to narrow the gap with Jiang Jinli, they had to keep improving and become stronger so that they could fight side by side with her. Therefore, they had to speed up the absorption of crystal cores recently, and each person consumed thousands of crystal cores every day. Hard work pays off. After unremitting efforts, all of them gradually touched the threshold of the 8th level. I believe they will be able to achieve a breakthrough soon. This is undoubtedly the only comforting thing in the near future. Luo Zime and Qilua recalled these, and couldn't help but sigh in unison. Luo Zime said solemnly, "By the way, Zhou Jianshan seems to have been unable to hold back. Today is the deadline for tribute. The other 7 bases have paid on time, but his base has not made any movement." Qilua looked disdainful and said contemptuously, "He is just a fool who is seeking his own death. Let's go and discuss the next step with Sister Jiang." After that, the two stood up. Luo Zime's eyes flashed a cold light. Let that stink bug live for so long, it's really a bargain for him. Jiang Jinli had already set up the trap and was ready to close the net, but she didn't expect that when the action was about to start, she suddenly encountered an accident, so the plan had to be temporarily shelved. Since Zhou Jianshan was so eager to die, then let him do it. The two walked towards the door together. Just as Luo Zime and Qilua were about to push the door out, a beautiful figure came and bumped into them. Luo Zime quickly reached out to stabilize the other party, with a playful smile on her lips, and joked, "You are still so impetuous after growing up. What's the hurry?" In 4 years, Su Ruinju's face has lost the immaturity of a girl, replaced by a mature outline. She has a slender figure, showing the soft curves of a woman, and her skin is white and delicate. But her eyes are still clear, smart and bright. All this is thanks to Jiang Jinli's careful care over the years, so that this desperate Doomsday has not eroded her character. Under Jiang Jinli's guidance, Su Runju not only became stronger, but also retained her rare innocence and true self. The years she followed Jiang Jinli were the happiest time in Su Runju's life, because Jiang Jinli always kept his promise to her. Su Runju looked at Luo Zime and Qilua, smiling, and greeted them obediently, "Sister Zime, Sister Qilua." Her voice was crisp and soft, with a hint of sweetness, and her smile was more indifferent and calm. Today, Su Runju has grown into a competent manager who manages the mission hall in an orderly manner. Whether it is issuing tasks or handling intelligence from various places, she has performed impeccably, which makes everyone feel very relieved. Qilua nodded in response and asked with concern, "Why are you running here so quickly? What's the matter?" Su Runju quickly put away his smile, and his expression became serious. "I just received intelligence that Zhou Jianshan is gathering troops at the base. It seems that he will take action soon." Now, under Jiang Jinli's careful layout, every move of the southern forces is under strict monitoring. Not only are there dense human spies, but also various mutant plants and animals as assistants to ensure comprehensive coverage of intelligence. Jiang Jinli even personally domesticated thousands of mutant birds. They are not only a means of transportation, but also bear the heavy responsibility of intelligence collection and transmission. On the top floor of the mission hall, a special intelligence collection station was set up to obtain and process information in a timely manner. Luo Zime and Qilua exchanged surprised looks when they heard this. Obviously, they didn't expect that Zhou Jianshan would choose to act overnight and be so impatient. But this is also reasonable. He probably noticed that Jiang Jinli had an unexpected problem, so he intended to take advantage of the opportunity. "Let's go back to the space to discuss," Qilua said decisively, and then took the lead to walk out the door. Luo Zime and Su Runju followed closely. After the three went downstairs, they went straight to Yunwu Mountain. At this moment, Yunwu Mountain was misty and entangled with mountain mist, and the scenery was charming. But inside, there were unknown dangers hidden. Mutated plants thrived here, and they were all cleverly tamed by Jiang Jinli, loyally guarding the mountain. For uninvited invaders, this is undoubtedly their burial place. Big flowers and small flowers occasionally come out of the space, and from time to time, they shuttle between the space and the forest to play, which invisibly adds more unpredictability to this area. Fortunately, Yunwu Mountain is Jiang Jinli's private territory, and everyone knows it. Therefore, no one dares to break in easily, which also avoids unnecessary trouble. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, a wide and clean white stone staircase has been paved, becoming the only way to the top of the mountain. On both sides of the stone steps, there stood tall mutant trees, adding a bit of mystery and unknown to this road. As soon as the three of them walked down the stone steps, a subtle sound came from the dense forest around them. Then, countless vines quickly gathered, intertwined and entangled together, and in an instant they built a solid platform, which quietly stopped in front of them. The three of them stepped onto the platform side by side, and the vine platform immediately flew towards the top of the mountain at an astonishing speed, like a shot arrow. This mutant plant vine that can rise and fall vertically like an elevator was affectionately named Lifting Vine by Jiang Jinli. Chapter 210. This vine is the fastest mutant plant in the dense forest. Jiang Jinli is very creative and has brought its ability to the extreme, cleverly transforming it into a vine elevator. This plant is not only practical, but also very convenient, which greatly facilitates their up and down travel. The three of them stood on the vine elevator. As it rose rapidly, the plants on both sides passed by quickly like phantoms. In just a few seconds, they had easily reached the top of the mountain. The scene in front of them suddenly became clear, and a spacious and clean open space came into view. They quickened their pace, and ran straight to the center of the open space. There were slight ripples in the air, accompanied by the flashing of waves, and the three people disappeared from the original place in an instant. As soon as they entered the space, they stepped onto the stairs and walked up until they reached the island in the air. They walked into the residential area and went straight to the large modern-style villa in the center. Pushing the door open, they saw Mu Yuan sitting quietly on the sofa, bowing his head in silence, as if immersed in his own world. The three of them greeted him, "Mu Yuan. Brother Mu Yuan." Mu Yuan looked up from his contemplation and nodded gently to the three of them. After sitting down, they all felt a sense of emptiness and desolation. The space without Jiang Jinli seemed to have lost its former warmth. Su Runju looked up and his eyes fell on the upstairs, his eyes showing worry and longing, and his eyes were slightly red. Luo Zime took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and asked softly, Is Sister Jiang upstairs? Mu Yuan looked solemn, and replied with a sigh, she is. Then he asked with concern, why are you all here? Did something happen? Qi Luo was the first to recover, and said to Mu Yuan, Zhou Jianshan is about to take action, and we need to discuss countermeasures. Mu Yuan snorted disdainfully, just a arrogant rat, just kill him directly. He is naturally not to be feared. Luo Zime frowned slightly, a little distressed. The problem is, without Jinli's spatial ability, it will take some time for a large group of people to rush over. As Jiang Jinli's ability upgraded, her spatial ability became more mysterious. Now she can easily break through the space, open the door of time and space, and realize instant travel between cities. She also cleverly used spatial energy to set up a hidden shuttle door in the core position of the territory square. The other end of this door leads directly to Jiang Jinli's location. Whenever she needs support, she only needs to activate the door of time and space on the square. The patrol guard will immediately blow the assembly horn, and then all the soldiers in the territory can quickly gather and instantly travel to Jiang Jinli's side. In this way, no matter where Jiang Jinli is, she can quickly mobilize more than 300,000 soldiers in the territory to fight for her. This movable territory feature adds a layer of mystery and strangeness to Jiang Jinli. She is undoubtedly the representative of the entire territory. In addition, in order to more conveniently mobilize the guards of the affiliated bases to cooperate in combat. After many attempts, Jiang Jinli finally succeeded in creating a time and space gate in other bases. This gate, like Jiang Jinli's exclusive domain, can only be controlled by her, and its only destination is where Jiang Jinli is. Whenever she needs support from a base, a vortex will emerge in the central square of the base to ensure that all personnel can gather around her in the shortest time. This unique and powerful ability makes people feel awe. It also naturally won everyone's deep respect for Jiang Jinli. However, the construction of the channels between the 8 bases has not been completed, and the Huancher base and Lifeng base have not yet been connected. Originally, Jiang Jinli planned to go to the Huancher base half a month ago to solve the problem of the base chief Zhou Jianshan and build a channel along the way. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinli suddenly fell into a coma, which caught people off guard and delayed the plan. The journey to the Huancher base takes several hours even with the fastest driving vehicle. Just as the 4 were about to volunteer to lead the team, a mature and gentle female voice came from upstairs. No need to waste time, we have to act quickly, you are too slow to rush over, Qingxi is active near the Huancher base. Let her take people over to deal with it. The 4 looked up at the voice and looked at Jiang Shuman, who was walking down the stairs, calling out in unison, Jiang Jie. Time seemed to be particularly gentle to Jiang Shuman, leaving no trace on her face. But the mature charm and temperament she exuded from the inside out, like aged wine, became more mellow and intoxicating. They all understood that becoming a superpower not only can make people stay young, but also prolong their lifespan. As for how long it can be extended, no one knows at present, and perhaps it will take hundreds of years to get an accurate answer. Jiang Shuman sat down on the sofa, turned to Su Runju, and ordered, Runju, contact Qingxi immediately and ask her to go directly to Huancher to deal with Zhou Jianshan. Then we will send someone to take over the Huancher base and deal with all subsequent problems. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she said in a cold voice, he dared to think that he could turn the tables with his little power. He is simply courting death. Okay, I do it right away. Su Runju agreed, and then walked quickly to the door. Jiang Jie, Jinli seems to have planted an insider next to Zhou Jianshan. Do you know who it is? Luo Zime asked curiously. These major events between bases are usually handled and arranged by Jiang Jinli personally, so they don't know many details. Jiang Shuman shook her head. I don't know Xiaoli's specific arrangements either. Speaking of Jiang Jinli, Jiang Shuman's face was filled with sorrow and worry. For Jiang Shuman, every day Jiang Jinli was unconscious was a torment. This hopeless waiting. It makes people anxious. Jinli still has no reaction. Qilua finally couldn't help asking. No. Jiang Shuman answered disappointedly. For a moment, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. Jiang Shuman first adjusted her mentality, looked up at everyone, and encouraged them. Everyone should cheer up, I believe Xiaoli will wake up soon. Now, let's solve Zhou Jianshan's problem first. The 3 nodded one after another. Then, they volunteered. Luo Zime took the lead and said, let me take people to finish the Huancher base. Qilua looked determined, I go. Mu Yuan was not willing to be left behind, and immediately said, leave these simple chores to me. Jiang Shuman stared at the 3 people, her lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something. Just at this moment, a low and indifferent voice interrupted her thoughts. Sister, I will take people to deal with it myself. The sudden sound shocked the four people. Their eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. They looked up suddenly, their eyes focused on the slender figure upstairs. When they came to their senses, everyone's eyes began to turn red, their voices were filled with joy, and they shouted with trembling, Jinli! Sheerly! Jiang Jinli had just dodged downstairs, and before she could take a step, Jiang Shuman and the other three had quickly stood up and rushed towards her. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, and hugged Jiang Jinli tightly, making her unable to move. Thank God, you finally woke up. Jiang Shuman choked and said, You really made your sister worry to death. Sister, I'm sorry, I will never let you worry about me again. Jiang Jinli apologized softly. Luo Zime cried and sobbed, You are so annoying. You fainted for no reason and scared me. I have no appetite these days, and my breasts are getting smaller because of hunger. Is that so? Well, I am wrong. I will cook for you myself tonight, and make you some delicious food to make up for it. Jiang Jinli tried to hold back her laughter, and comforted her softly. Qilua's eyes were also red. Don't do this again, we don't like it. Jiang Jinli promised, okay. The three of them were surprised and happy. After letting go of Jiang Jinli, they immediately surrounded her, and talked to her in a flurry of words. Mu Yuan stood aside and watched quietly, with his mouth raised. For the 10 of them, as long as they could hear Jiang Jinli's voice again, everything in the world seemed to be no longer important. Jiang Jinli was not only the spiritual pillar of all of them, but also the precious existence that they were protecting with all their strength in this troubled world.